CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. I'm sure you're aware of the philosophical question, if a tree falls in a deserted forest where no one can hear the sound, did it make a noise? Carry the principle one step forward. If no one saw it fall, did it ever fall in the first place? Now, don't answer these questions too quickly. No one has ever been able to resolve them to everybody's satisfaction.
And what does the Sahib require of me?
Priestess, I am cursed with the habit of gambling.
The curse can't be lifted.
No, Priestess. It has been predicted I can stop only when the sun shines at midnight, when snow falls in the jungle, and when the deer turns upon and slays the pursuing tiger.
Is that all?
Is that all?
This matter can be arranged.
Our mystery drama, The Eye of the Idol, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Tony Roberts. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
A message from CBS Television.
We're now sending all kinds of signals into space, and what are the odds that someday someone or something will answer? What if our oceans continue to rise? And what happens when human engineers begin to engineer humans? This is Walter Cronkite. In the next few weeks, I'll look at these stories and more as I continue my new assignment, The Universe.
Walter Cronkite's Universe, Tuesday at 8, 7 Central and Mountain on CBS Television.
What do doctors recommend to avoid constipation? These days, doctors stress the importance of fiber in the diet. Food fiber that helps the system regulate itself naturally. Metamucil is the laxative made from natural fiber, no chemical stimulants. So for occasional constipation, doctors recommend Metamucil more often than any other laxative. Read label and follow directions. And now save up to $1 when you buy Metamucil. Look for coupons in the July Reader's Digest.
By Natural J's Ripple to Pets, Chicago's great-tasting dip chips.
You ain't heard nothing yet. The MGM Grand Hotel in Las Vegas presents Don Arden's Jubilee. The show of the decade. From start to finish, Jubilee is excitement and music. Rhythms of ragtime. Wonderful. To Gershwin. Marvelous. To Presley with an Elvis extravaganza. See the sinking of the Titanic. Music from World War I with the Red Baron dueling overhead. Yes, from the silent screen to today, it's all there in Jubilee with the glitter, glamour, and girls that you expect from MGM. Don't miss Jubilee. It's a grand experience. Opening July 30th at the MGM Grand in Las Vegas.
Ship me somewhere east of Suez, says Mr. Rudyard Kipling, where the best is like the worst, where there is no 10 commandments, and a man can raise a thirst. Ah, yes, we shall never see those days again, and perhaps it's for the best, when a handful of British soldiers and civil servants ruled the entire teeming subcontinent of India. India, that ancient and eternal land of mystery and romance. And this is a story that took place many years ago when India was called the British Raj.
Danu! Danu! Where can a lazy scoundrel be hiding? Danu!
Has the heaven-born called?
Well, what have I been standing here doing? Well, snap to, look sharp, step lively. I dine tonight with the parents of the Sahiba Penelope, understand?
Each word from the presence fills this ignorant person with magnificent enlightenment.
Yes, lay out my best shirt and place thou therein the silver studs.
Sooner than say this, thy servant would rather eat dirt. But I must disobey the heaven-born's command.
All right, now look here, Danu.
The silver studs cannot be placed in the shirt because they are still in the clutches of Mustafa Ali, the moneylender.
Oh, Lord. All right. We'll improvise. Hast thou drawn my bath?
If it pleases the presence, I have not.
Well, how can it please me, thou benighted fool? I've had a hard day at the office. I want my bath.
With your honor's permission, it is not possible at this time. The well must be repaired before the water may flow.
Then I remember I told you to have it fixed.
I have done even what the favored one has commanded. I went to the office where these things may be arranged. The babu of the accounts would not consent.
Why, that arrogant little clerk. What did he say?
He said, and I repeat, say unto Farnsworth Sahib that we will see first the color of his money.
All right. We'll sort this out later. Meanwhile, place thou the dress suit, the shirt, and the razor in a bag. I will bathe and shave at the club.
The club. This letter came for you.
From whom?
It is even from the self-same club that the Blessed One has just now mentioned.
Well, give it to me. Why didst thou not leave it on the table where I could see it?
If the Glorious One will permit, had I left it on the table, the bad news it contains would have spread through the entire house.
Why dost thou say it's bad news?
One can feel the evil spirit churning about within.
Mr. John K. Farnsworth, Bubbling Well Road. Dear Jack, I'm sorry I must notify... What's this? New regulations. All members in arrears barred from club privileges until back dues. Respectfully, Percy Smollett. Oh, they can't do this to me. I'm a charter member.
It is a year since the Magnificent One has paid a single rupee.
Oh, shut up. I have to have a bath. Take thou the bucket, go to the well in the village. Well, why dost thou stand there, Danu? Be off, fill the tub.
Before this reputationless clod enters the bathroom, I suggest the Invincible One go in there first.
Well, why would I want to go into the bathroom before thou bring us the water?
And hold at the ready the double-barreled rifle.
Fool! Why would I bring a rifle into the bathroom?
Because there is lying in the tub a cobra.
A cobra? How did a cobra get into my bathtub?
It must have slithered up through the sluice.
Oh, this is absolutely all I need.
They enjoy the warmth of the pipes.
Yes, I'll give him something to enjoy. Put the gun together for me.
It is even now assembled and loaded and waiting by the door.
Between the sharks at the club and the snakes in my house. Oh, look at him lying there. As if he owned the place. You think the beggar was paying rent and taxes? Well, how do you like this? Ah, that did him. Ugly brute. 15 feet if he's an inch. Danu?
Yes?
Come in. Get rid of him.
With your honor's permission. Soon.
No, not soon. Now.
No, but we must wait.
For what?
The mate. Even now it is probably crawling through the pipe on the trail of its beloved. May I remind the unconquerable one to hold the other barrel ready.
Some mornings it doesn't pay to get up. But on a day like this, it doesn't even pay to be alive.
And thus, you have met my master, Farnsworth Sahib. He makes much noise and many threats because he is afraid people will discover that he has a kind heart. But, more important, many people have already discovered that he has a foolish head, especially where games of cards are concerned. Although he sees himself victorious like a lion, at the end of the evening, he is always shorn like a lamb.
Got the other one, Danu. Come, get rid of these ugly things. You don't have to be afraid. They're dead.
Now, one may truly marvel at and safely touch their awesome beauty.
Just get the filthy things out of here.
See, this is the female. She died for him. She heard the shot. Still, she came, preferring the companionship of death to the loneliness of life.
Wilt thou take those disgusting things out of here and toss them on the trash heap?
It shall be even as your honor commands.
I knocked on the door, but no one answered, so I came... Oh, what's that?
Oh, no. Please, Penelope, my darling, don't faint. Don't faint.
Oh, no, keep them away from me. Keep them away.
All right, my dearest, they're dead.
Oh, where did they come from?
Well, they were in the bathtub.
The bathtub?
Well, you know how cobras are. They like warm places.
The bathtub? And you expect me to live in this house after we're married?
Oh, darling, we'll fix it up prettily.
I'm very glad our engagement is broken.
We'll put up curtains and all the other foolish little things so dear to our woman's heart.
Did you hear what I said? The engagement is broken.
Dearest, I always hear what you say. You said the What? What do you mean, it's broken? Who broke our engagement?
3 people made that decision.
3?
First, Daddy. He was at the club. There it was, on the bulletin board for all the world to see. Suspended for non-payment of dues.
Uh-oh.
I came by to warn you. Don't come to dinner tonight. Daddy's lying in wait.
But I can explain.
Second, there's Mother, who never approved of you, to begin with, who felt she was throwing away her daughter on some second-rate assistant district superintendent of the railway and telegraph department.
I am not a second-rate assistant district superintendent. I am a second deputy assistant.
And third, John Kenneth Farnsworth.
Why do you call me John Kenneth Farnsworth?
Because this is a formal occasion. I am serving notice that I intend to break our engagement.
You can't do that.
I have just done it.
Penelope.
You lied to me.
My darling, I never meant...
You never meant to keep your word.
I tried.
You didn't try hard enough. If there's a losing horse anywhere at any racetrack in India, you'll bet on him.
In the interests of accuracy, my darling, I have been losing mostly on mares and maiden fillies.
You promised me you would stop all gambling.
But I meant to.
I release you from your vow. I free you from your obligation. We are no longer engaged.
I thought you loved me.
I do love you. But I'll get over it. I'll meet someone else. Someone who prefers me to a night of cards and a day at the races.
Please, darling, listen.
Someone who shall not sentence me to a life of poverty. Someone who will not gamble away the roof over my head and the bread from the mouths of my children.
I'll change.
You speak in echoes, John Kenneth Farnsworth. I would return your ring, except you had already pledged it to Mustafa Ali, the moneylender.
Penelope! Penelope, come back! She's gone. Danu, she's gone.
Yes.
What am I going to do?
Find another.
Well, who could replace my Penelope?
There is the daughter of the colonel of the cavalry regiment. The tall, fair-skinned blonde.
Oh, you mean the gawky albino?
There is Miss Leslie.
She squints.
True. But she has an income of 2,000 rupees per month.
Well, let us stop this melancholy recital of the seedy charms of mediocre women. I have lost the sun. Am I to have my way lightened by flickering candles? Get me a rope.
A rope? What does the presence propose to do with a rope?
Hang myself. Is there another use for a rope? Quickly.
For the sake of the Sahiba Penelope.
The rope, quickly. I cannot live without her.
But it is not necessary for the presence to live without the Sahib.
Thou hast heard. She has broken our engagement.
If the protector of the poor will but listen. The Sahiba is angry because of the gambling.
Yeah.
If she can be shown that the heaven-born renounces this sin, the Sahiba will relent, and there shall be connubial bliss.
Dost thou not realize that the gambling is, with me, like a fever in the blood? I will stop gambling when the sun shines at midnight, when snow falls in the jungle, when the deer turns upon and slays the pursuing tiger.
But she does not love thee. Is the Sahiba like the she-cobra that welcomed death to be with her mate? If the center of the universe will only deign to listen. This most unworthy one has an idea.
An idea? What sort of idea?
Why does the Sahiba object to gambling?
Why? Because it's immoral, I suppose.
No. Because your honor always loses. But reflect. If I could show your honor a way to gamble and never lose.
What do you mean? Never lose?
Always win.
Always win?
Every time.
How is such a thing possible? How?
Very well. How? A way to play and always win. Why, that's like having a license to print money, isn't it? Even better, it's like having the Philosopher's Stone. Well, this sounds like something worth waiting to hear. And we shall hear all about it in Act 2.
Reach out and touch someone.
Reach out and touch someone close who's far away.
And Daddy, I start next month. They gave me my own office on the 25th floor with my own name on it.
That's super, Andy. I bet you got a great view.
Well, not really. The new members of the firm don't get offices with windows.
My daughter, the lawyer, doesn't get to look out the window?
Not for a while, Daddy. For now, I'll have to look out the wall. Oh, I wish you could jump on a plane and come and celebrate with me.
Me too, honey. We're so proud of you. We know what it took to get through law school.
Oh, so do I, Daddy. And I know I couldn't have done it without you and Mama. Your encouragement, your understanding. And we all know tuition doesn't grow on trees, and you're not made of money. Daddy, thank you. I love you.
Andy, right now, the richest man in the world. Let me put your mother on. She'd never forgive me if I didn't let you talk to her.
Reach out and touch someone.
The bell system.
Reach out and touch someone.
Lauren Green speaks to you for Medic Alert.
An accident or sudden illness might seriously affect your ability to speak or communicate. That's why wearing a Medic Alert emblem is especially important if you have a hidden medical condition such as an allergy to penicillin, or diabetes, hypertension, or a heart problem, for example. The emblem contains a special ID number, a 24-hour phone number, and your medical condition engraved on the reverse side. In an emergency, Medic Alert provides identification and vital information within seconds. A wallet card is sent to you each year to provide current medical information. Wearing a Medic Alert emblem can help ensure you swift and accurate treatment in a medical emergency. Remember, Medic Alert speaks for you when you can't. Take good care of yourself.
For information, write Medic Alert, Turlock, California, 95381. This message was brought to you as a public service by this station.
According to Mr. Grantland Rice, when the one great scorer comes to write against your name, he marks not that you won or lost, but how you played the game. That refers, of course, to the game of life. The game of cards, however, is completely different, especially when money changes hands.
What sayest thou, Danu? There is a way to gamble and never lose?
It is even so.
I don't believe it.
And yet, if your honor will permit me, it shall be revealed.
When?
At the proper time.
Danu, dost thou say this to divert me from my purpose, which is to hang myself?
Well, of course. That did happen to be why I said such a thing. Could I let Farnsworth Sahib throw away his life because of the whim of some chit of a girl? How foolish are the English. How eager to die for love. And yet, how was I to keep my promise? Was there a way to gamble and never lose? And if so, how could I find it? I decided to seek out Laila, the witch. Who knows? Perhaps she might have heard something in the winds that blow between the garden of Genaden and the gates of Gehenna.
Why dost thou seek Lila? What is thy desire?
To find a way to gamble and never lose.
This thing cannot be. Life itself is a gamble. And in the end, all must lose.
Yes, I know.
Then why ask?
It is for my master, Farnsworth Sahib.
An Englishman?
He has a good heart.
Why does he gamble?
It is sickness.
Yes, it kills more foreigners than the fever.
Is it possible to help him?
Leave me to think upon it.
Deneau! Come here at once. Now, you said you knew of a way that I could gamble and never lose. Now, what is it?
If the favored one will reflect, his servant said he would find a way.
Just how long is this supposed to take? Someone stands without. Open the door. Oh, and who is this?
Protector of the poor. I am a holy woman. I sell charms and potions and spells.
No, there is no need of thy wares in this house of sorrow.
House of sorrow. Has one died here?
One is about to die.
And what is the illness?
Love.
Yes, love comes and goes and kills many. And yet her hand may be stayed. By this charm I can give thee.
Oh, Holy Mother, I prepare myself to meet my Maker. I cannot fill my mind with heathen tricks. But here, take this. My last rupee. And give me thy blessing. I travel soon to a far country from which none may return.
Thy last rupee. There is a kind heart. I give my blessing. And now, I shall leave.
What were you discussing to know? Yes, this gambling system of thine. Well, what is it?
By your honor's favor, it shall only take a little while longer. For what purpose had Lila come to the house? Had she cast a spell on him? How would she be able to help? Had I been mistaken? Or when she left, had she given me a certain look, as if to say, come to me soon?
I know now why the master gambles.
Truly?
He gambles heavily for two reasons. First, to wager huge sums to risk one's substance gives a man a devil-may-care reputation as an adventurer.
Can this be true?
Second, he believes that losing money to people is a way to buy their affection and goodwill.
Oh, what wisdom! Oh, Holy One, why dost thou not speak these words of enlightenment to Farnsworth Sahib himself?
Would he listen to an old heathen sorcerer?
But if someone could tell him. Oh, Lila, what is to be done?
We must cure thy master of the gambling.
Yes, but how?
Thou didst promise thou wouldst show him a way to gamble and always win?
Yes, but even if I could find it, how would winning cure him?
He has tried losing, has he not? That has not opened his eyes. Very well. Let us see what winning may reveal to him.
Well, how is this to be arranged?
Listen. thou and closely.
Why have we come here?
Patience, Your Honor. Just a little bit longer.
I'm a complete fool. I let you drag me out to the jungle in the middle of the night.
We are protected by the emanations from the shrine.
Shrine? What shrine?
The shrine of Azari.
The shrine of Azari. And what does one do there?
One finds the magic.
What kind of magic?
Whatever magic one is seeking. In the case of the Anointed One, the magic that makes him a constant winner.
Now this I have to see. Where is it?
It is not much further. See, just ahead, a clearing. And the ancient statue. Yes, the statue of Azari.
That shapeless piece of clay? That's Azari? What is that shining thing near the top of it?
'Tis the Eye of Fortune. The Eye of Azari. It sees all things.
Oh, great goddess Azari, thy servant seeks thy favor.
Who's that?
'Tis Layla, the high priestess of the goddess Azari.
She looks familiar. Wait, I know her. She's that beggar lady who came to the door the other day.
Ah, yes. She will sometimes wear that guise. She had come to test your honor.
To test me? Why?
To see if your honor is worthy.
Worthy? Worthy of what?
Worthy to receive help from the goddess Azari.
Oh, is that a fact, huh? Well, how does she know I'd be here? I mean, how do I know this isn't a trick thou'st arranged with her? I would put nothing past thee to know.
Approach the shrine. Approach.
Do even as she says, Sahib.
Well, this is humbug. I'm going home.
Approach.
Here. It is the goddess that speaks through her mouth. The goddess Azari herself.
Thy name is Farnsworth Sahib. The high priestess Lila says thou art good of heart, but thy heart is troubled. Speak.
Well, that's true, I suppose.
And what is the source of thy sorrow, Sahib?
I like to gamble. Well, no, I just don't like it.
Yes?
I have to. I mean, that's all there is to it. I simply have to.
And what wouldst thou have from the goddess Azari?
Well, assuming that we're dealing here with a legitimate proposition, as long as I have to gamble, I would like to be able to win. Could the goddess arrange it so that I could become one of those who walks off with the money?
The goddess Azari speaks through me. The answer is yes.
Yes.
Master, thou art saved.
I can play cards now and win?
Constantly.
Oh, and the horses, I bet. They'll come in first?
All the time.
Oh, wait a minute.
The goddess says to me, her high priestess, do thou but lend the Sahib Farnsworth for however long a time he wants to keep it, the eye from my head.
The eye?
The eye. I take it from the head of the goddess, and I give this precious jewel to thee.
Jewel? It's only a piece of glass.
And a diamond is only a lump of coal.
What am I supposed to do with it?
Keep it on thy person. It will serve thee as the all-seeing eye when thou sittest down at the card table and when thou standest at the rail of the racetrack.
The all-seeing eye. What am I going to see?
The winners, the winning hand, the winning horse.
Why, that's That's simply impossible.
True. It is impossible for those who have no faith.
Oh, Goddess Hazari, let me assure thee, it's my master Farnsworth Sahib has great faith. Faith fills his entire heart, soul, and body.
Thy servant has spoken, Farnsworth Sahib. Dost thou agree with his words?
Please, Farnsworth Sahib, please.
Oh, well. Why not? I'll give it a try.
I would, too. After all, what does he have to lose? And it doesn't matter where or when we find a gambler, does it? They seem to be a race apart, filled with their own symbols and superstitions. And besides, your true dyed-in-the-wool gambler will try anything once. And we shall try the third act shortly.
Hi, I'm Susan Anton. Fitness that feels good by day needs firmness that feels good by night. That's why you'll love the Certa-Perfect Sleeper. Luxurious top comfort plus deep inner support. You get both with every perfect sleeper. So remember, be a perfect sleeper. Try a perfect sleeper, perfect sleeper. By Certa. It's a healthy investment in yourself.
To keep your car running better, smoother, longer, turn it over to Goodyear for a 12-month engine tune-up. The Goodyear service store will tune your engine now, and if your engine needs adjustment or parts replaced that were part of the original tune-up, Goodyear will fix it free. A 12-month engine tune-up now for just $42 for 4-cylinder cars with electronic ignition. 6 and 8 cylinders higher. Additional parts and services extra if needed. Add $8 for standard ignition.
Turn it over to Goodyear.
This is WBBM Chicago News Radio 78.
Squad 12 is 10-4. We're responding.
Accidents and other unexpected medical problems can happen any time of the day or night. That's why the emergency department of Bethesda Hospital never closes. We're open round the clock every day of the year. Qualified physicians and professional nurses are always on duty to provide immediate emergency treatment. And they're backed by all the specialized equipment and skills of Bethesda Hospital. A modern, fully accredited primary care hospital with diversified medical and surgical capabilities. You may never have a medical emergency, but it's a good idea to be prepared just in case. Keep the phone number of your personal physician handy. Keep our telephone number handy, too. 761-6000. 761-6000. Remember, on the north side of Chicago, we're near you when you need us. Bethesda Emergency Services, 24 hours a day, 7 days a week. At Howard and Western in Chicago.
Heard it said, true luck consists not in holding the best cards at the table, but in knowing just when to rise and go home. To which we might also add, and knowing when to stay in the pot, and when to fold, and when to bet, call, or raise. But if one could do all these things consistently, it would be more than luck. It would be because one possessed an all-seeing eye, which is what our story is all about.
Danu!
Does the Herod-born call his servant?
Listen, was it a dream?
A dream?
Did I dream, Danu, that thou and I walked into the jungle and came upon a shrine to the goddess, what was the name of that goddess? I forget.
Izari.
Yes, and she said to me that I could... Wait a minute. How dost thou know the name of the goddess?
I was there with the favored one.
Thou wert there? With me? Then it was no dream. And this piece of glass...
The eye of the goddess Azari.
It's supposed to show me the winning hand at cards, the winning horse at the track.
It is even as the fortunate one says.
I don't believe it. I can't believe it.
Does the sublime one have the eye?
The glass in my pocket.
Then at the racetrack, even now... Are the horses striving with each other?
Yes, well, what's the point of going to the racetrack? I don't have a single rupee to wager.
True. But come, my lord. Who knows what visions await?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19, 20, 21, 22, 23, 24, 25, 26, 27, 28, 29, 30, 31, 32, 33, 34, 35, 36, 37, 38, 39, 40, 41, 42, 43, 44, 45, 46, 47, 48, 49, 50, 51, 52, 53, 54, 55, 56, 57, 58, 59, 60, 61, 62, 63, 64, 65, 66, 67, 68, 69, 70, 71, 72, 73, 74, 75, 76, 77, 78, 79, 80, 81, 82, 83, 84, 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, 100, 101, 102, 103, 104, 105, 106, 107, 108, 109, 110, 111, 112, 113, 114, 115, 116, 117, 118, 119
See the horses stand in line.
Yes, I see.
Is there one that meets with my lord's favor?
I have no money. If I did, I'd bet it and lose it. I was a fool to come here. No, Danu, I shall go home and put an end to my sorry self.
But the eye of his eye.
A piece of brightly colored glass.
And it shows the heaven-born nothing?
Nothing, Danu. Nothing.
My lord, on this paper is written many things, much information.
Yes, I know that paper, Danu. How well I know that paper. It is called a tout sheet.
And yet, it speaks much useful information.
Well, I see the names of 8 animals, and each is a stubborn brute that runs fast or slow according to some whim of its own mysterious, brutish nature.
Yes, but still
and furthermore, Fatima? Fatima. I see her break quickly at the start. She leads at the 8th, increases at the quarter, falters at the half. No, my girl. Go. See that? She regains the stride. She enters the stretch. She's neck and neck. And now, she forges ahead. She wins driving. Fatima.
You see, it is even here written on the paper.
Fatima. I have seen Fatima win, but the race has not yet begun.
Oh, it is the eye of Azari.
What eye of Azari?
That sees everything, even Fatima, at 20 to 1.
Fatima is 20 to 1.
It is written.
Is it possible?
There is the man with the book. Surely the presents will wish to wager, say, £10 on Fatima?
Danu, don't rush me. Fatima, I saw her win. Stand, Danu. Let me write her name on this piece of paper. Fatima, £10. Signed, Jack Farnsworth. All right, now then, Danu. Run thou to the book, Sahib, and place this in his hands.
I did, even as I was told. And then there was the gun. And the horses raced forward like tortured spirits rushing to escape from Gehenna. And the little mare, Fatima, did lead them all. And no one else, it seemed, had seen fit to bet on her. So, as she raced about the track, there was a silence as the crowd's favorites lagged behind. And only the voice of my master could be heard in that vast throng.
Come on, Fatima! You can do it, girl. I've seen you do it before. Come on, Fatima! Come on, girl!
When the day was done, and we departed from the ring where the book sahib hold forth.
Let me add this up. This is 200 for Fatima, 300 for Salia, 400 for Chalunda. It's not a bad day. What sayest thou, Danu?
Yes, it is the eye that has shown the invincible one how each race would end.
Yes, Danu, it is the eye. For without it, I would never bet on such mangy pieces of horseflesh that have today won me this fortune.
And where does your honor go now?
Now, Danu? Now I go forth to the club. I go forth to shear at a place where formerly I was shorn. I shall recount all that occurred when I come home. It's Percy Smollett. Good evening, Percy.
Well, Jack.
Oh, I see the club is having a dance.
Well, Jack, I would like to avoid any unpleasantness.
Of course. We always have a dance on Saturday nights.
Jack, now, you're supposed to be barred from the premises until
I pay my dues. Yes, that's right.
Jack, I don't make the rules.
Of course not, Percy. Where is my account? I wish to settle it.
Now?
Well, a thing that's worth doing is best done promptly.
Well, it's a rather large sum.
Well, I happen to have some cash in my pocket. Let me look. Oh, well, you think I have enough here?
What? Jack, what happened? Did some aunt of yours, some nice old lady, finally close her eyes?
Let us say that some nice old lady finally opened mine. Shall you give me a receipt?
Yes. Why don't we step into my office? let me sign this little receipt. And here you are.
I thank you, Passy.
Of course.
Tell me, the usual bunch around this evening?
Yes, why, of course. In the card room, naturally. I was headed that way myself.
You suppose I might sit in for a few hands?
Oh, why, Jack, now that you're a member in good standing once again, well, you're as welcome as the very air we breathe.
My bet, I suppose. I say, £1. Percy?
Well, I say, let's make it a £5. Jack? Jack, it's your bet.
My bet?
Jack, Tom open for £1. I say a £5. What do you say?
I say a tenner.
2 jacks.
2 ladies.
Now that's luck. 3 kings.
3 aces.
And I'm thoroughly cleaned. I may as well fold. Jack, you lucky devil. Did you find a way to see through the backs of the cards?
And soon, my master became the richest man in the club. Everybody deferred to him and made much of him. But there was one who still shunned him.
Penelope, please wait, please. Oh.
Yes.
Penelope, you won't see me when I come calling. You won't talk to me at the club. You cut me dead at Paletti's and every other place we run into each other.
Can't you take the hint?
Please, Penelope.
It's a beautiful morning. You're spoiling my ride.
But, darling, why won't you marry me now? Your parents no longer disapprove.
Oh, no. They think you're quite a cat.
Yes, you said you wouldn't marry me because you were afraid you would lose the roof over your head one day. Are you still afraid?
Yes.
But I'm rich, Penelope. I am easily the wealthiest man on the station.
And every penny comes to you from gambling. And therefore, one day, every penny can leave you the same way it came.
Oh, no, darling, never.
You are having a streak of luck. It can turn.
No, it isn't luck. It's you.
Yes?
I'll tell you this to prove I love you. Now, you mustn't think I'm mad, but I have the eye of the goddess. And with it, I can see all the winning cards, all the winning horses.
Oh, my darling boy, you have gone mad.
Penelope, listen.
No, this proves once and for all you must rid yourself of this gambling sickness before it destroys you completely.
Penelope, stay.
I shall come back only when you have cast aside this accursed habit forever.
Yes, Tanu, my original instinct was correct. I should hang myself.
My lord has asked for a way to gamble and win. It has been found. Why this further talk?
Penelope will have none of it. Dost thou understand? And without her, nothing is worthwhile in this life here below.
Then give it up. The cards, the horses.
Give it up, give it. How can I give it up?
My lord, perhaps this can be accomplished.
How?
Did not my lord once declare a set of conditions under which he would abandon the pursuit of the wagering forever?
I don't remember to know.
But thy servant recalls. Come to the jungle, to the shrine of Azari, and to the high priestess.
And what is this? The Sahib wishes to return the eye?
It is no longer of use to me.
Hold to the light, the all-seeing eye. Tell me, what is revealed?
Why, it's light. It's getting light. The sun is rising.
How can the sun rise, Sahib? It is midnight.
Look, the sun. See how it lights up the jungle? Never has there been such a brilliant sunlight. Thunder? How is this possible? Look, what falls from the sky. Snow. Snow.
Snow in the jungle.
Of course, it's snow. It's covering the trees. I'm freezing. Snow. A tiger? I've no gun. I'm unarmed.
Have no fear, Sahib. Thou shalt be protected.
Protected? By what? By whom? That's a tiger.
See, the tiger flees for its life. It is being pursued by a deer.
A deer?
See, the deer catches the tiger, falls upon it.
A deer turns on a tiger?
The Sahib has seen it with his own eyes.
Yes, I have seen it.
Thou art free now. For has not the Sahib said, the gambling is a fever in the blood. I will stop when the sun shines at midnight, when the snow falls in the jungle, and when the deer slays the tiger. Remember?
Yes, I remember.
Thou hast seen these things?
Yes.
Where are they now? The sun at midnight, the snow in the jungle, the tiger slain by the deer.
Where?
The moon shines through the trees. There is not, never was, can never be any snow. And but 50 yards from here is a deer, slain by a tiger, as is proper to the law of the jungle.
But I saw the sun and the snow and the conquering deer.
Thou didst see what the gambler sees when the fever runs high in the blood. Visions, phantoms, illusions. And now the fever has burned itself out. Go.
Tulu, I just had the strangest dream. I can't make heads or tails of the thing. It was snowing, and deer were killing tiger, and that old beggar lady was... Oh, what's the difference?
Does the heaven-born go to the club tonight?
The club? Why would I want to go to the club?
The protector of the poor goes there every night to play cards.
Oh, well, I don't see the point of that anymore. I mean, why should I sit around in a sweaty room, drink too much whiskey, and throw cards at a surly group of nervous, bad-tempered people?
Why, indeed.
Especially when I can walk about in the fresh air, enjoy the beautiful moonlight with the lovely Penelope.
Why, indeed. And so Jack Farnsworth has made his choice. And you will agree with it or disagree with it, according to your own personal views on love, life, and gambling. And I shall have some personal views of my own for you shortly.
Staying on the road with Quaker State, running long and trouble-free.
Quaker State's new lifetime engine lubrication protection program guarantees in writing any new car engine using only Quaker State against oil-related failure as long as you own it. Quaker State, the quality motor oil refined from Pennsylvania-grade crude oil. Coverage and limited warranty details at participating new car dealers. Proof of maintenance required. New car or old.
You'll be staying on the road with Quaker State.
Mornings seem to start out better. You seem to go much better when you start to play together. Maxwell House and you get that nerve to the last cup with Maxwell House, only Maxwell House.
A taste, a feeling like no other coffee. Always good to the last drop.
Maxwell House.
Start your mornings with a double dose of laughter on CBS television, beginning with The Jeffersons.
Me and her been through some hard times together, and ain't another woman in this world who will stick by me the way she had.
You ain't lying.
The laughs continue with Alice. And then,
here's the first item up for bids, and the price is right.
Join Bob Barker and for an hour of excitement and fabulous prizes, it's The Jeffersons, Alice, and The Price is Right. Weekdays on CBS television.
Dr. Seuss for the library.
The first time I ever set foot inside a library, I was 8 years old, and I got caught in a rainstorm. I ran into that library to save my shoes. What happened to me in that library was more valuable than any pair of shoes. That day, I found out where the great books were, and they showed me how to use them. And I hope that every kid who's listening in will get caught someday in a rainstorm in front of a library.
A public service message of the American Library Association.
You hear people say of something or other that it's in the cards. Just precisely what does that mean? Is it possible that all the cards will always fall according to some prearranged pattern? Is it then also possible to predict that pattern by following laws of averages and probabilities? Was Jack Farnsworth's all-seeing eye merely a concentration on the past performances of horses? You can call it the eye of Azari, or you can call it applied psychology. Perhaps in the end, it's all one and the same thing. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Earl Hammond, and Roberta Maxwell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Like Delta Ready. Take New Orleans, Houston, and St. Louis. Delta has more non-stops to New Orleans than any other airline. Delta's good and ready to St. Louis, too, with 8 timely non-stops, including 2 from close-in Midway. You can also choose from 3 Delta non-stops to Houston, or from a dozen other departures. Delta has thrifty night coach and Supreme Super Saver fares that'll save you money to all these places. See your travel agent or call Delta for details. And next trip to New Orleans, Houston, or St. Louis, call Delta. Ready? Go.
Delta is ready when you are. Delta is ready when
CBS News. The nationwide postal strike was scheduled to begin at this hour if there wasn't some progress in the talks. I'm Dave Dugan reporting on the CBS radio network. Rita Flynn reports from the negotiations in Washington.
Talks between the Postal Service and the 2 largest unions resumed this evening, but thus far there's been no word about extending the strike deadline that passed at midnight Eastern Time. Earlier tonight, Vincent Zambrano, head of the National Association of Letter Carriers, again said today's talks have yielded no progress and members are reconciled to the prospect of a nationwide walkout.
We don't do it with any fervor. We don't do it with any degree of happiness. In point of fact, we're rather sad about it. But certainly we're relaxed because we know we are right.
The 2 biggest unions have flatly rejected a second wage package management said was a substantially different offer. But despite that rejection and at this late hour, the Postal Service still says it does not anticipate a strike. Rita Flynn, CBS News, Washington.
There's no news on the baseball talks, and there won't be. Both sides have agreed to a news blackout. Federal mediators have said intensive news coverage has hindered progress. Those baseball talks continue Tuesday morning in Washington. CBS News will continue after this message.
The Wall Street Journal, in a recent article, explained why investors should start figuring the proposed 1982 tax changes into their investment plans now. So have a pencil ready for an important offer from the Wall Street Journal that can help you get a head start every business day with up-to-the-minute business information that can affect your future and your company's future. Other stories in the Journal revealed why the Reagan administration's efforts to cool inflation could result in high interest rates and a sluggish economy. Why delinquencies on home mortgage loans climbed to record levels in many areas, and how the drop in oil prices is helping companies and individuals all across the country. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 26 weeks of the Journal, one for every business day of the week, for less than $1.60 per week. That's just $41 for 26 weeks. So if you're serious about business in the continental U.S., call toll-free 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600. Except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
The United States has indefinitely suspended all deliveries of F-16 fighter planes to Israel. A decision by President Reagan was announced Monday night in Ottawa by Secretary of State Haig. Secretary Haig says stopping the shipping of the fighter planes to Israel was done in the context of the overall violence in the Middle East. Secretary Haig rejected a suggestion that keeping the fighter planes from Israel was done to pressure the Israeli cabinet, which meets in a few hours to discuss a ceasefire. The leaders of the 7 Western nations meeting in Ottawa have warned the Soviet Union against any military buildup. The Western nations also warned the Soviet-backed government of Afghanistan to stop giving aid to hijackers or face a cutoff of air service from the countries meeting in Ottawa. French President Mitterrand told President Reagan that high interest rates in the United States are causing unemployment in France, and those U.S. interest rates are going even higher. Most of them, with the exception of the prime, went up again Monday. In reaction, the stock market fell 18 points. That's the biggest drop in the Dow Jones average since President Reagan's inauguration day. The official death toll in the Kansas City hotel tragedy has been reduced from 113 to 111. Police say there was an error in counting. There will be at least 5 investigations into what caused the collapse of the walkways at the Hyatt Hotel. The president of the company that designed the walkways, Jack Gillum, says it will be a while before anything is known.
We will not release anything until after everyone has a consensus. It's one of those things that you've got to have all of the facts and put them all together. And as far as we're concerned, we will not release any information until there's a definite conclusion on what caused it. And of course, there will be different teams come up with different, or possibly different viewpoints, but because the different teams represent different concerns, it'll all come out, but it will be a while.
The first victims of the collapse of those walkways were buried Monday in Kansas City. Miss Venezuela, Irene Zayas Conde, is the new Miss Universe. Miss USA was selected in the semifinal round, but was not chosen as a finalist. Now this.
If you love great music of any kind, classical, jazz, country, you'll love this free offer from the Smithsonian Institution. The Smithsonian wants to help you explore fully the music you love. So it's offering, free for the asking, its catalog of the finest and most comprehensive recordings available nowhere else. In the catalog, you'll discover magnificent collections of opulent masterpieces by Bach and Handel. You'll also find some of the great performances of Louis Armstrong, Duke Ellington, and other jazz greats. There's a giant jamboree of country music and the joyous sounds of the American musical stage. And there's much more. If you're a collector, if you're looking for musical adventure, let the Smithsonian be your guide. For your free 24-page catalog with complete descriptions, simply write Smithsonian Recordings, Washington, D.C., 20560. That's Smithsonian Recordings, Washington, 20560.
The Chrysler Corporation will report a profit for the second quarter of this year. That's the first time since the end of 1978 that Chrysler has not finished in the red. The announcement of Chrysler's turnaround was made by Auto Workers President Douglas Fraser, who serves on Chrysler's board of directors. Dave Dugan, CBS News.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Judge not, lest ye be judged. Advice that is eloquently simple and speaks to the heart of the matter. And yet, is it humanly possible to travel through life without making a single judgment? And what of those who are empowered by society to weigh the fate of others in the scales of justice and render the decision of life or death?
Joe, I wish you wouldn't talk about it.
Why not? They can't touch me. The cops can't touch me, baby. I'm above the law.
Well, somehow they might just find
No, never. No way. I have the law 100% on my side. I mean, can you imagine? The law's on my side finally. And the law says I can get away with murder.
Our mystery drama, Matched Pair for Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Arnold Moss and Christopher Tabori. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Marshal Tawny Lansdowne was named after two justices of the United States Supreme Court. And when he was little, he never wanted to be a fireman or a ball player like other small boys. He always wanted to become a judge. And he did. A very good one. With his snow-white hair and piercing blue eyes, he even looks like a judge. And so you might ask, what's his problem? We'll get to it before long, but first, let us concern ourselves with what caused it.
All right. The world isn't coming to an end. Now, Mr. Stroud, you've gone and lost your key again.
Good evening, Mrs. Harp.
What are you doing here? Aren't you supposed to be in Chicago? Well, do you want me to fix you something to eat?
Would you, Mrs. Harp?
Well, a boy and egg with some dry toast.
How about sirloin steak? Rare.
Certainly.
Some French fried potato.
Oh, dream on, Mr. Stroud.
Do you have any apple pie?
You take one bite of red meat, and you're a dead man. And as for those sweets and starches, what's gotten into you tonight? You know Dr. Downing forbids you to touch any of it.
Dr. Downing never forbid me to do anything. You must be thinking about my brother.
Oh, it's you. Mr. Marvin Stroud.
Yes, it is I. The bad penny.
That turns up once a month.
I'd like to make it once a week. But my dear brother needs at least 30 days to simmer down after each of my visits.
Don't you have any more pride than that, Mr. Stroud?
Then what, Mrs. Harp?
Then living off your brother's bounty.
It's not my fault. If I was smarter than he is, he could live off mine.
He isn't home just now.
And did he leave the usual little envelope?
I know nothing about that.
Oh, come on, Mrs. Harp.
I really don't know. Oh, I've never been able to get over it. It's like the two of you are one person. Same face, same voice. But when it comes to morals, you're as different as day and night.
Do you realize, Mrs. Harp, I hear the same thing from you every month. Word for word.
I'm about to leave the house now. Tomorrow's my Thursday.
Oh?
Are you going to stay and wait for Mr. Stroud?
I'm afraid I'll just have to. I'm too financially embarrassed. When did my brother say he'd be coming back?
Sometime this evening.
Well, you don't have to postpone your leaving on my account. I'll just make myself at home here.
I'm sure you will.
In here! In here!
Who are you?
Melvin Stroud. This is my house.
Who's the dead man?
My brother, Marvin. My twin brother.
Where is he?
Right through here. In my den. You
can see. He's dead.
Let me get to that telephone. Tell me what happened.
I don't know. I came home just a few minutes ago. I walked into the library here, and I saw my brother Marvin lying on the floor. Just like that.
Does he live here?
No. He'd come to visit me. He does that once a month.
Place looks torn up. Hello. This is Lieutenant Lewis. Hold it a minute. Mr. Stroud, has anything been taken?
I don't know. Who bothers to think at a time like this?
Offhand, it does look like a robbery. Now, does anything seem to be missing?
Yes. The silver tray on my desk. And look, the painting is hanging down. That's my wall safe.
Has it been opened?
No. I can see it's locked. Only I know the combination. Oh, my Lord.
What is it?
Poor Marvin. The thief, the robber must have thought it was me. We're twins. He must have insisted that Marvin open the safe. Marvin couldn't do it. And so the fellow killed him.
Hello, Gus. It's a robbery and homicide. Man's dead. Get over here and start the routine.
The sign there says you buy old silver.
Oh, yes, sir. At Porkins and Perry, you can expect the highest prices.
Well, let me show you what I got here. This tray, a little pot and a pitcher.
Well, now, that is a fine-looking tea set.
It sure is.
I must ask you for proof of ownership.
Well, it's a family heirloom.
Can you identify yourself?
Well, what do you want to see? My driver's license? Sure.
Mr. Joseph Talley. Oh, but you're from out of state.
Well, what else can I show you?
Do you know anybody in town who can vouch for you?
Well, yeah, sure. I know Miss Marietta Winslow.
Winslow? Is she the daughter of the big real estate operator, Winslow?
Yeah. And that's the girl I'm going to marry. Yeah, this picture I clipped from the Sunday paper is the picture of the two of us. Engaged.
I see.
Now, about the silver.
Oh, yes, the silver. It's a most unusual piece. An heirloom, obviously. English. You could have something extremely valuable here. Let me check the hallmarks. Where's... Oh, the book is in the back. Wait a second, I'll go get it. Hello? Is this the special police number for the Stroud murder? Well, I'm not sure that this is anything. The man is obviously a respectable person, but this silver tea service checks out exactly with the description you set out. Porkins and Perry at the corner of 6th and Maiden. Oh, yes. Yes, I could keep talking to him.
You say you found the silver tea tray, Joe?
Yeah, I found it, Lieutenant.
Where?
I told you. It was just lying on the street near the curb.
You didn't by any chance find it in Mr. Stroud's library after you killed his brother?
I didn't kill him. And I wasn't in his house.
Footprints around the back match your shoes, Joe.
Yeah, I wear an 8.5D, and so do millions of other guys.
We have witnesses that put you in the neighborhood. And, of course, you just did a 3 to 5 for armed robbery.
That's right. I already did it. I paid the price. So that one's squared, isn't it?
Tell me something, Joe. On the level now. How did you get that tea set?
Oh, Joe, I thought all that was over. Finished. Behind you.
Honey, it is. Believe me, it is. It's just that I saw this package, and it was just lying there on the ground. Sure, I know. I should have picked it up and brought it to the police, turned it in. Yeah, but I...
Yes, Joe?
I just weakened for a minute. Can you understand that?
I can understand.
I would never steal again. But I said to myself, this isn't stealing exactly. I'm just picking something off the street. I know it's crazy. I know it now. I wanted money to buy you something. An engagement present. Oh. And I saw this silver and I thought, it was so dumb.
Well, what are we going to do? The district attorney wants to go to trial.
Yeah, I know guys like him. He figures I got a record. He can railroad me home for this thing. I don't know what got into me.
But it's really only circumstantial evidence.
Yeah, and that's what most evidence is. Honey, look, just believe me. I'm innocent. Come on, tell me you believe me.
Yes, my darling. I believe you.
Hey, this court is now in session. Judge Marshall Taney Lansdowne presiding. Please rise.
And thus another one begins. Another play of human emotions that's more powerful than anything ever witnessed in a theater. How much comedy and tragedy have I presided over and conducted? Yes, that's the right word. A judge conducts a trial the way a maestro leads an orchestra and brings it subtly to his own conclusion. Well, now, what have we here this time? The People versus Joseph Walter Emmons.
Yes, sir. Mr. Marvin Stroud arrived at the house at about 7 that evening. I knew it was 7 because I was getting ready to catch the 7:30 bus. I left him there alone in the house to wait for his brother, Mr. Melvin Stroud.
I came home, and I found the body of my brother on the floor in the library. It was about 10 p.m. I called the police.
We entered the premises. We found the body of Mr. Marvin Stroud on the floor, as has already been attested to. You could see there was a bullet wound in the chest. Yes, sir. There were definite signs of robbery.
The prosecution was laying the groundwork, and they seemed to have a pretty good case. I looked at the defendant. He had a record. He was, in my opinion, a bit too sleek and handsome, but this must not be allowed to influence anyone's judgment. And then I noticed her. She was sitting as close to him as the law could allow. I've never seen such faith, trust, and love in a woman's eyes. She believed him. And this could have an effect on the jury if she made them aware of it.
Yes, sir. He brought in the tray. You see, we're dealers in gold and silver, Porkins and Perry, at 6th and Maynard. It was exactly as described in the police circular. But naturally, I notified the authorities at once. I wasn't going to have any traffic in stolen goods.
It was a strong statement. As he made it, I could see the words pierce right into the jury. The defense counsel didn't see fit to intervene. I saw it was time for me to take command of the trial. Mr. Porkins.
Yes, Your Honor.
At the time the tray was brought into your shop, did you know for a fact that it had been stolen?
Well, Your Honor,
You suspected that it might be stolen, however.
Oh, yes, because it tallied pretty closely with the information on the circular.
Well, earlier you said it tallied exactly. And now you say pretty closely.
Well, what I bet was, Your Honor, it looked like it.
But at the time you could not say for certain under oath that the tray had been stolen.
No. No, Your Honor.
Very well. You may proceed with your questioning, Mr. Dayton. I must say it did not look too promising for the defendant. Mr. Joe Emmons was headed for a guilty verdict even at this early stage unless something happened. The defense wasn't doing too well even on cross-examination.
Yes, I knew the defendant. I was the arresting officer for his previous conviction. And that was a robbery, like this one, of a rich man's house.
It wasn't getting better. The defense didn't have much of a case. Things were going steadily downhill when suddenly she jumped to her feet.
He's innocent. I tell you, he's innocent.
Now, miss, you must be seated.
Oh, please listen to me.
You'll be given a chance to testify at the proper time.
But I must be heard now.
I'm sorry. I must ask you to sit
No
down.
one wants to believe him. Everyone's convinced
Miss, I must ask you to...
It's a matter of life and death. I know he's innocent. I know.
Now, look, I told you you'll have a chance to present your evidence.
But I have no evidence. I just know in my heart that he's innocent.
Miss, I can sympathize with your feelings, but I cannot permit you to disrupt this trial. Unless you promise to sit quietly and be orderly, I'll have you barred from this courtroom. Do you understand?
Yes, Your Honor. I understand.
You may proceed with your questions, Counselor.
And on that note, we shall proceed with our usual between-the-acts intermission. What we seem to have here is one of those open and shut trials where the defendant is obviously guilty. But who was it that said, "Beware of the obvious. It is usually devious"? We shall continue shortly. The purpose of a trial is to discover or construct what really happened. There is a welter of charges, countercharges, affirmations and denials, and from all this ferment, there rises the essence of truth. And what is truth? Isn't it odd? We may spend a lifetime looking for it, and when we finally encounter it, we may not even know it.
Young lady, what are you doing in my car?
Your Honor, I must talk to you.
Oh, it's you. You want to discuss the case.
I must.
Well, that's impossible.
Oh, please, Your Honor.
And it's illegal, certainly highly unethical.
I must tell you something.
Only in court and on the record.
I met him in jail. I was with a committee that tried to do things for convicts. It happens. We fell in love.
Miss, I must ask you to get out of my car.
He never had a chance. But I knew. A woman knows. Her heart tells her when a man is sincere. I know he's innocent.
It would be awkward if I were forced to call a police officer.
I'm right. I know I'm right. And that's all I wanted to tell you.
It was touching. And I didn't realize at the time how deeply I was touched. There was something about this girl, something so real, so genuine. You just knew she was telling you the truth. And when she was finally called as a character witness for the defense, you could sense how everyone wanted to believe her.
I know how difficult it is for a man like Joe Emmons to be believed. It's so easy to classify and reject him as an ex-con. But he's a human being, and he has changed. Of course, he shouldn't have tried to sell the silver tray, but a man can't change all at once.
Then and there, I set the direction. The jury instinctively wanted me to guide them. They tried to read me. Well, it wasn't difficult to get the hint and feel the drift.
Yes. I saw a man coming out of the house that night. I didn't think anything of it at the time. Why should I? But I remember him very well. Yes. It was the defendant.
Let me understand this. You say you saw the defendant?
Oh, yes, Your Honor.
Well, where were you?
I was across the street.
It had to be the boulevard.
Oh, yes, sir. The boulevard.
It's pretty wide in that neighborhood, isn't it?
Oh, you could say that, Your Honor.
And it was a dark night.
Well, it had been raining. It just stopped.
How far would you say it was from where you were standing to where you had seen the defendant?
Oh, 50 60 yards, maybe.
About half the length of a football field. And at that distance on a dark night, you could see him clearly.
It looked like the defendant.
Yeah, but that's not what you said before. You testified that you saw the defendant.
Well, it might have been the defendant.
It's almost unbelievable. But all you need is just one little loose thread, and before you know it, the entire fabric begins to come apart. The fact is, in most trials, the jury believes those whom it wants to believe. And so, after I had charged the jury, they went out, and in time it returned with a verdict that really surprised no one.
We find the defendant, Joseph Emmons, not guilty.
And that was that. I was convinced that justice had been done. A few weeks later...
Your Honor, I'm Detective Lieutenant Lewis.
Oh, yes. I remember you, Lieutenant Lewis.
I guess you heard about it from the DA.
No, I haven't heard anything. I've been out of the country on vacation.
There's nothing to be done about it anyhow. But we blew the Stroud murder case.
What's that, Lieutenant?
There's no other way to put it. There was a mistake.
Well, whatever are you talking about?
Joe Emmons is guilty.
Well, not on the basis of the evidence presented by the district attorney.
Well, that's just the problem. He didn't have all the evidence, especially the one piece that would have nailed the door shut. Joe Emmons' fingerprints.
Well, why not?
We found some of his prints in the library.
Well, that would be undeniable proof that he was there.
Yeah, but there was a mistake of some kind or other. It happens. And the prints just got mixed up. That's all.
That's all?
Well, it got mixed up by accident, then it got straightened out by accident. But by that time, the whole trial was over. The DA says we're out of luck. Emmons was acquitted. If you try him again, it's double jeopardy. Is that right?
It would seem to be.
Oh, it kills me to see him get away with this.
It would appear that he has.
Sir, you're considered one of the top judges in the country.
Yeah, I wonder.
Could maybe something occur to you? Some kind of legal angle.
Like what?
Your Honor, if I knew like what, I wouldn't have to ask.
Those were definitely his fingerprints.
Yes, sir. No doubt. No question.
Let me think, Lieutenant. Maybe something will occur to me.
Just a minute, honey. Oh. Hello, Judge Lansdowne.
May I come in, Miss Winslow, or have you become Mrs. Emmons?
Soon. Maybe not tomorrow, but soon. Oh, come in, Judge.
You love Joe. That's obvious. I want you to do something for him, for both of you. Will you?
Of course.
Joe murdered Marvin Stroud.
Oh, I knew that.
You knew that?
He just told me. But the jury came up with a verdict of not guilty. So, he's out of it.
Yes, I see.
What do you see, Judge?
A great deal. You took advantage of me, didn't you?
Me?
Oh, you're a marvelous little actress.
That's the way the world goes round, Judge.
I had come here thinking that you might help me.
To do what?
Promise not to laugh.
I promise.
I wanted you to convince Joe to confess his guilt, waive his rights not to be tried under double jeopardy, and accept some sort of punishment for his crime.
See? I kept my promise. I didn't laugh.
You're a strange young lady.
I did it to teach my father a thing or two. And I'm going to marry Joe Emmons because that'll destroy the old gentleman.
And that's the only reason,
Well, Joe's very good looking. I could do worse, even if he is stupid. Why did he have to commit that murder and get involved in that robbery? Oh, it's just that he gets carried away sometimes.
Well, you certainly aren't planning a very happy life for yourself, are you?
Well, we got a visitor. Hello there, Judge.
Hello, Joe.
The judge says you're guilty, dear.
Not according to the law. Isn't that right, Judge?
Legally, right. But ethically and morally, wrong.
You can't have everything.
I was hoping you could come forward, admit your guilt, and ask for some sort of punishment.
Why would I want to do that, Judge?
Because you happen to be guilty.
You were there when the jury brought in the verdict. Why should I rock the boat?
Well, for one thing, you'll be able to sleep at night.
Oh, don't let that bother you, Judge. I always sleep like a log.
Well, we'll see what happens.
Yeah, what can happen? I know the law, Judge. I learned it the hard way.
Well, I know something of the law myself. It's full of surprises. I need your help, Lieutenant.
Me, Your Honor? What can I do?
I don't really know. We'll have to break new ground.
What does that mean?
Well, right now, from a legal point of view, he's safe and secure.
Well, if you're convinced of that, shouldn't this be the end of it?
Yes, ordinarily. But I want that man set up.
Your Honor, are you taking this personally?
Absolutely.
Well, things like this, they're hard to swallow, I admit, but it happens. You get a guy who committed a crime, everybody knows it. Sometimes you even see the blood on his hands. But he walks out of that courtroom a free man. Why? Because of the technicality in the law.
Well, it's all my fault. He should have been convicted.
Why do you say that, Judge?
I could never explain it to your satisfaction, but I want you to help me put this man away.
Your Honor, I have to keep asking. How?
See if we can unearth some new evidence.
Well, maybe we could do that, but what's the use? No matter what we come up with, we still can't try him for murder again. Can we?
Can we? On that legal point, we shall pause for our intermission. Let us briefly review. The legal situation seems to be clear. You can't be tried twice for the same crime. That would seem to be one of the basic support pillars of our criminal justice system. But who knows what can happen when you get into a courtroom? We should find out in Act 3. On the face of it seems a rather simple crime. But if you look beneath it, you are lost in a maze of complications. First, a judge who has succumbed to a sudden feeling of vulnerability. Second, a very spoiled, rich young lady who wishes to get back at her father for wrongs that are real or fancied, or does it matter? Third, a rather stupid thief who could be sitting on top of the world, but was unable to break a lifetime habit of crime. Fourth, a mistake in the police laboratory. And fifth, a law against double jeopardy. The pot is simmering nicely.
What's the use of collecting evidence, Your Honor? He can't be tried again. You know that better than anybody else.
Not for this crime, but maybe we can get him for another one.
Yeah, well, that's going to be a long, hard road to travel. And we can't even be sure it could lead us anywhere.
But you will help me, Lieutenant.
I will. But you'll have to tell me how.
How? Did I even know myself? The lieutenant is right. Let it go. You win some, you lose some. But I'd lost a great deal more. I'd practically directed that verdict of acquittal. I had helped this man escape justice. I simply refused to sit back and do nothing. And so, grasping at straws...
Yes? Oh, it's the judge.
How do you do, Mrs. Hart?
Oh, fine, sir. Would you care to come inside?
Thank you.
Mr. Stroud isn't home at the moment.
That's all right. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions.
Me? Oh, well, won't you sit down? No, what can I tell you about anything?
I'm not sure. Mrs. Hart, what happened here the night Mr. Marvin Stroud was murdered?
What happened? Well, sir, he came here, like I told them, at about 7.
Was he a frequent visitor?
Oh, no, sir. Just about once a month to pick up his check.
Well, what check was that?
He was what the English, in all those stories I read, call a remittance man. He'd be paid off regularly just to keep away.
Why?
The two brothers were as alike as, well, the proverbial peas in the pod on the outside. Inside, you might say, Marvin, may he rest in peace, was a mass of corruption, while Mr. Melvin is the very soul of, I suppose you could say, righteousness.
They were identical twins.
Oh, yes, yes. I think that was mentioned at the trial. Anyhow, Marvin squandered his money in record time. Melvin keeps on, increasing his.
And he kept supporting his brother, you say?
Oh, yes. And I remember he would say to him, this will only be here for you while I'm alive. When I'm dead, you won't see a penny, so mend your ways. Because all my money goes to a selected list of schools and foundations.
You say they were diametrically opposed in personality and character.
Without any doubt. Mr. Melvin had no use for poor Mr. Marvin.
Poor Mr. Marvin?
I think he was mentally sick, the way he carried on. But he would infuriate Mr. Melvin.
That's a strong word.
But it fits. There were times when Mr. Melvin would say to me, I could kill that scoundrel.
Just because he disapproved of his brother's way of life?
It went deeper than that. I know Marvin broke their father's heart. Melvin could never forgive him.
But still he supported him. Why?
Because in the end, he would say, blood is thicker than water. Besides, Mr. Melvin could die at any time.
Why?
Well, he has these very bad ulcers. He's had a great many intestinal operations.
But he would still become furious with his brother.
Oh, yes, yes. He would rant and rave. But in the end, he would relent. And this is really all I can tell you. I hope it helped.
I have a report here for you, Judge, on Mr. Melvin Stroud.
Good.
He's an investor. He's very well thought of, very rich, very moral, very ethical, not a breath of scandal. Now, this is what I get from his associates.
What else?
What else can there be? This is the original straight arrow.
Did anyone mention his having a temper?
Oh, yeah, he could explode, but he'd always apologize and make up for it.
In describing his temper, did anyone ever use the word violent?
Violent? No, not exactly, but I did sort of get the impression that word could sum it up.
All right, let's try for another word. How about vindictive? How did he behave toward anyone who might have done him an injury of some sort?
What did somebody say? He used your word. Melvin wouldn't exactly be vindictive, but he would always make sure that person paid for it in the end.
Well, we may have a theory. Rich Melvin killed his brother, poor Marvin.
Why?
Well, he never forgave Marvin for breaking their father's heart.
No, I don't think so.
Well, why not? You've had murders committed for less, and Melvin was a man of sudden outbursts of strong temper.
I'll give you all that, Judge. But you know as well as I do that Joe Emmons is the killer.
Why do we know that?
He was there. His fingerprints.
Could we be talking about two separate and distinct crimes? Marvin comes on his monthly visit to collect money. Melvin loses his temper. He kills his brother. He leaves the house. He plans to return after a while and say he found the body, and he hopes we'll believe it was done by a robber.
Two things. First, how about the gun?
He could have had a gun.
I don't think so. He would have had to get a permit. He wouldn't want the publicity, a man like him.
Well, therefore, he would have an illegal gun.
Maybe.
Well, then, by a coincidence, Joe Emmons happens along. He's had the place set up for a robbery. He may have cased it. He knows the housekeeper goes off Wednesday nights. He breaks in. He sees the body on the floor. He figures he'd better get out, but first he picks up whatever he can find.
Judge, you're giving me another coincidence.
Well, life itself is filled with coincidences. Aren't people always leaving incriminating documents lying around?
Yeah, sure, but why should Joe go around saying now that he beat the murder rap? If he isn't guilty of murder, why should he admit to it?
Well, because he's a punk. And this makes him a big man.
Maybe. But I still say he's the killer. Do you really think Melvin did it?
I don't know. It's just something to think about. Besides, it's the only other possibility.
What are you saying, Judge?
Mrs. Harp, I don't believe you told me the truth.
I never told a lie in my life. Mr. Stroud would never tolerate a liar.
Concerning Mr. Stroud, you've been helping him maintain a deception, haven't you?
Judge, what are you trying to tell me?
You've painted a picture of this highly moral, deeply religious human being. Is it possible that Melvin Stroud could have murdered his brother in a fit of temper?
No, sir. I would swear to it.
Well, then don't. We've had Mr. Stroud under surveillance. He gambles, he drinks. He's quite a man for the ladies. In a very discreet way, of course.
That's impossible. Alcohol would kill him.
I suppose he had you fooled too, Mrs. Harp.
I have nursed that man through 4 separate operations. I know what's left of his stomach. If you don't believe me, just ask his doctor. Poor Mr. Marvin, maybe. But Mr. Melvin, never.
Hello, Mr. Stroud.
Why, it's Judge Lansdowne. What are you doing in a place like this?
Well, I was told I might find you here.
You mean you're looking for me? What for?
Justice?
What can I do for justice?
Tell me how it happened.
I don't follow you.
It's a pretty clear trail. To begin with, you can't be Melvin Stroud. I spoke to his doctors. Melvin Stroud could never survive the pace of the life that you're leading right now.
Oh, that? Well, I feel better. Let's say I've had a miracle cure.
It would have to be a fantastic miracle.
You know what it says? Believe and be saved.
Of course. But no matter how strongly, no matter how deeply and sincerely you may believe, you can never get certain things back inside your body once they've been removed, such as a kidney, a gallbladder, and a few other things. What would your body reveal under X-ray?
Now, I really need a drink.
You might have carried it off had you also tried to live Melvin's kind of life.
I'd sooner be dead.
How did it happen?
Oh, I'd come there for the usual handout. He wasn't home. I was hungry. And, there isn't a thing to eat in that house. They have tea and toast and eggs, period. I figured I'd go out and have a steak. And I did.
When did you leave the house?
About 7:30. I went to a place down the road. I came back about an hour later. So you see, I have an alibi. If I need one.
But nobody's accusing you of murder.
I returned, and there he was, dead on the floor. The place had been pretty well gone over. As I say, he was dead. There was no way I could help him, but I could still help me. So I just changed clothes with him, quickly, and let the world think it was Marvin Stroud who had been murdered.
You actually thought you could get away with it?
I almost did, didn't I? If only I could control my appetite for the ladies and the liquor. Your Honor, you've got me. Can I be prosecuted for anything?
It won't be anything serious. And by the time we get it all straightened out, you may even get off.
I was crazy to think I could carry it off. It's funny, the whole business. Here was my brother Melvin, straight as a die. And he was sick and weak all his life. And me? How I lived it up. And I am as strong as a bull. How do you figure it, Your Honor?
I don't know. Maybe it's part of a plan.
What kind of plan?
A way to create justice. Lieutenant Lewis, would you like to come with me?
Where?
To see Joe Emmons.
Joe Emmons? What for?
I've signed a warrant for his arrest.
For what?
Murder.
What murder?
The Stroud murder.
But, Judge, we can't try him for that one again.
I agree. I'd like to be with you when you arrest him.
Judge, I sure hope you know what you're doing.
Hello, Miss Winslow.
What do you want?
Is this the angelic Miss Winslow whose innocence and sincerity actually seduced me from my impartial duties as a judge?
What do you want, Judge?
Well, to come in for one thing. Is he home?
He's in the other room.
Do I detect signs of strain here? Is the romance wearing thin? Is the price of defying Daddy proving a bit steep?
Well, I can't go running back now. Dear Daddy would never let me forget it.
Well, maybe the lieutenant and I can come to your rescue. Tell Joe we'd like to see him.
What for?
Well, I think he should be the first to hear it.
Joe, somebody here to see you.
I sure hope you know what you're up to, Judge.
Lieutenant, everything is in order.
Well, look who's here, the law. Oh, and very big law at that. What can I do for you, Judge?
Tell him, Lieutenant.
Joseph Emmons, I have here a warrant for your arrest for the murder...
Lieutenant, you can't arrest me for that anymore.
Arrest you and convict you. This time, the prosecutor will have the fingerprints that place you right there in the room.
I got news for you, Judge. He could have a videotape showing me shooting Marvin Stroud, and you still can't try me for the murder.
Well, you're not accused of murdering Marvin Stroud.
He's not?
Well, of course not. He didn't murder Marvin.
Well, who did he murder?
Read the warrant.
For the murder of Melvin Stroud.
Oh, but you can't. Double jeopardy says that
It says nothing at all to help you here. It's a new corpse, a new case. Lieutenant, read him his rights.
Yes, his rights. And they included his obligations as well, which required him to stand trial before a jury of his peers who considered the evidence carefully and returned with the verdict of guilty, as you would expect. You may also expect me to return in just a few minutes. We draw up a code of justice, and the words may be written in letters of fire or engraved in eternal stone. But whatever the words may say, they must receive an interpretation. And this can only come from a human being. Thus we have the dilemma. A man who has all the human frailties is called upon to decide the absolute. A judge, after all, is no better a man or a woman than the rest of us. How, then, can we expect him to play the part of God? Our cast included Arnold Moss, Christopher Tabori, E.V. Juster, and Bernard Grant. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown.
News 74, KCBS.
If you ever took one of those ordinary round 1-quart ice cream containers, a handful of paper fasteners, a couple of paper clips, some number 36 enameled copper wire, a small piece of silicone or galena, and a pin or two, and transformed it all into a radio set, well, you're not as young as you used to be. Unbelievably, it worked. You could hear the Paul Whiteman Orchestra and Will Rogers and President Coolidge. How unbelievably primitive your crystal set would seem now.
But is it possible that your cat's whisker might still receive a message that simply is not getting through the marvelously sophisticated equipment we have today?
Yes, Miss Hastings?
It's Mr. Cartwright of National Industries. He wants to congratulate you.
Tell him that I'm in a meeting.
And you've got 4 other calls on
Well,
hold.
tell them all I've gone to Outer Mongolia for the afternoon.
Oh, yes, Mr. Fowler. What should I say if they ask me why?
Oh, tell them I had to buy some yak butter. And, yes, Miss Hastings, could you come in? Oh, wow. Now, Miss Hastings, would you mind retyping this letter? It's not very long. I've marked the words that aren't spelled right.
Oh, Mr. Fowler, it's not that I spell them wrong. It's just I leave out the E in all words that have an I and an E. I write receive and believe. I don't know why I do that.
Well, maybe we better send you to a psychiatrist.
Oh, I'd be afraid to talk to one of those people. Mr. Fowler, now that you'll become president of the company, will you need me anymore?
Miss Hastings, what kind of question is that?
Well, I thought you'd want a new secretary. Somebody who looks like she might be a secretary to the president.
Miss Hastings, for 24 years we've been a team. When I get promoted, you get promoted. Now what's it doing outside?
Well, Mr. Davis would like to see you.
Oh, Arthur, send him in.
Yes, sir.
And remember, Miss Hastings, I before E, except after C.
Hi, Bert. Busy?
What is this, Arthur? You feel you have to be announced now? I don't become president until tomorrow.
Yes, tomorrow.
Yes, and even then, I'll probably still be the same sweet, lovable Bert Fowler. Now, what's your problem, Arthur?
Problem? Who says I have a problem?
Well, you look like a man with a problem.
Do I? Well, how are things, Bert?
Well, now that you've deftly changed the subject, I may add I'm being swamped with requests for my bio. Well, 2 of them, anyhow.
Why not? You're a famous man.
I will be after tomorrow.
Tomorrow?
Yes, I knew it would happen one day. I said it 25 years ago. Remember, Arthur? Do you remember 25 years ago?
Remember what?
Oh, you don't have a sentimental bone in your body.
Oh, now, how can you say that? I'm paying alimony to 2 wives.
We both came here the same week, didn't we? 2 raw youngsters just out of college. And we did pretty well.
Bert.
Yes, Arthur, what is it?
Well, I guess there's only one way to say this. You're not going to be made president of this company.
What? But I'm not?
The board of directors met last week. The decision was made to name Ron Anderson.
Ron Anderson? Oh, you can't be serious.
Now, the board wanted me to break the news to cushion the shock.
Oh, I see.
Because we're old friends.
Oh, it's quite perceptive and sensitive.
Everybody agrees that you're entitled to greater recognition and... well, a special title will be created for you.
But it won't be the title I deserve, president.
And more money, a lot more money, stock options, bonus.
Yes, thank you, Arthur. Now, excuse me.
Yes, Mr. Fowler?
Take a letter, please. My personal stationery. Today's date. To the chairman of the board. Dear Frank, please accept my resignation, effective immediately. I'll sign it the moment you've finished.
But you can't do it.
I've just done it.
Now, listen to me. Please don't. Just please.
Mr. Fowler, did I just hear you say that...
No, now, Miss Hastings, now, please go back to your desk.
I want that typed immediately.
Don't you type one word. Now, everything's going to be just fine. You just go out to your desk, Miss Hastings. Now, Bert.
The board of directors. There was no board of directors 25 years ago. How high and mighty we've become. We now have a board of directors.
Just calm down.
I walked into this company 25 years ago, and it was going down for the 3rd time. This pathetic little 2x4 fly-by-night.
But you have to realize...
Whose ideas turned this company around?
Yours.
Whose designs made the difference?
Yours. Nobody denies that, Bert, but times have changed, and you don't have the right image for the president of the company.
Oh, really? Let's talk about images, shall we? Who worked out the circuit that enables this company to create the world's best image on a screen?
It's a new ball game.
Well, if it is, you can play it.
You represent the past. Bert, Bert, you're too old.
What? At 53, I'm too old?
No, it's the way you dress and the way you cut your hair and the way you impress people. You're just... Well, I guess the only way I can put it is that you're just too World War II-ish. Whereas Ronnie Anderson...
Ronnie Anderson is an idiot.
No, he's not really an idiot. It's just that he talks their language.
Whose language?
The language of the people who pull the buying strings today. It's the accent on youth. And he sports that long hair, and he wears clothes that are called mod or whatever. And well, he's just that fresh, bright, vibrant image the board thinks that this company needs.
But he doesn't know one end of a receiver from the other.
He doesn't have to, Bert. The engineers don't run companies anymore. You know that. It's all in the hands of the marketing people.
Well, if you'll excuse me, Arthur, I'd like to clear my desk and go home.
Where are you going?
You heard me. I said I'm going home.
Are you? Tell me, Bert, where's home? Where's home? It's here. And what's home? This company. It has been your wife, your kids. What else do you have?
Will you excuse me, Arthur?
You gave everything to this company. The company is all you have to show for your life. You can't leave it.
But company's leaving me, Arthur.
Ronnie Anderson is a temporary madness that's come over the company.
Oh, Ronnie Anderson. Who says God has no sense of humor? You want to go to lunch?
Well, Ronnie Anderson's invited everybody to be his guest in the penthouse.
I have a previous engagement. Why don't you go and score some points?
That was a low blow. I'll see you later, Bert.
Yeah.
Yes, sir?
Miss Hastings, call the garage. I want my car brought around to the front of the building.
Yes, sir.
And what are you doing now?
Well, I was supposed to send out copies of your bio.
I think we can forget all that till it's time for my obituary. I'll take you for a ride in the country.
Me, Mr. Fowler?
Thank you for lunch, Mr. Fowler.
Isn't it a beautiful day?
Oh, I can't remember ever doing anything like this before.
Anything like what, Miss Hastings?
Oh, driving out in the country during the middle of a working day. Oh, the woods are so beautiful.
Yes. Now, you've been my secretary for so many years, Miss Hastings, and, well, I know so little about you. For example, well, why have you never married?
Well, because no one ever asked me.
You never married because no one ever asked you. And I never married because I never asked anyone. Why are all those cars parked along the side of the road?
Oh, well, according to those signs, it's a garage sale.
Oh, what's a garage sale?
Oh, people want to get rid of a lot of old things around the house, so they just hold a sale.
Huh, what a coincidence. I'm an old thing that was gotten rid of today myself. You know, I feel an affinity for this place. Let's stop and browse about. Oh, my. I've never seen so much junk.
Oh, usually you see some old books and pictures.
You see that stuff over there, Miss Hastings? It's typical of what you'd see in a home about, 50 years ago. Look, there's an old, broken-down, wind-up phonograph. A clothes dummy. A coffee grinder. And
Mr. Fowler? Mr. Fowler, are you all right?
No. Oh, no, it can't be.
Mr. Fowler, you're so pale.
But it's mine.
Mr. Fowler, something's wrong.
Miss Hastings, you see that thing on the table? It looks like a round container with some wire wrapped around it.
Oh, yes.
See what price is marked on it,
Oh, there isn't any.
Oh, the woman at the gate. Ask her how much she wants.
Oh, Mr. Fowler, you're shaking. Are you ill?
No. Find out how much she wants. I have to have it.
$1.
$1? Well, I'd have given her 1,000.
Well, now it's yours.
It was always mine.
Mr. Fowler, are you saying you once owned this, whatever it is, and now by I don't know what kind of coincidence, you just came across it again?
What do you think this is, Miss Hastings?
I couldn't tell you.
It's a radio.
A radio? Well, it looks more like a carton for ice cream or sauerkraut.
This was my first design. My very first design.
You designed this, Mr. Fowler?
My first design. My first prize. There was a magazine called American Youth, and it offered a prize for the best and most simple design for a crystal set. And, well, I submitted this one, and I won. I was 10 years old, and I won. The magazine printed the diagram for this, and youngsters all over the country copied their own sets from it. Just think about it. More than 40 years ago, a kid who lived in this house made this radio from my design. Oh, I still remember the prize. Oh, a gold medal. And on it was inscribed, "To Bertram Fowler, a great scientist of the future."
And it came true. You are a great scientist.
No. No, I never became a scientist. I just tinkered around with gadgets.
Do you mean a thing like this could actually work?
Oh, sure. Look, put on the earphones.
But how wouldn't it need a new battery?
No battery, no electricity. It works by itself.
Oh.
You see, it's just a coil of wire, a crystal detector, which is made of silicon or galena. Let's see, we need an aerial. Oh, we can use the metal clothesline the lady has stretched in her yard. Oh, this will be fine. Now listen through those earphones. All right. Now, what do you hear? Anything?
Oh, yeah, I do hear a kind of scratchy noise. Wait. Music. Yeah, I think I hear music.
Clearly?
Well, listen for yourself.
Yes. May I have those earphones? Why, that's
the music of Paul Whiteman, King of Jazz. This has been brought to you from the Grand Ballroom at the Ritz-Carlton Hotel in New York City.
Paul Whiteman. But it's not possible.
And now for the news. President Coolidge said today that he will call for a 3-power naval conference in Geneva, Switzerland, to be attended by
Mr. Fowler, what's wrong? Oh, somebody help me. We need a doctor. Please. Oh, Mr. Fowler, don't faint.
Anyone would have a right to pass out if he tunes in the news and he gets the bad news of 1927. But why is he picking up that kind of news and that kind of music now? What kind of radio set did our friend Bert Fowler design, anyhow? I'll be back shortly with Act 2.
There's always news and more on 74 KCBS.
I shot an arrow into the air. It fell to earth, I know not where, said Mr. Longfellow. But the fact of the matter is, the arrow did fall, finally, to the earth. There is evidently then a significant difference between arrows and words. When you shoot or utter or discharge, however you want to put it, a word into the air, apparently it never falls to earth again. It enters the ether and stays there forever. Or does it? How else may we account for the fact that Bert Fowler is now hearing words that entered the airwaves more than 45 years ago?
You say that you heard an actual Paul Whiteman broadcast.
And I heard a news broadcast, which could only have been made in 1927.
Why?
Because it was about the conference to restrict the number of battleships. Mm-hmm. It was called by President Coolidge. You've heard of him.
Yes. And you heard all this on that ice cream carton?
This ice cream carton is actually a variable inductance tuning coil, a crystal detector, and... look, Doctor, I don't want to get into anything here. I know what I heard.
Well, when Miss Hastings brought you here to my office, she said that you'd had a very shattering experience earlier in the day in your business affairs.
Yeah, you could say that.
Well, that was one shock to your system. And then you encountered this, this radio, which was made from a prize-winning design of yours. Now, you were only a child at the time, so that's a second shock.
All right, but what does all this have to do with what I heard?
Well, the present has suddenly become unbearable. And you're escaping back into a beautiful and promising past?
Now, what you're saying is that for one reason or another, I imagined all this,
Well, yes, that's what it comes to, Mr. Fowler. Listen, I put on these earphones. I scratched that crystal with the cat's whisker. All I got was static.
Mm-hmm. Doctor, am I okay otherwise?
Oh, you check out first rate. Hey, listen. Let me know if you raise any more of that 20s jazz, huh?
No, please. I beg you.
Aletha, I have waited and waited.
Mr. Fowler. Mr. Fowler.
Yes. Yeah, what is it, Miss Hastings? Oh, let me take these earphones off. Let me take these earphones off.
You're due at a meeting in Mr. Anderson's office.
Oh, yeah, that's right. You know, Miss Hastings, I'm hearing the strangest voices on this old radio of mine.
What kind of voices?
Well, I don't know.
Oh, Mr. Fowler, I wish I could hear the voices you say you hear.
They're there. They're loud and clear.
Bert, we're no longer competitive.
There's not a company in the world that can match our quality, Ron.
Yeah, but we've got to cut costs.
We can't.
You mean you can't?
If you know someone who can produce this quality for less money, well, I'll step aside.
How about less quality?
There goes the reputation of this company.
Well, don't you worry about our reputation.
I have to. I created it.
Why didn't you resign, Bert? You know, I'd have resigned if they'd named you president.
That would be the easy way out.
Well, you'll simply have to find some shortcuts.
If you put us back with the rest of the pack, why should people buy our product?
That's my job, marketing. You turn it out, I sell it.
Just like that, huh?
You're not keeping up with the current market. Neither is your friend, Arthur Davis.
What about Arthur?
Well, I almost fired him today.
Why?
He has a lot to learn about publicity. That little thingamajig of yours, that crystal set, just because it won a prize almost 50 years ago, he thought it was worth sending word to the press.
For that you'd fire him?
Here's that old magazine. It's dead and gone, and pictures of kids in short haircuts and knickers, and this crazy-looking carton with all those clips and fasteners. And you're our executive engineer?
Ron, you may have missed the point.
The image is old-fashioned. The direction is backwards. Nobody cares about yesterday, Bert.
Mr. Anderson's secretary just called. You're supposed to have a cost analysis ready for the meeting tomorrow morning.
Yes, I know.
Well, if you don't give it to me to type, they won't have it.
That's very well put.
And I know you haven't even started it.
That's right.
Now, Mr. Fowler, don't you think that you
Zephyr and Aletha. Zephyr is a man's voice. It sounds like a man's voice. And Aletha, it must be a woman's voice, but who are they? Who are they?
Mr. Fowler, should I call back and tell Mr. Anderson's secretary the report will be ready?
Yes, you do that. Or else, well, tell her it won't be ready. Any way you feel.
But, Mr. Fowler...
And now, Miss Hastings, you must excuse me.
Are you going to listen to that thing again?
It's time, Aletha.
No, Zeta, Give them a chance.
How many chances? How many?
One more. One more.
You say one more. I give one more. Then they do something even more frightful.
The children of today, they are different.
There's so little space, so few planets that are green and cool and fertile.
Another chance. Another chance.
Neither you and I, we would use the space wisely.
What space? What space?
Young men and women, they will be different. Wait.
Wait for what?
Mr. Fowler, are you all right?
What? Why, what's the matter?
Oh, you've been shouting, wait. Wait for what?
Oh? Have I?
Now, Mr. Fowler, ever since you came across that thing...
You look at it as if it's some sort of poisonous snake. It's really a very primitive device. And it gave so many children in less affluent times a wonderful creative outlet. Hey, wait. The children. The creative children. Are they the ones Zitha and Aletha were talking
now,
about?
Mr. Fowler, you have to go upstairs to that meeting. They have been phoning for you.
Oh, yes, the meeting.
I don't see where there's a reduction in any of these costs, Bert.
That's right, Ron, you don't.
I thought we agreed that we would cut costs.
No, as a matter of fact, I think we have to increase them.
You know what you're saying?
Certainly.
I'm the president of this company. I set the policy.
I am not aware that the board has canceled its commitment to quality.
I see. So you want to take this to the board?
Absolutely. You're supposed to be the hotshot, but how much ability does it take to sell cheap junk? If you're any good, you should be able to sell quality.
I would like to remind you that the board has already chosen me over you.
Ah, then what are you worried about?
Have no right to take it.
We will make better use of it.
But it is theirs. It is theirs.
They will destroy it.
No, the children growing up today, those children will save it.
These are the children who will destroy it.
Give them a little more time.
How much?
A little more. Just a little more.
We have to stop. Do you hear, Miss Hastings? We have to stop.
Mr. Fowler, I don't understand you. What are you saying?
We have to stop.
Stop what?
Stop destroying the world.
Oh.
Miss Hastings, tell Arthur Davis I must see him in my office right away. Arthur, I want you to contact the science editors and writers of all the newspapers, magazines, and wire services.
What for, Bert?
What for? I'm going to hold a press conference, that's what for.
Well,
what?
Well, have you cleared it with Ron?
No, I haven't cleared it with Ron, and I don't intend to clear it with Ron either. Now, you just get these guys to meet with me, say, Tuesday morning.
You'd have to tell me why. And I would have to check it out.
Arthur, I'm asking you to do this for me.
Please, Bert. Ron calls the shots, you know that.
Sure. Yes, sure. Okay, Arthur, I'm sorry that I asked.
Look, Bert, I am on your side, but you understand my position.
Oh, absolutely. And so why don't you leave before we both burst into tears?
Yes, sir?
Miss Hastings, call the scientific editors of all the newspapers, magazines, networks, wire services, and tell them I'm having a press conference on Tuesday morning at 10.
Oh, but that's Mr. Davis's job.
I know, but he needs some help.
Wait, Azetha. I beg you, wait.
Every day, they do further damage, wreak greater havoc, sow sorrier destruction. Soon, it will be too late.
Give them just a little more time. More time.
Now, what I have just played back for you, ladies and gentlemen, is the tape recording of voices that were picked up on this old crystal detector. The message is clear. The world is in danger. It will be taken over by another race or kind, or call it what you will, unless...
What is this guy?
No, wait. No, wait, please, don't go. Listen to me. Please listen. There's almost no time left. We're running out of time.
Now, please, Mr. Fowler, you can't get so excited.
They don't believe me, Miss Hastings. They don't believe me.
Well, do you believe him? The air of the night is filled with voices, and not all of them are heard by everyone. It is said that some men hear the rhythm of a different drummer. What about the rest of us? If we do not hear that drummer, does that mean he doesn't exist? Right now, all we're sure of is this. You exist, and I exist. And I shall return in just a few moments with Act 3.
Now back to Mystery Theater on News 74, KCBS.
Easygoing, amiable Bert Fowler is suddenly cast, or he seems to have cast himself, in the role of a prophet of doom. A role that is certainly alien to his nature, but one that he seems powerless to reject. Prophets of doom, historically, don't do very well. Indeed, most of them come to a rather unfortunate end. Is this the fate that awaits our Bert Fowler?
Gentlemen, this meeting was called originally to acquaint this board with some fundamental policy differences between Bert Fowler and me. But that is insignificant now. Anyone who has read the papers, who has seen or heard the news broadcasts, is aware of the fact that Bert Fowler has made this company a laughingstock. You had no right to call a press conference.
Gentlemen, please listen to me. We must put a stop to this.
Put a stop to what?
Put a stop to this exclusive pursuit of our own private interests.
And what does that mean, Bert?
We are in danger.
Of what?
Of running out of time to save ourselves.
From whom? Well, from whom?
It's here. You can hear it on this crystal detector.
Look, Bert, all of us have clamped on those earphones. All of us have humored
you. The
you.
voices are there. The voices are clear. And so I can only conclude that you do not wish to hear them.
Gentlemen, I recommend we relieve Bert of his duties as Chief of Engineering and Design and retire him on his very generous pension.
Now, listen, we have to devote ourselves to peace, to the betterment of the...
Bert, you're out of order. Now, why don't you just leave quietly?
Take your hands off of me.
Bert, for your own good.
I said take your hands off of me.
Not so good, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, I don't know what came over me, Doctor.
A fine crusader for peace you turned out to be. You slugged the first guy who disagrees with you.
Yeah. Doctor, what am I doing here in this hospital?
Well, you're going to be observed.
What does that mean?
Oh, well, this will give you a chance to cool off. I will write a high-sounding report filled with all kinds of technical statements that no layman could understand and no two doctors would agree on.
I do hear these voices.
Yes, of course.
Then you admit they exist.
I agree that you hear them.
Doctor, what am I going to do?
Face reality.
What I hear is real.
Well, there are many realities. And the problem is, you have to get along with the one that's popular. Now, the voices you hear are your voices, Mr. Fowler. They remind you of a happier time.
I am not talking about the news and the music. I mean Zephyr and Aletha.
Aletha and Zephyr. Yes, A to Z. See, that's how you see your life. It's completely fouled up. It's no wife, no kids, no real fame. You know, it's a brilliant potential that was never realized.
That's how you account for it.
Bert, I'm on your side. I think the whole thing is absolutely wild.
According to Aletha and Zephyr, the young people of my generation should have turned things around. I guess we only made them worse. How about your generation, Doctor?
Well, we make a lot of noise. But we'll get older, too.
But, Doctor, if we do nothing, the world will come to an end.
You want to know what I think? I think the world came to an end a long time ago.
Welcome home, Mr. Fowler.
Thank you. Thank you, Miss Hastings.
The company told me I should stay on as your secretary.
That's one of the bonuses you get at the end of a rat race, assuming you've been one of the bigger rats.
Although I don't know what my duties are.
Well, you come to the apartment every day at 9, and you're going to put in a full day's work. That is, unless you'd rather go get yourself another job.
Oh, no. No, Mr. Fowler, I'll never leave you. I'll stay as long as you want me.
Now, Miss Hastings, all our lives, we've been looking out for number one. You follow this?
Yes, sir.
And so, despite all the other theories, that is the basic reason the world has gone to hell. Do you agree?
If you say so, Mr. Fowler.
Yes. People have to start looking beyond themselves. We just have to do things that will turn the world around.
Yes, Mr. Fowler.
Now, this is something that has to begin at the top. Once the leaders understand what their true mission has to be, we can save ourselves. Now, I've drawn up a list of important people. After all, I was somebody myself.
There's no doubt about that, Mr. Fowler.
I have worked with people in government, in the military, in industry, and not just here, but also abroad. And I'm going to put it to these people. Now, here's the list, and I want you to put through some calls for me.
I have Admiral Chadwick on the phone, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, thank you, Miss Hastings. Hello, George. You got my letter? What do you mean, what's the punchline? Well, no. No. I'm serious. We all have to unite against this new menace. We have to change our self-centered thinking. George. George, you know I'm not crazy. Sure. Oh, yes. Yes, we'll get together for lunch one day. Right. Bye. Well, at least he returned the call.
I'm sorry, Mr. Fowler.
Who else have you tried?
Oh, Mr. Cartwright of National Industries. He always seems to be in a meeting. Mr. Taylor's out of town. I just can't get anybody. I'll see who it is.
Hello, Miss Hastings.
Oh, good morning, Mr. Davis.
What? Arthur, sit down. You like a drink?
No. No.
Well, what is it, Arthur?
I like to think that we're still friends.
If you like to think so, by all means.
But what you're doing is well, to a person who knows you, it's heartbreaking.
And what am I doing?
You're making a damn fool of yourself. The way you write letters to people and the way you call them on the phone and try to waylay them in the offices. Bert, you look ridiculous.
Do I?
Bert, it's tragic to see you ending up like this, an eccentric, a crack brain, a nut, and besides
Yes?
Well, there's the company.
Oh, but I've retired. I'm no longer with the company.
Your name will always be associated with the company. And so what you're doing is a reflection.
What do you suggest I do?
Oh, enjoy life. You're still comparatively young. You have plenty of money.
Arthur, friend to friend, if you were me, how would you go about it?
Go about what?
Go about getting people to listen.
Nobody wants to listen to what you have to say, Bert.
I know, but how can I dramatize my message?
You just answered your own question. Dramatize. Call attention to yourself somehow. Make people listen. Do something.
Yes?
Oh, I don't know. But something that would just explode all over the front pages.
Oh, yes. Thank you, Arthur.
But I want you to know we're still friends.
Oh, it's heartwarming to hear that, Arthur.
I wish you'd forget about those voices.
But how can I forget? I hear them so clearly. Now listen, put the earphones on.
I tried, but I just can't hear.
Or you don't want to. Miss Hastings, what are you doing?
Oh, I'm typing your letter to the President of the United States and a copy for the Premier of the Soviet and the Prime Minister of China.
Well, just hold off on that for a little while.
Oh, yes, sir.
Miss Hastings, you don't think that I'm crazy, do you?
Oh, no, sir.
Well, take the rest of the day off. I'm thinking of trying a different strategy.
Yes, sir.
Arthur was right. He said I should try something that would explode all over the front pages.
Now, what do you mean, Mr. Fowler?
I simply have to make people take me seriously.
Who's that? Why, Bert, it's you.
Yes, Ron. It's me.
What are you doing here?
Oh, I got lonesome for the place. I thought I'd come by for a little visit.
At 10 o'clock at night?
Well, you're still here, Ron.
Wait. What have you got in that valise?
What do you think I've got?
I'm going to call a security guard.
I just saw him. He's asleep. But he's outside. He won't get hurt.
What have you got in that valise?
Fuses. Wiring. For explosives.
But you're crazy.
Nobody wants to listen.
I'll have you thrown into jail.
Get out of here. I don't want anybody hurt, not even you. This place will go up in 30 seconds.
Well, you're a maniac.
Run for your life! You run!
Why are you standing there?
Because it's my company. I'll stay with it.
You're out of your mind.
Better run for your life.
How is he this morning, Miss Hastings?
Oh, he seems to be fine, Doctor.
And where's the crystal set?
Oh, he hasn't asked for it since the, I don't think he even remembers it.
Oh. Well, hello, Mr. Fowler.
Hello? Oh, yes. Hello, Doctor.
Yeah. They treating you okay?
Oh, just fine.
Good. Between you and me, Bert, is that what it was all about? I mean, you were so completely upset at not being made president that you just blew up the company for revenge?
I don't know what you're talking about.
Well, you're lucky to be alive. How you survived that explosion just defies all explanation.
Oh, she can explain it.
Miss Hastings?
Oh, that's not her name. No, her name is Aletha. Aletha. And she loves me.
Oh.
You love me, don't you, Aletha?
Yes, I love you.
Because she loves me. That's the reason the world is still ours. She doesn't want me to be destroyed with everyone else.
Oh. Well, all right.
Do you understand, Doctor? I tried. Yes, but no one wanted to listen. And the world will only last as long as I live.
And afterwards?
Zephyr and Aletha will take it for their own people. Isn't that so, Aletha?
Yes. Yes, Mr. Fowler. That's so.
Well, I guess it's up to me to keep you alive for a long, long time, Mr. Fowler.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Doctor. I want to stay with her as long as I can, because I love her. I always loved her.
Let's hope he stays with her for a long, long time. Because if her name is Aletha, we are all only safe as long as Bert Fowler lives. Well, you must admit the end of the world could happen any time for any number of reasons. Just add Bert Fowler to the list. At any rate, I'm reasonably sure the world won't end before I...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A man may rid himself of a wife, a house, and all his worldly possessions and flee to the farthest corner of the earth, or even, today, to the moon. But there remains one tie he cannot sever as long as he lives, his memories. But how far back can man remember? Childhood? Birth? Or do the ties of memory stretch back over a span of years and reach into other places and other times? Our mystery drama, The Velvet Claws, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Murray Burnett and stars Gordon Gould. It is sponsored in part by imported Vigna Rosé wine and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Man has always sought his heaven on earth. Each of us secretly dreams of some faraway place where we'll live out our lives in quiet contentment, free from the troubles and cares of everyday living. But have you ever thought about what you'd do if you really found such a place? Let me tell you the story of a man who did find such a place and who went from this Shangri-La directly to a psychiatrist. Dr. Hazard, maybe you can help me find some explanation of what happened to me in that damnable town. There must be some reason why I felt the way I did, and why I saw what I swear I saw.
You'll make it easier for both of us if you started at the beginning.
I'll have to start with the train that took me to the town. It was the hottest day of the year. Without air conditioning, that second-class compartment was like an inferno.
Why were you on the train?
Returning to Paris and Orly Airport, the last leg of my European vacation.
And it was hot.
Sweltering. Which was a sensible reason for me to get out of my stifling compartment and walk along the platform. It was then that the idea struck me. It was so extraordinary that I myself was surprised.
And that idea was?
Not to get back on the train,
but to stay over where we had stopped and take a different train the next day, when it might possibly be cooler and less crowded.
You'll forgive me if I don't see anything unusual about that.
Oh, you don't know me, Dr. Hazard. My life for 41 years has run on tracks, just like that train. I get up at the same time every morning, eat the same breakfast that my sister cooks for me, catch the same train to the same office, and get home at the same time. I'm an accountant, and I always take my 1-month vacation in the same place. So when I suddenly decided not to get back on the train, I was surprised at myself.
Go on.
Well, particularly because the train was about to start. I ran alongside the train to the window of the compartment where I saw the man with whom I'd shared the compartment. I shouted to him in my bad French to please hand me my valise. To my dying day, I'll never forget the look he gave me. Half warning, half revulsion. But he handed me my bag and shouted a long sentence. I only got the last part, but I'm sure that he was warning me. I remember the last words, which were, à cause du sommeil et à cause des chats.
À cause du sommeil et à cause des chats.
That's it exactly. I think it means because of sleep and because of the cats. I got the strangest feeling that he was trying to tell me not to remain in the town. I'm sorry, but I can't make it any clearer than that.
Well, that'll do. Go on.
Now, outside the station, I saw it was a very small town. And as I looked around, a taxicab pulled up.
Taxi?
Yes. Can you take me to a good hotel?
There is only one. The inn. They will make you very comfortable.
It doesn't really matter. I'm only going to be here one night.
You might change your mind. Our little town has a way of growing on people.
Do you happen to know what time the train to Paris comes through here tomorrow?
Same time every day. 3:45.
Could I arrange with you to pick me up tomorrow in time to catch the 3:45?
Sure thing.
Good.
But if you happen to change your mind and want to stay a while, all you have to do is tell Madame Duchesne. She runs the inn.
You're quite a booster for this town.
So is everybody who lives here. Here we are, the inn.
What's that racket?
Well, just cats. People around here keep a lot of them.
Because of the cats, the man had said. Maybe it was those words, or perhaps the cats I'd heard, that fired my imagination, so that my first glimpse of Madame Duchesne, sitting in a chair near the desk, knitting, reminded me of a tremendous cat, a large, fat mouser. She looked up as I entered.
Do you have any other bags?
No, I'm only staying the night. Do you want me to pay in advance?
No, not sensible. You might decide to stay longer.
Whatever you say. Should I sign the register?
It is on the desk. I will get someone to take your bag up.
Well, that won't be necessary. What's this?
The register.
No, my name's down here. It's written here. John Latour. Dr. Hazard, my name was there. Written clearly and spelled correctly. I swear it, Doctor.
I believe you.
Well, can you explain it?
Well, how did Madame Duchesne explain it?
It was the strangest thing. Her voice was soft and running, and it seemed to me as if she were stroking me when she said soothingly,
Gently, young man. It does the blood no good to get so excited in this heat.
But my name's written down here.
Of course it is. That train must have been like an oven, and you must have suffered in all this heat.
How did you know I came by the train?
How else would you have come?
But my name here in the register.
You will feel so much better after you have rested.
Are you telling me that I wrote my name in this register?
What does it matter?
Madame, I'm not suffering from the heat. And I'm not crazy. I never wrote my name in your register. And I intend to find out how my name got there.
And so you shall. After you have had some rest. Dinner is at 6:30. We are very early people here, and we cherish quiet nights.
Peaceful. That's the only word I can think of to describe the way I felt. I felt soothed and stroked like a cat.
Like a cat?
Yes. It's silly, but the warmth and stillness made me feel like purring.
And yet you experienced no feeling of alarm?
Not then. It's hard to remember feelings, Dr. Hazard, although they were very strong at the time.
I was about to propose an experiment. Have you ever been hypnotized?
No.
Do you have any objections if I try to put you under?
I don't think so. But is this part of your usual procedure?
I have used hypnosis where I thought it might help. Can you hear me, John?
I hear you.
It's your first day at the inn. You're in your room. How do you feel?
Peaceful. Quiet. Everything's velvetized.
Velvetized?
Smooth and furry. Like the room is fur-lined.
And you're going down to dinner?
Not yet. First, I want to take a walk in the town. It's just after sunset, and dusk is covering the quiet, peaceful streets.
Are there any people?
Oh, yes. Men and women all busy and paying no attention to me. No, that's wrong. They're watching me. Closely. Very closely. Ignoring me is all a sham, a pretense. They're watching me.
You discover this right away?
No, not right away. Not till after I sit down.
Where? Where did you sit?
On top of the wall of the old fortifications. I can see down into the valley. Almost the whole town lies below me in the last of the sun. And there's music. The music is strangely beautiful. It has a definitely feline quality. Now and again, I even hear the plaintive meow of a cat. But somehow, it belongs. Suddenly, the music stops. I'm hungry, and I remember Madame Duchesne telling me that dinner was at 6:30. I feel it's important to please her. I don't know why, but I do. And I start back to the inn.
Hurrying back?
Oh, no. No one ever hurries. I stroll back, and my eye is caught by a small porcelain figure of a girl in a shop window. The porcelain figure of the young girl in the window. How much is it?
I do not know exactly.
You don't know?
You see, monsieur, the price varies depending on the customer. You might be able to buy that figure at a ridiculous low price.
Oh, come off it. You already know I'm interested. You don't have to give me any phony sales pitch. How much is it?
Please. How can you believe that I would play tradesman's games with you, monsieur? Oh, no. Never with you.
Look, I don't want to be late for dinner. How much?
35 francs.
Well, that seems a bit high.
It is a beautiful porcelain. But seeing who you are, I might let it go for 25.
And just who do you think I am?
Excuse me, monsieur, but my cat is hungry.
Well, the cat can wait.
I am sorry, but we do spoil our cats here. So I will allow you to examine the little figure, and if you want it, just leave 25 francs or whatever. The price is not important.
And he disappeared into the back of the shop. All at once, I was afraid. Afraid of the quiet, dark shop. Afraid of the porcelain figure in my hand. It's so quiet, and yet I sense with every fiber of my being that there's activity, intense activity going on around me. I can't hear it, and I can't see it, but it's there, and it's sinister and dark and disturbing.
John Latour.
What? Oh, Dr. Hazard. I was under, wasn't I? Did you learn anything?
Something was beginning to disturb you. I didn't like what was happening, so I brought you back.
I don't remember anything.
You were in a shop looking at a statuette of a girl.
Oh, yes. Yes. That crazy old man mistook me for someone else.
Did you ever find out who he thought you were?
Not then. I went back to the inn, had a good dinner, went to bed. And the next day, I was out in the courtyard waiting for the taxi driver to pick me up. I kept getting more and more nervous as the time passed, and he didn't arrive. Madame Duchesne kept assuring me he'd be there in time for me to catch my train. I remember my relief when I heard the car coming. Why are you so late?
Up right in, monsieur. I will have you at the station in no time.
Didn't you cut a little fine?
Nothing to worry about. You will be waiting on the platform when the train pulls in. Although I must admit I am surprised. I thought you would decide to stay over.
I know you did. I told you I wouldn't.
So you did.
What's wrong?
Nothing. Just the engine acting up. I will take a look under the hood and have her running in a moment.
Are you sure you have enough gas?
I had a full tank this morning. There is no need for you to get out, sir. I can fix it.
There's a train. Get my bag.
Not too much use in that. You could never make it working.
Well, can't you fix it?
I am afraid not. It looks like my battery is gone.
You mean I'm going to miss the train?
Today's train. There will be another one tomorrow.
But I wanted to...
Why don't you walk back to the inn and stay over one more night? I will bring your bag after I get this thing moving.
Missing a train is always an unsettling experience. But when that missed connection forces you to return to a town seemingly possessing a secret life, where the townspeople seem intent on spinning some soft, invisible web to catch and hold you, then the simple fact that you've missed a train takes on overtones of terror. I'll be back in a moment with Act Two. When asked the question, how was your vacation? Many of us give the standard answer. Great. All I need now to recover is another vacation. However, in our tale, when John Latour returned from his vacation, he felt he needed a psychiatrist. And not just an ordinary run-of-the-mill doctor, but a specialist in the extraordinary. A man Latour hoped would be able to find a semblance of sanity in the strange and sinister events that befell him in the tiny French town of Roanne.
Dr. Hazard, it's difficult sitting here to do justice to the emotions that tore at me as I walked back to the inn after missing the train. A mixture of rage, curiosity, and surprisingly, relief.
Can you tell me which was the strongest?
No, I can't.
Well, now, let's try to sort them out. You were angry because you thought you'd been tricked into missing the train.
I didn't think. I knew. That taxi driver's battery was fine. He deliberately...
All right. We'll assume that was so. Now, why curiosity?
Everyone seemed to know me. Why? Who did they think I was? I felt very strongly that I had to do something. Had to make a decision.
And last you mentioned relief.
Yes. In a strange way, I was happy to be going back to the inn. But I didn't go directly. I don't know why, but I decided to go back to the shop where I'd seen the porcelain figure I liked.
Ah, monsieur, welcome back.
I'll take the statuette now. I've decided to buy it.
Oh, I am so sorry. It is sold. Perhaps there is something else.
Oh, I don't believe you.
Monsieur does not mean that. Monsieur knows that I would never lie to him.
Why not? Well, don't just shrug your shoulders. I asked you a question. So special about me.
Monsieur should know that there are others who can answer that question better than I.
Who?
For one, the King of Cats.
The King of Cats? Are you kidding?
Or the Queen, monsieur. The Queen.
When I returned to the inn and passed Madame Duchesne knitting placidly in the courtyard, I had the strangest feeling that this big woman might leap upon me when my back was turned and with a single blow break my neck as if I were a mouse. At any rate, Nothing happened. And as it was growing dark, I went up to my room to wash before dinner. There were no lights in the hall to my room. There was a sharp turn just before my door. And as I put out my hand to feel my way, my fingers touched something that moved.
Terrifying?
Strangely enough, no. What I touched was soft and warm, indescribably fragrant, and about the height of my shoulder. It reminded me somehow of a furry, sweet-smelling kitten. But I knew it wasn't, because I heard the rustle of skirts and then footsteps as whatever it was slipped past me and was gone.
And then you realized it was a woman.
A girl. And, Doctor, I felt... I can't tell you how or why, but I felt she had kissed me. Kissed me full on the lips. And I liked it.
There's nothing strange about that reaction?
For me, Doctor, I'm 41 years old, and as you know, a bachelor, living a very ordered existence. Believe me when I tell you that that kiss, if it was a kiss, set my veins on fire. But that was nothing compared to what happened when I went down to dinner.
Monsieur, allow me to introduce myself. I'm Ilse, Madame Duchesne's daughter. I hope you are enjoying your stay with us.
You can hardly call it a stay, mademoiselle. I've been here only one day, and I leave tomorrow.
Oh, but Monsieur must not leave so soon. I promise Monsieur will be well looked after.
You make me wish I could stay longer, but...
Oh, you must. There are so many things Monsieur has not seen yet in our little town.
Isn't it strange? I have that feeling, too.
Oh, then it is settled. You will stay.
Why do I feel that not only you, but everyone else is interested in me? Why do all of you find me so interesting?
Monsieur has only to look inside himself for the answer.
Don't think I haven't. But I'm still baffled.
Then I shall help you find the answer. Tomorrow. Look. From the top of this wall, you can see the whole town. Oh, is it not beautiful?
You're beautiful.
Oh, thank you. Look, you see that old house there?
Yes, it seems abandoned.
It is. That is where my family lived many years ago.
Oh, and that big aristocratic-looking mansion. Who lives there?
Oh, no one now. But that was my mother's house, also years ago.
What happened to make your mother decide to abandon a great house like that?
Oh, this wasn't always the quiet little town you see now. It was full of tourists and townspeople. But it was the ignorance of the people that made it as you see it now.
Ignorance?
You see that large square over there to your right?
Yes.
That was where they burned the men and women the ignorant called witches.
Witches? There were witches here?
So many people believed years ago. And after they burned many good people, the town died with them.
And now it is peaceful, quiet.
Precisely. And there are many of us who think perhaps it is better this way. My mother enjoys running the inn.
And you?
Oh, I adore it. After all, how else would I have met you?
Well, that's smoke from the burning leaves.
Smoke?
Over there. See? Watch and you'll see some flames now and then.
Oh, no.
Maybe if we got closer, we could smell it. It's one of the most delightful scents in the world.
No, run. Come quickly. Run.
What's the matter?
No, hurry. We must run.
Ilsa, wait a minute.
Can you get up? Can you walk at all?
I don't know. It's twisted pretty badly.
We must get you back to your room.
And, of course, you believe that the injury to your ankle was no accident.
What do you think, Doctor?
Did the charming Mademoiselle Ilse nurse you as she promised?
I don't know whether you could call it nursing, but she kept me ceaselessly under observation. She was always there, always quiet, always restful, but everywhere at once. I was continually meeting the stare and laughter of her great eyes. She always made me conscious of her female presence.
Mm-hmm. How did you feel about it?
Delighted and terrified.
Why terrified?
Because She seemed to sum up in herself all the strange, hidden forces that operated so mysteriously in the town. She had those marvelous, graceful, feline movements, going smoothly, silently to and fro. Then my ankle was healed enough for me to get around.
But it is wonderful. You are well, and you walk again.
Almost. Let's say I can hobble around.
Enough, perhaps, to come down to the dining room?
Would you be very angry if I told you that I could have gone to the dining room yesterday?
Oh, why should that make me angry?
Because I made you bring my meals here to my room.
That does not make me angry, but happy.
Because you enjoy waiting on me?
Only partly. It is more because you have not mentioned leaving, even though you are well enough to walk. Admit that you find it difficult to leave here.
I'll admit that and more. I'm finding it difficult because you are my nurse.
And you also like our little town, no?
I'm enchanted with it. And enchanted with you.
I am happy you have decided to stay.
You're going too fast. I didn't say I'd stay.
Oh, you still have not come to a decision?
Well, it's not easy to decide. If you're asking what I think you're asking.
Which is?
Not just to stay for a while, but to stay permanently.
And that is difficult?
Surely you ought to understand that you're asking me...
Then we must all try together to help you come to a decision. The right decision.
We can't always choose our enemies, but we do have the choice when it comes to our friends. I can almost hear someone quip, when you make a girl like Ilsa your friend, you won't need enemies. But who is Ilsa? And what is she? An enemy of John Latour? Or is she to be his salvation? I'll return with the answer and Act 3 in a moment. You're on the open road, rolling free and feeling great about your new Buick Century. Because in published EPA mileage test results, a V6 Buick Century got the best highway mileage of any U.S. midsize car. 24 miles per gallon and 16 in the city. Your Century's comfortable, it's nimble, it's economical, and above all, it's a Buick. Living free.
Which high-potency vitamin do physicians and pharmacists recommend most? Theragran and Theragran M with minerals by Squibb. The name Squibb on the label means that you have no doubt about the honor or integrity of the maker. And right now you can take advantage of a great special offer. Buy 100 Theragran or Theragran M tablets at the regular price and get 30 extra tablets at no extra cost. 30 free when you buy 100. That's a month's supply for one person. But the offer's limited. Get your Theragran by Squibb now. It's the brand physicians and pharmacists recommend most for mixed vitamin deficiencies. Available at all fine neighborhood Genovese drugstore outlets.
Excuse me, sir. Sir?
Yes?
Aren't you Josiah S. Carberry, the world's most traveled man?
I am.
Oh, good. Only you can help me.
Yeah, there.
My boss travels all the time, and I have to get his plane tickets, but I never know who flies where or how to get
American Express.
American Express?
American Express travel service will solve all your problems.
Really?
They can get you a ticket on virtually anything that flies.
Anything?
The best connections, the lowest available fares, and...
Oh, my boss will be so pleased. Yeah.
And at the same time, you can book him into a good hotel, arrange for a single room or a ballroom, a rental car, a limousine if he needs one.
He needs one.
And he can pay for everything on the American Express card.
Oh, Mr. Carberry, I could really hug you.
Gate 7, the orange Carter. Give me about 5 minutes. The hero of today's story, John Latour, fell in love with a strange, beguiling French girl in a small French town he'd never even heard of. The trouble with John Latour was that at the same time he loved, he feared. And yet he didn't know what it was that made him afraid. He hoped to find an answer from psychiatrist Dr. Kenneth Hazard.
And now I come to that afternoon, Doctor. The afternoon when, for the first time, Ilsa gave me a glimpse of the dark and secret life of the people of Rouen.
Yes?
I think you're going to find what I'm going to say incredible.
Well, why don't you try me?
We were walking again along the ruined ramparts. We stopped. I don't remember why. But I remember leaning across the ramparts with Ilsa close beside me. Ilsa, you don't know how much these past few days have meant to me. How much you mean to me. I look at you, and it's as if my eyes were open for the first time. You're the most beautiful thing I've ever seen.
You do like me, then?
You know I do.
If you like me, you must also like what I do and what I belong to.
Belong to?
You must take part in our real life. You will come back to us.
Come back?
The past, present, and future are all one, John.
What is this real life you speak of?
The old life of long ago. The life to which you too once belonged, and to which you still belong.
Why do your words make me think of death?
Not death, my love, but the past.
But this old life, what was it?
Our life. The life we led once before and will again. The life you came back to and do not wish to leave.
But I did want to leave. I tried to go, you know that.
I know. But I have the spell to hold you. The spell of old love. I can make you live with the old life with me because the force of the ancient tie between us is irresistible. I mean to have you, for you love me and are utterly at my mercy.
Ilsa, this is nonsense. I came to this town wholly by chance.
No, you came because I called you. I have called to you for years, and you came with the whole force of the past behind you. You had to come, for I own you and I claim you.
No one owns anyone else.
Come close and look into my eyes. Look deep, my love, for the truth lies in my eyes.
Mountains and caves. And I see you. I see you wonderfully clear. You have leaves in your hair, and you are dressed in rags, but still beautiful. How beautiful.
Go on. Keep looking.
I see flames and smoke. You're dancing. Dancing before some altar. And there's a figure on the altar. There are others. They're dancing too. And all looking at you with hotly desirous eyes. But you're only looking at the man you're dancing with.
And who is that man?
It's me. I'm dancing with you. I'm your partner.
And now you have seen me and us together. Now you have seen the past, and you understand everything.
No, I don't understand.
In the life you saw in my eyes, I am a princess.
A princess?
And my mother is a queen. And now you may kiss your princess. You have not forgotten how to kiss. I will show you I, too, have not forgotten.
I knew I had to escape. I ran back to the inn, hoping to reach my room unobserved. But the hall wasn't empty. A large, dark thing lay against the wall to my left. When it moved, I thought it was a cat. But then it rose straight up before me, and I saw it was Ilsa's mother.
Monsieur has decided then. Ah, that is well. I am content. Here, give me your hands.
My hands?
But of course, for the dance. We go this night to celebrate. Ilsa, come to us. Come quickly.
And suddenly, Ilsa was there, and we joined hands, and we danced some steps that seemed oddly and horribly familiar to me. Ilsa was dressed in rags, as I had seen her before. And then others were there, all dancing. And I heard voices crying, "To the Sabbath! To the Sabbath! On to the witches' Sabbath!" And suddenly, Ilsa's mother shouted.
It is time. It is time, and we must go.
They released my hands, and I found myself alone in the hall.
Yes? Now you're alone in the hall of the inn. And what happened then?
I decided to go to my room and lock myself in. I thought I would be safe there. After I'd locked the door, I went to the window and peered out, trying to see what was going on. All around me, the windows of the rooms I thought had been unoccupied were opening, and human forms were dropping from them into the courtyard. But once they were in the yard, they fell upon all fours, and in a split second, they changed into huge, silent cats.
Which amazed you.
No, that's just it. It was familiar to me. I remembered it all. I remembered that it had happened just like that hundreds of times before, and that I myself had been part of it. I knew that if I stayed, I was lost. I knew that with a dreadful certainty. So I unlocked my door and tiptoed downstairs. They had all gone.
Well, didn't you think it strange that they should have left you there alone?
Very. I couldn't believe I was forgotten. I moved as quickly as I could through the courtyard and to the rampart wall. I couldn't resist climbing to the top, because I knew from there I would get a view of the surrounding countryside. And when I reached the top of the wall, I was transfixed by what I saw in the valley below. I saw countless moving forms drifting between the trees, and overhead, flying shapes in the sky.
And you knew what those shapes were?
The townspeople, flying on their way to the witch's Sabbath.
I see.
As I stood balanced on the top of the wall, a large animal darted swiftly across the open courtyard behind me, and then, with a flying leap, landed on top of the wall next to me. My heart gave a great leap, and I could feel it thudding against my chest. It was Ilsa.
See, my love. See where they await us. The woods are alive. Already the great ones are there, and the dance will soon begin. The salve is here. Anoint yourself and come.
And my memory stirred with the pungent smell of the salve she'd smeared over her. A smell that was curiously attractive and revolting at the same time.
Transform. Transform. Rub well your skin, you fly. Come with me to the Sabbath. The terrible sacraments are prepared. The throne is occupied. Anoint and come. Oh, Satan is there. Satan has come. We will worship and dance till the moon dies and the world is forgotten. Here, let me anoint you.
Burn. Sweet.
It is sweet fire, my love.
No. Let me think a minute. It's been so long.
No time, my love. Here, wait. Come.
Suddenly, intuitively, I knew what I had to do. I had matches in my pocket, and I struck one and set fire to the leaves lying against the wall. I heard the scream of the flames whipped upward.
Foolish luck. Do not think you can escape. Remember, you vowed to be mine forever, centuries ago. Mine.
I know I never returned to the inn, but how I got back to this country, I don't remember. All I know is that I'm here, and I'm frightened.
Of what?
Demons, Doctor. The demons Ilsa unleashed in me. Can you help me fight them? Will you?
Before we can talk about fighting, we must understand exactly what it was that happened to you. Whether or not this wasn't just a vivid dream.
Dream? Look at this mark on my shoulder. Let me open my shirt so you can see it clearly.
Yes, I see a faint reddish mark.
Yeah, well, that's where Ilsa rubbed me with the salve. That should prove it wasn't a dream.
Well, what do you think it was?
Well, that's why I came to you. It was no dream. Can you offer any other explanation?
Perhaps. Have you ever read any books about witchcraft in the Middle Ages?
Never.
Then there would be no way of your knowing that in the year 1700, the town where you stayed had been a sort of headquarters for all the sorcerers and alleged witches of the entire region. After trial and conviction, they were burned there by the score.
That's what Ilsa said.
Including 2 women, a mother and a daughter.
So Ilsa and her mother could have been...
Could have been what?
I don't know. How did you find all this out?
I've been doing a lot of research. I've discovered that the inn you stayed at was built upon the very spot where the funeral pyres stood. The pyres that burned the witches.
But how does this apply to me?
One of 2 things is true. Either you're a man who's extremely sensitive to atmosphere and auras of places and people, and because of this sensitivity, you dream...
I told you it wasn't a dream!
Or, and this possibility is fascinating, you and Ilsa and her mother were somehow in that time long ago tangled up in the events that took place there.
Are you suggesting I'm a reincarnation of some 18th century warlock?
No. I'm not suggesting anything. You see, we have evidence that some people under hypnosis can recall events and people and conversations that took place centuries ago, and you may very well be one of those.
And how do we find out?
Well, I'm not sure. I'm not sure we can, but I'm interested enough to give it a try. I'm going to visit your little town and answer some questions of my own.
And what do I do?
I'll be back in a week. Meanwhile, you sit tight. And I urge you, on no account can you go back to Europe because it could be dangerous.
Ah, yes. I remember Monsieur Latour. I trust he is well.
Oh, he's all right? How's your daughter?
Ilsa is well also, thank you. Did Monsieur Latour speak of her?
Oh, yes, he did. Madame, can you tell your impression of Monsieur Latour?
Most certainly. He seemed a very strange and absent-minded gentleman. And frankly, after his disappearance, I feared he had met with some kind of violence in the neighboring forest. Tell me, is he planning on returning next summer?
No, I don't think so. I doubt if he will ever come back.
And I think you are wrong, Dr. Hazard. I feel that he will return.
Dr. Hazard?
Hello, Doctor. This is John Latour. I know we had an appointment as soon as you got back, but I'm calling to cancel it.
Well, when do you want to make it?
I don't know. I owe you an apology, Doctor.
An apology? For what?
For wasting your time. I really believe that it was all just a bad dream. At any rate, I won't be able to make another appointment for a while because I'm calling from the airport. I'm off to Europe in half an hour. I'll drop you a line from the old inn at Rouen when I get there.
Unfortunately, Dr. Hazard never heard from John Latour again. When John returned to the ancient inn, he might have discovered that his whole previous experience was a flight of the imagination, and nothing ever really happened. Or perhaps he married Ilsa and lived, as we hope, happily ever after. I'll be back shortly. We've all had the experience of coming to a place and finding it strangely familiar. In fact, we're sure we've been there before. We try to dredge up memories which would help us recall the reasons for us thinking we'd been there. After this tale, maybe some of us will be happy to let our memories remain cloudy and our subconscious happy. Our cast included Gordon Gould, Arnold Moss,
Evie Juster, and Gilbert Mack. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Uncle Ben's Long Grain and Wild Rice. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Tonight's WOR Mystery Theater was also brought to you in part by ShopRite Supermarkets, where you get a lot more for a little less. The preceding program was furnished by the Columbia Broadcasting System. Your dial is set for news with John Scott reporting. This is WOR New York, an RKO General Station.
I'm E.G. Marshall, amanuensis to those shadowy figures whose outre experiences are so faithfully related here at this point on your dial. Gambling, said George Washington, is the child of avarice, the brother of iniquity, and the father of mischief. But does that include a friendly little game? What happens to most friendly little games? Friends become enemies. Little becomes big, and suddenly it isn't a game anymore. But enough of this moralizing. Deal the cards.
Who are you?
You know who I am. I am the Countess Anna Fedotovna.
But you're dead.
Yes, I am dead.
Then how can you be standing there?
Look at me. Can you doubt I am the Countess?
But you were buried this afternoon.
What does that have to do with it?
What does that have to do with it?
Enough. Enough of this meaningless chatter. Let us get down to business.
What? What business?
Our mystery drama, The Queen of Spades, was adapted from the Alexander Pushkin classic, especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan, and stars Michael Tolan. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Anheuser-Busch Incorporated, Brewers of Budweiser. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Let us go back, perhaps 150 years to the Moscow of Imperial Russia. And let us make the acquaintance of some handsome young officers who have been engaging in the second most favorite pastime of handsome young officers, a friendly game of cards. It is now 5 o'clock in the morning, and supper, or breakfast, if you will, is being served. The winners, of course, have better appetites than the losers. But the champagne is flowing freely, and soon the entire company is in good spirits.
Well, Namarov, this should be a lesson to me.
What kind of lesson, Tomsky?
Never to play with members of the Horse Guards.
Oh, don't begrudge me a little financial success this evening. After all, you're the one who's lucky in love.
Luck, gentlemen, is merely the verdict of mathematics.
Hey, what's this? Herman, are you still here?
Yes. It was an interesting evening.
Well, gentlemen, your attention, please. Now, what do you think of our friend, Lieutenant Herman, here? For example, is it true, Herman, that you have never held a card in your hand?
It's true.
Is it true that you've never made a wager in all your life?
It's the gospel truth.
And yet you come here every night and you sit till 5 in the morning and watch the rest of us play?
Yes, Herman. Why?
Why? Gambling interests me very much. But I am not in the position to sacrifice the necessary in the hope of winning the superfluous.
Oh, that's Herman. That was spoken like a true German.
Yes, my father was German. and he was a prudent man.
Herman, I'll wager you still have the first ruble your father ever earned.
Yes, Herman. Is it true that your father left you $1 million?
Oh, it's all very well for you to talk, Tomsky. Your father is a prince. You have estates, you have serfs. But I must live on my salary.
Well, if that's the kind of living that pleases you...
Oh, it's easy to understand our fanatically economical friend here, but there's one person who has me completely baffled.
And who is that, Tomsky?
My grandmother, Countess Anna Fedotovna. She absolutely refuses to play cards.
Well, what is there so baffling about an old lady of over 85 who will not gamble?
Because this particular old lady knows the secret.
What secret?
I thought that would fetch you, Herman.
No, what secret?
The secret of how to win.
The secret of how to win?
How to win each time you play. How to win as if you could actually read the back of the cards.
Oh, there is no such secret.
Now I'm about to tell the secret. Pay attention, everyone, now. Some 60 years ago, my grandmother paid a visit to Paris, where, naturally, she created a sensation. She was hailed as the Muscovite Venus. The visit was a triumph, except for one little detail. Grandma lost her entire fortune, 1 million rubles, at a gambling house run by the Duc d'Orléans. Think of it. 1 million rubles in one night.
1 million rubles in one night? Impossible.
That's precise, unpractical Herman rebelling against the very idea. But believe me, it happened. Now, to continue. There was Grandma ruined, but she had made the acquaintance of a rather remarkable man. I dare say you've all heard of the fantastic Prince de Saint-Germain. He was known to be fabulously wealthy, and he paid Grandma a visit. He was curious to see the lovely Muscovite Venus, who was even more beautiful in distress.
Will you get to the point of the story?
Well, my grandmother asked him for a loan. And you know what he said?
He said no.
Oh, you would have said no. But he said, Your Highness, I could advance you the sum you require, but I know that you should not rest easy until you had paid me back. However, there's another way out of your difficulty, a way that will allow you to win back your money at the gambling table. And in return for one of your dazzling smiles, I shall reveal it to you.
Was that all he wanted? One of her smiles?
Oh, and you forget, this was a Frenchman. And those people invented chivalry. At any rate, he told her a secret. I almost believe I would sell my soul to know that secret. But armed with it, my grandmother returned to the casino, chose 3 cards, and played them one after the other. All 3 won. And my grandmother recovered every ruble she had lost.
Well?
Well, what?
What were the 3 cards?
That's the secret.
You have a grandmother who knows how to choose 3 winning cards at Faro, and she refuses to play?
That's correct.
But why?
That's also a secret.
Well, haven't you ever asked her to tell you the secret?
Oh, I ask her every day.
And what does she say?
She says, no.
I realize that I am somewhat of a comedic figure to my brother officers. I am tolerated rather than accepted. That is because I am different. They call me Herman the German, and it's quite a joke. But I do not mind their laughter, because the things they laugh at in me are precisely the things they lack in themselves. Seriousness, thrift, practicality. And character. Oh, yes, character. For I also have a weakness. Gambling. I would love to wager on the throw of the dice, the turn of the cards, the thrill, the excitement, the fever in the blood. But no. I control myself. And yet, if I knew the secret, Tomsky's grandmother's secret, what are those 3 cards? Suppose I could get her to tell me the secret. But why should she tell me? She won't even tell it to her own grandson. But is it true? Can there be such a secret? No, I shall not think about it any longer. I shall dismiss it from my mind.
No, it's you, Herman.
Oh, I see you are about to go out. Let me call on you another time.
No, that's quite all right, old man, if it's urgent.
Well,
yes?
Hang it all, I don't know how to say this. Tomsky, could you introduce me to your grandmother, the Countess Anna Fedotovna?
You wish to be presented to my grandmother? Why?
Well, she is, without a doubt, the most famous noblewoman in Russia, the Tsarina aside. And she goes way back to the ancient regime. I thought I would like to pay my respects and,
yes?
And perhaps I could ask her to tell me the secret of the 3 winning cards.
You'll ask her to tell you? Oh, that would be a treat.
Will you do it?
My good fellow, I wouldn't miss it for the world. As a matter of fact, I'm going there right now, so come on along.
I've never seen such magnificence, such splendor. The painting, the statues, the carpets.
Oh, this is just awful. You should see her palace in St. Petersburg.
And so he gazed deeply into her eyes and saw his own soul. And he knew that in her love lay his salvation.
We'd better wait outside the door. Lisaveta is still reading to her.
Well, go on, Lisaveta.
But that's the end, your ladyship.
A charming girl, poor Lisaveta.
The end? How can it be the end?
A distant cousin. Too bad she has no dowry.
I'm sorry, your ladyship.
So
It
she is my
end.
grandmother's companion.
Buy me a new novel.
As you say, your ladyship.
I want to go out driving. Why aren't you dressed?
Well, I thought we would read this afternoon.
Order my carriage this moment.
Yes, at once.
Come quick before they leave. Grandmama? And Lisaveta?
Oh, well, you scoundrel. You have finally decided to favor an ugly old lady with a visit, have you?
Ah, Grandmama, you are and always shall be the Muscovite Venus. May I present Lieutenant Alexei Petrovich Herman. And my grandmother's companion, Lisaveta Ivanovna.
Charmed.
How do you do?
And what are your duties in the military service, Lieutenant? If you are a friend of my grandson's, I dare say they are wenching, drinking, and gambling.
Oh, no, Grandmama. Lieutenant Herman is very serious and sober. As a matter of fact, I brought him here because he has a request to make of you.
Indeed.
Well, you said you wanted to learn a certain secret.
Secret? Secret? What sort of secret?
Go ahead. You might as well, old boy.
Your Highness, please hear me out. I'm a very sober person, a hard-working person. Your nephew will bear me out.
Oh, yes, it's true.
I was born poor. Oh, respectable. Indeed, my father was a member of the merchant class. But he never had much luck, and therefore I was left with very little, and so...
Well, on with it. On with it.
I need a considerable sum of money. Not just for myself, but for the chaste and pure woman I shall someday meet and marry.
And what has this to do with me?
What has this to do with you? Well, your ladyship, Highness, you can make it all come true.
Indeed? How?
I could win my fortune at the gambling table if you will tell me the secret of the 3 cards.
If I will tell you... If I will tell you... Oh, this is too much.
Oh, please, madame.
Did you hear him? Oh, he's a rare bird, all right. But what can you expect from a German? Why should I tell you? Oh, no. I must control myself. But I can't. I can't.
Well, Herman, I'm sorry.
I thought it was a perfectly reasonable request. And I don't like to be laughed at.
Well, perhaps if you'd worked up to it gradually.
I thought I had built up a case.
Well, I mean if you'd waited until you'd gotten to know her a bit better.
There's no time. She's an incredibly old woman. Why, she could be dead in a few days.
Poor Herman.
And stop saying poor Herman. But that was my name. I had become poor Herman. Tomsky isn't a bad fellow, but who can resist telling a funny story? Well, I didn't see anything funny in it, but everyone else did. I may not have a sense of humor, but what I do have is a sense of determination. And I have determined to learn the secret of the 3 cards. And I shall learn that secret. After all, I asked her once, and I asked her politely. I asked her the way a gentleman should. She laughed at me. Well, there are other ways. Yes, indeed. Laugh, my lady. Laugh, my friends. But Lieutenant Alexei Petrovich Herman will yet have the last laugh on all of you.
And once or twice to throw the dice is a gentlemanly game. But he does not win who plays with sin in the secret house of shame. Since we're involved with gambling here, we thought we'd express some of Oscar Wilde's feelings on the matter. Well, we have the incredibly old Countess who says no, and the incredibly insistent young Herman who says yes. The collision course is set and ready for Act 2. Success, we are told, is a secret, a magical secret, a mysterious key that unlocks the door to wealth and happiness, to love and everything the heart will desire. And so many of us devote our lives to searching for the secret, the fabulous formula, the trick, the gimmick. And this is the present occupation of Alexei Petrovich Herman, a lieutenant in the engineering battalion of the Tsar. Did I say occupation? I should have said obsession.
Yes, I was determined to wrest that secret from that hideous old hag by fair means or foul. But how? She would no longer receive me. And even if she would refuse to divulge the secret. I would have to force it out of her. I would have to be alone with her, alone. But how could I ever manage to be alone with her? I wrestled with the problem. I even went to church to pray for the solution. And of course, when one prays with a sincere and earnest heart, his prayers are usually answered. My prayers were answered, and the how was revealed to me. She was sitting there just up ahead of me. The servant girl. No, not the servant girl, the companion. What was her name? Lizaveta Ivanovna. She is the how. I shall make a declaration of love to her. But how do I do that? I have never spoken of love before.
You in love? Is it possible? Well, who is the young lady, the fortunate object of such overpowering adoration?
Will you or won't you help me?
Of course I will, old fellow. How?
Well, that's it, Tomsky. How? How does one tell a girl one is madly in love with her?
One says, I am madly in love with you.
Is that all there is to it?
Well, one either says it directly or one hides it in the midst of a flowery speech. Which method would you prefer?
I'm a direct sort of person, but I think I would, for the first time, use a flowery speech.
Well, here is a novel by the famous Valentinian Protopopov. Browse through it. It contains all the ammunition you need.
The butler sent me up to see you, mademoiselle.
He did? Why?
Oh, because I have a letter for you.
For me? Well, there must be some mistake.
Oh, you are Lizaveta Ivanovna Surin, are you not?
Yes. But I don't know anyone who would write to me.
Well, this is your name on the envelope, and I was instructed to give...
For me, a letter? Well, thank Thank you. Thank you very much. I am touched to the very depths of my soul by your charm, your beauty, your goodness. The light of heavenly angels shines from your eyes. I am the dirt under your feet. I am nothing. I am no one. And yet I dare to aspire, to dream, to hope. Oh, my beloved, speak the word that raises me to paradise or hurls me into the pit.
Lizaveta Ivanovna.
Please, please,
Lizaveta Ivanovna, have pity on me.
No, pity. You're the one who should have pity on me. I'm a poor girl.
Poor? Your condition of life is even higher than mine. My father was merely a merchant. Your father was a state councilor.
He died penniless.
It doesn't matter.
It matters. I have no dowry.
It doesn't matter. I love you.
And soon you would hate me.
Oh, I swear by my soul.
You would be in debt. There would be no money.
I swear by my hope of salvation.
Your creditors would haunt you.
I must have you, Lizaveta Ivanovna.
And you would think I, a handsome young officer, I could have made a wealthy match.
Lizaveta Ivanovna.
Please, Lieutenant. I am sorry. It cannot be. My beloved, your coldness, your indifference shall not chill my heart. A poor flower worships the sun. And if the sun is unaware of its adorer, does that lessen the adoration?
Dear Lieutenant Herman, what you propose is impossible. I have the honor to remain Lizaveta Ivanovna Surin.
I long for you, as one who has spent weeks in the burning desert yearns for water. Please, I beg you, cool the fire that flames in me.
You must forget me, because it is impossible for us to marry.
Well, Herman, how goes your secret love?
She refuses to see me, Tomsky.
That's to be expected.
But she is unmovable.
That's a good sign.
How?
A woman is always at her most yielding when she's at her most stubborn.
None of my letters seem to have swayed her in the slightest.
Ah, but she answers them, doesn't she?
Well,
as long as you receive an answer, there is hope.
But the answer is always no.
Be determined. Keep writing. Something will happen.
But what?
Oh, I don't know. Something, anything. She'll be stung by a bee, or she'll smell a beautiful rose, or someone will say a kind word to her, or a cross word, and suddenly she'll burst into tears and...
And what?
And she'll fall into your arms.
Oh, my. Oh, my goodness.
Well, there you are. Thank you for deciding to waste some of your precious time on me.
I'm sorry, sir. Your ladyship, I didn't hear you ring at first.
What's wrong with you these days? Forever sighing and mooning about. Are you ill?
No, your ladyship.
Order the carriage. What sort of weather is it?
Calm and sunny and warm.
No, you never know what you're talking about. I feel cold. It must be snowing and freezing.
Yes, your ladyship.
Now, where are you going?
Well, to order the carriage.
To order the carriage? Whatever for?
But your ladyship just told me
what
to order
has happened to your senses? Would I want to go driving about in a snowstorm?
No, the sun is shining.
Don't you dare contradict me.
No, madam. Shall I read to you?
Read to me?
Yes.
Really, my girl? Didn't I tell you to order the carriage?
Oh,
Lizaveta Ivanovna! You come back! Lizaveta! Oh, now what's gotten into that fool of a girl?
I am convinced that your intentions are honorable. I believe your declaration of love. And I see you as the knight in shining armor I have always yearned for. Oh, how I long to be my own mistress, and not the terrified creature of a tyrannical old woman. Come to me. Save me. Tonight, the Countess and I shall return from a ball at the French embassy at midnight. The servants shall all be asleep. I will see that the small gate at the rear of the house will be open. Enter and then go to a rear door. Once inside is a staircase that leads up to a hallway. The first door is the Countess's bedroom. The second is mine. Remember, I love you and rely upon your honor.
Who is in this room?
Do not be alarmed. For heaven's sake, do not be alarmed.
Who are you?
Lieutenant Herman. You remember me?
How did you get in here?
It doesn't matter. You can ensure the happiness of my life.
Go away. Go away.
You can name 3 cards.
3 cards?
3 secret winning cards. How to call them. The secret told you by the fabulous sorcerer, the Prince de Saint-Germain.
There are no cards. There was no prince.
Tell me the secret.
It was a joke. Do you understand? A joke.
Tell me the 3 winning cards.
There are no cards.
For whom are you keeping the secret?
There is no secret.
For your grandson? He's rich enough without it.
I tell you, young man, there is no secret.
You're old, as good as dead. Why do you refuse? Why?
Because...
Reveal the secret. And not only shall I bless you, but my children, my grandchildren shall revere you as a saint. Well? Speak, you horrid old hag. Speak, or I'll blow your brains out.
There is no secret.
You think I hesitate to kill you? I have a pistol. See?
No.
All I have to do is pull back the hammer. So. You hear it click? All I need to do now is pull the trigger. And I will pull the trigger if you don't...
No!
Lieutenant Herman, what are you doing? What are you doing with that pistol?
I didn't kill her. You can see that. She just died.
Dead? The Countess is dead?
Yes, and I am the cause.
You?
Yes. She knew about 3 secret cards which would always win at Faro. I came here tonight to make her tell me.
You came here tonight? But I thought you had come here to see me.
I had intended to see you afterward.
Then you don't love me.
No, I do love you.
All you wanted was to gain admission to her bedroom.
No, only to gain the financial foundation and security for our marriage.
You're a monster.
No, I had no intention of killing. Look, my pistol isn't even loaded.
Now I look at your face. I see the devil himself. Please, leave. Go.
No, I hope to have the honor of calling on you in the future, dear Lizabetta.
I never want to see you again.
I'm sorry it all turned out the way it did. But one must accept the good with the bad. I decided that I had better attend the funeral services. My friend, Lieutenant Tomsky, was touched. Sincerely touched.
Herman, old man, it's kind of you to take the time.
Oh, she was a great lady. I've come to pay my respects. May I approach the coffin with you?
Of course, I'm very grateful to you. Well, there she is. Looks just the same as she did in life.
Huh?
Herman, what is it?
No. Oh, no.
No, Herman, look at her. Help me. Fade it.
Where am I?
In your rooms, Herman.
What happened to me? Oh, I remember. I fainted. I saw...
Well, what did you see?
You must promise not to laugh at me.
I promise.
She winked at me.
She what?
She winked at me.
Oh.
You say that as if you think I'm crazy. I'm not. I'm the sanest person you know.
But the old Countess, my grandmother, is dead.
I know. But she winked at me.
Right. If you
say so. I don't care what anyone says. I looked at the old countess lying in her coffin, and suddenly she darted a kind of mocking look at me. And with her left eye, she winked. And that's the truth. Is someone knocking at the door? Well, stop your knocking and come in. Come in, the door's open. Who are you?
You know who I am.
No.
I am the Countess Anna Fedotovna.
But you're dead.
Yes, I am dead.
Then how can you be standing there?
Enough of this meaningless chatter. Let us get down to business.
What business?
Business. Isn't it remarkable how much business of all kinds we can have with each other, and how suddenly it all ceases when one is dead? For the dead have no business. Isn't that true? And yet, here is a lady, freshly deceased, who has suddenly introduced a matter of business to our hero. The nature of the business? Well, you know you'll have to wait for Act 3. Accidents happen. And accidentally, Lieutenant Herman has caused the death of Countess Anna Fedotovna. But seemingly, the elderly countess, or should we say the late countess, harbors no grudge, because here she is, visiting him in his rooms the day after her funeral. Is such a thing possible? Well, don't take my word for it. Listen for yourself.
But you're dead.
We have already established that.
Dead people simply cannot leave the grave.
Have you ever been a dead person? Have you?
Well, no.
I have been ordered to grant your request.
My request?
The 3 secret cards.
Yes?
Your 3 secret cards shall be, listen, 3, 7, ace. They shall be dealt to you. They shall win for you. Do you understand?
3, 7, ace.
These are the conditions. You must play 1 card, and 1 card only on each of 3 successive nights. Understand?
1 card only on 3 nights in succession.
How much money do you have?
My father's inheritance. 50,000 rubles.
Very well. Cash it in. Bring the 50,000 to the casino. Bet on the 3. You will then have 100,000. The following night, bet the 100,000 on the 7. You will then have 200,000. On the final night, bet the 200,000 on the ace. You will walk away with 400,000 rubles.
400,000?
And when I say walk away, I mean walk away from cards forever. You must never gamble again as long as you live.
Oh, yes, yes.
And one more thing. I shall forgive you my death if you marry my companion, Lizaveta Ivanovna.
Well, of course. Of course.
Remember, your 3 magic cards, your 3 secret cards are 3, 7, ace. Goodbye.
Herman, my good friend, I came as soon as I received your message. Are you feeling all right?
Well, yes, yes. Are you playing cards this evening?
Oh, yes, of course.
Where?
At the usual place.
Captain Namarov's?
Yes, he attracts a crowd of good fellows, and he sets an excellent table.
Yes, but I noticed the stakes are rather low.
Low? A 25-ruble limit? You call that low? Well, I compliment you, my wealthy friend.
Where can one go to find a rather, a game with a higher limit?
Well, I do have a millionaire friend. Let's not beat about the bush, so why not? Let's go to the top. Let's visit Count Chekalinsky.
Count Chekalinsky?
Oh, he spent his entire life at the table. He's won millions. This is where the true gamblers go. Royalty, nobility.
Could we go?
Oh, everyone is welcome. But everyone is expected to play.
I intend to play.
Count Chekalinsky, may I present my good friend, Lieutenant Herman.
I am honored to make your acquaintance, Lieutenant. Well, do not stand on ceremony. Please make my humble home yours.
That morning, I had gone to the banker who administered the principal sum of my inheritance, and against his strenuous objections, cashed in the entire amount. I was so sure of myself, so full of confidence that my fortune was made. But here, once again, I wasn't sure. Was it a dream? Did the old lady come back from the dead, or was it my imagination? And then I heard her voice.
3, 7, ace.
And all my doubts were conquered.
Very well, gentlemen. Who will join us for this bank? You, General? You, Monsieur? You, Admiral?
Will you allow me to take a card, Count Chekalinsky?
Oh, with pleasure, Lieutenant Herman. And now, gentlemen, your stakes. Lieutenant?
I stake 50,000 rubles on one card.
Oh, my. Gentlemen, please. Allow me to inform you, Lieutenant, you are playing very high.
Am I?
If you will forgive me.
What now, Count?
While I am quite convinced your word is sufficient, but for the sake of the order of the game, I must ask you to put your money on the card.
I have a note of exchange from the banking house of Rostov. Is that acceptable?
Completely. Let me look at your card.
You have been dealt a 3, Herman. Do you realize you've wasted 50,000 rubles on a 3?
Quiet. The Count is about to deal himself a card.
The dealer has a deuce.
It's incredible.
I believe my 3 beats your Highness's 2.
Yes, Lieutenant, your 3 has beaten me. Shall we continue? Or do you desire a settlement?
If you please.
What luck. What fool's luck. Now, look, Herman, promise me one thing. You'll never gamble again.
Oh, I intend to go back tomorrow.
But why? You've won 50,000 rubles. Do you realize that?
And tomorrow I shall win 100,000 more.
You mean you intend to double your bet?
Of course.
Herman, you don't know what you're doing.
I slept the deep sleep of the just. I awoke late, breakfasted, attended to a few details, and as evening fell, summoned a carriage and returned to Count Chekalinsky's palace. As I entered, all conversation ceased. Every eye turned toward me. The Count himself came forward and took my hand.
Good evening, Lieutenant Herman. And what is your pleasure this evening?
I wish to wager. Shall you accommodate me?
Of course. This way, please. 3, 7, ace.
3, 7, ace. It's foreordained.
Ready for the deal, Lieutenant Herman?
Ready? I wager 100,000 rubles. Accepted?
Accepted. Your card, my card. I have a 6.
I have a 7.
I see. Shall we continue?
I should prefer to receive my winnings, if you please.
Of course. Here you are. Your 100,000 in cash.
Thank you. Till tomorrow evening?
Till tomorrow.
You're not going back there. I won't let you.
My good Tomsky, by now it should be apparent that I know what I'm doing.
Herman, you have 200,000 rubles. Isn't that enough?
It's just half of what I need.
Half? Do you intend to wager the entire 200,000 on one?
Of course.
Well, you are a man of iron, a man of ice. 200,000 rubles on the turn of a single card. You are also insane.
My good friend, I simply cannot lose.
Your stake, Lieutenant Herman?
My stake is 200,000 rubles.
Lieutenant, I must remind you, this is a fantastic wager.
Can you cover it?
Of course.
For a moment, just a fleeting moment, I felt that twinge of doubt. Was it luck? Could it turn? No. No, the old Countess had told me about the 3 cards. She was right about the 3 and the 7.
Are you afraid to double your fortune, you fool? Didn't you commit murder for those 3 cards?
Yes.
3, 7, ace. Stake your fortune on the last card. How can you lose? You are destined to draw the ace.
My stake is 200,000 rubles.
Covered. Your card? My card. My card is a king.
My ace beats your king.
Your queen loses.
My queen? I have an ace. I don't have a... But you said I would have an ace.
I beg your pardon.
Did I say that?
An ace? An ace? I was supposed to have an ace.
You have a queen, Lieutenant. You see? The queen of spades.
Oh, it's not the queen of spades. It's the countess. The countess. The old countess. Look at her. Look at her. Listen. She's laughing at me.
They know how to win, these young fellows, but not how to lose.
It's not the queen of spades. It's the countess.
Whoever, whatever it was, poor Lieutenant Herman went out of his mind and is now confined in room number 18 of the Obukov Hospital, where he constantly mutters 3-7 ace, 3-7 queen. As for Lizaveta, she married Lieutenant Tomsky. See how unpredictable life can be? We're only sure of one thing, which is that I shall return in just a few moments. The secret of the 3 cards. The secret which turned out to be no secret at all. And if you want to apply that lesson to life, how many secrets actually do exist? How many mysteries, on closer examination, prove to contain absolutely no hidden meanings? Is life a simple affair that we attempt to complicate? Well, 7 times each week, we try to answer that question, and who knows, one time we might actually succeed. Our cast included Michael Tolan, Ann Shepard, Ian Martin, Bryna Rayburn, and Robert Dryden. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale. Why do you say that?
For some purpose, this man of science is making a study of you. I know that look of his. I have seen that cold illumination as he bends over a bird, a mouse, a butterfly, which, in pursuit of some experiment, he has killed by the perfume of a flower.
Inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre.
Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, bellwether of a fantastic flock that forms on these airwaves at this time and place. The presentiment of danger, the intimation of disaster, the uneasy, inexplicable feeling that something we cannot define is leading us into a catastrophe we cannot explain for a reason we cannot understand. A fragment of a dream that vanishes upon awakening. A wisp of an idea that eludes our comprehension and escapes our memory. Is this the way fate seems to warn us of our mortal peril? If so, it is like the warning of the rattlesnake. Too little and too late.
You will soon commit murder, Lord Arthur.
But this is monstrous. I have absolutely no intention. Look, I'm not a murderer.
Oh, no one is until he kills for the first time.
I tell you, I cannot commit murder.
And I tell you, you can, and you will.
I refuse to believe it.
You're all alike. You all want to pry into your future, which you have no business doing. And when you see what fate has in store for you, you refuse to believe it.
But murder?
Yes, murder. What's so special about murder? People do it every day.
Our mystery drama, The Saxon Curse, is based on the Oscar Wilde classic and was especially written for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Paul Hecht. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Today, things are tough all over. Even the very rich complain. They protest their wealth is being eaten away by ruinous taxes. They lament that their once sacrosanct watering places have been invaded by common folk. And most of all, they bemoan the fact that it's virtually impossible to find a decent servant. They may have a point. Quite possibly, they may have been born at the wrong time. They should have lived, say, in England around 1905, when rank had its privileges, wealth had its license, and the common people knew their place. Our hero is the youthful Lord Arthur Savile, a golden boy who lives in a golden time.
Well, well, you naughty fellow, why haven't you been to see me all this time?
Dear Aunt Clem, I never have a moment to myself.
That's because you spend all your time with Sybil Merton. I cannot understand why people make such a fuss over getting married.
I assure you, I have not seen Sybil for 24 hours. As far as I can make out, she belongs entirely to her milliners. How are you feeling?
Dear boy, as you well know, doctors are of no use at all. They can't even cure my headache.
Unfortunately, these wretched headaches seem to run in the family. You know the legend. There's an old Saxon curse leveled against one of our ancient Norman ancestors.
Poppycock. You must come into the drawing room. I have a most interesting company.
Oh, I didn't know you were engaged. Well, you needn't try to fit me in.
I have Sir Matthew and Lady Reed.
Sir Matthew Reed, he's the president of the Royal College of Physicians.
Elected by mistake, I was told.
But surely so distinguished a physician could come up with a cure for your headache.
The more distinguished the physician, the more elevated the fee. And, of course, you must meet Professor Septimus Podgers.
Professor Septimus Rogers?
Podgers.
Well, now, who is...
You haven't heard of Septimus Podgers? But everyone knows Septimus.
Except me.
Professor Podgers is a celebrated chiromantist.
What is a chiromantist?
One who reads hands.
Oh, a gypsy.
Professor Podgers is a man of science.
Oh, really?
I must introduce you.
He tells fortunes, I suppose.
And misfortunes, too. Next year, for instance, I am in great danger. It's all written on my little finger. The palm of my hand. I forget which.
But aren't you tempting Providence, Aunt Clem?
My dear Arthur, surely Providence can resist temptation by this time. Now come. You must come in and meet my remarkable Mr. Podgers.
And so I entered my aunt's drawing room, where I was introduced to her Mr. Podgers. I must say there was nothing esoteric or mysterious or romantic looking about him at all. He was a stout little man with a funny bald head, and you might take him for something between a family doctor and a country solicitor. He was staring at the palm of Sir Matthew, and I was amazed to see how Sir Matthew and Lady Reed gazed at him with rapt attention.
And what do you claim to see in my hand, sir?
I see a man of adventurous nature. You have taken 4 long voyages in the past.
By George, so I have.
You were shipwrecked once.
Amazing.
You have a passion for collecting curiosities.
But everyone knows that. It's been in the paper.
Arthur, dear boy, do not interrupt.
I see in this line, the health line, a secret. Sir Matthew, you had a serious illness between the ages of 16 and 18.
Now, how the devil would you know?
Well, it's all written here.
Extraordinary. The man is uncanny.
And now, Professor Podgers, my nephew, Lord Arthur Savile, is anxious to have his palm read.
No, I'm not exactly.
Oh, have him do it, Arthur. It's like someone opening a window in your mind.
I'm not sure those windows shouldn't remain closed.
Perhaps the boy's afraid.
Oh, I'm not afraid.
Professor, as you can see, young Lord Savile is dying to have his hand read. Don't tell him he's engaged to the most beautiful girl in London, because that news has already been published in the Morning Punch.
May I examine your right hand, Lord Arthur?
Well, if you insist. He touched my hand, and it was as if a galvanic current ran through my body. Something happened. I don't know what, but I do know this. Suddenly, he no longer seemed to be a somewhat ludicrous, fat little man. I felt I was in the presence of great power, authority. A shudder passed through me, and I was frightened to see that the shudder also passed through him. Beads of perspiration broke out on his bald skull like a poisonous dew, and his fat sausage-like fingers grew cold and clammy. And I knew fear, real fear, for the first time in my life. My impulse was to run from the room, but I forced myself to stand still. I am waiting, Professor. Well, what do you see in my hand?
I see the hand of a charming young man. Within the next few months, Lord Arthur will go on a voyage.
Naturally, his honeymoon.
And lose a relative.
Well, we all lose relatives. Sometimes I think they were created for the purpose. Can you tell us any more?
No, Lady Clementine. That's all I can see.
I was furious with myself. What was this feeling of terror that had suddenly come over me? Why had I permitted myself to be frightened by some unwholesome charlatan? But was he a charlatan? Is it possible that written on my hand is some fearful secret of sin, some blood-red sign of crime? Is he gifted with a power to read it? Why do I feel now that some tragedy hangs over me? I waited for a chance to take the man aside for a moment.
What is it, Lord Arthur?
I must insist on your giving me a straightforward answer to my question.
What makes you think I saw anything in your hand, Lord Arthur?
I know you did.
I'm afraid you're mistaken.
All right, how much do you want?
I saw nothing.
How much do you want?
How much do I want?
This is how you earn your living, isn't it?
Professor Podgers, I want...
Oh, please, Lord Arthur. Lady Clementine will be quite angry with me if I keep her...
Whatever it is you saw, Professor, I have a right to know.
But I didn't
I'll give you £50.
Yeah, but, sir, I do not sell my...
£100. Now, listen, where can we discuss this?
You may find me at 30 West Moon Street. My hours are from 10 to 4.
What was wrong with me? Wasn't it obvious who he was? A preposterous trickster, a ridiculous quack. Yes, it was obvious. But it didn't matter, because he was an instrument designed to pierce through the fog of the unknown and reveal my destiny. What had he seen in my hand? I need not tell you there was no sleep for me that night. Promptly at 10, I presented myself at 30 West Moon Street, a thoroughly unimpressive house in a completely nondescript neighborhood. The professor himself looked even shabbier in the daylight. He took my hand in both of his, and once again that same electric shock charged through my body and through his body, too. His eyes closed. His teeth seemed to chatter. Suddenly he dropped my hand.
Murder.
What?
Murder. I see murder.
What do you mean, murder? Am I going to be murdered?
No. You will be the murderer.
Now, see here, Professor.
And you asked me...
This is...
This is what?
This is monstrous. Murder? I'm not a murderer.
Oh, no one is until he kills.
Now, how can you sit there and tell me such...
Such what? It's the truth.
I'm not the kind of person who...
Why didn't you leave it alone? I tried to discourage you.
I tell you, I cannot commit murder.
And I tell you that you can, and you will.
Who am I going to kill?
I don't know. Your murder line stopped short.
Oh, will I kill more than once?
No. There is only one murder in your hand.
And will I be caught?
No.
How can you be sure?
Because I see no line of retribution in your hand.
Then I'm to get away with it.
Yes. Because you will obviously have chosen your victim carefully and planned your murder skillfully and executed your killing flawlessly.
Carefully, skillfully, flawlessly. How? What do I know about murder?
Oh, you will learn. After all, Lord Arthur, necessity has always been the mother of invention.
Than which truer words were never spoken. Of course, to our hero, Lord Arthur Savile, murder was something that usually took place only in the sensational newspapers. It was neither the pastime nor the preoccupation of a gentleman. But now, suddenly, he himself is notified that he is not only about to commit murder, but he is to do it successfully. I'll be back shortly with Act 2. Murder will out, said Chaucer. Murder cannot be hid, said Cervantes. And murder, though it have no tongue, will speak with most miraculous organ, said Shakespeare. That is certainly a weighty consensus of extremely well-informed opinion. And yet, here we have young Lord Arthur Savile being cast by destiny in the role of a murderer, who will not only murder, but remain undetected.
But why, Professor Podgers, why am I about to commit murder?
That I cannot say.
I have no enemies. No one hates me. Why? There must be a reason.
I'm sorry, Sir Arthur. I can enlighten you no further.
Now, wait. You saw 3 things in my hand, Two of them you told me last night. First, that I would go on a voyage. Do you still see that?
Yes.
Second, that I shall lose a relative. Is that still to occur?
Yes.
And that I shall commit murder. Well, does that complete the list?
It does, Sir Arthur.
Yes. And how many relatives am I to lose?
Just one.
Just one?
Quite so, sir.
But I only have two relatives.
Two?
In all the world. There is just my twin sister, Pamela, and my aunt, Lady Clementine Beecham. Are you saying that one of them will die within the next few months?
I am saying that is what is written.
Well, which one?
I'm sorry it doesn't say.
But one will die.
Yes, Lord Arthur.
I looked at my hand, and suddenly it was no longer the familiar five-fingered palm made of firm pink flesh and finely etched, delicate lines. It was white, dead white, corpse white, like the white paper on which the death sentence is written. And here the death sentence was written in blood-red letters. Lady Clementine Beecham. And I even knew why. She would die because it would be necessary to make sure that my sister, my dearest twin, Pamela, would live. And at that moment, I felt almost at peace, almost as if I was serving the ends of a just fate. For why should Pamela, lovely Pamela, newly married and about to know the joys of motherhood, die? Why shouldn't I make sure of her love? Aunt Clem. Surely a woman of 80 could have no complaints. I was able to smile. I was even able to assume a pose with Professor Podgers. Professor, I believe I owe you £100. May I write you a check?
If it's convenient, Lord Arthur.
Oh, here we are. Paid to the order of Septimus Podgers, and so forth. £100 is cheap enough for such capital amusement.
Amusement?
Yes, and quite ingenious. I enjoyed every moment of it.
But I assure you, Lord Arthur, what I saw in your hand is the absolute truth.
Yes, I dare say. Remarkably good show. I trust you're available for future entertainments, parties, and so forth?
I am always at your lordship's service.
And so I was committed to the killing of my Aunt Clem. But how to go about it? Direct physical violence was out of the question. I simply could not see myself assaulting my aunt. I would feel like a fool. That left one way. Poison. But what did I know about poisons? Nothing. But Sir Matthew Reed, the famous physician, was a family friend, a member of my club. He lunched there daily, as I did. It would be a simple matter to join him.
I say, Arthur, that cop seems a bit underdone. Well, it's what comes of having a French chef.
Yes, joining him for lunch was no problem. But how could I get him to talk about poisons? It was hardly a luncheon topic. But imagine my amazement when suddenly, after his second glass of port...
Speaking of poisons, Arthur...
What? I wasn't aware that we were speaking of poisons, Sir Matthew.
Well, I was thinking of poisons, so it's the same thing.
Yes, sir.
Remarkable case in the newspapers. Read about it?
No, sir.
Fella did away with his wife.
Yes, sir?
Botched it.
Is that so?
Chap was married 50 years, fell in love with a younger woman, had to get rid of the old one. Bounder deserves to be hanged.
For murdering his wife, sir?
No, for using arsenic. Messy, painful affair. Now, after 50 years of loyal service, the poor old lady deserves something like, well, aconitine.
Aconitine, sir?
Oh, yes. It's the creme de la creme of poisons. Swift. Takes almost immediate effect. Perfectly painless. It mixes well with food and drink. Quite palatable.
Is that so?
Arthur, you must promise me something. If after 50 years of wedded bliss with the divine Sybil, you should decide to, well, do her in, you shall by all means use aconitine.
I promise. Sir Matthew, suppose after 50 years I should wish to make a fool of myself, how could I come upon this Aconitine?
Why, I expect there shall always be a Humbies and Pestle. They shall still be chemists by appointment to whomever the future monarch will be.
Humbies and Pestle. Of course. Yes, it was going along beautifully. It was as if I were following a track leading me to my sure destination. That afternoon, I strolled up St. James Street to Humby and Pestle's. Mr. Pestle, who always attended personally on the aristocracy, was a good deal surprised at the mention of the word Aconitine, and in his usual deferential manner started to mumble something about...
I assume, of course, Sir Arthur, that you have a prescription.
I beg your pardon, Mr. Pestle.
The law requires...
Oh, I hope you are not assuming that I intend something illegal.
No. It's...
You see, it's for an absolutely humanitarian purpose. I have this huge Norwegian Mastiff. You're familiar with the breed, of course.
I believe so.
Yes, I am obliged to get rid of it since it insists on biting my Swedish chauffeur. The Norwegian Mastiff and the Swedish chauffeur seem to be sworn foes. There is no possibility of a peaceful solution. It's tragic.
Yes, sir.
Since Norwegian Mastiffs are plentiful, whereas Swedish chauffeurs are rare indeed.
I think I understand, Lord Arthur.
Thank you, Mr. Pestle.
Powder form is best, and a pinch in the dog's lunch or beverage.
Ah, you are a man of great heart and understanding.
Always at your service, my lord. And may I compliment you on your remarkable knowledge of toxicology.
Was it only last night that I had met Septimus Podgers for the first time? Was it only this morning that he revealed the awful secret of my hand? Was it only this noon that I had lunch with Sir Matthew and discovered the Aconitine? And has it been only 10 minutes since I walked out of Humby and Pestle's with the poison in my pocket? Yes. What did Podgers say? I would execute this murder carefully, skillfully, flawlessly. Now, let me see. How shall I administer the Aconitine to dear Aunt Clem? This could be a sticky business, and the entire project could founder. But it was remarkable how clearly I was thinking. How I was suddenly seized by the most happy inspiration.
Why haven't you been to see me all this time?
Dear Aunt Clem, I was here last night.
A likely story. You take advantage of my failing memory.
How are your headaches, dear Aunt Clem?
I would rather not discuss the wretched things.
I have brought you a cure for your headache.
There is no cure, dear boy. It's an ancient Saxon curse.
No, but you must try this cure, dear Aunt Clem. It's proof against Saxon curses.
Why do you say that?
Because it was invented by an American. I assure you it's a perfect cure. You must promise to try it. It comes in this little box.
The box is charming, Arthur. It's made of silver.
Open the box. Carefully. It contains a powder. Take a pinch in a little bit of wine.
Well, try it right now.
Oh, good heavens. No. You must do nothing of the kind. You see, this is a homeopathic medicine. If you take it without having a headache, it may do you no end of harm. Wait till you have one and then try it. You will be astonished at the result.
Oh, I should like to take it now. The fact is, though I despise doctors, I adore medicines. However, I shall wait for my next headache.
Oh, when shall that be?
Well, I hope not for a week. I never know.
But you're sure to have one soon.
Oh, how sympathetic you are today, Arthur. Really, Sybil has done you a great deal of good. But now you must run away. I am dining with some frightfully dull people. If I don't get my sleep now, I shall never be able to keep awake during dinner.
Well, goodbye, dear Aunt.
Goodbye, dear boy, and thank you so much for the American medicine. Give my love to Sybil.
Sybil. I must talk to Sybil. Since I should like to be as far away as possible when it happens. Of course. That's the voyage Podger saw in my hand. I must take my leave of Sybil. But it's a month before the wedding. What excuse can I make? My dearest, I have a confession to make.
A confession? Oh, no. Is it something serious? Oh, yes, it must be serious. Else why would it be a confession?
I am willing to release you from your vow.
Oh, this is...
I have not told you everything.
You haven't told me everything. What have you withheld?
My dearest, I am a victim.
A victim? A victim of fate? Of circumstance?
Neither. I am a victim of severe headache.
Headaches? Oh, you poor boy.
It runs in the family. My Aunt Clementine...
Oh, I know. She told me. There's an ancient Saxon curse.
And so, you see, since you were unaware...
No, I love you despite your headaches. I accept you for what you are.
Yes, but I must take my leave of you, my darling.
Your leave? You're going? You're leaving? You will desert me?
I'm going to Vienna.
Vienna? But nobody ever goes to Vienna.
There is, in Vienna, a celebrated doctor.
A headache doctor?
Well, a head doctor.
Marvelous. And you're going to see him?
No, surely he can cure my headache.
Oh, my darling. Go to him. Fly to him.
You would not mind being neglected for 10 days, fortnight, perhaps a month.
My dearest, I have so many things to do to prepare for the wedding. I shan't even know you are gone.
There you are. See how quickly and efficiently the thing has been arranged. Step by careful step, my murder has been skillfully planned. And now, can there be any doubt that it shall be flawlessly executed?
And he's only an amateur. And this is only his very first attempt. So it only goes to prove that each of us has a hidden facet, an unknown talent, an ability that's kept secret even from ourselves. Does this mean that murderers are born, not made? Or does it prove that murderers are made, not born? Whatever it means, someone is going to be killed just as soon as I return with Act 3. The order of the act has been schemed and plotted, and nothing can avert the final curtain's fall. Or so said a Russian poet. And certainly it must be said that not only has Sir Arthur's scheming been careful, skillful, and flawless, we can even add a bonus word and say meticulous. And so the deadly aconitine waits with fateful readiness the very next headache of the Lady Clementine Beecham.
While I, of course, have made myself perfectly comfortable and happy in Vienna, a delightful, if somewhat socially backward city. And since I had announced to my beloved Sybil that I was here to consult a celebrated doctor, I decided, for the sake of the record, to do so.
Headaches?
Yes, Doctor. Fierce, relentless headaches, once or twice a month.
Tell me about your dreams.
Dreams? I never dream.
You never dream? Impossible.
Yeah, but it's true. I never had a dream in my life.
We have found it.
Found what, Doctor?
The cause of your headaches. You have the headaches because you do not dream. So, all the bad thoughts are still imprisoned inside the skull. You see?
I'm not sure. By George, there might have been something to what the fellow said. Lately, I noticed I had been starting to get headaches. Maybe the Saxon curse had come down to me. But this lack of dreaming... all this was of minor concern. The crucial thing was, I had made sure of my story. I had said I came here to consult a doctor. I had consulted a doctor. I could now see where the execution of the perfect crime required superb intelligence, which is perhaps why it is beyond the capabilities of the lower classes. However, my visit was to end abruptly. That evening, there was a telegram from Sybil.
Aunt Clementine died suddenly.
So, she had taken the poison. She was dead. And now, I must return at once, like the proper grieving nephew. I didn't pause to pack. I caught the night express to Paris, and from thence the train to Le Havre. The following morning, I was back in London.
Oh, darling, you're home.
Tell me everything. Where is poor Aunt Clem?
In the hospital.
The hospital? I thought you said she was dead.
She is quite dead. You see, she complained of a severe headache, and so she drank a glass of wine, and in just a few moments she...
Yes?
Well, she seemed to be dead, but I couldn't be sure, and so I summoned James and Harris and Charles, and they carried her downstairs to her motor car, and we all rushed to the hospital.
Ah, at the hospital, they couldn't help her.
Oh, no, she was quite dead by the time we arrived. Even Sir Matthew Reed himself was unable to bring...
Sir Matthew?
Sir Matthew Reed.
He was there?
Of course, he's her personal physician.
Well, what did he say, Sir Matthew?
Oh, I remember quite distinctly what he said. If I didn't know young Arthur better, I'd suspect foul play.
He said that?
He smiled when he said that. Oh, dear Arthur, no one could possibly suspect you of doing the old girl in. Why, you were miles away at the time.
Yes, in Vienna. Did he say anything else? Sir Matthew?
No, Arthur. Well, but why are you so pale?
What? Oh, the diet. Viennese diet. It must... did he perform an autopsy?
Arthur! What a perfectly gruesome thing to say. Oh, I should hope not.
You don't know that?
Oh, my darling Arthur, you are upset. You're not yourself. I can see. Oh, I know how much poor Aunt Clem meant to you. She was dear to me also, always giving me little gifts.
Yes, darling, I should like to rest.
Of course, my dearest. Rest. You must be brave. One does not lose an Aunt Clem every day.
Why was I frightened? I had been assured that all would go well. There would be no retribution, that the killing would be carefully, skillfully, flawlessly executed. It was, wasn't it? Why was I so apprehensive? Podgers had assured me. Podgers. I must see him again. I must hear it from his lips again. He must read my future again. He must tell me that I shall not be caught. I rushed to West Moon Street.
Here now. What you pounding on the door for?
I'm looking for Professor Podgers, Septimus Podgers. Is he in?
Oh, yeah, he's in.
Well, then why doesn't he answer?
Well, sir, you asked, is he in? And he's in, all right, but he ain't in there. He's in jail.
In jail?
Oh, yeah. They come and carted him off about a week ago.
Jail?
Yeah. He had a bit of a confidence game. Get people to do all sorts of things and swindle them out of their money. How much did he take you for? Well, kiss him goodbye. You'll never see it again.
I knew it. I knew he was just a common charlatan and thief. But he had the gift. The gift of what? Prophecy. But how did I know? Perhaps it was all designed to get me to murder my aunt so he could blackmail me for the rest of my life. What could I do now? I couldn't very well visit him in prison. Oh, yes, I poisoned Aunt Clem, thinking that the death of a very old lady would cause no suspicion. But I had reckoned without Sir Matthew Reed. Sir Matthew, the expert, the authority on poisons. Well, if he doesn't suspect, then I will be safe. But suppose he does suspect.
Sir Matthew said, if I didn't know young Arthur better, I'd suspect foul play. But he smiled when he said it.
Smiled. He must have meant it as a joke. Oh, does he or does he not suspect? Why didn't it occur to me that I would inherit Aunt Clem's entire estate? Oh, that could set tongues wagging. Did Sir Arthur perform an autopsy or didn't he? Does he intend to or doesn't he? How can I find out? I must find out. I'll corner him at the club.
You'd think a French chef would know what to do with veal.
I think it's the Italian chefs who specialize in veal, Sir Matthew. The French more or less concentrate on beef.
Comes of relying on foreigners. Damn shame about your Aunt Clem.
Yes. What do you suppose was the cause of her death?
I don't know. I can't be sure.
Do you contemplate doing an autopsy?
A lady of that age? Well, she can die for any number of reasons. Resistance low, heart not too strong. Old people die because they simply give out.
Yes, and she simply gave out.
That has been my initial diagnosis. However...
What is it, Sir Matthew?
Just talking to you has raised a rather interesting point. What did she die of, specifically?
Well, does it matter?
In science, everything matters. That was a good idea of yours.
Idea? What idea?
That I perform an autopsy?
I did. Sir Matthew, do you intend to perform an autopsy?
I don't know. It depends upon my schedule. If I've no surgery in the morning, I might just, and then again, my boy, I never make plans.
Did he know? Was he playing with me? Does a person who has been poisoned by aconitine show definite signs? Was this a game? If it was, then I have lost, for Mr. Pestle will certainly remember selling me... Or will he? After all, they are the busiest chemists in London. Mr. Pestle always struck me as an absent-minded type. Well, only one way to find out.
Lord Arthur.
Good day, Mr. Pestle. I was wondering if you might suggest a remedy for the gout.
The gout? Aren't you rather young to be troubled by the gout, Lord Arthur?
Well, yes, but it runs in the family, so when it attacks me in my turn, I intend to be ready for it.
Well, we have here a stool, and one elevates one's foot.
Excellent. Yes, thank you. I'll take it.
I'll have it sent, Lord Arthur.
Thank you so much. It's so good seeing you again. It's been a long, long time.
So it has. No. Weren't you in here a fortnight past?
Was I?
Well, it seems to me you bought some, aconitine. Yes, for your Swedish chauffeur. Oh, no. For your Norwegian mastiff. It must have been a fortnight. Well, I could look it up. It must be very careful, you know, to record the dates of all poison purchases. It's the law.
A most commendable statute. Well, good day, Mr. Pestle. I was lost. Lost. Only a miracle could save me. But the age of miracles is past, gone, vanished. I shall be charged with the murder of my aunt. I shall be tried, found guilty, and hanged. And my head, oh, my head. My poor head is splitting. Your Honor, I do not ask for mercy. I ask only for understanding. I killed my aunt to save my sister, my dearest twin sister, present living in Canada, in order that she should continue to perpetuate.
Arthur, darling, wake up.
I only acted according to the command of fate.
Arthur!
Sybil, what? How did you get in here?
Hastings called me, said you were in a frightful shape. Nightmares and whatnot.
Oh, my head. My head is splitting.
Poor boy, the Saxon curse. The Austrian doctor was of little help.
Nothing can help.
Oh, you must never say that. Here, drink some coffee. A hot cup of black coffee.
No, I don't like coffee. Oh, it's black.
I know. I put in plenty of sugar.
It won't make me feel better.
It will, I promise you. Here, drink it.
All right.
Now, isn't that delicious?
Oh. Sybil, I must make a confession.
Oh, no, you're exciting yourself.
I poisoned my Aunt Clem.
Oh, you did nothing of the sort.
I did. I gave her poison.
Poor boy, you feel so badly about her death. You've been having nightmares.
I tell you, I poisoned her.
You did no such thing, and Sir Matthew can prove it.
Sir Matthew?
Of course. He performed an autopsy on poor Aunt Clem this morning.
What?
Death was due entirely to natural causes.
Yes. Oh, that's wonderful. I feel lightheaded, completely.
Oh, then it worked. The medicine worked.
What medicine?
Aunt Clementine's medicine in this little silver box.
That box? That silver box?
It's the box you gave her.
Sybil, did you?
Which has the remedy, the American headache remedy.
Sybil, no.
Oh, how peaceful. Oh. How calm you look. It works. The remedy works.
Sybil, you didn't.
The day you left for Vienna, I told your aunt it was because of your headaches. And she said, well, my dear, take this American remedy he gave me for my headache. And I said, dear Aunt Clem, don't you need it? And she said, oh, I'm much too old to experiment with Americans. Just put a pinch of this powder in wine or coffee or tea.
Sybil.
And so I did. And now you feel better, don't you? Oh, you must tell me the name of this remedy. I shall suggest it to all my friends. Arthur? Oh, I see. It even puts one to sleep. Oh, this is wonderful. You rest now, Arthur, darling. And I'll wait for you to wake up.
As you might assume, she had a very long wait. Well, whatever you want to say about Professor Podger's prediction, his three basic forecasts did come true. Lord Arthur lost a relative. He did go on a voyage. And there was a murder. Not that Sybil was ever tried for it. I'll be back shortly. Consider the word written. For centuries, we have heard it used in all sorts of mystical context. It is written in the stars. It is written in the wind. It is written in our fate. It is written in our palm. It is easily dismissed as the meanderings of the imagination, but certainly something must be written somewhere. There must be some sort of written plan. Else, how do you account for the fact that we human beings make the same mistakes over and over and over again? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Catherine Byers, Court Benson, and Guy Sorrell. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
You see it, too?
See what?
That face. That face. That face. Which is not mine.
Oh, no.
The face I see always instead of my own.
My dear man, no. I see you. Only you. It was your face I described as I saw it, none other.
Look again. Look in the glass again. Tell me what you see. Whose face is there?
Why, yours, of course. Now tell me, whose face do you see?
His. Only his. Always his. Always his. His. Always his.
This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. A Chinese proverb holds that nobody's family can hang out the sign, "Nothing the matter here." There's wisdom in that, don't you agree? Think about your own family. Isn't there at least one skeleton lurking in your closet? At some time and for some reason, it will surely reveal itself. The consequences have raised Cain with ruling powers, business, and even love between two persons. That is why Dr. Tom Lodge, a young resident in a Boston hospital, has long safeguarded a dark family secret from his wife, Nancy.
Tom, what are you hiding?
Nothing, darling.
Now, that doesn't ring true. We don't have secrets between us. Or do we?
All right, now, look, don't get on your high horse.
Well, then don't treat me like a child. What have you done? Are you married to someone else? Is there a girl you left behind you? Did you kill someone on a hunting trip? Oh, Tom, please, tell me. I have a right to know. Our mystery drama, The Recluse, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Tony Roberts and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. When we are young, family, especially our immediate family, is to us the world in microcosm. And we know that we are part of a self-contained unit in which we are fed, clothed, and protected. When we become adults, however, we can view our parents and relatives more objectively. Uncle Bill never was really that amusing, was he? And why did Father always unthinkingly vote the straight ticket? Because he read only the sport pages. And so family unity becomes subject to the strains of objective thinking, as we are about to find out.
I'm home, darling.
So you are. What a treat. Give me a kiss? What happened? It's only 6 o'clock. Did the patient die?
You're too much, Nancy. Hey, something smells good.
Stew. Or call it beef bourguignon. It's all the same.
Oh, that's a sacrilege, and you know better. And no, the patient did not die. It was a hot appendix, and she'll be up on her feet tomorrow. Now, what's the news of the day?
Well, not good.
My mother?
No, arthritis is wicked, but I don't think it's a killer. No, it's your grandmother in White River. She died this afternoon. Your mother called.
I see.
Your mother wants us to attend the funeral. She can't.
Well, neither can I. I just can't up and leave the hospital. My mother should know that.
Well, somebody has to represent the family, and your mother and you are the only living relatives. You can't not go, Tom. You seem so unfeeling. After all, she is your grandmother.
I know.
Didn't you like her? I thought everyone liked his grandmother.
Well, sure, but...
You really adored her, didn't you?
Oh, come off it, Nancy.
Well, first your mother sounded if she didn't care that her mother had died, and now here you are not caring either and feeling that her death is an imposition.
Hey, what are you so worked up about over this old lady? I mean, you never even met her.
Maybe I'm lucky. What was Mrs. Schuyler, some kind of witch?
No, but... Oh, well, let it go.
Why won't you talk about her, Tom?
Look, I don't remember her very well. I've kind of lost track. Hey, look, let's have our...
Supper will keep.
You realize, don't you, that the more you evade the subject, the more you arouse my curiosity. Now, tell me about your grandmother.
Well, the Schuyler family has been in White River for hundreds of years, dating from before they built the inn, a place named Riverfront. My grandmother's lived there all her life.
An old inn? Oh, like the ones you see on the book covers of Gothic novels?
Yeah, something like that. It's on the edge of the river, and it's more than 100 years old. 20 rooms. Most of them were closed off when the inn was closed to travelers.
And you explored every one of them, didn't you?
As a matter of fact, I did.
But you don't remember her very well. Isn't that what you said? Okay, Doctor, what's the mystery?
There is none. Really. Grandma lived in 3 rooms, never went out. She's been a recluse since my mother and I left.
Why? Heartbroken to see you go?
No, not exactly. Hey, how about dropping the subject?
No, sirree. There's a skeleton in the family closet, and I want to know what it is, and I'll find out tomorrow.
Pardon?
When we reach White River.
Now, look.
It's all decided. We're driving up for the funeral.
But...
No but about it. What is this dark secret?
It goes to the grave with her. My grandmother's death has laid that skeleton to rest. Forever. You stay here, Nancy, in the waiting room, huh?
Now, I'm not sitting here while Mr. Martin reads you the will. As your wife, I'm entitled to know the provisions of your grandmother's will.
Oh, what am I going to do with you? All right. Come in.
Come in, Dr. Lodge. Ah, Mrs. Lodge.
See? He expects me in his office.
Well, it's nice to see you again, Tom.
Thank you, sir. My wife, Nancy.
How do you do?
Hello.
Well, sit down, if you please. It's been several years, Tom.
Yes, sir. 6.
And you're a doctor in a big Boston hospital.
Oh, a resident.
How interesting. I telephoned your mother.
She couldn't be here for the funeral. Yes, arthritis. She's pretty much confined to her house.
Yes, so she told me. A tasteful service. Simple, but reverent.
Thank you for attending, Mr. Martin.
Well, your grandmother was my client and a friend. You didn't know her, Mrs. Lodge?
No, only by hearsay.
Is that so? Hearsay, indeed. Well,
Tom's told me that she was a recluse.
Well, I suppose she had become so. Of course, she was an old woman and set in her ways.
And what were those, if I may ask, Mr. Martin?
My grandmother was austere, self-righteous, and unforgiving. She turned her back on my mother and me 6 years ago, and we've never heard from her since. We learned not to care.
Oh. Why, Tom?
She never forgave my mother for marrying my father. Grandma considered him several cuts below her social level. Now, let's forget what's past and hear what Mr. Martin has to say.
Yes. Well, the provisions of her will are clear and simple. You, Tom, inherit her entire estate.
The old inn and the 15 acres surrounding it?
And the small house where Mrs. Meggs lives.
Tom, it's a fortune.
Well, I don't know about that, but... Well, the land is valuable, but the inn...
Well, it's in bad disrepair.
And useless.
I'm afraid that your grandmother let it go over the past few years. It's weather-worn and rotted.
And mice have replaced the ghosts of all those old travelers. Well, it'll have to be raised and the land sold.
Yes. Well, now, your grandmother left a codicil to her will, Tom, in her handwriting. Whatever is realized from the sale of the inn and the land is to be paid to the bank.
But why? Was she in debt? Is that the skeleton in the large closet, Tom?
Why don't we just leave it that way, Nancy?
Yes, might be best, Mrs. Lodge.
But it's not the truth, is it? A woman like your grandmother, why would she get herself into debt and over what?
A family matter.
So it wasn't her debt. Tom, was it yours?
Look, darling, it's really unimportant.
I don't think it is. I want to understand what this is about. Did you know about this indebtedness? Is that why you and your mother lost touch with your grandmother?
Well, I'll file the will for probate, Tom. Do you want me to dispose of the inn and the land and carry out your grandmother's last wish?
Yes, I'd appreciate it, Mr. Martin.
Tom, how did you get into debt and for how much? I really do have a right to know.
If you persist, Nancy, you will regret the day you said, yes, I'll marry you.
Darling, no matter what you did, I'll never regret that decision.
You'd better tell her, Mr. Martin.
Yes, perhaps I should. Well, Tom's father was assistant cashier at the Merchants Bank over there across the street. Now, 6 years ago, in February 1970, Tom's father...
My father stole $70,000 from his bank and disappeared, and neither have been seen since, him or the money. Now, are you satisfied?
Oh, Tom, darling.
My mother and I were so ashamed that we slunk out of White River, and I'd hoped I'd never have to come back here and face the old neighbors. The sins of the father.
How cruel. Your grandmother renounced your mother and you for something your father did?
Well, that was my grandmother's way. And now, in the codicil to her will, she makes me responsible to see that her estate is sold and the proceeds paid to the bank. I still can't be free of what my father did. I'm still made to feel guilty because he grabbed a bundle and flew the coop. Now, do you understand why I didn't want to come here for the funeral? And why I hope my father has already had his.
Sit down, Ruth.
A cold wind. Coming on to snow.
A cup of hot tea will do you good.
Nice of Tom to invite me to the funeral.
He always was nice as a boy.
Yep, and a nice wife, too. What happened now, Lil? You got any idea?
He'll sell, is my guess. Except for Tom and his mother, the old lady was the last of the line.
Yep, last of the Schuyler family. Well, I can't complain, but it makes me feel kind of peculiar that I won't be working the land no more. 40 years. Now, how about you, Lil? You pulling up stakes? Ain't your sister Faye someplace south, Lauderdale?
I'm thinking about it.
After all you did for the old woman over the years, I thought maybe she'd leave something to you. It's a nice little house, I'd say.
Not her ladyship. She was a tight one. Well, I better get up to the inn and light a fire for him.
Every once in a while on a snowy night, I wonder what happened to him, Lil.
Who, the father?
Yeah. Snowbound. The car's found stuck in the snow next morning. No sign of him or the money. Where'd he get to, Lil?
All I remember is he stormed out of the inn and disappeared.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Gone. Without a trace.
Oh, my goodness.
Oh, it's just Ruth's dog. I'll chain him up in the barn.
Thanks, Mrs. Meggs.
Anything else I can do? I left bacon and eggs in the refrigerator and
No, nothing. Thank you. That's fine.
Well, then I'll say goodnight and get back while I can see my way. We'll have snow. I wouldn't wander around, Tom. The old place is falling apart and some of the floors ain't too firm. I'll say goodnight.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, good night.
Good night,
Good night. Ooh, it's creepy.
I hate this place. There's been a pall over it ever since what happened. I'll tell you one thing, Nancy. I am not spending the night in this mausoleum.
What did happen to your father? How could he have gotten away?
Search me. Police went all over the inn for days. There was no trace of him.
You lived here as a boy?
Yeah, sure. My friends and I used to play games here. You know, hide and seek. I remember those days.
And you were the hero. I mean, did you ever hide where no one could find you?
Oh, well, there were lots of places. Cubby holes, one room with a false wall, trap doors and some ceilings.
Oh.
It's a wonder one of us was never found.
Maybe that's what happened, Tom.
Huh?
But did you have a special hiding place? You knew the old inn better than anybody else.
Good Lord. But sealed room.
The what?
Yeah, the sealed room beneath the long clothes closet off the entry hall. Oh, but... No, it's impossible.
Is it? If your father couldn't have gotten away because of the snowstorm, he must still be here.
Or what's left of him.
Well, what have we here? Old deeds have a way of coming to light, and the skeleton in your closet can be made to rattle because of an inquiring mind. If a major premise and a minor premise are true, so is the logical conclusion. Tom Lodge's father disappeared. It was impossible for him to have left the old inn. Therefore, he never left the inn. I will return shortly with Act 2. It is unusual and unlikely for a person to disappear and never be heard of again. Exceptions are rare. Rip Van Winkle, to be sure, but that was fantasy. Dr. Livingston, and that was fact. Both were presumed to be lost, but after their disappearance, neither was accused of a crime. Tom Lodge's father was. He absconded with $70,000, and therein lies a difference. He was a criminal and in danger. What happened to him? Tom Lodge hopes to find out.
Strike another match, Nancy, and I'll let myself down the ladder.
Haven't we got a flashlight?
In the car. I'll get it later. I want to see if anything's in there right now.
You could slip and break a leg, Tom.
No. The ladder's strong. Let's strike a match. Oh, it's really black down here. I can't see a thing.
I'll hand the matches to you. I'm flat on the floor on my stomach. Reach up.
Okay. Now, let me see.
Oh, darling, be careful.
Don't worry. Oh, there's the pot-bellied stove, and the wood scuttle, a chair, small table, cot, and... Good Lord.
Oh, what is it, Tom? Tom, answer me.
I'm coming up.
Tom?
Yeah. Look, let's get back to the common room.
Tell me, did you... Is there something there?
My father. His bones. A clothed skeleton.
Oh, how horrible.
I've got to think.
You said that the police went all over the inn, Tom. How could they have missed the sealed room?
I don't know. Nobody remembered it, probably.
Well, what was it for?
The caretaker. Back around the turn of the century, he acted as a registration clerk and a handyman, and he lived down there.
In that hole in the ground?
Yes. It's a real room with flooring and walls of wood, and it was very snug and warm. After he closed the inn for the night, he lifted the trapdoor in the long closet in the hall and pulled it closed after him.
I see. Then the flooring in the closet was covered over.
With carpeting, and that sealed it off. Unless a person knew a room was down there, he'd never find it.
But you did, as a boy. Was the floor covered over then?
I don't think so. No.
So, the carpeting was laid over the trapdoor recently. 6 years ago? Right after your father disappeared?
Yeah.
Your grandmother must have known about the room, Tom.
Yes, of course.
Would Mrs. Meggs have known about the sealed room?
I don't know. Why?
Well, who was here the night your father disappeared?
No one. My grandmother and Mrs. Meggs. And, of course, my father.
Your father stole money. He came here, and 6 years later we find his remains in a sealed room. Why did he hide? And why did he die?
I can't answer those questions, Nancy. We'll never know the answers.
I know one of them. He came here and told your grandmother he'd stolen money from his bank. Why would he tell her?
No idea.
What if he'd been dipping into your grandmother's money and was caught and stole from the bank in order to replace it?
Oh, that's far out.
Well, your grandmother refused the money. That's why she wanted the proceeds from her estate to go to the bank, to help repay a debt of honor.
Hey, that's pretty far-fetched, darling.
Maybe. I have the answer to another one of my questions. Your father hid here because he couldn't get away. Was he a healthy man, Tom?
Yes? Why?
How did he die? There he was, safe in the sealed room. Did he have a stroke, a heart attack? Did somebody bring him food?
Mrs. Meggs?
Could be. Tom, get the flashlight and let's examine that room carefully. Oh, I feel like I'm in a tomb.
It's my father, all right. Look, where I'm shining the light. You see this break in the skull?
Oh.
Now, that's how he died, Nancy. He was struck a hard blow. He was murdered. And look at this. His watch.
Huh.
The strap's rotted, but it's his watch, all right. Look, his initials are on the back.
Oh, let's get out of here.
In a minute. Now it's my turn to ask a question. What became of the money? The 70 grand.
Well, whoever murdered him took it. That was the motive.
Yeah, but it was hot money, Nancy. It was hard to use for a long time. And the sealed room would be an ideal place to hide it.
Where? Where could it be hidden?
And I went over the mattress on the cot. It's not there. And the small closet is empty. Well, let me see.
In the stove?
Oh, why not?
Tom!
How about that? Look at this wad of money.
Wrapped in oilskin. Oh, I'm afraid, Tom. Leave that money and close off the room.
Well, there's only 15,000. 55,000 is gone. Someone squirreled it away.
Tom, let's go back to the hotel and think it through.
Okay. I'll telephone my mother. Maybe she'll know the answers to some of our questions. Gee, you are scared, aren't you, darling?
Of course I am. Someone committed a murder for money. We found it. If the murderer discovers that we know, he may try to kill us.
There, Shark. Down, boy, down.
Thanks, Lil. Have a chance to talk with Tom?
Nothing to talk about, Ruth. What's on your mind?
Well, if you don't sell the land, maybe I could tenant farm it for him.
I'd say he'd want to sell.
Yeah. Well, if I had 2 dimes to rub together, I'd buy it.
Oh, you can always get work, Ruth, so you said.
Yeah.
May change your mind?
Oh, I've been thinking about it, that's all. I'm getting on. The winters around here are mighty rugged. I wonder if they could use me down south.
Sure. An experienced field hand like you, I'd say so. Why, what got you thinking about moving south?
I guess you did, Lou. Talking about your sister down in Lauderdale. That's where you're going, ain't it?
Oh, I think so. Of course, if the old lady had left me the house. But she didn't. You got money laid aside?
Ooh, a little.
I could help you out, Ruth. Not with much, but enough to give you a stake.
Oh, no, it's mighty nice of you, Lou. When you thinking of heading on down south?
Soon as I can sell my furniture and pack, we could spell each other at the wheel.
Yeah. Oh, I'd like that.
Then it's settled.
I'll be back after I make quick inspection about the inn. If the snow's piling up, maybe I could drive Tom's car down here and put it in the barn. Otherwise, it might get stuck in the morning.
Yes, that's true. It's happened before.
Yep, I remember. Tom's father. Chains. That's what you need in heavy snow. Mr. Martin had 'em.
The lawyer?
Yeah. He left that night around 10 o'clock. I saw him drive away. Chains. That's what got him through. You didn't know he'd been to the inn.
Thanks, Mother. This has been very helpful.
Well?
My father did manage my grandmother's money, and he had begun to dip into it. So he dipped into the bank to repay her. That's why he absconded with all that money.
How did he think he'd get away with robbing the bank?
Oh, who knows?
Your grandmother must have been furious.
Well, it was through her that he got his job at Merchant's.
He must have loved your mother very much.
Yes. Well, I'm afraid he wasn't much of a banker.
Oh, it's all tragic, and they're both dead because a willful old matriarch couldn't form him into her own image.
Well, let's pay a visit to Mr. Martin, huh? I'll turn this money over to him, and he can give it to the bank.
15,000? What about the rest?
It's gone. Can't be traced now.
I wonder. The snow's beautiful.
You won't think so if it doesn't light up, darling. Driving is no fun in the North Country.
Come in, come in.
Thank you. Forgive us for calling at your home.
Oh, it's perfectly all right.
Oh, what a charming room.
Thank you. Well,
let me get right to the point, Mr. Martin. I found the remains of my father in a sealed room.
What? Your father?
He'd been murdered.
In heaven's name.
And here is 15 of the $70,000 he stole from the bank.
Oh, you stagger me, Tom.
Well, he didn't disappear. He was murdered and hidden in the sealed room, and the money, most of it, was taken away. I came to you.
Well, of course. I'll notify the police in the morning.
Not tonight. We're in danger, Mr. Martin.
Danger? I don't see how.
Well, if the murderer finds out what we've discovered, he'll come after us.
Well, who knows about your discovery?
Well, no one. Except you, of course.
You didn't speak to Mrs. Meggs?
No.
Why not?
Well, we think that she must know something about all this. She was in the house the night my father vanished. You know that, Mr. Martin.
I do?
Well, that's what my mother says. I talked to her half an hour ago, and she had it from Roof Box.
She'd had what from Roof?
That you were at the inn. He saw you drive away.
Oh, that. Well, yes, now that you remind me, I'd driven out to see your grandmother, but I left quite early.
May I ask a question? I don't mean to be impertinent, but were you aware that Tom's father was stealing from his mother-in-law?
Well, goodness, no.
You didn't check her account periodically?
Well, very seldom. I thought it was in good hands. Your father's.
My father stole for the purpose of making investments. You were his broker. Didn't you ever wonder where he was getting his money?
You're on dangerous ground, young man.
I know it, Mr. Martin, but we mean two different things. I'm not worried about slander. I'm worried about my skin. Nancy's and mine. We're in danger, and I think you know it.
200 years ago, Samuel Johnson remarked, "There is nothing which has been contrived by man, through which so much happiness is produced, as by a good tavern or inn." True enough. All gone now, swallowed up in progress, including Riverfront, an old New England inn which has now divested itself of a murder and its remains. There are more surprises when I return shortly with Act 3. Other sins can only speak. Murder shrieks out. That metaphor by John Webster from his 16th century play, The Duchess of Malfi, best expresses the repugnance we feel when we learn that someone has been murdered. Murder cries to be solved. And Dr. Tom Lodge confronts one, that of his long-missing father. We still have 3 suspects, and one of them is the handyman at Riverfront, Rufus Boggs.
Lord Almighty, heaven help us. Oh, come on, open up.
Come in, Roo.
Oh, Lil.
Oh, what's wrong? You're white as the snow.
He was there all the time, Lil.
What are you talking about?
Tom's father.
You sound crazy. Now sit down and go slow. Now, what's this about Tom's father?
I found him in a room in the cellar.
Tom's father?
I was going round the inn. I was riverside when they drove off, leaving all the lights on, and I went up to the door, and it wasn't closed tight. I opened it and called hello. And then me and Shark stepped inside, and he began to bark, and the hair went up on his back. Scared me stiff.
Go on.
He ran into that old hall closet and barked his head off. There's a trap door there. Did you know that, Lil?
No. A trap door to where?
Well, a room, sort of, under the common room. I had my flashlight, so I kneeled down and played the light around it. And I saw it. A skeleton.
Oh, my.
Stretched out on a cot.
Oh.
It gave me a terrible turn.
A skeleton?
Yeah. Tom's father. It has to be. That's where he's been these 6 years.
And they drove away?
That's right. We'll have the police swarming all over the place soon, and there'll be questions like, what do I know about it? And I don't know nothing, Lil, nothing.
Neither do I. Now, you leave the talking to me. All I know is Tom's father bolted out of the house and slammed the door behind him. That's the last anybody's seen of him.
And I was in the barn all evening, except when I left my room to quiet Shark. And that's when I seen Mr. Martin drive away. His car, anyway.
Well, we better go back up there, Ruth.
What for?
Well, they found out the murder.
He was murdered?
Well, that's my guess. The man wouldn't just stay in there and starve himself to death.
No, I guess you're right.
Tom and the wife made the discovery, and you can bet whoever killed his father is going to do something about it.
Like what?
Like get that evidence out of there and then kill them. Now, we've got to stop that, Ruth.
What's the gun for?
Well, I may need it.
Why don't we wait for the police?
No, there's no time. There's no time at all.
There was a message at the hotel desk?
Mrs. Meggs telephoned. She has to see me, and she's driving into town.
When did she call?
Half an hour ago. Sure to be here any minute.
You were pretty rough on Mr. Martin, darling.
Yeah, but his role strikes me as funny. I mean, funny odd. Look, he was my father's friend and broker. He must have wondered where the money was coming from for those stocks my father bought. On the other hand, people up here pretty much mind their own business. Oh, it's all very confusing.
Not all of it. There was a murder.
Mrs. Meggs.
Oh, Tom, the most dreadful things happened. Ruth's killed himself.
Oh, no.
Killed himself?
You found him out, and that's why he did it. You found the room and the skeleton.
Where did you find Ruth?
At the inn. The door was unlocked. I went in with Shark and turned on a light. And there he was, Ruth stretched out on the floor, dead, shot in the head. I near fainted. I ran back to my house. I didn't know what to do.
You didn't call the police?
Well, I phoned you. Well, then I chained Shark in the barn and went into Ruth's room. And I found the money.
He had hidden it in his room?
Well, not all of it. Just about $5,000. I can't believe it, Tom. I can't believe it. I brought it to give it to you.
Ruth Boggs. He was such a gentle old man. Gosh, I don't believe it either.
He killed himself because he was found out.
Yeah. Well, I guess that should clear up the mystery. You'd better stay here at the hotel, Mrs. Meggs. I'll get you a room.
No. I'll go back and be there when the police come. And the ambulance. I'm half out of my head with grief, Tom.
Yes, it's a terrible shock, isn't it?
Oh.
Well, we'll be out in the morning if we can get through.
Oh, they'll have the roads cleared. Never fear. I don't know what to say. Good night.
That's a blow. Ruth Boggs. Gosh, I've known him since I was a little boy. Kind and patient. He was a little slow, but he was a good man. He must have gone off his trolley.
Mrs. Meggs is a liar.
Nancy, your imagination.
It's lucky for you I've got some. Ask yourself a few questions, darling. From what you remember, did Ruth ever go into that inn?
Oh, well, rarely. But, he saw us drive off, and maybe we left the light on us.
So he goes in, finds the skeleton, and shoots himself?
Well, that's what Mrs. Meggs says.
His dog is always with him?
Sure.
So the dog went into the inn with him?
Go on.
Then how come Mrs. Meggs heard the dog howling outside?
Yeah.
Mrs. Meggs had said goodnight to us. Why did she want to return to the inn? Not for the reason she gave, Tom. I think Ruth told her what he found, and they returned to the inn together, and she shot him.
That's crazy.
Is it? What about this? Where did she find the $5,000?
In his room.
Just like that? She could walk into Ruth's room and just like that find $5,000? If he'd stolen the money, he'd have hidden it.
Yeah, well, all right, that's the point. Her story does sound kind of pat, doesn't it?
Sure, because it's a lie. Darling, she murdered Ruth just as she murdered your father 6 years ago.
All right, but just saying it doesn't make it so. I mean, how do we prove it?
2 ways. The police can check on the gun used to kill Ruth, and they can also help us to find the rest of the money. I kept asking myself, where did it all go?
Well, for all I knew, it just flew away.
Oh, that's what I think, too.
Are you serious?
Very.
The money flew away?
Yes. You give me a day with the police, and I think I can find that money. And when I do, we'll put Mrs. Meggs behind bars for life.
Nancy, where have you been? I've been worried to death.
I told you where I'd be, darling, with the police. You want to hear something interesting?
Go ahead.
Every time your father placed a stock order, he placed a similar one from Mr. Martin and paid for all of it.
What?
That's right. I'll make a guess. Your father and Martin were in collusion. Your father used your grandmother's money with Martin's tacit approval.
You mean the two of them were dipping into the old woman's funds?
That's what it looks like to me. Your grandmother demanded an accounting, and to repay her, your father robbed his bank.
Oh, gosh, it gets worse and worse.
But it's going to get better and better, darling, because the police have supplied me with 2 very helpful pieces of information.
The gun?
Yes. They traced the gun. Rufus Boggs never had a handgun as far as the police can tell, but old man Meggs did, and he had a permit to carry it. The permit expired when he died, but the gun was never turned in. It was Meggs's gun, which was used to murder Rufus.
Well, that should clinch it.
Without question, she murdered Ruth. But what about your father?
Were the police helpful there?
Oh, very. Did you know that Mrs. Meggs has a sister living in Fort Lauderdale?
No.
Well, she has, and they are very regular correspondents. Remember what you said, Tom? That maybe the money just flew away?
Yeah.
Well, it did. Can't you guess?
You're telling me that...
Exactly. Now, let's call on her and see if she doesn't fall apart.
Well, it's still beyond me. Killing your father and then taking his own life.
Is that what you think he did, Mrs. Meggs?
Why, it's plain as the nose on your face, Tom. Well, why would a man shoot himself unless he was guilty of some terrible crime?
I guess you're right. I've decided to sell the estate, Mrs. Meggs, because I'm tied down in Boston, and I just couldn't manage the place from there. I'm sorry about that. You've lived here?
Rent-free for over 30 years. That was part of the agreements when Meggs and me moved out here.
Yes, I know. Well, if you would like to stay on...
No, thanks. I don't want charity.
Have you thought about what you're going to do?
Well, Meggs left me a little insurance, and I kept it tucked away. I might move to where it's a little warmer than up here. Arizona, maybe.
Not Florida?
Pardon me?
Isn't that where your sister is?
Why do you ask?
Your sister confessed that there are 5 savings accounts in Fort Lauderdale banks in your name, Mrs. Banks. And the police here in White River want you to explain how it happens that there is a small fortune waiting for you down there.
Over $15,000.
It's no business of theirs.
Oh, yes, it is. I found $15,000 in the stove in the sealed room. You placed 5 more where you said Ruth had hidden it, $20,000. That plus the 15 makes $35,000. Half the amount my father stole from the merchant's bank.
How do you explain that, Mrs. Meggs? And how do you explain that the bullet that killed Rufus Boggs was fired by your handgun?
My handgun? I never in my life owned a handgun.
Your husband did, and he didn't fire that shot from the grave, did he? You murdered Ruth to save your skin, Mrs. Meggs, so you'd better tell me, and tell me quick, what happened 6 years ago to my father.
I didn't touch him.
He didn't crush his own skull, Mrs. Meggs.
Martin killed him. His friend, Martin.
Uh-huh. That's more like it. Go on.
Your father came to give your grandmother money. She turned him away. He had the money with him. Martin spoke to me, said he'd divide it. Half for him and half for me. I was afraid.
I'll just bet you were.
Well, then he struck your father and killed him. We hid the body in the sealed room. And
from time to time, you dipped into your half of the money and sent it to your sister for deposit.
And you murdered Ruth to cover the old crime.
Well, I didn't know what to do. I was crazy with fear. I just lost my head.
I doubt that, Mrs. Meggs. You deliberately murdered the old man.
Tom, please, be merciful.
If you and Martin don't hang for the crime, the court will be merciful. You're cold-blooded killers. You deserve to die.
The thief who understands his business never steals in his own neighborhood. An old Arab precept. But greed and opportunity usually go hand in hand. What a killer does not understand are the consequences of premeditated murder. Not for the victim, but for his relatives and friends. There are degrees of crime, from petty thievery to grand larceny. But murder is the worst and most repugnant. I will draw the curtain on the Recluse when I return shortly.
The 1977 Buick Regal. It comes with Buick's terrific V6 engine. It carries 6 people and lots of Buick comfort. It's lean. It's maneuverable in city traffic. It's the most luxurious mid-sized car Buick builds. Yeah, this new Regal is pretty much everything a car should be. Except for one thing. It isn't yours yet. But it can be. Just see your Buick dealer for a test drive. Soon. Just about everyone.
Tom Lodge and his mother had lived for 6 years under a pall of shame. But then 2 deaths lifted the curtain, and the truth was revealed. What Tom's father did was wrong. What was done to him was worse. I can report with pleasure that Mrs. Meggs and Martin were sentenced to prison for life. And for all I know, they are still there, still a burden to taxpayers like you and me. Our cast included Tony Roberts, Patricia Elliott, Francis Sternhagen, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Where shall we go, Cam?
Down the steps behind the trees, there's a little piazza.
I'm so worried about you, darling. Maybe you really are sick. You just don't sound like yourself. Your voice is so strange.
Of course. You're not Cab.
We won't need this champagne anymore. Or this special masquerade. No, I am not your Mr. Goodwin.
Who are you?
Just a man with a purpose. You can see that I have exchanged the champagne glasses for this.
A gun?
Which I would not hesitate to use. Lovely as you are, I am a desperate man, so keep walking. Across the driveway and around behind the Lombardy poplars. That's it. Don't try to do anything foolish.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall, your host for another story of the macabre. The word itself, macabre, suggests the unusual, the bizarre, the unexplainable. And the source of these stories of the macabre is you. Because each of us has been afraid of something, real or imagined, awake or in a nightmare. Did Laura Veer, who lives in Chatham on Cape Cod, imagine what happened to her? Or was it a real experience? Her husband, Will, middle-aged and semi-retired, was skeptical.
Laura, it just doesn't make sense.
All the same, it's true, Will. I know exactly what those bequests are. What Min will leave for her daughter and a distant cousin, me, Dr. Regan.
How could you possibly know that?
She was here and she told me.
She could not have been here. And you know that as well as I.
Our mystery drama, The Red Circle, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Roy Windsor and stars Ann Petoniak and Robert Dryden. It is sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and General Electric Citizen Band radios. I'll be back shortly with Act One. Conversation, you will admit, is usually limited to the exchange of ordinary information. We talk about the weather and rising prices, an invitation, children. Ordinary, everyday subjects talked over and over again without much change. Then something unusual happens. Someone you know is a lottery winner. Or your son or daughter comes home and says, "I'm married." Or out of the blue, you open the door, and there, to your surprise, is a friend you haven't seen for years. And that's what's happening to Laura Veer.
Yes, yes. Coming. Min.
Hello, Laura.
Why, Min Wilkins. I have never been so surprised.
It's been several years.
Come on in, come in. Oh. Now, let me look at you. Why are you here? Are you still living in Lowell? How's Carol?
Years. This room's the same, and you ain't changed, Laura. I've always liked the room. Thought about you a lot.
Oh, I wrote you several times after you and Clyde left the cave.
I know. I was never much at writing.
Well, when I didn't hear from you, I was afraid that somehow I'd offended you.
Oh, no, nothing like that. No. We were friends from when we were girls, and even after you married Will and I married Clyde, whom Will didn't care much for.
Well, we remain friends. Tell me, what brought you back to Chatham? Is Clyde with you?
Oh, no, I'm all alone.
Are you staying? Because if you are...
No, I'm not staying. I just came to see you.
Oh, Min. I am so happy that you did.
And Chatham, the lighthouse and the beach and the school and, just the town and how I remember it.
How's Carol?
Married to a nice man named Thompson, which was good to get her away from that house.
Oh, does that mean that Clyde and...
Oh, Clyde is cruel, Laura.
Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Is he still working at
Oh,
that...
No, he went to Boston because he found work. But then he took another job, and now he's kind of a handyman.
Min, I'll prepare some tea.
Oh, no, please. You like my suit?
Oh, yes, it's very nice. Checks are very becoming.
Carol bought it for me.
She lives in Lowell?
No, in Boston. She's never in Lowell. Will you come to visit me, Laura? It's a nice town.
Oh, sure. Of course.
Next week?
Well, I suppose I can get away. Is it urgent? Is something the matter, Min?
Well, it's the bequests and that sideboard from my mother you always liked.
Pardon me? I don't understand.
Well, the sideboard is for you, and the dining room set, which is antique, goes to Carol, along with her old bedroom furniture and the poster bed.
Min!
My silver, which you and Will gave me, and I want my sister to have that. And then there's a cedar chest. And it goes to the neighbor woman who is the widow because...
Min, please stop this talk. Bequests. Now, what kind of talk is that? My goodness, we're the same age, and I'm not thinking about dying at 54. Now, you just stop. You just give me the ship.
It's all in my will.
All right. In 20 years or so, those bequests will be made.
I hid it.
Well, wasn't that foolish?
Oh, no. It's under a lot of money, and it's what my father gave me and what I saved.
Now, Clyde doesn't know about it.
Oh, no. Only me and you.
Min, I think you should confide in Carol.
You'll find it and take care of everything, Laura.
Min, just let me prepare some tea.
No, thank you. You do like my suit.
Oh, yes, very much. The jacket isn't too tight, is it? Does it rub against your throat?
No. Oh, because of the red circle, you mean?
Yes.
Well, it's an allergy made the circle on the neck.
An allergy to what?
Well, I guess you might say gold.
Min talked in a strange way, Will, and all she could talk about were bequests. It was spooky.
Min? Oh, I always found her pretty down to earth. Even after she married that good-for-nothing Clyde Wilkins. For your sake, I was sorry Min moved away, but nobody misses Clyde. Silent, disagreeable man. Is he working?
Uh-huh, as a carpenter. She wants me to visit her next week.
What for? Next week?
Oh, for old time's sake. You know, I don't really want to go, but I feel obligated. Can you drive me up?
Why not? Real estate's slow right now, and Betty can handle anything that comes in. Sure. You name the day, I'll loaf around Cambridge.
Oh, thank you, Will. I really don't want to go.
Her visit upset you, didn't it?
Talk about death is always gloomy, telling me who gets what when she dies and where she's hidden her will, the money.
What? What's that?
Oh, I don't want to bore you with all that she said.
No, I'd like to hear. I'm not so sure you should pay her a visit. She sounds a little crazy.
Oh, wait till you hear.
By the way, how'd she get here? Drive?
No. I said goodbye and walked out with her, but there was no car in the driveway.
Bus? Oh, there are not many scheduled trips from Boston, Laura. She must have come by car.
Well, isn't that funny? I have no idea how she got here.
Laura?
Yes, Bill?
I work all day.
Oh, come on. You played golf this afternoon, Will. Don't try to fool me. Now, let me see the mail.
And you took a nap.
And why not? I missed the postman, I admit, but it's mostly junk mail. Well, look here. Look at the return address.
Carol Thompson. Who's she?
Min's married daughter.
Oh, sure. Carol. And married. She was a nice girl. Well, what does Carol have to say?
probably thanking me for her mother's visit. Min's no writer. Let me see. Dear Mrs. Vere, as a dear friend of my mother, she would want you to know. Will.
What's the matter?
Read. Read what Carol says.
Friend of mother's would want... You know that she died on the 2nd of the month and was buried privately 2 days later. I am married and... Wait a minute. Min Wilkins died on the 2nd of the month, and this is the 15th. And you say she visited you 3 days ago?
She did. She did. She sat right here in this living room, and she remembered liking it and talked about bequests. Oh, Will.
Now, take it easy. Catch your breath.
You don't believe me.
Well, how can I?
But, Will, it's true.
No, it can't be true, Laura. The woman was dead and buried 3 weeks ago. She couldn't have called on you just 3 days ago.
But she did. I can see her now sitting right there in that chair in her new check suit.
You dreamed it.
No, Will, I did not.
Darling, it had to be a dream or a nightmare or something.
Will, I can see her sitting there and talking in an odd way, preoccupied with death. I swear it's true, Will.
Now, make sense, Laura. What you're saying is impossible to believe.
Will, oh, my God. What am I going to do?
You're going to forget the whole thing. The bequests, Carol, Clyde Wilkins, all of it. Oh, we'd better talk to Lem Regan.
I don't need a doctor.
Okay, then forget what you dreamed.
I didn't dream it. Min Wilkins was here.
Well, that takes care of the letter from Min's daughter.
Will, I need her address.
No. Now, please. I won't have you writing and upsetting her. Dispose of the subject. Now, let's forget it.
Carol?
Yes? What is it, Father?
Who telephoned? I have a right to know. I pay the bill. Who was it?
Mrs. Laura Vere.
What's that old busybody want? She called from Chatham?
Uh-huh.
I wish I'd answered. I'd tell her where to head in.
Oh, Mrs. Vere is an educated, kind woman. She was Mother's best friend, and she was always nice to me. Or have you forgotten?
What'd she want?
She thanked me for writing to her.
You did? What about?
Mother's sudden death. I've written to her other friends, too.
Less said about it, better.
I think she's coming up for a visit.
No, she isn't. I don't want to hear.
You don't have to see her. I will.
I thought you was going home. You got rid of all Min's clothes and her other junk.
I'll leave as soon as the movers have come and gone. The bedroom said I had as a girl. Mrs. Vere said Mother told her that I was to have it.
When did your mother say that? She ain't seen this stuck-up friend for years.
She saw her a few days ago. Mrs. Vere said Mother left a will.
Oh, yeah? Nice news to me. A will? That's got to be read out by a lawyer. She couldn't afford that.
What about the dining room set? It's an antique, and Mother wanted me to have it.
So you say.
You're selling the house and moving into...
Yeah? Moving into where? Go ahead, say it. I know what you're thinking. Now, I don't want to hear no more about Miss Vere and your mother's will. When there isn't one, you grabbing this and that. Good night.
She described the suit I gave to Mother, the check suit. How could she know about that suit?
She couldn't. Your mother hadn't seen her for years.
Mother visited Mrs. Vere a few days ago.
Get out, Carol. Go home before I lose my temper.
Mrs. Vere swears she talked to Mother a few days ago.
Have you lost your mind? Your mother's been dead and buried for over 3 weeks. Let her rest in peace.
I don't see how she could.
As Samuel Johnson said to Boswell, it is still undecided whether or not there has ever been an instance of the spirit of any person appearing after death. All argument is against it, but all belief is for it. That may be the problem here. Did a woman 3 weeks dead visit a friend only a few days ago? We'll unravel the problem a little more when I return shortly. It's possible to have a dream which is so vivid that you would swear it happened, or that you knew it would happen. That's why a person says to himself, I know that this has happened to me. I know I've been here before. Or, that face is very familiar. Mrs. Vere had a visit from her old acquaintance, Mrs. Wilkins. Or was it a visitation? It had to be the latter. But who could believe Mrs. Vere?
Laura, I really wish you wouldn't go up to Lowell.
I have to. Will you still drive me up?
I don't have a choice, do I? Besides, now that you've talked to Carol, I don't want you going into that house alone. Wilkins is sure to be ugly.
I am not afraid of Clyde Wilkins.
You'd better be.
Oh? Why?
If you still insist that Min Wilkins came to visit...
She did. I didn't dream it, Will.
And you saw an apparition. The woman was dead, Laura.
But I don't believe in ghosts.
Neither do I, but say it was a ghost. Why did it appear to you?
I don't know. Unless it appeared to tell me something.
What do you think that might be?
Well, a warning of some kind?
Perhaps that men didn't die a natural death.
Will!
I mean it.
Min was murdered?
Do you know what caused the death? Did Carol tell you?
No.
Clyde Wilkins is a mean, devious man.
Will, but he'd never commit murder.
You can't say that about anyone, my dear. Now, here's my point. If men... Now, don't interrupt, please. If men appeared to you, it was for a purpose.
Well, all right.
She invited you to visit in Lowell.
Right.
Where you'd become entangled with Wilkins.
Well, I'll just tell him about Min's visit.
He won't be as understanding as I am about what she said, Laura. That's why I'm going with you.
Will, you make me feel afraid.
Well, if Clyde murdered Min and you suspect him, you should be afraid. If he didn't, he'll still be abusive. Either way, it won't be a pleasant visit. That's why I'll ask Lem Regan to go with us.
Why a doctor?
And he's also the official police doctor. And he has a permit to carry a gun.
Well, I must say, Laura, it's about as strange a story as I've ever heard.
Lem, it's the truth.
Well, let's say it's the truth as you see it.
You doubt Min's appearance, Will?
Well, to be honest, and without meaning to offend my dear wife, of course. Don't you?
Well, I don't believe Min visited Laura because, realistically, it was impossible. Still, Laura insists that she did. And then there's the matter of the bequests.
Huh? I don't follow that.
Well, Laura's been very specific about them. What goes to this person and that, like that.
Well, maybe. But Laura's known Min all their lives. Laura's always liked that sideboard. I'm sure she heard Min talk about what she wanted Carol to have.
A subconscious catalog of who gets what when she dies. Correction, now that Min is dead. You do agree with that, don't you, Laura?
That Min is dead? Yes. Carol said so. Now, say that Will is correct. No, I won't say it. I couldn't have known about that.
What?
Just skip it.
Have you remembered something else?
I'd rather not say.
Why not? It might be important.
I think it is.
Well, then...
No, I'll tell both of you later. For now, it's my secret.
Why are you being so mysterious?
Will, you've been indulging me, and Lem's just being polite. But he doesn't really believe that Min called on me. Well, you'll see. Both of you. Now, if you'll excuse me, I'll check the upstairs and the kitchen.
What was that all about?
You know something, Will? I'm convinced.
Well, I'm not. Nerves. Well, she had a bad scallop.
No. Laura's in good health, and there isn't a bad scallop anywhere around here. No, I'm convinced of something else. Your theory.
If you accept the mad premise of the visit, it could make sense. Remember Clyde Wilkins? Not a trustworthy man. He could have murdered her.
If she was murdered. We don't know, but I think that Laura does.
Carol, my dear.
Hello, Mrs. Veer. Come in. He's not here.
Thank you for seeing me, Carol.
Oh, I'm so glad you telephoned and came up. I'm fascinated by what you told me. My father wasn't, of course.
What a nice house Min had.
Did you drive up alone?
No, Will drove me. And, Dr. Regan, do you remember him from Chatham?
Oh, sure. Why didn't they come in?
Well, if your father had been...
Oh, I get it. Your troops.
Oh, Will was afraid that...
Sure. Father would be sure to be nasty, but he wouldn't harm you.
Your father must think I'm deluded. Do you?
I don't know what to think. You can't have seen Mother in the past week.
Carol, I did. If you don't believe that, why did you permit me to come up?
Well, say it's because there's no way you could have known about that check suit. It was new. I bought it for her at Easter.
A patterned green check on gray wool with a pleated skirt and a jacket with small notched lapels.
That's it.
And a white blouse with a plunging neckline. Men look very nice. You have very good taste, Carol.
And you saw her. You must have. May I ask what you talked about?
Well, your mother did the talking.
Was she sad?
Yes. Strange and... Yes, I thought she looked and sounded sad.
Oh, it's been hard for her. There's a neighbor, a widow.
Carol, let me ask you a question. Was your mother allergic to any kind of metal, say to gold?
Not that I know of.
Well, when she visited me, there was a red half circle around her neck. From a gold choker, she said.
A red half circle?
Angry looking. Can you explain it?
Not so you'll believe it, Mrs. Veer.
I am ready to believe anything. I even think I know what you're going to say. Did Min die an unnatural death, Carol?
She was murdered.
I thought so. Someone cut her throat.
Yes.
Your father?
I don't know. You didn't read about it? Oh, no, of course you didn't. We hushed it up as best we could. The verdict was suicide.
You don't believe that, Carol.
Oh, I'd like to, but no. Mother'd never do that, and that way. No. Someone murdered her.
If the police think that...
Oh, they asked a lot of questions, of course, and picked up one hoodlum for questioning.
The motive.
I know. My father and the neighbor woman, but I don't want to think that. He'd been a miserable husband to her, but murder, that's too much.
The widow could be one motive. And there's another, Carol.
What is it?
The will.
Oh, the bequest.
More than that.
Oh?
Much more than that. Now, I can't tell you until I've talked to my husband and to Dr. Regan.
Why not?
If your mother's secret became known, there could be more violence.
So you sneaked her in behind my back.
Your supper's on the kitchen table.
I told you I didn't want that Miss Via in my house.
How could I turn her away?
Easy. Tell her to go away.
Anything else? I'm leaving.
Did your movers strip the place?
I canceled them.
Is that so? Well, dandy. You don't want your bedroom set?
I don't want anything. I've seen the last of this prison and of you.
Dandy. That's gratitude.
Gratitude? You dare use that word after grinding Mother down to nothing? treating her like a poor relation, leading your double life.
Watch your mouth, Carol.
What? You'll take care of me, too?
Don't tempt me.
You admit it.
I admit nothing.
You murdered Mother.
You're a fool. Who put such a notion into your head? That busybody, Miss Vere?
She saw the red half circle on Mother's neck.
She cut her own throat.
I don't believe it.
I don't care what you believe. The subject's closed.
Not if I have my way. Mother's will.
Oh, come off it. There is no will.
Yes, there is, and that's why. Night after night, you keep on searching the house from attic to cellar.
Go away, Carol.
And there's something else. Mrs. Vere said so. Some secret of Mother's.
What secret?
I don't know. She was afraid to tell me.
She'd better be. You tell that busybody if she ever shows up here again, I'll cut her throat.
I think you would. She knows that. That's why I think she'll go to the police.
Let her. She'll make a fool of herself.
Or have you arrested for murder.
Ah, there's Laura, Will.
No, I see her. Evening, my dear.
Hello, dear. Did you have any luck?
Well, thanks to Lamb, we had an audience with the police commissioner. And it was an audience.
We explained that as friends of Min Wilkins, we had our doubts about her sudden death.
Did you tell him about her visit to me?
No, my dear. Even if Lamb and I are a little weak in the head and believe you, the commissioner never would. You know, we skipped Min's visitation and talked hard facts.
What are they?
Well, on the 2nd of the month, Mrs. Wilkins was found in her kitchen with her throat cut.
Who found her?
Clyde Wilkins.
Uh-huh, of course. Now, why didn't they arrest him?
Well, he has an alibi. He was at the Copper Penny bar with a friend of his, Johnny Moe.
That doesn't mean anything. Now, when was she murdered?
Well, the police doctor places the time of death between 6 and 7 o'clock that night.
Uh-huh. So she was up and around. That's funny. Was there any sign of a struggle?
We asked that. No, there wasn't. The police are inclined to think that Min took her own life.
Well, I don't believe that.
I can't say I do either.
What strikes me as odd is why there were no signs of a struggle. Now, Min was awake and dressed. Where was her body found?
In her kitchen.
See, the person who murdered her must have been known to her. It wasn't a stranger. It had to be Clyde. He's a strong brute.
Yeah, I'd say Clyde, but the alibi
An alibi can be bought, Lem.
Yeah. Well, it's a muddle. It is. The police are letting it die down.
Well, I'm not. Now, there's something I know that I haven't told you.
Let's have it.
Min had a hiding place somewhere in the house. I know where it is because she told me. And I know what she had hidden. The will and a considerable amount of cash hidden with it.
Which Clyde wanted to get his hands on.
Lem, does Clyde Wilkins know you?
Well,
Would he recognize you?
I don't know. I doubt it. He never was a patient of mine, and I grew his mustache a year ago. So why?
Are you willing to do something illegal?
Laura, what a thing to ask.
You stay out of this, Will. I want to trap the person who murdered my friend.
Well, I'm for that.
The hidden will and the money, those two things are what somebody's afraid will be found by me.
I said you'd be in danger if you didn't drop this fool investigation.
I know that. I admit that I was afraid about Clyde. Now it's Clyde and two others, Will. One of them murdered Min, and I want that person caught and charged.
We're following a trail which may lead to the person who murdered Minnie Wilkins. What's unusual is that the pursuer, Laura Vere, insists that Minnie visited her weeks after Minnie was dead and buried. Is that credible? Ours is an age of science, and we have dismissed the idea of ghosts. But legends persist, and perfectly normal persons have seen things, heard them, felt a chill wind in a closed room. So, we will go on with Act 3 shortly. What is a ghostly presence? Some say it's the thought shell of an earthbound mind. Or to simplify it, put it this way. It's a record left in the air, in space, by passions existing in the past. Some persons may have the ability to see apparitions to whom they appear and are very real. Some, like those who possess extrasensory perception, are receptive to those airborne passions existing in the past and can make them materialize. Well, so be it. That's what we're dealing with here. It is the next morning, and Dr. Lem Regan rings the doorbell of Clyde Wilkins' house.
Yeah? What you want?
Gas company. I come to read the meter.
Oh. Well, I'm just going off to work.
Oh, it won't take long.
All right, well, then come in and hurry it up.
I can close the door behind me.
No, none of that. I stay till you go.
Okay. The door to the basement.
There. Off this hallway. Haven't you been here before?
Oh, sure. The lady used to leave the downstairs basement door open, but it's locked, so I...
Okay, get it over with.
Hop in, Lem.
Yeah.
Duck down and get rid of that jacket, Lem.
All right. Oh.
Everything go all right?
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it worked perfectly.
You found the hiding place.
I'll never understand how you knew where it was, Laura. But I found it and planted your note. Now, what next?
Well, I think I know what's going to happen.
Not another visit from an apparition.
No, this is just common sense. You'll see. I want to get to a telephone and speak to Carol.
I hope she'll cooperate.
She will. You can bet your boots Carol wants her mother avenged.
Well?
Well, what?
I never thought I'd see you again.
I'd like to speak to you. Okay if I come in?
Come ahead.
Where's Miss Veer?
How should I know? Back in Chatham, I suppose. What do you want to know?
I wish you'd talk to her for me.
No way. You hate her.
No, I don't. I only said she's a busybody, and she is. But I got to find something out. She said there was a will. That your mother had some things written down about...
Bequest. Yes, you didn't believe her.
The old frump knows something.
What's so important about the will? Keep everything for yourself. Maybe the widow will want them.
There's money there, Carol.
Where?
Your mother squirreled away money somewhere in the house. Probably where she hid the will.
So that's what you've been looking for. Not the will, the money. And you want Mrs. Fear to tell you where to look. That's the last thing she'd do.
She'd tell you?
Maybe she would. Or maybe she's already told the police.
Huh? What for?
It's an unsolved murder. But the police don't give up. They'll get the person who murdered Mother.
I'll give you half the money, Carol.
Half of what? You don't even know if there is money or how much.
Min got a chunk from your grandfather. Maybe $7,500. And she hid away maybe another $2,000 or $2,500. You could use $5,000. So could I.
She wouldn't leave it to you.
The money's mine.
We'll see about that.
You won't even get into the house.
The police can.
Why do you keep bringing up the police?
Do you think they're satisfied that someone unknown murdered Mother?
Carol, look. Half the money. You can have all that broken down furniture. You call Miss Via. There's cash money somewhere in the house.
Your dowry for the widow.
Oh, lay off. We're friends, all.
Oh, it's nice to have one, isn't it?
You are a mighty bitter person. It's not natural.
I think the shoe's on the other foot. I care about the murder. You only care about that money. I hope it's never found.
I'll find it all right, without any help from Via or from you.
You remember Mr. Veer, dear?
Oh, of course. Hi, Mr. Veer.
How attractive you are. This Dr. Regan?
Oh, of course. I remember the poison oak.
My goodness, that was many years ago.
Carol, please sit down.
Well, I wondered if I'd hear from you again, Mrs. Vere. You were so mysterious the last time we talked.
Yes, I was. It's dangerous to suggest that someone is a murderer.
I did tell my father you thought maybe he'd murdered my mother.
Someone did. We know that. I want to catch that person. But we need your help.
I'll do anything.
Now, you won't be in danger, Carol. Dr. Regan's a police official, and we've spoken to the police in Boston and in Lowell. We're cooperating with them.
My father has an alibi for the night of the murder. So is Johnny Moe.
Well, we know that, Carol, but somebody's guilty, and Mrs. Vere has worked out a scheme to trap whoever did it.
It was the money, wasn't it?
Yes, your mother hid a substantial amount of cash, and we know where it is. I know it's hard to believe, but your mother told me about the hiding place.
And I confirmed it this morning and left a note in the hiding place.
You did?
Now, Laura, from the beginning, tell Carol what we wanted to do.
I'm going to tell you where the money is hidden.
But that's just what my father wants to know. He came to see me this noon, and he wants me to talk to you about...
Of course. Now, listen carefully. Everything depends on you, Carol. You have to give a performance. Depending on how well you perform, we'll not only recover the money, we'll trap a killer.
Well, my unnatural daughter, I thought you'd never want to see me again.
I don't.
Then run along. I'm going out to eat.
You don't care about the money?
What's that? Come in. Well?
You wanted me to telephone Mrs. Vere.
You did? You come to your senses?
She said she'd tell me where the $10,000 are hidden if you'd make me a promise and keep it.
My word.
She doesn't think so.
What's the promise the old bat wants me to make?
Can I trust you?
What a question. I'm your father.
$10,000 is a big nest egg, and with the sale of the house...
What do you want? I already offered you half the money if we found it. You don't get no more.
I want your help to find out who murdered Mother.
What are you talking about? That's up to the police, and they've dropped the investigation.
Oh, no, they haven't. Someone who knew her smashed her on the head and cut her throat and left.
Johnny Moe and me was at the Copper Penny.
From what time on?
Well, you read it in the papers. What is all this? Why are you raking it all up?
Who got to the Copper Penny first? You and Johnny didn't come in together.
Well, so what?
Did you know that a neighbor of the widow's saw Johnny's car in her driveway around 5 o'clock?
That's a lie.
You don't know about the widow and Johnny? The handsome Johnny who's 10 years younger than you are?
That won't work, kid. Johnny was with me from 5:30 on. Now, you listen to me. The widow's a good woman. I'm going to marry her.
You mean you're going to buy her? Why would she pick you when there's Johnny?
Watch it. You think you're smart. Your education? Yes. But you're dumb, Carol. Real dumb. That slap in the face is nothing. You tell me where that money is, or I'll wring your neck.
Not cut it.
Where's the money hidden? Tell me, or so help me.
All right. But I have to show you.
Tell me where it is. I can find it.
No, not until you promise to put up half the money as a reward to find the murderer.
You're crazy.
I mean it. Unless I tell you where it is, you'll never find it. And if you kill me, you'll never know.
Okay. 5,000 for the reward. I don't mind. Nobody'll ever collect it. Now, talk.
When he slapped Carol, I almost opened the door.
He's a dirty brute.
He'll break. You got your revolver, then?
Yeah, ready. That was a good guess about Johnny Moe. Oh, shh. Not a sound. They can't see us.
Like a whip.
clear house down here. Oh, there he is.
All right. Now, where's the hiding place? Come on.
Let go of my arm.
Look here, I don't break it. Where is it?
Lift down that box up there.
What? That's an old Christmas tree stand. Busted. Should have been thrown out years ago.
That's where the money is.
I got it. Now, cut the string. An oilskin bag.
It's in there. Here, let me...
Take your hands off. Look, Carol. The money.
What's that envelope?
Huh? Oh, she's written on it. For Carol. Birth certificates and will. Junk. Here.
How much is there?
Buckets. Wouldn't her old man spin in his grave if he saw me now? His money, and it's mine.
This envelope, it's got a note in it. To whom it may concern. I expect to die a violent death. Clyde, Johnny Moe, and the widow plan to kill me for this money. Clyde won't do it. He's yellow. It will be Johnny or the widow who does it. The one that don't have an alibi. Clyde is a dumb fool. The widow is Johnny's woman. They'll double-cross him.
Give me that!
Don't move, Clyde.
What?
I'm a police official. Dr. Regan, hand over that piece of paper.
Laura,
You murdered Min.
No. No, honest, no. Me and Johnny...
Have alibis, and that leaves only one person who could have murdered Min. Your neighbor. The widow.
Was she? The note? How did me know?
The police have her in custody, Mr. Wilkins. And experts are searching her house and examining her clothing for bloodstains. You'd better go.
The three of you conspired to commit this crime, and all of you will go to prison for life.
Thanks to an apparition. The apparition of Min Wilkins, who visited Mrs. Veer, who's now avenged her foul murder.
Perhaps in time, the three who conspired to murder Min Wilkins would have been apprehended. But passing time covers events with the dust of fading memories, and an unsolved murder would have been forgotten, except for that apparition. Min came back from the grave to arouse her friend Laura Veer. A story of the macabre. I'll return shortly. We've come full circle from the appearance of a specter to the arrest of a murderous trio because Laura Veer possessed information that was impossible for her to attain. How did she acquire it? Out of thin air. Say she was attuned to it. All we know is that Mrs. Veer was avenged. Our cast included Ann Petoniak, Robert Dryden, Catherine Byers, and Joe Silver. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Then I walked home. I mean, it's only a couple of blocks. You can ask Jerry.
Jerry? Jerry's a receiver for stolen goods, a fence, a dope pusher. He and Joe must have been together in one shady deal after another. How can you believe Jerry?
If there's anything I can do to help catch this wild animal...
Ah, shut up.
That killed that saint who was my wife.
You killed her. You killed her.
All right, Joe, that's all.
That's all.
You mean I can go? Just be available for questioning in case you need it.
He's walking out. You can't do that, Lieutenant. He's the killer. Don't let him get away with it. You can't. You can't.
Hey, Ernest, what is it? What's the matter?
He's going to get away with it. He's going to get away with murder.
Wait a minute, I can hear you screaming all the way out front. Get a hold of yourself.
He's getting away with murder.
Now, Ernest,
No. He has to pay for it. Somebody has to make him pay for it.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. The story you're about to hear concerns itself with, if you'll permit a worn-out but once popular word, togetherness. My dictionary defines togetherness as the state of being or belonging together. Notice that it does not say being and belonging, and that's where I presume to take issue with the great second edition of Webster's New International. If togetherness is to mean what I feel it to mean, then it's not enough to be. It is necessary also to belong together.
My sister's going to have a baby. She's going to name it Rose, I think, after me.
Your sister, did you say?
My sister Lily, my twin. I don't even know if she's married.
But where is she? Where does she live, this twin sister of yours?
In Kamaloka. You know, the Together place.
Our mystery drama, The Together Place, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Elspeth Eric and stars Norman Rose. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour allergy capsule, and X-Lax. I'll be back shortly with Act One. It's hard to be alone. It's good to be with someone. But I assure you there is no greater hell on earth than to be both at the same time. To be alone with someone. Listen now as we bring you The Together Place.
Why did I never learn to work a typewriter? But when did I ever have the time? I've never had an hour to spare from the practice of medicine. Not that I'd have spared it if I'd had it. The healing art has been my mistress, my love, my wife, since I can remember and before. But I'm well into the winter of my life now. Hardly any springs remain to me. And I want to get this history down on paper in some fashion or other before I expire. Let's see now, how far had I got? My name is Ed Leahy, and I'm the only doctor to the small town of Corbett and its environs. The nearest hospital is 50 miles to the north, and all but impossible to get to. In consequence, I've pretty much had to fend for myself and do all manner of things. Taken all in all, I haven't done too badly. Well, how does that sound, Francis? Egotistical, would you say? No, I would, definitely. This isn't meant to be the story of Eddie Leahy, M.D. No. This is the story of Rose Craven and her mother and their strange life on the outskirts of this town in the old house they call Alata. And, of course, in a peripheral sort of way, the story of Mary Mahaffey. You heard her name, did you, Francis? You remember Mary Mahaffey, who raised you from a pup? Of course you do. Well, the whole thing started that day when I called Mary Mahaffey on the telephone.
Hello?
Mary, it's Ed Leahy.
Oh, doctor. And how's yourself?
I'm fine. You?
Good enough for an old lady.
Mary, I'll tell you why I'm calling you. It's to ask a favor.
It's granted.
Don't be so generous till you hear what it is. Mary, I'm asking you to come out of retirement.
Oh,
No, wait.
Oh, but I've done no nursing in a donkey's age, doctor.
Well, there wouldn't be too much in the way of nursing.
Then why would you be needing me?
I can't trust these ladies to just anybody.
What ladies? How many ladies?
Only two. Rose Craven and her mother.
Oh, sure. They live in that big old house on Vardaman Road. The one they call Alata. What ails them?
Well, the mother's had a thrombosis in her leg, and I've got her confined to her bed for a spell. And the daughter, well, I don't know for certain what ails young Rose. Mary, will you drive out there with me tomorrow and see what you think? About taking on the job for a few weeks, anyway. Give me a chance to catch my breath.
For you, Dr. Leahy. Only for you.
Mary Mahaffey. What a woman. I discovered her on one of my trips to the distant hospital where I'd had a post-operative patient. Mary was a registered nurse as well as a surgical one, and I'd been impressed not only with her skill, but with her whole robust personality. And when she tired of the grind of hospital work, I persuaded her to move to Corbett, where she took some of the burden off my shoulders, practicing midwifery and such. We'd become a team, you might say. And when she retired, I missed her sorely. Well, that day when I drove up to her little house, there she was, Frances, standing on the porch. And so were you. Ah, there you are, Mary.
All ready for you, Dr. Leahy. Francis told me a minute ago to be expecting you.
He knew, did he?
Oh, well, of course he knew. Hop in, Francis.
What? He's coming with us?
Oh, I never go anywhere without Francis. Francis wakes me in the morning, and Francis kisses me good night. And in between, I consult with him on the great quest.
Uh-huh, such as?
Oh, living and dying.
And what does Francis have to say about living and dying?
Not a thing. But he's concerned that I should fret about them so. Hadn't you better be telling me something about Miss Craven and her daughter, in case I decide to take the case?
Yes, I'd better. Because they're not the ordinary run of patient you're used to. You might say that they're eccentric.
Well, no, I'm not a psychiatric nurse, Dr. Leahy.
They don't need a psychiatric nurse. They need a good, solid, down-to-earth woman with a good deal of common sense, and that is you.
Well.
I only said that they're eccentric, which many people think I am. Well, now, about the Cravens, mother and daughter. The mother is in her mid-40s. The daughter, Rose, in her early 20s. And they're gracious, attractive, both of them, real gentlewomen. The mother has been my patient most of her life, and I myself brought the daughter into this world.
And where's the father? Where's Mr. Craven?
Oh, heaven knows. The morning after Rose was born, he came into his wife's bedroom, kissed her on the cheek, told her what a pretty baby she'd given birth to, and left the house. That was the last she ever saw of him.
A sweet savior. Oh, no wonder the lady's eccentric. She's lucky she's not daft entirely.
Well, it took a few years. She shut herself up in a lotta. The place belonged to her. It had been her father's. And she confined herself to raising a child. I suppose for a while she thought Mr. Craven would return, but he never did.
And she never looked for him? Never went to the police or anything?
Pride, Mary. Stubborn pride. And the terrible wound of his disappearance. But after a while, she began stirring out of doors. She never mingled very much with the people of the town. She was gracious because that's her way, but she and Rose kept pretty much to themselves, and still do, in point of fact. Ah, here we are. Here it is. Here is Alata.
Oh, where? I don't see anything.
Well, it's off the road, the house is.
Oh.
Now, Mary, prepare yourself for a long, beautiful drive. It's a good quarter mile to the house itself.
Ah, yes, it is lovely. Well, now, what are those strange trees, Dr. Leahy? I've never seen the like hereabouts.
Cassia. And the shrubs are cassia, too. And there's a cassia herb. It's supposed to grow wherever it's hot. But so far as I know, Mrs. Craven's the only one who's tried it.
Cassia. That's a pretty name.
Heap cassia, sandal buds, and stripes of laudanum and aloe balls.
Pardon?
Robert Browning, from his poem Paracelsus.
Pardon me?
Paracelsus. A traveling doctor of the 16th century. Browning wrote a poem about him. In his wanderings, he tried to predict the future by astrology. He evoked apparitions, and he practiced the different ways of alchemy and magic.
And you say this was a doctor?
Some called him a quack. For all I know, he was. What I do know is that he left us a prescription for the treatment of ringworm. I've tried it, and it works pretty well. You take the juice from the berries of the ringworm bush, mix it with lime juice.
Well, now, I never heard tell of the ringworm bush.
Oh, you'll see it here. That's what alata means. Alata is another name for the ringworm bush.
Well, now I've learned something.
You'll learn a good deal if you decide to take this case. Ah, there's Mrs. Craven. Now, what is she doing out of bed? It's too soon. Mrs. Craven,
Oh, Dr. Lay, welcome.
didn't I tell you bed rest is what you need?
I had to see to the garden, Dr. Leahy. You know how I am about my garden.
Yes, indeed I do. Now, let me introduce you to the lady I told you about. This is Mary Mahaffey.
Miss Mahaffey, I'm so glad to meet someone of whom the doctor speaks so highly.
Well, it's my pleasure to meet you, Mrs. Craven.
Mrs. Craven, I want you back in bed before that blood clot in your leg takes a notion to go traveling about your body. We can finish our talking indoors.
Just a few minutes more in the sunshine, Dr. Leahy. No one's been tending my garden since I've been confined, and I'm worried about it.
Well, a minute, no more.
Would you like to see my garden, Miss Mahaffey? Would you be interested?
Oh, indeed I would.
Herbs are my passion, you know. Of course, I have all the usual ones. You wouldn't be interested in those. This is thyme, and that's basil. It's also known as mountain mint, wild marjoram, often called oregano. Well, you probably have all of those yourself.
Oh, I have a pot of chives on the kitchen window, Mrs. Craven, and that's all.
Oh, dear, isn't that a pity? Well, now, this is horehound. You've heard of that?
Oh, only the candy. Good for a sore throat, though. You don't see it much in the stores these days.
I know, isn't it too bad? Now, this is fennel, and that's henbane. That's poisonous, you know.
No, I didn't know.
And mandrake. Mandrake furthers conception, you know. It does?
Lily. Oh, you do.
Well, so they say.
You're a silly girl. Silly.
Oh, and that one's black Byron, eh?
Oh,
And
you're teasing me. You know you are. You love to tease me. and I
That's
think it's
Rose,
horrible.
isn't it?
Yes, that's Rose. She must be in the gazebo with a friend, I fancy.
I didn't call you horrid. I only said it was
Oh, I don't know if you've ever seen fescue.
I apologize. I apologize.
Over here, you see.
Mrs.
Here we have-
Craven.
Yes?
Hadn't we best be getting on into the house and having our little talk?
Oh, well, if you say so.
Yes, I think it would be best. And we'll be wanting to talk to Rose, too, I think.
Well, all right.
Shall I fetch her? You think she's in the
No,
gazebo?
I'll call her. She'll come for me. She won't for everybody, but she will for me. Rose! Rose, honey! She'll come for me. She always has. Rose!
I think is that Rose?
Yes, that's Rose.
Yes, that's my baby, Rose. Honey, we've been waiting on you. Now, honey, come on over here. Meet somebody.
Oh, Dr. Leahy, I didn't know you'd got here. Mama, why didn't you tell me that Dr. Leahy had arrived?
Rose, honey, this is Miss Mary Mahaffey. Miss Mahaffey, this is my precious daughter, Rose.
Miss Mahaffey, I'm so pleased to make your acquaintance.
Oh, likewise, Miss Rose, I'm sure.
Now, Rose, baby, you and I are going in the house and make some coffee for our guests. You'd like that, wouldn't you, Doctor?
Well, what I'd like is for you to get back into bed.
Well, I'll do just that, and Rose can make the coffee.
Good.
She'll put a smidgen of senna into it. That gives it a mysterious flavor. Come on now, Rose, darling.
Rose, wait a second, will you?
Yes, Doctor?
What about your friend?
My friend?
The one you were talking to in the gazebo.
We heard you talking to someone. Your mother said probably it was a friend.
Why would she say that?
Maybe your friend would like to have some coffee, too.
That was my sister.
Your sister?
My sister Lily. My twin. Well, I'd better go put the coffee on. You all come on into the house whenever you've a mind to.
Yes, we will. Just a minute. Well, Miss Mahaffey.
Oh, Doctor. Francis, what have we got ourselves into?
Does that mean you'll go on the case, Mary?
Oh, someone has to, Doctor. Someone has to look after these poor females. And I guess it might as well be us.
I think it's not an uncommon sensation when, in the course of a seemingly ordinary conversation, a sentence is let drop that makes absolutely no sense at all to the listener. Because we are busy and preoccupied with ourselves, when we hear someone say something nonsensical, at least to us, we choose to ignore it, slough it off, or forget it. Often to be left with a nagging sensation that we have ignored, sloughed over, and forgotten something of enormous importance. I'll be back with Act 2 shortly. When Rose Craven so sweetly and confidently stated that she had been talking to her twin sister when Dr. Leahy and Mary Mahaffey knew quite well that no such sister existed. They did not ignore the words, nor did they slough over them, nor did they nod politely and forget them. Instead, they treated them with the utmost gravity and attention. And as a result, Miss Mahaffey moved into the Craven house, along with her friend and companion, the dog, Francis.
And the next day, Mary Mahaffey moved in with Mrs. Craven and her daughter Rose, as did the dog, Francis. You remember that, do you, Francis? And do you remember when you and Mary Mahaffey came here to my office to report on how things were going?
The mother is making progress. She still wears the bandage when she gets out of bed.
She's not out of bed too much, is she?
Only to check on her precious garden of herbs. I can't keep her away from there.
Tell me about the daughter.
I can't tell you much, Doctor. Francis could tell you more about Rose than I can.
Francis doesn't choose to take me into his confidence.
Oh, that's a pity. He spends the whole day now with young Rose Craven.
And you permit that?
Oh, she needs him. He always returns to me at bedtime and stays with me till morning and then goes back to Rose. And it seems to make her happy, sometimes very happy. And I don't like to deprive her.
The joy derived from common things, a stake in life.
Well, yes, something like that.
Yes, Browning wrote that in his poem on Paracelsus.
You have Paracelsus on the brain, Dr. Leahy. You've spoken of him before.
Well, it's not because I know a great deal about the man. I know very little. But he's the one who said, imagination is the star in man. And I've never forgotten that, because I believe it. But, Mary, you were going to tell me about Rose and her supposed twin sister. Lily, wasn't that her name? But what about Lily?
Oh, she mentions her very casually every now and then. Says, Lily didn't finish her lunch, or Lily is thirsty, or things like that. I pretend I haven't heard anything out of the way, or sometimes anything at all. I'm still making her acquaintance, you might say. I have to feel my way to her friendship.
Well, if it can be done, you'll do it, Mary.
Well, I'll try, Doctor. But I don't know that young Rose will ever choose to be real friends with anyone. Anyone, that is, but Lily.
When Mary said that, I began to be seriously concerned about young Rose. And soon after, it was time for my bi-monthly visit to her mother, whose thrombosis showed every sign of having dissolved. So I drove in the old jalopy out to Alata.
Mrs. Craven is in her herb garden, Doctor.
Where else would she be?
Where, indeed?
It's really the daughter I came to see.
But we'll stop off for a minute and have a word with the mother, else we'll hurt her feelings.
By all means. Mrs. Craven?
The doctor's here, Mrs. Craven.
So I see. Welcome to Alata, Dr. Leahy.
Well, your garden is thriving.
I do wish I had a cutting from the heart's tongue fern.
I don't believe I've ever heard of that.
Well, that grows in Australia, but our government is so strict about importing such things. There's cardamom, that's East Indian, and dittamy from Crete.
But you already have so many herbs, Mrs. Craven.
But I want my garden to be complete.
Yes. Mrs. Craven, could we see your daughter? Now that you're up and about, I think I should look in on her.
Yes, I fancy she's in the gazebo.
Then we'll go and see her if you'll excuse us.
If you can think of a way that I could get some dittamy for my garden...
I'll let you know. Mrs. Craven and her herbs.
Oh, would there be any way of getting those other herbs into the United States, Dr. Leahy?
Well, I've no idea. But let her hope there's a way.
There's our Rose.
Yeah. Looks from here that she's lost a few pounds, and she looks unhappy.
That was my reason for wanting you to see her, Doctor.
Miss Rose. Rose, my girl.
Dr. Leahy's here, Rose.
Oh, Dr. Leahy. And how are you, sir?
I've no idea. I'm here to find out how you are.
Oh, I'm well enough, Doctor.
What's well enough for you may not be well enough for me. You're thinner, Rose, since the last time I saw you.
I know.
Have you been eating well?
She eats sufficiency.
Well, then why are you losing weight, Rose?
I don't know. It's very strange. Because my sister...
Yes, your sister. What about your sister?
She's going to have a baby.
Oh, she is.
She's going to name it Rose, I think. after me.
That's your sister, Lily, isn't that right?
My twin. Dr. Leahy,
Yes, my dear.
am I going to have a baby?
Oh, well, I don't know. Do you think that you are?
If Lily is going to have a baby.
Well, it doesn't follow that you are.
But everything that happens to Lily always happens to me.
Oh, I didn't know that.
Of course. When she has a headache, I have a headache. When she has a dream, I have a dream.
The same dream?
Of course. Because she's my twin.
I don't rightly remember what was said by any one of us after Rose said that. I didn't want to contradict the young woman. It's been my experience that the very worst thing you can do when a person reveals an obsession is to tell that person he's mistaken. It doesn't alter the obsession in the slightest. All it does is destroy the person's trust in yourself. After I had somehow terminated my visit, Mary Mahaffey walked with me to my automobile.
What in the world ails the girl, Doctor?
Mary, I'm not a psychiatrist.
Is it schizophrenia, Doctor? I mean, does the girl have two selves? Herself and Lily?
Oh, she's not psychotic so far as I can tell. Schizoid, perhaps, but not mad.
What's to be done?
Mary, stay close to her. Let me know if she loses more weight. Let me know if the obsession grows more acute, and I'll come right out. And tell Francis to keep an eye on her, too. A month went by. There was no reason to go out to Alata. Mrs. Craven's condition continued to improve. And to keep an eye on young Rose, there was Mary Mahaffey. And then one day... This is Dr. Leahy.
Mary Mahaffey, Doctor.
Yes, Mary.
I've hesitated to call you.
Mary, what's the trouble?
I don't rightly know, Doctor, but...
Is it Mrs. Craven?
Oh, no. It's the young girl. It's Rose. She's not ill. It's not that, but she hasn't left her room for 3 days.
3 days? Or does she complain of anything?
No, Doctor. No pains, no nausea, nothing. But there's something wrong, I'm convinced. Francis hasn't left her side the whole time. And it's all I can do to get him to return to me at bedtime.
Well, Mary, I'm booked up for the entire day, till supper time and perhaps beyond. But I'll drive out there in the evening, as early as I can get there. It was growing dark when I reached Alata that evening. The front door was unlocked, and I went inside without announcing my presence, and upstairs to young Rose's bedroom. I heard voices as I mounted the stairs.
My precious, my baby. Rose, don't you feel like talking to her? Oh, that must be Dr. Leahy. I thought it was you.
Well, now, what is this beautiful young woman doing lying in her bed when she should be up and doing?
3 days, Doctor.
Is she eating well?
Oh, well enough, everything considered.
It's the wrong food.
What's that? What did you say, Rose?
She complained some about the food.
I don't know what they eat in their world, but it's not what we eat here. It's very peculiar. I don't understand it.
Rose, my precious.
Rose, when you say you don't know what they eat there, who are they? What do you mean by there?
Do you mean the spirit world?
No, not the spirit world.
Well, then what?
It's the one next to this one. The aerial world.
And the beings in the aerial world, is that where our spirits go when they've left this world, the material world?
Not our spirits. Our souls. They live there for a while.
How long, Rose, do they live there?
Do they live forever? Are they immortal? No. They're like us. Just exactly like us. But they can't drown or burn up in fires, and they can't be locked up in jails either. But they can die. Yes, they can die.
Quiet, Francis, quiet. Rose, is your sister one of these souls, your sister Lily?
Oh, please, Doctor.
Are you afraid Lily is going to die, Rose? But tell me, are you afraid Lily is going to die?
Lily is very sick. very, very sick.
I see.
I think Lily is going to die.
Well, now, we must see what we can do so that Lily doesn't die, mustn't we?
I don't think she wants to live any longer.
Tell me one more thing, Rose, if you will, so that I'll know better how to help Lily. Rose, where is Lily? Maybe I can go to see her and find out what's wrong with her.
You can't go to see her.
Well, why not? Rose, where is she? What is this place where Lily lives?
She lives in Kamaloka.
What did she say? Rose, tell me again. What is this place where Lily lives?
Kamaloka.
Mrs. Craven, I think we should step outside.
All right, Doctor.
I'll stay here, Doctor.
All right, Mary.
And so will Francis. The dog won't move. He won't leave her.
Well, let him stay. He probably knows best. Dogs usually do.
What are we going to do? Doctor, is my daughter losing her mind?
Mrs. Craven, have you ever read the works of Paracelsus? The hermetical and alchemical writings of Paracelsus?
Many, many years ago, yes.
Mm-hmm. Has Rose read them?
Well, I suppose she might have. They're still in the bookshelves, as far as I know. Why do you ask, Doctor?
Because what she is saying is very like what that Swiss doctor wrote 500 years ago. That there is a soul place, a world adjoining ours, but not touching, contiguous, but not joined, and that there are beings that live in this realm of the soul, beings like us, but not like us, as their world is like ours, but not like ours, having its own firmament, its own atmosphere, its own conditions of existence, its own habitations.
Yes, but why would Rose...
She says the name of this place is Kamaloka. Now, do you know what Kamaloka means? It means the together place.
The together place?
Yes. It's a beautiful concept, don't you think? A place where we can be together with those we love, together with them as we were in life.
But Rose has no one. What's that? The dog? Doctor.
Yes, Mary.
She's dead. Rose is dead.
What a beautiful name, Kamaloka. I don't know its derivation, but loka surely comes from the Latin word for place, and kama, well, my dictionary tells me that kama in Sanskrit means love, and the Hindu god of love is named Kama. So it seems quite pleasing and appropriate that Kamaloka should designate the together place. I'll be back with Act 3 shortly. Rose Craven is dead. Rose Craven dreamed of a twin sister she never had, named Lily. Rose Craven dreamed of a world she'd never seen, where Lily lived, called Kamaloka, the together place. Rose Craven dreamed that her sister Lily was gravely ill in Kamaloka and on the verge of death. And before her mother, her nurse, or her doctor could take steps to prevent it, Rose Craven died.
Poor Rose Craven was put to rest in our little country churchyard. The mourners were few because so few had known her. I was there, so was Mary Mahaffey, and so was Francis. It was a sad day, was it not, Francis? By this time, Mrs. Craven was out of danger from her thrombosis. There was no need for Mary to stay on at Arlotta, and she made plans to move back to her own small house, where you and she, Francis, would take up your old life. But then, before the move could be made, she called me.
It's Mary Mahaffey, Dr. Lane.
Yes, Mary.
Doctor, I've decided to stay on here for a bit.
Oh? Well, there's no need, Mary. Mrs. Craven is able to fend for herself.
No, she's not, Doctor.
Well, why not? I saw her just last week.
She's taken to her bed, and I can't rouse her.
Well, there's got to be a period of mourning. It's painful, but it's got to be gone through before life can start up again. It's a sickly state, to be sure, but unavoidable.
It's not just mourning, Doctor. She's begun to talk about You know, that place. The place her daughter spoke about.
Kamaloka.
She has visions of it. And she believes her visions.
We can't take her visions away from her. Even if we could, it might kill her.
She'll die if she's left the way she is.
Well, what can we do?
I intend to stay on for a while. I don't care if she wants me here or not. She needn't pay me. I don't care about the money.
What do you expect of me, Mary?
Pay her a visit, Doctor. I want you to see what I see so that you can back me up in whatever I do.
Well, this evening, would that be all right?
Anytime. Mrs. Craven doesn't stir from her bedroom, and I'm always nearby.
This evening, then. Goodbye, Mary.
It's my firm conviction, Doctor, that if something's not done, we can lose the mother as we did the daughter. Come inside.
It is not my habit to concern myself with the metaphysical vaporings of my patients, Mary. I confine myself to their bodies.
Doctor, you very well know that body and soul intermingle. You're not so old-fashioned as to deny that. Her room's at the head of the stairs.
I know very well where her room is.
Come, Francis.
Francis is not keeping watch by her bedside, I see, as he did with the daughter.
No, and I take that for a good sign. If he did, I'd think nothing could save her.
You say she talks of Kamaloka. She never heard the word till her daughter spoke it. I had to tell her what it meant.
But now to her it's a dwelling place for souls. At least I think that's what she's trying to convey to me. Here's her room. Let's go right in. The doctor's here, Mrs. Craven.
You needn't have come, Doctor.
Well, when Mary Mahaffey summons me, Mrs. Craven, I obey.
Oh, Mary, she fusses so.
Nevertheless, I'm alarmed in a mild sort of way when a patient of mine lies in bed when I know perfectly well she's able to be up and stirring.
I have no interest, Doctor, in being up and stirring.
Then what do you have an interest in, Mrs. Craven?
Oh, what I've always had an interest in, my daughter.
Mrs. Craven, Rose is dead.
My daughter's happiness, my daughter's well-being, my daughter's loneliness.
Loneliness, did you say?
She went to Kamaloka to be with her sister, Doctor. A sister she only fancies. One she never had. But think, Doctor, how she must feel to be alone. Alone in the together place.
Mrs. Craven, are you telling me that you want to join your daughter in Kamaloka?
What else can I do?
There must be something.
There's nothing.
Perhaps there's something I can do. Prescribe a little tonic.
I won't take it.
Confounded woman, why not?
You know perfectly well I never take any sort of medicine unless I've distilled it myself from my owner.
Mrs. Craven, I am losing patience.
I think you've said enough, Doctor. Thank you very much for coming.
Don't bother to call me again, Mary. If my advice is not followed, I am not responsible.
It'll be all right, Dr. Leahy. Never fear.
I left. I was up against something that frightened me. Something I couldn't face up to. And I felt guilty for my own cowardice. So, 2 weeks later, I drove out to Alata without telling Mary or Mrs. Craven I was coming. I entered the house and went upstairs. I heard their voices even before I reached the top. And I admitted, Francis, I stopped and listened. And what I heard astounded me.
The activities of the body are chemical, Mrs. Craven. Our health depends on the proper chemical composition of our organs and fluids. The object of chemistry is to prepare medicines.
Where on earth did you learn all this, Mary?
I've been reading.
But reading what?
It's called iotrochemistry.
Oh, what is it, Mary? What is it?
The link between chemistry and medicine. It's terribly important, Mrs. Craven.
Yes, but where did you learn all this?
From Paracelsus. He was a Swiss doctor.
I know who he was.
And an alchemist. But you know what he said, Mrs. Craven? He said, don't make gold. Make medicines. Now, what do you think of that, Mrs. Craven? Do you know his prescription for rumblings in the stomach?
No.
Made from ground corals, alum, cumin, beans, and cinders.
Oh, Mary.
It's worth trying, don't you think? Though I don't know the proportions. And I don't know how many people these days are troubled with rumbling.
I once gave Dr. Leahy a prescription for the treatment of ringworm.
Yes, he told me about it, and he thinks it's good.
But I seem to remember a cure for warts.
And Mrs. Craven, do you remember that cutting you wanted from Australia, I think it was?
Heart's tongue, yes.
Yes. Now, I have a friend in Australia, a nurse. We were in training together. And I thought that maybe if I wrote to her...
Mary, would you?
I could and I would.
Oh.
But in the meantime, Mrs. Craven, what about your garden here?
Oh.
I had to look at it for myself this morning. And I hate to tell you, but it's in a very sorry state. Oh, there are weeds sprouting up. The ground seems hard and dry. Now, of course, I'm no judge. But it seems to me that... do you think you're well enough to dress and just come downstairs and take a little look at it?
Oh, I think I could.
Good. I'll fetch your gardening things. You know what Paracelsus said, Mrs. Craven. We must have faith, cheerful courage, and hope.
I'd heard enough. I left. Everything I'd hoped for had been accomplished by the incomparable Mary Mahaffey. Yes, Francis, the one and only Mary Mahaffey. She moved back to her own little home, Francis, and you along with her. And life in our town went on as before. But in a little while, Mary Mahaffey sent for me.
No trouble, Dr. Leahy. No. I just wanted to see you once more.
Once more, indeed. You'll be seeing me dozens and dozens of times, Mary.
Oh, no, Doctor, no. It's almost the end for me.
Whatever are you talking about?
I'm talking about death, my dear Dr. Leahy.
Now, Mary.
Death is nothing but the end of the day's work. The taking away of man's air, the evanescence of his balsam, the extinction of his natural light, and the entire separation of the three substances, body, soul, and spirit, and the return to the mother's womb.
Mary Mahaffey, wherever did you learn to speak poetry?
Oh, that's Paracelsus, Doctor. Yes, I read him through from cover to cover when I was staying with Mrs. Craven.
You saved her, Mary. You and Paracelsus together.
I firmly believe we did, Doctor. With some help from on high.
Did you know that she's opening a store for herbal remedies in town? It'll be a good thing, I believe, for there are thousands of people who won't take any medicine unless it's derived from herbs.
But I think often how I failed the doctor.
Well, I don't know that you could have done anything.
It's well nigh impossible to correct an hallucination. Her hallucination about her twin sister became an obsession.
Well, Mary, it wasn't an hallucination. Not entirely.
What's that you say?
Rose did have a sister. A sister who was her twin. Her identical twin.
Well, I didn't know that.
No one knew it. No one but myself.
Her mother?
I never told her. She didn't know that she was carrying twins, for the x-rays never showed it. Rose was born first. And then there was another child. Sickly, deformed, trembling violently. She only lived an hour. But the poor little thing had lain next to her sister for 9 months, Mary. Now, it is my firm belief that Rose carried the memory with her throughout her short life and longed to return to that companion of the womb in the place called Kama Loka, the together place. I saw Mary Mahaffey one more time. She was feeble, and it was hard for her to talk, but I knew she had something on her mind.
You must write down the case history of Rose Craven, Doctor.
Yes, I've been thinking about it.
Oh, yes, you must. Such a strange story. It must be told.
You're tired, Mary. I'd best leave you.
Now, one more thing. Will you tell Mrs. Craven the story of her daughter? Her 2 daughters, I should say. Her twins.
Well, I'm undecided. Would it be kind or cruel?
Oh, I've thought, and I've thought, Doctor.
I just don't know.
Mary, you're very tired. I mustn't let you talk anymore.
Tell the story, Doctor.
I will, I promise you.
Write it. Set it all down as it happened.
Mary. Mary Mahaffey was dead. And you, Francis, you felt the approach of that moment of oblivion before I did, seconds before it arrived. And the next day, Francis, I came to the house and led you away and brought you here. And you've sat by me and with your own patience summoned up mine enough to write this history. Well, it's finished now, and I must pick up the pages and stow them away. Mrs. Craven is coming by to give me some juniper berries. Ah, what a stack of papers. What a pile of work. What a history. Oh, Francis, is it possible? Is it... Ah.
Dr. Leahy, it's Mrs. Craven.
For since the earth-born man comes from the earth too will be his mother, into which he must return, and therein lose his earth-born flesh, so that at the last day he may be regenerated in a new, a heavenly and purified flesh, as Christ said to Nicodemus when he came to him by night. Whose words are those? Why, they are the words of Paracelsus, of course. I'll be back shortly. I'm not absolutely positive that juices from the ringworm bush mixed with the juice of a lime will cure ringworm, or that corals, alum, cumin, beans, and cinders all mixed together will stop rumblings of the stomach. But I am perfectly sure that Paracelsus was right when he wrote, man must have faith, cheerful courage, and hope. Our cast included Norman Rose, Mary Jane Higbee, Marion Seldes, and Rosemary Rice. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
I was conscious of my heart beating hard, not from effort, but from the eerie house. I struck a match and lit the candlestick and started upstairs.
Hello up there. Are you all right?
Holy Toledo!
Where are you? Answer me! I'm coming up!
When the woman screamed, I froze. I knew something awful had happened. I took the stairs two at a time, the candle flickering in front of me. There were several closed doors in the hallway. I tried the one nearest the street. I opened it. The room was lived in. I went toward a bed. And then... murdered. Stabbed through the heart.
Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule, and Buick Motor Division. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams. The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Have you ever been in the cockpit of a jet plane? Faced that amazing array of instruments, row on row? Everything that science and mathematics can do to make man safe. And yet, when the elements choose to outwit them, the pilots still have to answer the challenge. And of all nature's challenges in the air, the most dreaded is the one known as CAT, clear air turbulence.
I don't like the way the temperature's dropping, Jake. I smell trouble.
We're cleared at this altitude, Chad. No wind shear.
What about clear air turbulence? There have been reports that... I knew it. May the good Lord help us. The cat's got us by the tail.
Our mystery drama, The Time Fold, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Ian Martin and stars Paul Hecht. It is sponsored in part by Sign-Off, the sinus medicines, and True Value hardware stores. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
The Electra's all washed and loaded, and you're on your way. You figured 300 miles the first day, but with all of Electra's luxury and room, you're out 400 miles before you know it. Not only that, but the EPA mileage estimates are 22 highway, 15 city, and 18 combined. That's with the standard 5.7-liter engine and automatic transmission. Of course, your mileage will vary depending on how and where you drive, your car's condition, and how it's equipped. And EPA estimates are lower in California. But it's nice to know that a car with as much prestige and elegance as Electra can also be efficient. Buick Electra, a car that can actually make you look forward to a long trip.
They surely will astound you, the amazing things you see. The cars they built, the ones that work, how can such things be? A little science, a little magic, a little science.
Electra models are equipped with GM-built engines supplied by various divisions. See your dealer for details.
In the field of private executive airplanes, number one is the Silver Streak, a twin-engine jet designed to seat 12 in the utmost luxury, capable of flying 3,000 miles without refueling, fully automatic, a jewel. Feed its computer, the size of a small camera, and except for takeoff and landing, you could rely on automatic pilot. The Barracuda, as this plane is named, is a corporate plane, but no one ever uses it except J. Bruce Proctor. He is the only passenger, with the exception of Meg Chatham, his secretary. Flying the plane are number one and two boys, pilot Chad Stevens, co-pilot Jake Slade.
How's the weather, Jake?
Wild, Chad, wild.
What?
We got a front eating up the sky. 6-0. It's the big mother.
Well, not so long as we stay clear. This doesn't bother me. It's the other.
Huh? What?
Hold it a minute. XN 743 to Little Rock, VOR. Do you have a weather update, my flight path?
Roger, XN 743. Stand by.
What's a good word?
Well, he put in his nickel. Now we wait for Charlie Computer to answer. Is that possible CAT canceled?
What do you have to ask for? You can see what's up front.
Well, it isn't always what's up front that counts. Like who's going through that?
Oh, like you said, we bypass.
Yeah, only which way?
VOR, this is 2743.
I read you.
Cancel the CAT.
Well, what about those pilot reports?
No sweat. Light turbulence, 1900 hours, central. Commercial 747 to 350, this side of Kansas City. Ditto corporate pilot flying jet over Shreveport at 280, 2010 central. All other flights report no turbulence. Will you follow machine plan or file new flight plan? Notify.
I'll get back to you, VOR.
Chad, what's eating you?
Anytime I hear anything about clear air turbulence, I get goosebumps. You ever ridden any out?
Nope.
Well, me neither. I'm not anxious to try.
So why play Lone Ranger? You got a clean bill of health if you pick up the new MFP.
Yeah, which will bring us into New York pretty near an hour late.
I'll be later if you try to go around the front the other way.
I guess. Okay, I'll swallow my hunches and follow the rest of the sheep. You better tell our boss, the great shepherd, that his little sheep are going to be late tonight.
Yeah, look, why don't you tell Proctor? You handle him better than me.
Not anymore, I don't. Not after the last few flights and the way he's handled Meg.
Hey, hold up, lover boy. Anybody got an eye for that lady, it's got to be me. You're married up and all.
Yeah, don't remind me.
Uh-oh. Gone sour again?
Still.
You think Proctor's really making out with Meg?
Proctor doesn't make out with anyone. He just issues a requisition. He owns us all, body and soul.
Oh, he doesn't own me.
Okay, free spirit. Then what are you wasting your life up here in this old cockpit playing second fiddle to Mr. Proctor's uniformed air chauffeur?
Hey, you can't knock the pay, and I like to hang loose. There's too much red tape with the airlines.
Well, you could call your life your own.
You don't like it? Why don't you check out?
Don't knock your elders. I'm too old to go into commercial flying.
At 35?
37. It'd take too long to get seniority and haul down that captain's pay. I have a wife keeps me in debt, remember? All right, go back and tell the boss man we're going to be behind schedule.
He'll blow his stack.
Money can't buy everything.
Yeah, just try to tell him that.
You're the diplomat. Besides, I want some privacy.
For what?
I want to call the wife.
Meg, build me another scotch.
Yes, J.V.
How about one for you?
Oh, no, not while I'm working. I mean, as a secretary.
1 hour out of Houston, and we're still working on these merger papers.
Oh, why bother with New York Steel and casing? That's small potatoes.
Because once I get that pokey little firm in my hip pocket, then International's got to come to me on its knees. And once I get them, I'm pretty near as big as I want to be.
And how big is big?
The most. Number one. I got a hind end don't fit too comfortable in anything short of the catbird seat.
I guess we all ought to know that by now. Here's your drink.
A little short on scotch and long on ice.
Oh, I thought you might like to try something in moderation. Tell me, what are you going to do when you die, J.B.?
What the devil are you talking about? I'm not planning to die.
Oh, I don't mean right away, but that's one deal you can't buy yourself out of, as it must to all men.
You know, I don't know what the Sam Hill's got into you lately, Meg, but I'll tell you one thing. I don't lay out all I do on you to get sniped at. If you think you can... Yes, Slade, what do you want?
Excuse me, sir, but Skipper asked me to tell you we've got some weather we got to go around. We're going to get into New York about an hour late.
No, that's no good. I got a meeting with my lawyer as soon as the plane lands. Can't we climb over the stuff?
It's too high, Mr. Proctor. This is a 60,000-foot front.
Then go through it.
You're in that much hurry to mount the throne?
Forget it, Meg. This is business. Business is time, and time is money. Slade, no way we can beat it?
When the man upstairs makes the deal, no, sir.
No shortcuts.
Well, you'd have to talk that over with the skipper.
I might just do that right now.
Give him a couple of minutes, sir. He's just busy realigning the course.
Where are you calling from, Chad?
What do you mean, where am I calling from, Alice? Isn't that obvious? 33,000 feet over Shreveport. And would you mind telling me where you were when I called before you left Houston?
Minding my own business, I expect.
Yeah, you were so tied up you couldn't answer the phone, huh?
Maybe I wasn't home.
Look, let's not play games. Just wanted to let you know we should be at LaGuardia around 11 and to ask you to please pick me up at the usual place.
Oh, just like that. I expected you home for dinner.
Did you? Then why didn't you answer the phone when I tried to call you to tell you I wouldn't make it?
I went down to the store for cigarettes or something.
Or something, Alice, huh? You're not drinking again, huh?
Same old thing. You can't trust me.
Alice, are you going to meet me at the field?
Maybe. I've nothing better to do.
Never mind. I'll grab the limo or a cab, but I'll be home in a few hours. And then we can...
Well, don't hurry on my account. Maybe I'll be around, maybe not. What difference does it make anymore? We got nothing left.
Oh, we back to that again.
We never left it.
Well, why don't you come right out and say it? You want a divorce.
Only on my terms, lover.
You can't expect me to sit back and let you take me 6 ways from nowhere.
Why not? Didn't you me?
Alice, come on. Just because we've lost whatever we once had, we don't have to fight dirty, do we? Not us.
Then cut me loose.
On your terms.
Only on my terms. I want it all, lover. Now, why don't you find your own way home?
Alice? Alice? It's kicking up. Whew, look at that. Hey, Jake.
Yes, Skip, right there. Hey, how's it going?
I don't know.
We were kicking around quite a bit on my way up for it.
Now, that's just loose turbulence around the edge of the front. That doesn't matter.
Yeah, so what does?
I don't know. Get your phones on. Pull in Kansas City and give me a weather update.
Roger. Look, what's got you so steamed?
Hunch. The wrong vibes. Look at that outside temperature, how it's dropping.
So what? Why should...
No, forget it. Just give me that weather report.
Roger. This is XN 743 to Flight Service Station. Request weather information on our new heading. We are at 330, bearing 320. Repeat, that is 320. Are we still at same segment? Beta 4.
Hey, Meg, how'd you like to build me another scotch?
To stoke you so you can keep knocking out enough ideas to gobble up the world? Or to relax?
Oh, we sifted through all the papers. It's time for fun games.
In that case, you got your scotch.
You'll join me?
I just might.
Sometimes you even like me, don't you?
That's a fine question to ask a woman who...
I want you to be different. Now, I can buy all of that.
I know. You bought me.
Now, don't say that, Meg.
No, it's true. Well, I didn't think so at first. But then the sun was in my eyes.
Huh?
There's a wild glory in absolute power, J.B. It dazzles the subjects. Like Louis XIV did.
You're trying to make fun of me again.
No, not really. Here. Want to drink a toast?
Sure. To what?
To thanks. So many thanks. And farewell.
To
me.
No way.
Oh, why not, J.B.? We're at a dead end. It didn't work for us.
It works for me as long as I say it does. No one walks out on me.
Well, I'm not walking out. I just want to shake hands and agree to end a bargain.
Not until I'm ready. You know too much about me, lover. You're too dangerous to let go.
How can you stop me if I want to?
You'd be surprised how many ways, if I ever made up my mind to use them.
I don't believe it.
Hey, what is this, Skip?
The temperature, it's dropped again.
We've left the front behind. There's only light turbulence.
I know, but something's out there.
Hey, what are you doing?
Cutting airspeed. What do you read?
Mach 8, 245. But with all the hurry, what...
Did you press the call button, Chad?
Yeah, Meg, I want you to secure everything back in the cabin and the galley. Belt yourself in with the big boss.
Oh, I just mixed a drink.
Well, dump it. Get rid of the glasses and do as I say.
But we just passed the front. The sky's as blue as the 4th of July.
Let's not mess around, Meg. I'm preparing for severe air turbulence, and you'd better get back inside pronto.
Yes, sir, Captain.
Hey, come on, Chad. What's eating you?
It's a hunch. You know where I got my schooling? Barnstorming, stunt flying, ever since I came out of Korea and went civilian. I love all these instruments. And for all they feed into my brain, I still fly by what's at the other end of my spine. And when that aches, when I feel my backside's in a bucket, I'll fly by that every time. Holy cow! Yeah, I smelled it. Severe air turbulence. Hang in with me, Jake. It's trying to take the stick out of my hands.
We must have shot up 1,000 feet. The updraft's wild. Watch your trim.
I'm holding.
Oh, no, you're not. You're upside down. We're in a dive.
You're disoriented, Jake. We're climbing.
You've got to be crazy.
Check your instruments. Come on, help me bring her nose down.
Roger. Holy mother, will you look at the wings shake? They'll throw the engines right out of their mount. Oh, there goes one of them, I think.
Jake, help me get her nose down. She stalled out. Now we dive. Hang in there. We're going into a spin.
Four people in a modern aircraft.
equipped with every safety device and instrument to protect lives, caught in the pilot's dread, the phenomenon known as clear air turbulence, or more simply, CAT, spinning as helplessly as a bullet, but without any destination or target, and doomed to end up in a world beyond our own. I shall return shortly with Act Two.
This year, cut down on your yard work as you cut your lawn. Hi, Pat Summerall to tell you True Value hardware stores offer the Jacobson self-propelled 20-inch twin-blade mulching mower. It makes yard work easier by turning grass clippings into lawn food and by eliminating bagging and raking. The twin blades cut and recut your grass into tiny pieces that disappear into your lawn, decompose quickly, and become vital nutrients for the soil. So as you cut your grass, you're helping fertilize the lawn as well as eliminating bagging and raking problems. And the Jacobson 20-inch mulcher from True Value hardware stores comes with another exclusive feature to make your yard work easier. Its power burst handle gives extra engine power to help cut through long, tough, or wet grass quickly and easily and without stalling. So cut down on yard work as you cut your grass with the Jacobson 28 self-propelled twin-blade mulcher. It's just $269.95 at participating True Value hardware stores.
Now that the cat's out of the bag, I think I should say a few words about this acronym, the three letters that spell out clear air turbulence. It's a very rare phenomenon, and every commercial pilot is trained to react instinctively to its unexpected appearance. But like every other cataclysm in nature, sometimes it's beyond mechanical or human control. The air shock has sent the plane into a high-speed stall. As it whirls and falls, the instruments vibrate violently. Impossible to read.
Skipper, what can we do? Hit left rather hard as you can. Nose up. She's lead. Oh, manual. Bust a gut. It's the only chance we have. What? Damn briefcase hit me right on the head. Never mind your head. What you're trying to say right now is your... What was that?
I don't know.
We're not in a dive anymore.
And we're out of the spin.
Look out for the briefcase.
It's not going anywhere.
Yeah, that's right. It's just hanging there in midair.
Hey, look outside. It's bright sunlight.
Well, it can't be. We were coming up on 2100 hours. It was night.
Well, it isn't anymore. Hey, look at the controls. They're slack.
Well, maybe the cable snapped if we're out of electric power.
No, I don't think so. Have a gander at the instruments.
Holy God. They're crazy. They just don't read. How come? Did every system, all the backups blew?
I don't know. I don't think so. What I guess is... I'm afraid to say.
What, Chad?
We're in free flight. I don't know how. But somewhere we spun right through a hole out of the atmosphere and ended up in space.
Are you nuts?
If you had just one point of reference after a blind flight, what would you guess the only land mass we could see might be?
Where?
About 10 o'clock, right off to the left.
Well, we were only at 33,000. That couldn't beat
the Earth? No. No way. Ah, but you know what it is just as well as I do.
The moon.
Yeah, that's just what I read. Look at the configuration.
But that's crazy, Chad. What are we, dreaming or dead or what?
I think we're in free orbit around the moon.
Come on, how? From 33,000 feet to nearly 90 million miles in 1 second, how?
Maybe it wasn't CAT after all. Maybe we just fell through a hole in space, got folded up in the time warp. Whatever's happened, we got to get busy. First, there's too much pressure in this cabin. We got to release it before we just plain disintegrate.
Okay, Ken.
Why not take it easy, real slow.
Roger.
And not too much. We have to hang on to all the oxygen we have.
What for, if you're right? All we're with now is the insurance.
Yeah, we can try to get the engines turning over.
But no atmosphere? Well, for what?
We're yawing pretty badly. We could get her on an even keel. I'm going to try to fire them. Meanwhile, you better check aft and see what happened to Meg and the big wheel.
JB? JB?
Huh?
You all right?
Yeah, certainly. Yeah, there was some kicking around. I'm going to have a few words with Chad Stevens.
Oh, why do you have to automatically blame Chad?
He's flying the plane, isn't he? Who else would I blame?
Well, it seems to me, thanks to Chad's foresight in belting us in, that we're lucky to be alive.
Yeah, it's what I pay him for. And I pay him enough so he doesn't have to get caught in them.
Well, you were the one who didn't want him to go around.
I'm not going to argue with you. Let's get out of our seatbelts.
Don't you think we should wait till we're released?
I don't have to take orders from anyone. And I'm getting a little tired of...
JB, what is it?
What the devil?
Well, now, what's wrong?
It's like I'm floating. Don't unbuckle your belt.
Why not?
I can't tell you, except move your arm. Maybe you'll see. It's as if we didn't have any weight at all anymore.
Yeah, I see what you mean. But what... But Jake, what's the matter?
Look, I'll try to explain that in a moment best I can. I don't really understand myself, but until we all get belted down, nothing's going to make much sense.
When I belt myself down again, it's going to be beside the so-called pilot of this plane. Now, I want to know what's going on straight from the horse's mouth. I demand to know what's happening.
Just take up on your belt and sit back, Mr. Proctor. Hollering isn't going to help.
Where are we? How late are we going to be into New York?
All right, first questions first. Where are we, sir? Just an educated guess? In orbit around the moon.
Are you out of your mind?
I don't know. What I suspect is I'm out of our world.
Now, what the deuce does that mean?
Well, at the least, I don't think we're on our way to LaGuardia Airport in New York.
Then where are we on our way to?
Infinity. You know, Mr. Proctor, if I were a deeply religious man, I would say that all four of us on this plane were on the way to meet our Maker.
No, there's no question, Meg. We're in free flight somehow.
How, Jake?
Search me. Chad says we fell through a hole in the time warp.
What?
But I don't even know what that means. All I do know is where we are right now.
Where?
In orbit about the moon.
Well, can we land there?
And this craft, forget it.
Well, then what's going to happen to us?
That's the question none of us should ask, honey. Because I'm sure none of us wants the answer.
How long?
48, 72 hours, as long as the oxygen lasts.
We can't get back to Earth?
How? If we really are in moon orbit, no way. No way we can get this crate back home.
I'd like to talk to Chad.
He won't tell you any different.
Well, that's not what I'd like to talk to him about.
Where are you going, Mike?
That's a good question, J.B., since I have to float and bump. I don't seem to have much control.
None of us do. I don't like it. I don't like it at all.
Who does? Oh, where are you going?
Back for a drink. If I can ever make the galley. Why don't you build one for me?
Build your own, J.B. I've got other fish to fry.
Just relax. Let yourself go, Meg.
It's so long since I could do that, I've forgotten how.
Well, it's never too late to learn.
Except now.
Relaxing is a full-time job. There we are. You're almost in Jake's chair. Here. Let me help you with a seatbelt.
No, I don't need a seatbelt. This flight's smooth as honey.
Oh, well, you'll need it to hold you down. Oh, won't you? There you are. Now, what can I do for you?
You can level with me, Chad. It's that important.
Okay.
What's happened to us?
I don't know.
Jake said something about a hole in the sky.
Well, the fourth dimension has to be involved somehow. By our standards, you don't travel 90 million miles in a second or two.
You think we did?
I don't have any other explanation.
And what happens now?
We're drifting in orbit. Even if I had the kind of engines I need in this aircraft under normal conditions, we couldn't re-enter the Earth's atmosphere, or even the moon.
What?
Well, we'll last as long as the oxygen lasts.
How long?
I honestly don't know, Meg. 24 hours, maybe. Not more than 48.
Then we're going to die?
You don't expect me to answer that.
Except you did. It was something I had to know. Chad?
Yeah?
We could have fussed around, as we have. And nothing would ever have happened because neither of us could make it happen. Chad?
Yeah?
Do you know what I'm talking about?
Yeah. But I couldn't start it.
Oh, you had to wait for me.
I guess maybe I just prayed.
It wasn't because I was scared of him.
And what?
You and your conscience. What you were married to.
Well, she is my wife.
In name. What do you owe her?
Everything I own.
Oh, well, give it to her. What does it matter? Do you own yourself?
What?
I didn't. I sold myself. And I want to buy it back. My self-respect.
Is that all?
Oh, no. My whole soul. Just what you ought to do, Chad. So we can be together for good. I'm not ashamed. If there ever was a time and a place to say it, it's now. I love you. And in whatever time is left, I wish to heaven you could say it back to me that you love me.
I never thought I'd have the chance, but... Yes, now I have.
Alexander.
Hold it. Hold it a minute. What? What is that?
What is it?
I've raised something on the radio. Yes? Yes, would you repeat, please?
This is Major Alexander speaking. Goodspeed 1, Moon Constellation. Welcome.
Acknowledge. We welcome contact. We thought we'd bought it.
Would you repeat that, please?
We thought we were out of touch with anyone. We have oxygen supply for less than 2 days. You are our only hope of survival.
What are you, military, pro-craft, commercial flight?
No, none of these. We've had an accident. A private flight, lost in unaccountable weather conditions.
As we know, we have suspected that you were sucked in through the horn.
What? Repeat, please.
The horn. We will not explain now. We must make preparations for your landing.
Where? On the moon?
You could not maintain life there. Besides, you will need some approximation of Earth's atmosphere to land your obsolete craft.
Obsolete?
That's something else we can discuss later. Do you have reserve fuel?
Well, enough for, say, 1.5 hours of normal flying under conditions as I understand them.
Then you have more than enough to land at Goodspeed 1.
I am not familiar with that airport.
Not surprising.
Where is it located? The Earth? The Moon?
Neither. It is a self-contained space station, one of the worlds of the future.
I don't understand.
We don't expect you to. Just put yourselves in our hands, and you will be safe.
You realize that I am apparently in space in an aircraft not equipped to handle this medium.
That is no problem for us. Let us bring you in by electric magnetic force field controls.
Hey, Chad, did you see it? There's some great big UFO right off the starboard. It's spinning like a top.
Well, I not only see it, I'm talking with it. How do I identify you?
Goodspeed 1. Release all your controls, and we will bring you home. Stand by your radio to start engines once we are inside the envelope.
The envelope?
Certainly. You need air to land just as much as you need it to breathe. So do we. Keep this channel open.
Suspended in space, one of our most sophisticated airplanes hangs out of its element on the edge of death. 4 people inside it rely on the atmosphere to remain alive. Suddenly, a voice from space is more than disembodied. It extends a helping hand. Who of us would not choose it, but at the same time, fear the consequences? I shall return shortly with Act 3.
I want that sinus medicine.
Headache tablet?
No, it relieves headache and congestion, internal sinus pressure, and postnasal drip. and it has added strength.
You mean added strength sign-off.
Exactly.
Added strength sign-off tablets give you pure aspirin plus 50% more sinus drainer.
To help sinus pain while you drain.
Right, and more sinus dryer for postnasal drip.
Added strength sign-off.
The sinus medicine in the bright red box. Take when needed, only as directed.
SINEOFF. Sign-off.
Can you imagine the terror of having been catapulted into an accident in the air, only to find that instead of crashing to earth in flames and disaster, you are somehow suspended in space, in a vehicle not suited for this element, and with a rapidly diminishing supply of the air you need to breathe? Small wonder that you would grasp at any hope of staying alive.
Now you are inside the envelope, XN743. You are now in normal flight posture. Activate your engines.
Roger. How about that?
Very good. Now take your normal declination and follow the tower's instructions in.
Where am I landing?
As I told you before, station Goodspeed 1. And have no fears. We may be new to you in space, but believe me, we are very little different once you bring your spacecraft to our land. If you want it, you are coming home. Approach control.
This is XN743.
We have you, XN743. You are 1,500 feet from threshold, 50 feet high, and hot.
Chad, the airspeed is 17 knots too high.
Oh, let's hope there's plenty of concrete.
Well, maybe we should go around.
We're out of fuel. This is it.
You better pull back on the thrust.
Touch those and I'll break your arm, Leonard. Just hold on to your hat.
Welcome to Goodspeed 1. I am Major Alexander.
And I'm J. Bruce Proctor, and I can't waste any time. How soon can we get a connecting flight?
Oh, I don't think you quite realize where you are, Mr. Proctor.
So tell me.
You are now on Space Station number 1, named at its inception as Goodspeed 1. From here, the only connecting flights are to the moon and such other stopovers as you might select in our area.
What are you talking about? I want to get home to Earth.
Many other people in your position have.
I don't think you quite understand. Tomorrow morning, I have a meeting with my lawyers and all the other people from International Ore and Carbide. My deal has to be firmed up by the end of May. And that's the day after tomorrow.
Oh, what year is that?
Oh, come on, don't be ridiculous. This year, 1978.
Oh, then I think you can stop worrying about the whole deal. It's ancient history. You see, this is 2978.
What? But last night before our flight, what did you say? 2978.
I don't blame you for being surprised, sir. It's the consequence of falling through a time fold. The older we get, we do nod now and then and lose a few precious moments, huh? It must be catastrophic to wake up suddenly and realize that somewhere we've lost 1,000 years. I'd like to have a few words with you, Captain, if I may.
Well, that suits me, Major Alexander. I'd like to have a couple with you. Where's Mr. Proctor?
I'm afraid I had to have him temporarily restrained. One of our doctors is treating him now.
Restrained?
For his own good. He has a heart condition, or did you know?
Oh, I knew he was hypertense.
He's had at least one coronary. He should be more careful. Well, the man has no control.
What's bugging him now?
His belief that we are making a prisoner out of him, that is not true. I hope you understand that.
Well, we are confined to the plane.
You are quarantined, Captain Stevens, that is all. You must understand that this is a controlled environment. After nearly 1,000 years, we have finally managed to make our population almost 100% disease-free. We have no infectious or contagious disorders and have made gigantic strides against the normal systemic ravages of old age. This is a far different world from yours, with its poisons, its savage wear and tear, its bent
for destruction.
What is your world like out there, Major?
Let's see. You are from the 20th century, 1978, correct?
Yes.
Then you know nothing, of course, of the history of space stations like this, or colony orbits, as we call them.
No. There's been talk and speculation about establishing them, but, of course, none have ever been started. Hadn't been before.
I can understand your problem with time folds. Even we are just getting used to them.
I beg your pardon?
Intergalactic flights are just moving out of the experimental stage now. It's possible to go to Centauri 4 now, for example. But the time lag there is really a bummer. Knocks you out. It's approximately another 1,000 years.
You're kidding.
Not at all.
Well, you were going to tell me something about the history of, what do you call this?
Goodspeed 1.
Yeah.
We were the first station, you see.
When was that?
Oh, back in your millennium, around 1990, I think. Maybe a couple of years later. Of course, it was nothing like it is now. Then it was just an experiment to collect and store solar power to bring cheap energy to Earth.
You deliver energy to Earth now?
Earth? That burnt-out cinder for what?
Burnt-out cinder?
Well, I'm afraid Earth moved too late to develop energy. By the middle of the 21st century, it choked itself to death on ecological poisons.
Well, how did you and the other colonies you mentioned grow so large?
Well, what would your choice have been? Our colonies grew by leaps and bounds. The waiting lists grew longer and longer. Here on Goodspeed, we rotate at such a controlled speed that gravity is reproduced within the envelope that encloses us. Our grass is always green. We live in a temperature like that of Hawaii, and the air we breathe is pure. We are, insofar as it is possible, all of one class. We're as close to utopia, I suppose, as man can come.
And we can be part of this.
Once you are decontaminated, I would think so. Oh, our immigration laws are necessarily strict, but yours is an unusual case. However, the question may be academic.
Oh, why?
Because your employer is adamant that he must return to Earth.
The burnt-out cinder.
Not that Earth, no. The one you left.
Yes, but that's impossible.
Not if you move quickly. I won't go into scientific details, but that is why I wanted to talk to you. If we are to take advantage of the time fold that brought you here to return you, there is no time to lose. Now, as captain of the ship, it is entirely up to you. I can give you 1 hour to talk it over with the others, but no more.
You're not going to try to get back, Chad?
The big man's orders, Meg. He pays my salary. What else can I do?
Well, stay here. Don't you know what it could mean?
Yes. I know.
We'd all be free. We could live our own lives. It'd be like a second chance, a chance to live down the mistakes.
I understand.
Well, isn't that what you want?
It's not what I want. It's what Mr. Proctor wants.
Oh, you can't be serious. What about what I want, what Jake wants?
Jake doesn't care where he lives.
And me?
You could be your own woman anywhere.
Well, I'm not now.
Bought and paid for. Maybe it'd be the same here.
No. Oh, Chad, don't you see? I'd be free here. He can't control me. And you're not free if you go back. You're only going back to her.
To Alice? Oh, no. No, never. That's over.
Well, she'll take you for everything you have.
Okay, let her. We could manage somehow.
If you stole me from J.B., he'd break us both, grind us to powder.
We can still take the chance.
Why, Chad? Why?
Because if you and I are going anywhere, Meg, it has to be because we fought for it, not ran away from it. It has to be a matter of conscience. I have to go back. I have to live with myself. Maybe you should stay.
No. No, darling. You're right. I have a conscience, too, that needs quite a bit of polishing. No, we'll go back together and face whatever has to be. God willing, it'll work out for us.
We are circling you now, Captain Stevens. and drawing you by magnetic field toward the time fold.
Roger, I read you.
Now, we cannot guarantee your safe re-entry back to the last century. So, if you, or any of you, wish to change your mind, this is it.
What's he saying? What's he saying?
He's giving us a last chance to back out, sir.
Tell him absolutely not. We don't belong in this Jim Crack fantasy world. We belong in the real one.
Well, that's your decision, J.B. The others are entitled to theirs. Meg?
Are you going back, Chad?
Yes, I am.
Then so am I.
Okay. Jake?
How can you fly a plane through all that flak without me, old buddy? Besides, I either want to be best man or give away the bride.
Did you read me, Captain Stevens? I said this was your last chance to stay.
I read you, sir. And our thanks for all you have done. But our decision is to return.
Very well. Fire up your engines.
Roger. Engine start completed.
We'll start the countdown at 30. Bon voyage and good luck. Are you ready?
Ready, sir.
Synchronize. Coming up 30 on zip.
Read 30.
29. 28.
Get back and get belted in. J.B., Meg?
Go ahead, Meg. I heard what your co-pilot buddy said, Stevens. I just want you to know, if we get back, I'll break you in two before I ever let you take Meg away from me.
Wow. I hope I never have to sweat anything like that out again.
Me too. But we lived through it.
Hey, Chad.
Yeah?
Did I go off on some sort of a crazy trip or...
The Major? Good speed one? I don't know. Doesn't seem very real now, does it?
Oh, easy, man, easy. Only, what about you and Meg?
Oh, that? That's for real.
How are you going to handle the heavyweight?
I don't know. Take over. I'd better check back in the cabin.
Okay, take your time. I feel 1,000 years younger and ready for anything.
Chad, quick.
What is it, Meg?
J.B., I think it was his heart. It was just too much.
What? Is he dead?
Well, right after we hit the turbulence, he just sort of hunched over. He made this terrible sound and slumped. The way we were being thrown around, I couldn't get to him. Oh, Chad.
Yes, dear.
I feel terrible. I wished him dead so often.
Oh, Meg, he wished this on himself.
I wonder.
What do you mean?
It's like a gift from God. For us.
Yeah. Or the answer to a prayer. Yeah, you said, God willing, it'll work out for us. Meg, it seems like 1,000 years, but we finally found our way home.
There's quite a little tale to muse over. The fact of CAT is real enough, but what was all the rest? Real or imagined? Does that really matter in the larger sense? All of our travelers returned safely from beyond whatever veil they penetrated, except one. And there will be few to measure the death of such a selfish man. I'll be back shortly. By the time you hear this program, or shortly after, the first experimental space station should have been placed in orbit. Of course, it'll be small, but it's a beginning. With the Earth's desperate need for new sources of energy, it doesn't stretch the imagination to think that within 1,000 years, colonies like Godspeed 1 will not only exist, but will proliferate. Unfortunately, neither you nor I will be there to check the statement. But wouldn't you consider it a good bet? Our cast included Paul Hecht, Ian Martin, Evie Juster, and Fred Gwynn. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents...
Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. At the gray close of his life, a very wise man remarked, 9 times out of 10, there is no truth to be discovered. There is only error to be exposed. Remarkable, isn't it? What an aged philosopher learns at the end is precisely what a private investigator senses at the beginning.
I have something of great importance to tell you.
Well, I'm busy now. Can it wait?
Not too long.
Who are you?
As I have told you, I am a person with something of great importance to divulge. I could see you now.
Well, I told you I'm busy. How about tomorrow?
Tomorrow will be too late.
Why?
Because the world will come to an end tonight.
Our mystery drama, The Queen of Palmyra, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Fred Gwynne. It is sponsored in part by True Value Hardware Stores and Buick Motor Division. I'll be back shortly with Act One. There are certain beliefs that seem to be beyond dispute. For instance, most people believe that one day the world will come to an end. There may be differences of opinion concerning the how, the when, the why. Some foretell the death of the sun and the subsequent icing of the planets. Others insist that man, heedless, careless man himself, will simply blow the whole business to smithereens, once and for all. In any event, most of us seem fairly well resigned to our fate. Most of us go about our own important, if mundane affairs, as if the world will last forever. That is, most of us, but not all of us.
You wanted to see me, Uncle Dudley?
Sit down.
Yes, sir.
Have a drink.
A drink?
Yes, a drink of water.
Well, thank you, sir. I'm not thirsty.
If it were whiskey or some other depraved form of liquid poison, you'd fling it down your obese gullet quickly enough.
Yes, sir.
This is pure elixir of life.
I don't doubt that, sir.
I despair of teaching you anything, Fatso.
Sir, may I say something?
Only if it makes sense, Fatso.
That's just it. I don't like to be called Fatso.
That isn't true. You adore that name.
Oh, no.
Oh, yes. If you didn't enjoy being called Fatso, you could change it soon enough. You could stop stuffing that bottomless pit that masquerades as your stomach. Now, tomorrow, make a note of this.
Yes, Uncle Dudley.
I want you to transfer all my holdings to gold.
I don't understand.
What don't you understand?
What you just said.
I want you to transfer all my holdings to gold. Isn't that what I said?
Well, yes, sir. Everything?
Isn't that what I just said? The stocks, bonds, real estate, everything.
Into gold?
I want everything I own in this world to be transformed into one single solid chunk of gold. And that'll be all.
And what may I do for you, Mr. McElhaney, is it?
Yes, that's right, McElhaney. Hubert Ivor McElhaney. You see, Mr. Carswell, I have come to you because I would like to engage the services of a private eye.
Then I'm afraid you come to the wrong place.
But the name on the door says...
The name on the door says private detective.
Oh.
So therefore I am not a private eye, nor am I a gumshoe, a Hawkshaw, a Sherlock, or a Shamus.
Well, now that you say so...
I'm a licensed private investigator, a member in good standing of a reputable and highly supervised profession.
Yes, I appreciate how you feel. After all, my own name is Hubert Ivor McElhaney, but everyone calls me Fatso.
Huh? Well, the fact is you are rather plump.
Well, I can't help it. I do everything humanly possible to lose weight.
Why don't you try a diet?
That's impossible. I have neither the willpower nor the strength of character.
Why have you come to see me?
Because something must be done.
About your weight?
No, about my uncle.
Uncle?
Mr. Dudley K. McElhaney. I trust you've heard of him?
No.
But you should know him quite well.
Why?
He happens to be your landlord.
Oh.
My uncle is about to sell the building. He's getting rid of all of his property. What do you think of that?
I'm not sure I have an opinion.
Well, it's unusual. Most unusual.
Is that why you come to see me?
Yes. I want you to stop him.
Stop him from doing what?
What we've just been talking about, disposing of his property. I was hoping we could have him declared insane.
In that case, you should go to see a psychiatrist. I'm not sure I understand how I can be of service.
Well, it's a complicated situation, to be sure. It's also rather simple.
Really?
The fact is, my uncle is insane.
Why do you say that?
He's convinced the world will come to an end.
For that matter, so am I.
Next month?
Why does he think it will happen next month?
Because she told him.
She?
Yeah, this person who calls herself Zenobia.
Zenobia?
Zenobia, the queen of Palmyra.
And who exactly is she?
A swindler, a shopper, a confidence operator.
Are you sure?
What else can she be? She looks like one. She sounds like one.
Have you any proof?
That's why I have come to you.
You have to be careful about these accusations.
What else can she be if not a thief? She has convinced my uncle to turn all of his holdings into gold.
Yes?
And hand the gold over to her.
In return for what?
Salvation. I want you to stop her.
What is it, Mr. McElhaney? Something wrong?
This terrible pain.
Do you want me to get you a doctor?
What do I want with a doctor? It's a hunger pain. Come on, let's go get some lunch.
Lunch? It's hardly 10 o'clock.
It's been over an hour since I've eaten anything.
I'm sorry, I don't go out to lunch. I eat at my desk.
No.
Now, I want to know everything you can tell me about this Zenobia.
You bring lunch from home?
Zenobia, queen of Palmyra, did you say?
That means you have some food here in the office.
I want you to describe her.
Do you suppose I might have a little...
What?
Well, just half a sandwich.
Mr. McElhaney, if you're not serious about this matter...
I'm just as serious as I can be.
All right, then let's concentrate.
I can't. I'm hungry.
All right. Here.
Thank you. You can charge me whatever you like for it. Just tack it onto the bill.
Yeah. Just help yourself to whatever's in the bag, and let's get on with it. Now, how old is this woman?
What is this, a cheese sandwich and 3 prunes?
They're rather large prunes.
Well, how do you keep body and soul together?
Mr. McElhaney, I'm not running a restaurant now. You suspect this woman of being a confidence operator, right?
Well, I know it for a fact. This is such absolutely tasteless bread.
What you want me to do, then, is to discover evidence of any of a criminal record and present it to your uncle. Thus, she will be exposed.
Exactly.
Do you have her address? A description, perhaps?
Oh, yes. Here's her photograph. She gave it to my uncle, and her address is written on the back.
Yeah. My fee is $75 a day, plus expenses.
$75 a day? How can you hope to eat decently on that? No wonder you're starving.
The problem with my business, by and large, is the type of people you run into. Not as adversaries, but as clients. Well, too much brilliance was not required for my next move. I went down to police headquarters. I showed the picture of Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, to several of my friends. And, sure enough, there she was in the files. Her name was not Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, either. Hello?
You must forgive me. At first I did not hear you ring. You see, I was deep in meditation. How may I serve you?
May I come in?
Of course. This is the recandescent temple of Palmyra. All who seek the truth are welcome. Enter.
Thank you. Nice-looking place. Very neat.
We assemble to communicate with the oneness of the universe. There must be no distracting decor.
Things must be moving along these days. Blanche.
Blanche. Are you addressing me?
Blanche? Blanche Brady. Angel Blanche. Isn't that right?
I'm sure you have me confused with someone else.
That's what they all say. You did 3 to 5 for forgery, Angel, and fraud on the West Coast back in...
Sir, what are you saying?
I took this picture down to police headquarters. I compared it with the mug shot.
There are many likenesses in the world, as indeed there should be.
How about fingerprints? Would yours happen to match those of Angel Blanche Brady?
They might.
Now we're getting someplace.
And I shall tell you something else, Mr. Carswell.
Wait a minute. How did you know my name was Carswell?
I divined it. The gift of prophecy and the power of second sight. Occasionally these flash before my eyes.
Yeah, is that a fact? Tell me more, Blanche.
Blanche. Angel Blanche Brady, did you say?
Yes, ma'am.
It is entirely possible that I may have been this Angel Blanche, as you called her.
No. As you called her. That was the name you gave yourself.
I may have been Angel Blanche Brady.
Oh?
I may have led that existence briefly. All of us leave our true selves from time to time.
Yeah, we do.
Oh, yes. The violent climate of the world shakes us loose from our identity, and some of us never recover.
Yeah, well, anyhow, Blanche, the game's over.
The game?
You'll have to leave town.
I know.
I'll make a deal. Leave quickly and quietly, and because you're being such a good girl about it, I won't say anything to the local cops about your being in town.
All of us are going to leave.
Huh? What? We are?
Yes. You see, 21 days from now, on Friday the 14th of next month, the world shall come to an end.
Oh. In that case, I'd better keep the date open on my calendar. Huh?
You don't believe a word I'm saying, do you?
You're saying the world will end on the 14th?
Yes.
Just because you told that to Mr. Dudley McElhenney, you can also tell it to me.
Is that what you think?
That's what I know.
My dear sir, I didn't tell Mr. Dudley McElhenney the world would come to an end on the 14th.
You didn't?
No. He told me.
Did our Uncle Dudley say that? Our straight-from-the-shoulder, no-nonsense Uncle Dudley? Is it possible? Why do you even ask? Don't you know by now that in our stories anything is possible? This thing requires further development, which it will surely receive when I return shortly with Act Two.
to an end for each of us. Fortunately, for the continuity of things, it doesn't end for all of us at the same time. However, the way things seem to be going, nothing is really beyond the realm of possibility. There are those who seem to be making their preparations even now. But how do you prepare for something like that?
You're saying that according to Mr. Dudley McElhaney, the world will end on the 14th?
Precisely.
And just what makes him say that?
He has been in touch.
In touch? In touch with what?
In touch with things.
What sort of things?
The things that are all about us.
Where do you fit into this picture, Blanche?
Blanche. You keep calling me Blanche.
Yeah, because that's who you are, Angel Blanche Brady.
That's quite possible. I may have wandered off into another existence where I was known as Angel Blanche Brady. What sort of person was I?
I'm afraid you are not a good person, Blanche.
Truly?
Truly. You were a thief.
A thief? Oh.
You signed other people's names to checks.
That was not a virtuous thing to do.
You sold things to people that weren't yours.
That wasn't right.
The police don't think so either.
Oh, I am sincerely sorry.
What's this bill of goods you sold to Dudley McElhaney?
Oh, I have sold him nothing. I have revealed the truth.
And does he know you are also Angel Blanche Brady? Have you told him that?
How could I have told him? I don't even know that myself. Tell me, Mr. Carswell, do you know who you are?
I think so.
You think you are Charles Carswell. Are you sure?
I got a driver's license to prove it.
You may have been snared by his identity.
Snared?
You see, the universe is filled with identities that have no corporeal state. Do you follow this?
Where's it going?
Identities hunger for bodies, and therefore there is a constant struggle.
Struggle?
Yes. You see, there are so few bodies in the world.
There are billions.
But there are trillions of identities.
About the struggle.
A homeless identity is always seeking a body. And when you are unsure of yourself or depressed or lacking in the faith, it can become you.
Is that a fact?
Oh, yes. That is how I was taken over by Angel Blanche.
How did you shake her and get back to Zenobia?
Oh, hidden deep within me was the source of conviction. And at the proper time, it shone forth, and I re-emerged as Zenobia.
All right. If it convinces the suckers, why not?
How do you know you have not been snared by a consciousness that calls itself Charles Carswell? Break free and become your true self once again.
And what or who is my true self?
It will be revealed to you when you are free.
Who do you suppose I am?
That noble brow, those deep, searching eyes. You could be the Egyptian pharaoh. You could be the Roman poet Terence. You could be the philosopher Plato.
No, I don't think so. And if I were you, Angel, I'd leave town. I had to get out of there. I was beginning to get the funny feeling that if I stayed around much longer, she might get to me. Can you imagine? To me, Charles Fleetwood Carswell. I've spent half my life catching assorted thieves. I know every trick. But she had that jet black hair and those cold black eyes. There's nothing wrong with blue-eyed blondes, but it's the black-eyed brunettes, mostly, who have ruled the world. You could check on it. If I'd stayed there another 5 minutes, she might have had me believing she was Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra. I asked my client to come to my office.
You have news for me, Mr. Carswell?
I have exactly what you want.
Oh, marvelous. What is it?
Evidence that Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, is, in truth, Angel Blanche Brady. And she has a criminal record.
Oh, it gets better.
She's been put away for forgery.
And what else?
It's what you wanted, isn't it? A criminal record is a criminal record, no matter how you slice it. It's still the same old salami.
Salami? Do you have any in the office? A little snack would be just the right thing
here's
right
the full
now.
report. You'll find all the details spelled out. And now, Mr. McElhaney, I shall send you a bill, and we may consider the case closed.
Not quite.
No?
I would like you to present the facts to my uncle.
Me?
Yes, you see, it's bad news, and nobody likes that kind of messenger. I'll pay you for the extra day's work.
The real reason I agreed was because I was curious. What kind of a person was this Dudley McElhaney? How could he be taken in by an Angel Blanche Brady? He couldn't amass his considerable fortune if he fell for every hustler who rang his doorbell. Or could he?
I was expecting you, Mr. Carswell.
Me?
Well, someone in your category.
You were?
My nephew, Fatso, the stomach that walks like a man, he's sure I'm being swindled.
And what do you think?
I, Mr. Carswell, have seen the light.
Yeah? Have you seen this? A report on the Queen of Palmyra's activities when she was known as Angel Blanche Brady.
Oh, yes. I know about that.
You do?
Mr. Carswell, whatever I may be, I am not a fool. When I meet someone, anyone, with whom I intend to have a relationship of any kind, I have them thoroughly investigated.
Yeah, as indeed you should. And so you must be aware that she served time for forgery.
She didn't. Angel Blanche Brady did.
Oh, we're back to the predatory identities gambit.
I don't consider it a gambit. I wonder who you are.
I told you my name.
No. Who you are in truth.
In truth, I am Charles Fleetwood Carswell.
You're positive?
Beyond the shadow of a doubt.
Have a drink, sir. Water. Pure spring water. The true elixir of life. It clears the brain.
I think mine's reasonably clear now, thank you.
What do you make of me, Mr. Carswell?
What do you mean?
Well, you know what I mean. Surely Fatso has told you of my plans.
Yes?
What do you make of them? This sharp, shrewd, cold-hearted businessman suddenly making a 180-degree turn, getting rid of all my possessions. What do you make of it?
Why are you concerned with my opinion?
I like you, Mr. Carswell.
Why?
You remind me of what I used to be. Cold, impersonal, dedicated to ideas, involved with mundane things.
I really haven't given it much thought.
Well, that's not true. You've thought about nothing else. Now relax, Mr. Carswell, and tell me the truth. Oh, I'll pay you for your time. Not that money will have any value to any of us 3 weeks from now.
Oh, why do you say that?
First, answer my question.
Well, there's an obvious answer.
What is that?
It happens to many people who've spent their lives amassing wealth to the exclusion of other things. They begin to look for higher meanings, greater values, and quite frankly, they become suckers for the clever hustle.
You believe that's what's happened to me?
Basically, yes.
Mr. Carswell, would you like to work for me?
In what capacity?
In your usual investigative capacity. I believe her. I believe her with all my heart and with all my soul.
Yes?
Don't interrupt. It's very difficult for a man like me to say these things. Heart, soul, and so forth. This is not my kind of language.
I understand. You believe her with your heart and soul. However, you do not quite believe her with your brain. Have I stated the problem?
Well, yes.
What more is there I can do? I have here evidence of a criminal record. What other proof do you require?
Mr. Carswell, convince me somehow that the changes that have taken place within me are not real.
You say changes?
Changes in the way I think, feel, see, hear, believe.
No, I don't understand.
I accept those changes. I believe them. But some small, slight, even fragile vestige of the self that was called Dudley McElhaney still persists. still torments me with tiny doubts.
The self that was called Dudley McElhaney. Is that what you just said?
Yes.
Then I must assume you no longer consider yourself to be Dudley McElhaney.
Well, I'm not. No. 99% of me says I'm not. It's that lonely but persistent 1% that keeps whispering to me, you are Dudley McElhaney.
Let's analyze the majority vote. What does the 99% say?
It says that I'm Aurelian.
Aurelian?
Lucius Domitius Aurelian, Emperor of Rome.
Lucius Domitius Aurelian, born in the year 212, made emperor in 270, assassinated in 275. That should have been the end of him, wouldn't you think? However, here we have Dudley McElhaney who says, no, I am Aurelian. On the face of it, we could say Dudley is mad. But how many times in our history have the madmen been right? Which is not to say they weren't also mad, if you know what I mean. We'll meet again shortly for Act 3. Old soldiers, as they used to sing in the British Army, never die. Well, perhaps we can say the same about old Roman emperors and old Syrian queens. They seem to be turning up and attracting the attention of our private investigator, Mr. Charles Fleetwood Carswell, who is, even now, talking to one of them.
Lucius Domitius Aurelian. It has a nice ring to it. And she has made you believe that's who you are.
Yes, it goes against every principle I used to hold, against every way I had of thinking and seeing. But I believe it.
How can either of you prove that you are Aurelian?
I have the feeling.
Feelings don't count. What are the facts? When did it begin?
About a month ago. She came into my office, and I'll never forget what she said.
I've come here to save you.
Who are you?
Have you forgotten?
Madam, are you saying we know each other?
Oh, very well.
I've never seen you before in my life.
Not in this life, perhaps.
Yes. Look, I'm very busy, so if you'll excuse me.
You were also too busy last time.
Last time?
I sent you a warning.
What are you talking about?
You paid no attention.
Now, really, I don't know how you got in here.
A month later, you were assassinated.
Who was assassinated?
You were. You, Lucius Domitius Aurelian, Emperor of Rome.
Oh, I see. And I was the Emperor of Rome, eh?
You still are.
Well, that's something. And who are you, if I may ask?
Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra.
Well, it's nice running into you again after all these years.
Once again, your life is in danger.
Oh, well, I understand that's par for the course for us Roman emperors.
This world we live in must come to an end very shortly. Well, I shall see you again very soon.
Then she just walked out of the office. I thought I could forget about it, but it just kept sticking in my mind. Aurelian. Lucius Domitius Aurelian. I kept saying that name over and over again.
Why?
Well, I don't know. I just did, that's all. And soon I came to know all about him.
How?
I don't know how, but I knew everything. How he was born, how he grew up, the things he did and said and believed, how I became emperor.
Wait a minute. You just started by saying he, and now you just said I.
Because I am convinced that I'm Aurelian. I even speak Latin.
Did you study it in school?
I only studied subjects that pertain to the making of money. But now things seem to be coming back to me. Non libet, my favorite expression. I always used to say, It does not please me. Palman qui meruit ferat. Let him who has won the palm wear it. I hated impostors.
There can be only one explanation. You went to the library, you looked it up, you read it.
No.
You may be unaware of this.
Oh, for goodness sakes, what is that odor? Fatso! Fatso, are you home? Come in here.
You called me, Uncle Dudley?
What's that dreadful emanation?
I'm having a salami sandwich in the dining room.
Well, get rid of it and shut the door. No doubt you recognize Mr. Carswell.
Yes, sir. I had employed Mr. Carswell to secure some information that I'm sure is enlightening.
You wasted your money.
Yeah, but, Uncle...
that will be all.
Well, I'm only trying to help.
Non-libet. It does not please me. Leave us.
Yes, Uncle Dudley.
And close the door. My own flesh and blood, but an obese moron.
You may be a bit hard on him.
Well, then, she called on me again.
And what does she have to say this time?
What kind of game are we playing here?
The game of life and death. The game that the immortal gods have always played with us here below. But now they tire of it.
What are you talking about?
They have decided to end it, end this farce, this tragedy, and to return us all to the universal oneness. Once again, there will be destruction.
The 14th of February.
Why did you say that?
Well, I don't know.
That was the day of the destruction of Palmyra. See, you remember.
But
And that is the day the world shall end. Cleanse yourself.
How?
The 14th of February approaches. Shall you be ready?
What am I supposed to...
Turn all the irrelevance into gold.
The irrelevance?
All that is not you. The gold represents the vain strivings, the foolish pride, the false satisfaction.
But I don't...
Bring it to the immortal gods as a sacrifice.
A sacrifice?
You shall bring it to a place that I will tell you about, and you shall exchange the gold for your salvation.
And you bought this?
Well, I know what it must sound like to a hard-headed, practical... But when you look into those deep black eyes, you believe it.
And you're turning everything into gold?
Yes. It'll come to almost half a ton, over $2 million. And I'm going to load it on a truck and bring it to this cave. Oh, that... I know what it sounds like, but I believe it.
If you believe it, you believe it.
But I know I shouldn't believe it.
So, what do you want me to tell you?
Would you believe it?
No.
Well, don't answer so quickly. Go to her. Talk to her. What if she's right?
What if she's right? Well, it was an assignment. In effect, he was saying... The world is coming to an end on February 14th. See if I'm really Lucius Domitius Aurelian, Emperor of Rome, and find out if she is Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra. Crazy? Well, that's the nature of the business.
Ah, Mr. Carswell. Or shall I call you Terence?
Terence?
A Roman slave. Your master set you free. You took his name, Publius Terentius. Terence, a remarkable poet.
Continue.
See, you don't know quite what to say. Shall you laugh at me? It was such an outrageous-sounding statement, wasn't it?
Absolutely.
Then laugh at me and leave.
Leave.
Am I not a fraud? Am I not Angel Blanche Brady? Is it not my intention to swindle Dudley McElhenney out of every nickel he has in the world?
That's what I'm here to find out.
To find out? But I had supposed it was a foregone conclusion. Do you mean there's a possibility that I could be Zenobia, Queen of Palmyra, that he could be Lucius Domitius Aurelian, Emperor of Rome, and that you could be Terence, the ancient Roman poet?
I don't think I could be Terence.
Why not?
I never heard of him.
Then why do you talk like him?
What have I said?
Listen.
To whom? To what?
To what you said, oh, so many years ago. You asked the question.
What question?
Ask it. Ask it again.
I don't know what you're talking about. But I did know. Somewhere, something in my brain was beginning to form. An idea, a conscious thought was taking shape. And words. At first they were strange and foreign, but only for a moment. Words. Homo sum humani, nil a me alienum puto.
Oh, those were your most famous words.
I am a man. Nothing human is alien to me.
You are Terence, the poet, the playwright, the philosopher. You have been captured by the identity of Charles Fleetwood Carswell. Free yourself. Join us.
I don't know what you're talking about.
Listen. Listen to what you are talking about.
Nothing is said that has not been said before.
That is what you said almost 2,000 years ago. It is true. You are now saying nothing that you have not said before. You are Publius Terentius, the poet Terence.
It sounds crazy to you, huh? But you weren't sitting there in the room. The room with the slightly sweetish smell of incense and the faintest tinkling of silvery bells. And you weren't looking into those eyes. Those black eyes. Eyes so deep, so dark, that it seemed there must be all the mysteries of the universe inside them.
Come with me. Be saved. Join us. Realize the oneness, the completeness.
What do I have to do?
Change your earthly burdens into gold.
There won't be an awful lot.
It doesn't matter. We shall all sacrifice together on the 14th of February when we shall leave this world, this poor doomed world. And we shall dwell, we the fortunate few, shall live forever.
Well, Mr. Carswell, what do you think?
I think I am Terence, the Roman poet.
That tells me everything.
Are we crazy? How can we fall for this?
It's true. We believe it. I believe her without reservation. I'm ready. Are you?
I guess so. It was happening. How could it be happening? Here I was on the night of February 14th, a calm, cool, peaceful evening. I was driving a small truck. Inside was a half a ton of gold in neatly stacked bricks. Up front with me were Dudley, or should I say Aurelian, and Queen Zenobia. I was crazy. It was a swindle. It was just a hustle to steal our money. But it didn't matter. I didn't care. Besides, that wasn't true. It was real. She was telling the truth. We turned off the highway. We drove along a narrow, deserted country road, and then we stopped at what seemed to be the mouth of a cave.
We shall bring the gold inside the cave, and there we shall make the sacrifice.
Sacrifice? How?
The gold shall be piled high as an altar. We shall call upon the immortal gods to take it.
We took the bricks of gold inside the cave. Little 1-pound bricks, but well over 1,000 of them. Most were his, of course. But it didn't matter. We piled them high, and they gleamed in the rays of the moon that made their way inside the cave, and finally it was done, and the altar was complete. And then she said,
Believe with me. Do you believe, O Lucius Domitius Aurelian?
I believe.
Do you believe, Publius Terentius, that you are freed finally from the false identity of Charles Fleetwood Carswell? Do you believe?
I believe. At that precise moment, I believed. I felt as if I were bathed in light. I trembled at the edge of overwhelming truth when there seemed to be something out of place. What was it? It was a smell. The unmistakable smell of salami. I turned around quickly. There was Fatso, pulling back the hammer of a large .45 caliber revolver. But before he could... Look out!
What is this?
This, I guess, is a swindle. He and Angel Blanche planned to get you up here and kill you.
I won't believe it. I can't believe it. Zenobia, where is she?
I guess she's gone. Fatso should be out for a bit. I'm sorry I had to hit him so hard.
It's impossible. I don't believe it. Don't believe she...
The two of them arranged it. To make it look even better, they decided to turn a private detective, me, loose on the scheme. Just to make it look good. I should have tumbled when she knew my name. Who could have told her?
Then the world isn't coming to an end.
No, not tonight.
And I'm not the Emperor Aurelian?
It doesn't look that way.
How did she do it?
Hypnosis. Autosuggestion.
But it can't be a lie. It can't be. I am the Emperor Aurelian. I know it. I am the Emperor.
To this day, he believes it. And to show you human nature, he was so angry with me for bursting that little bubble, he refused to pay me my fee. Oh, well, if you think he was a nut, you should see some of my other clients.
And maybe he will one day. Certainly, if they're anything like Mr. Dudley McElhenney, they're worth an hour of our time. Well, this has been a story that proves the old adage. What old adage? If you want to sell a crazy harebrained scheme, your best customers will prove to be practical, hard-headed people. I expect all my customers to meet me here in just a few moments. All the people who've lived and died, is that the end? Is everyone born into the world someone brand new? If a human being is a spirit that animates a corporal entity, does not that spirit live on when the perishable flesh disappears? Therefore, although we may have a fair idea of who we are, is there any way of knowing who we were? Our cast included Fred Gwynne, Bryna Rayburn, Jack Grimes, and Court Benson. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. Radio Mystery Theater was sponsored in part by Buick Motor Division and True Value Hardware Stores. This is E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. Today's tale does not tell of the best in man, although not the worst either. Whether it's a little bit of larceny or just plain greed, we all suffer from it to a degree. Who would refuse something for nothing, or not get wise to a good deal, or latch onto a long shot if it could mean a winner? If you happen to be seeking new answers to those old questions, stay with us.
This family of 6 ostriches, Sir Zafrullah, is one of our main attractions.
Ah, ostriches. Yes, we have ostriches in my country, India, also.
I must caution you not to get too close to their cage. They're like magpies. Terrible thieves.
Get away from me. Get away. He's at the diamond on my turban.
Oh.
Is it still there? I can't feel it.
Oh, no. Oh, he's got your diamond. Oh, it's too late. The ostrich has swallowed your diamond.
Our mystery drama, The Rich Ostrich, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis and stars Don Scardino and Patricia Elliott. It is sponsored in part by Contact, the 12-hour cold capsule. I'll be back shortly with Act One. The carnivals of the old days have almost died out. The fast-talking barker, step right up, folks, come one, come all. The grifter, pushing the 3 shelves around, under which is the pea, and so on. But not entirely. In the streets of a few cities, there'll be a man on a corner dealing 3 cards, turning them over with the challenge, pick the face card. However, sometimes the stakes are far higher than a few dollars. Like the time... But why hear it from me secondhand? Let's ask Jack Simon, a reporter on a Florida newspaper, to give us the facts.
Facts I'd like to give you. But facts I was never able to get into print. By the time I got wise to the whole story, it was too late. It happened here in Sarasota, where the Hendricks Brothers Circus have their winter quarters. They come back here at the end of their season and keep themselves alive with a sideshow. By the way, there are no Hendricks Brothers. Circuses always give themselves the kind of handle to make you think it's a family business, catering to families. There are just 2 Hendrickses, Big Bill and his beautiful daughter, Julie, who I really fell for. But we'll get to that later.
25, 21, 50, 75, 22, 22...
Dad!
25,
Dad, can I talk to you a minute?
Not now, Julie. I'm busy.
Are you adding up the take?
Yeah.
I told you outside what it was. $41.80.
I couldn't believe it. I had to check and see for myself.
Dad, Emma Gold is leaving.
What? She's blowing the show?
The end of the week.
I'm not surprised. Payday's too erratic around here.
That's not why she's going. She loves her trapeze work. But she's pregnant.
Okay, maybe I'll find somebody else to replace her on the high wire when the season begins. If we're still around with the season. What about Johnny? Is he leaving with her?
He asked me if I'd like to learn the double trapeze with him.
Why not? But I still want you to handle the bookkeeping, Julie.
Of course I will.
Now, mind you, be careful. It may look easy, but it's not. I remember when you were a baby and we had Ace DeMarco and his wife doing a double trapeze. And one day, when they were doing the hand and foot exchanges, Peg DeMarco got away from Ace and fell 34 feet.
Oh, Dad, I'm not a child. Maybe it'll help bring in some more audience.
I sure hope so. Yeah, $41.80. That won't buy enough hay for Daisy or apples for the oranges.
Fruit and hay are the cheapest things we can get in Florida. We'll manage. We'll keep going.
I'm glad you think so.
And we've got Friday, Saturday, and Sunday ahead of us. We always make it real good on weekends.
Sure. Sometimes I don't know why I continue with this fool show.
Dad, I've never seen you like this.
Last year, when we had to change over from a 2-ring to a 1-ring, I thought that was the end. But if this keeps up, we'll be the only 1-ring, 1-clown, 1-chimp, 1-cat circus on the circuit.
Oh, stop it. You're being silly.
Well, look at these expenses. Gasoline for the trucks, double. Animal feed, up 25%. Accident insurance, workman's comp, almost 3 times. Why go on?
Because it's in our blood. Oh, we've had slow times before, and you've kept this show going just to give everyone in it something to eat. I can't picture you without a show to run. I think you'd rather be dead.
Well, I expect you're right, Julie. But if something doesn't happen pretty soon, I'll end up in a poorhouse. If they'll take me.
Something did happen, and I was there when it happened. A well-to-do diplomat from India, Sir Zafarullah Muhammad, gave out an interview when he arrived from Washington, saying he was crazy about American circuses and sideshows, and could he have a private look at big bills. So, my paper sent me along to cover.
Well, Sir Zafarullah, how do you like Daisy?
It is like home to see an elephant again.
Sir Zafarullah, my name is Jack Simon. I'm with the Sarasota Times. I understand you've been assigned by your government to Washington.
Oh, yes. That is where I see pictures of elephants and donkeys everywhere. It took me much time to understand they are Democrats and you're Republicans. Oh, well, now, this is the kind of elephant I am used to, who speaks only from one side of his mouth.
It's a she, and her name is Daisy.
Ah, well, greetings from New Delhi, Daisy.
Does she make you homesick?
It's a little, I must confess.
I hope, Sir Zafarullah, you won't think I'm intruding if I stay by your side, but my newspaper has asked me that I do.
No, not at all, young man. Any questions I can answer, I
suppose the first question that comes to mind is that a turban you're wearing?
Yes, it is.
And it's just fabric wound around and around?
And around the head, yes.
Are some turbans different from others? You know, longer, shorter?
Oh, my, yes. And the color of the material the turban is made from differs according to one's position. A descendant of Muhammad, for instance, is entitled to wear a green wrapper to make his turban. The style, the size, the number of turns in the twist all have to do with who you are.
I notice you have a very large white stone in the center of your turban.
It looks like an enormous diamond.
Looks? Oh, it is.
Well, is that to show you're a diplomat representing your country in Washington?
Oh, no. No. My government could never afford such a diamond. That stone, it weighs above 20 carats, and it has been in my family for centuries.
Mr. Simon, do you think we could dispense with the interview? I mean, after all, Sir Zafarullah came to see our exhibit.
Please, Miss Hendricks, continue.
This is our chimpanzee husband and wife, Sugar and Spice.
Beautiful. Touching. Look at the way they are holding hands. Ah, what a marriage. We could learn from them.
And in the next cage is our ostrich family. We have 6 ostriches. And I would say of all our animals, well, they're the favorite of the children. Oh, I'd better warn you, Sir Zafarullah, don't get too close to their cage. Ostriches are great thieves. One of them yesterday snatched a toupee from a man's head and swallowed it, just like that. So, please, be careful.
Be careful. Famous last words. At that moment, Sir Zafarullah cried out, then pulled his head away from the ostrich cage and seemed to stumble. We helped him to his feet, dusted him off, and as he was adjusting his turban...
The diamond! My diamond! Where is it?
Perhaps it fell to the floor. Let's stand back, everyone. We can take a look.
I'm afraid it's not on the floor. I saw one of the ostriches make a grab for it. Oh, that one, I think.
Uh-oh. There's something round going down its long neck.
Oh, it is my diamond. He has eaten it. He has swallowed my diamond.
Look, it's running back to the other 5 ostriches.
Keep your eye on which one it was. Otherwise, we'll never know which bird is guilty.
I'm afraid I've lost track. They're all together in one corner of the cage. They look so much alike.
Oh, Miss Hendricks, can you tell them apart?
Oh, dear, no. I don't know which one took it.
I have never heard of such a thing. Well, what are you standing there for? What are you going to do about it? Something must be done. Immediately.
Please, don't upset yourself, Sir Zafarullah. At least we know which cage your diamond's in. I think we better go find my dad. I'm sure he'll know what to do.
Sir Zafrula, do I understand you correctly? That diamond is worth $250,000?
At the very least. But to me, it is much more than dollar bills. It is the history of my family, the insignia of our lineage.
Believe me, I sympathize, but I don't see what I can do. One of the ostriches nipped it off your hat. Is that it?
I warned Sir Zephyr not to get too close to the cage. I said, be careful. You heard me, Mr. Simon, now didn't you?
Yes, we all heard you.
That is neither here nor there. The diamond is my property, and I expect you to take steps to recover it.
It's quite possible that since the ostrich swallowed it, it's the ostrich's property now.
Well, in any case, how are you going to get it?
Well, I am not an animal trainer, but it seems to me one has to remove the diamond from its stomach.
But we don't know which ostrich it is. You see, it all happened so fast, Dad.
Be reasonable. Do you imagine we could pump out the stomachs of the 6 birds for you? Why, it'd kill them.
Well, couldn't you sort of wait until they'd all eaten and digested, and it would probably show up? The diamond.
Unfortunately, the way these birds are built, that diamond could remain inside for months.
Hendricks, I don't care what you do, but I expect some solution, and I expect it soon.
A solution. Easier said than done. I wrote up the story for the paper, and it made the front page. The wire services picked it up, and Big Bill, suddenly realizing the publicity value, had a banner put across the marquee which read, "See the world's richest ostrich." Next night, I went back there.
Mr. Simon, my dad doesn't want to speak to the press anymore, so if you don't mind...
Miss Hendricks, what have I done?
Oh, you made a big story out of it, and who knows what'll happen now? Well, this may be the straw that breaks the camel's back. This could close us up for good.
Oh, believe me, I wouldn't do that to a camel. Not one of yours.
Oh, very funny.
Besides, from the long lines in front of your ticket office, I'd say that swallowed diamond has been a bonanza. Your business has never been so good.
Oh, I'm not saying it isn't. All I'm saying...
There's a man with a badge out there. He's got a paper in his hand. I suspect the process server.
Oh, okay, Dad. I'll see if I can get rid of him.
Oh, I bet you that darned Indian is going to sue me for every dime I haven't got. I wish you boys hadn't played it up so big in your paper. I wanted to play it down.
Come on, with that banner, come see the richest ostrich?
Well, who sees that but the folks who live around here? But you newspaper people have made it a national story. Next thing, the TV guys will have their cameras here, and before you know it, it'll be an international incident.
Oh, Dad, I couldn't head him off. He's here.
Excuse me, can you tell me where I'll find William Hendricks, owner of Hendricks Brothers Circus and Sideshow?
You're looking at him.
Yeah. Now, I am pleased to meet you. I am Harry Yancey, sheriff. Now, I have here a restraining order which I am empowered to deliver.
What's the order, Harry?
Oh, well, hi. Jack didn't see you. Now, I'll read it. The Association for the Protection of Swift-Footed Flightless Birds, in accordance with State Conservation Article 69A, B, and C...
Harry, you don't have to read all that stuff. What does it mean? Is it a summons?
A, B, and C hereby place in protective custody 6 red-tied birds of the genus Struthio, having a downy neck and head, body covered with soft feathers, and 2-toed feet.
Sheriff, what does all that mean?
You can't exhibit the ostriches.
But that's our main sideshow attraction.
Furthermore, the association will delegate a representative in order to
In order to what, Harry?
Well, I can't read it. Anyway, they told me they're sending over someone to make sure your ostriches won't eat anything that might disagree with them.
Won't disagree with them? Believe me, what that bird has eaten disagrees with me, not him.
You've met them all now. Big Bill Hendricks, 6'2" of forbearance and patience, his beautiful daughter, Julie, reporter Jack Simon, and a wealthy diplomat, poorer by one big diamond, Sir Zafrullah Mohammed. Oh, did I forget half a dozen ostriches? Put them all together in our one-ring sideshow and watch the big top spin when I return in a few moments with Act 2.
Take your contact, take it now. Give your cold to Contact.
Can your cold medicine fight the congestion, shrink the swollen membranes, help relieve the runny, sneezy, cloggy misery caused by every known cold virus? Are you sure? Contact can. Today's Contact does all that up to 12 hours, all day, all night, no matter what cold virus attacks. That's the wonder of Contact.
Give your cold to Contact.
Take only as directed.
Back again, backstage at a one-ring circus and sideshow on its last legs. And standing around on its only legs is an ostrich with a treasure in its tummy. Ostriches, by the way, are very like magpies who will snatch and swallow anything shiny. But which ostrich? And what can Big Bill do? And what of the Indian who holds a club over his head? And the fate of the show that's been told, it must not go on. Act 2 begins.
Good evening, Mr. Hendricks.
Hello, Simon.
I see it's feeding time.
Well, I'm glad you're here. Now, look, kid, I was a little hard on you yesterday. I want you to call me Bill. Everybody does, and I'll call you Jack. Might as well, after all. I've got eyes. Oh, here you go, Luella. Might as well enjoy choice beef while it's still on the menu.
What do you mean, Bill? You've got eyes.
I see how you've been looking at Julie.
Well, I guess I have. But she hasn't been looking back.
Well, she hardly knows you. I always keep an eye on her. I got to. I'm both mother and dad to the kid.
Oh?
Yep. Her mother up and joined another outfit a long time ago. Haven't seen her since. Or the ringmaster she joined up with.
Bill, there's something I want to talk to you about.
Hold this cage door open, will you, while I drop in some apples for the ostrich family.
And that's what I came to talk to you about, Bill. I asked our newspaper's lawyer what your rights are, and he said you ought to get yourself a lawyer to fight this injunction.
Yeah. Know anyone who'll take a case for nothing? That's about all we have to spend now. Am I right, Julie?
Are you right about what, Dad?
You tell her, Jack. Daisy needs water. I'm going to fill these buckets.
There's got to be a way. A darn shame. What is it, Julie? Oh, can I call you Julie? Your dad said I should call him Bill.
Of course. You know, when I was little, I didn't know he was my father. Everybody called him Bill or Big Bill. Even my mother. I didn't call him Dad until I was 10.
I guess the outfit has changed a lot since then.
Well, for us, because our big top was pretty small time, even for then. In lots of places, the night shows were lit with kerosene lamps.
Well, you're not that old.
No. Electricity had been invented, but, well, like I say, where we'd perform, the boondocks, backwoods, those places didn't have it, so we'd hang lanterns. One of my first jobs under canvas was to fill those lanterns. In fact, Dad had the reputation of being the best kerosene circuit man in the business.
I've made up my mind, Julie. I'm not going to let some fool bird society put you guys out of business.
You going to make the sheriff turn in his badge?
I got a better idea. One of these 6 apple eaters has a diamond in him. Nobody knows which. Everybody likes to bet on a long shot, and 5 to 1 aren't that bad odds. Suppose we get 6 people to put up the money to buy the 6 birds.
Of course. Each one of them hopes he's got the ostrich with the diamond.
Right. Now, would Big Bill sell?
At a profit? Well, sure. We can always get more ostriches. I know. Let's make it an auction. Oh, Jack, you've hit on a wonderful idea. They can stop us from exhibiting, but not from selling.
Right, we'll make it countrywide. Anyone, anywhere can bid. Closed, sealed bids. I'll write it up in the paper. We'll get terrific coverage, you'll see.
Oh, Jack.
Better than a pig in a poke. It's a fortune in an ostrich. Julie, you and your dad could make a bundle.
That's fantastic. Oh, I could kiss you.
Well, why don't you? Julie didn't kiss me, but I came pretty close. Anyway, it was a good idea. My editor said so, and so did the publisher. The only one who was somewhat less than enthusiastic was Sir Zafrullah Muhammad. He dropped by the office 2 mornings later.
I beg your pardon. Aren't you Mr. Jack Simon?
Uh-huh. Excuse me for not turning around. I'll be with you in a minute. I'm just polishing up this headline. Diamonds are a bird's best friend. There. I'll be back in a sec. Copy? Copy, boy. Here's the headline, okay? Now, what can I do for you? Oh, it's you, Sir Zaffarula. To what do I owe this honor?
Young man, this is an impertinence.
This is? What is?
Your story about the ostrich auction. My telephone's been ringing all morning. I had a call from New Delhi. My family wants to know what's going on. My superior called from Washington. I'm being made the laughing stock of the diplomatic community.
Well, gee, Sir Zaffarula, I'm sorry.
I am not taking this lying down, Mr. Simon. It is up to you to call the auction off.
Well, you'd better talk to Big Bill Hendricks. They're his birds. I don't make things happen. I only report it.
That's what we shall see. I put it to you. Will your paper print a denial and retraction or not?
I hardly think so. If anyone calls it off, it'll have to be Big Bill.
I'll have the law on you. You are in collusion with these circus people to make a profit out of my stolen diamond.
If I were you, I'd check into the legality of this before going around threatening people. Our legal department tells us everyone is in the clear on this. You took no precautions whatsoever. You flaunted a shiny substance in front of a cage of ostriches everyone knows are susceptible to such attractions. Moreover, what is now in the bird is part of the bird, and that bird belongs to Big Bill Hendricks.
I am appalled. Is that what you call American legality?
My advice to you, sir, is that you submit a bid yourself. Pick the ostrich you wish to bid on and make them an offer. That's fair enough. There are 6 birds. If you like, bid on all of them. That gives you 6 chances.
Incredible. As Muhammad is my witness, I shall have your State Department put a stop to this.
Hello, Jack. May I come in?
Julie? Well, you certainly may. Guess who came to see me this morning?
Sir Zaffarula?
Mm-hmm, in person.
I know. He came by to see Dad, too.
Oh, that must have been some scene. You should have charged admission.
Oh, Jack, it wasn't funny. He was making all kinds of threats if we hold that auction. Dad tried to explain to him that we really down on our luck, and while he understood and was really sorry, we needed the money. I felt like Little Red Riding Hood begging.
You should have seen him in here, huffing and puffing like the big bad wolf.
Anyway, the upshot was he's going to get a hold of those animal protection people, the ones who served us with the summons, and with them, get us arrested.
That's all bluff, and he knows it. They already told the sheriff it was okay to sell the ostriches. I told Sir Zaffarula to make his own bid on the birds. Besides, no self-respecting diplomat is going to do something which would reflect on him. He said he was being made a laughingstock up there in Washington, so my bet is he's going to keep a low profile.
That is, if he's really Sir Zaffarula and there really was a diamond.
What? Well, what are you talking about, Julie?
Jack, that's why I came by to see you. I had this terrible thought. We're auctioning off 6 ostriches, and the come on to the buyer is that one of them has swallowed a $200,000 diamond.
Exactly. Which he could return to Sir Zaffarula if he wants and hold out for a reward.
Maybe. Jack, you were there the day Sir Zaffarula went on the tour of our sideshow.
Yeah, I was right behind him.
Did you actually see the diamond in his turban?
Sure did. It was there, all right.
Did you see one of the ostriches take it?
Sure did.
Are you sure? Because I didn't.
Well, I didn't actually see the ostrich take the diamond, but, well, I saw its head reach out and then duck back, and then, let me see. Yes, and then Sir Zaffarula put his hand to his turban and he said, "Where's my diamond?" And there wasn't any diamond where there had been one before.
Exactly. Nobody saw the bird take the diamond. Nobody. I ask everybody.
But I saw the one nearest us swallowing something. There was a big lump going down its neck.
That could have been an apple. Besides that, we only have his word for it that the diamond was worth that much.
Holy cow. I never thought of that.
I mean, how do we know it was a real diamond? It could have been glass. He could have palmed it. And who is this man? We only have his word for it that he's an important Indian who works for his embassy in Washington.
But if he's a fake and the diamond's a fake, well, What would he get out of it?
His last words to Dad were, if he didn't get at least half of what we made in the auction, he was going to sue us for misappropriating his property. He's got us. Look at it this way. Suppose there's no diamond in any ostrich and word gets out. Our bids are all coming in by letter. We could get held for defrauding through the U.S. mails.
Hello? Hello? Hello, operator? You almost cut me off. Charlie, is that you, Charlie? Hi, this is Jack Simon in Sarasota. How are things up there in Washington? Oh, everything's jumping down here. Ah, you picked up the story on the wire services, then you know. Yep. Yeah, I understand we've already got 500 sealed bids on the 6 ostriches. It's crazy, huh? Listen, I'll tell you why I called you. Will you nose around and find out all you can about this Sir Zafrullah character? Check the State Department, the Indian Embassy, check everything. Will you, Charlie? Great. Thanks a lot, pal.
Hello, Hendricks Brothers Circus and Sideshow.
Julie, is that you?
Dad, I've been looking for you everywhere. Where are you?
In jail.
In jail? What for?
Oh, it's our Indian friend. He came by with the sheriff and said just so that I'd know he wasn't kidding, he had me arrested on suspicion of stealing his diamond. Listen, will you tell Jack Simon what's happened and then hot-foot it down here with some bail? Oh, Julie, am I glad to see you. Where's Jack?
He said he'd meet us here. That bail cleaned us out.
Say, Sheriff, this bail money is returnable, isn't it?
Well, if you don't skip town.
If I kill that Indian, I might just have to do that.
Take it easy, Dad. Maybe it won't be necessary.
You got a better way?
I got to thinking, how do we know it was a real diamond? And who is he? Is he really who he says he is?
Not so fast.
It could be the old grift, Dad.
Huh?
The old shell game. 3-card Monte. Only we're being played for the sucker.
Hey, I never thought of that. That guy seemed awfully anxious to have me save that warrant.
Oh, I'm glad you waited, Big Bill. I'm sorry about this.
Did you call Washington, Jack?
I did. My friend just called me back. It's no con, no swindle.
You mean Sir Zafrullah is on the level?
Well, the Indian Embassy does have a Sir Zafrullah Mohammed on the staff. He's not in Washington right now. They say he went south for the winter.
What about the diamond in his turban?
Yep.
What do you mean, yep, Jack?
I mean, that guy does wear a diamond in his hat. Turban. The secretary at the embassy said he was quite sure about that. Everyone in Washington knows it.
Well, there's one thing we know they don't know in Washington.
What's that?
Sir Zafrullah isn't wearing a diamond anymore.
There's a saying in the circus that when you're teaching a horse, a lion, or an elephant, you've got to break his spirit. If you don't, he'll break yours. Fate seems to be challenging Big Bill at every turn, trying to break his spirit. But every year he comes up with a new trick and won't let go. Can things get any worse than they are now? Let's find out when I return shortly with Act 3. Welcome back to the Big Top. Julie Hendricks, as you may remember, was perfecting her trapeze act, but her mind wasn't always on the swinging bar. It's split-second precision work. And, well, when you're thinking about lawsuits and ostriches and diamonds and auctions and the possible foreclosure on your circus and sideshow...
What happened, Big Bill?
Who's that?
It's me, Jack Simon. Who's hurt?
Julie.
What? Oh, how'd that happen?
That's what I'd like to know. She fell.
Oh, that's terrible. Say, you want to come to the hospital with me? I'll drive you there.
No, thanks. I got too much to do here.
You don't want to go to the hospital to see your own daughter?
Oh, she wasn't hurt bad.
Okay, Bill, if you say so.
Oh, I told her to be careful. She wouldn't listen to me. I don't know why she didn't stick to keeping the books. Who needs another aerialist? All she was thinking of was that darned auction.
Now, don't be angry at her. It'll turn out great. This morning, we got over 100 more sealed bids sent to the paper. An awful lot of people want to get their bids in before they're opened Monday at 10. Well, how's your mail?
It keeps coming in.
You heard anything from the Indian?
Not a word. Every day I expect a new trick from him. He's going to hang me if he can.
I know. The Indian rope trick.
He'd try that if it would get him anywhere.
Well, I'll see you, Bill. I'm off to the hospital. Big Bill was right. Julie hadn't been hurt too bad in that fall. Her leg was in a cast. But she insisted on organizing the auction even from her bed at the hospital. So we decided to open the bids right there at her bedside. And to make sure everyone would know it was on the up and up, Julie was given a private room, courtesy of the hospital, and the sheriff himself came over to supervise.
Sheriff, have you ever seen so many letters?
I'd hate to count them.
Well, you're going to be helping me. Now, we can use the foot of my bed for a desk. What time is it?
It's almost 10. That's when we start opening the bids, right?
Uh-huh. Now, what we do is very simple. The sixth highest bids win the 6 birds. But, of course, that won't be decided until every envelope in this room is opened.
Well, that makes sense. Where's Mr. Hendricks?
He'll drop by later if he can, but somebody's got to mind the store. Our cook blew last night, so Dad's got to take charge of the cook tent. Now, what's keeping Jack? Is it 10 o'clock yet?
One more minute.
Who is it?
It's me, Jack Simon.
Oh, hi. Come on in. You're just in time for the main event, Jack.
I wouldn't miss it. Here's one more envelope, addressed to you, Julie. It was stuck in your door.
Well, I think between the 3 of us, it shouldn't take too long. Open the envelopes and write the bid quoted on the envelope. All those under 200, just throw in a corner. 2 to 500 in one pile. 500 and 1 to 750 in a second pile. And anything over $751 into a third pile.
Do you think you'll get those kind of bids?
I'll tell you, Harry. I'm hoping they get bids of a couple of thousand for each bird. Enough to tide Big Bill and Julie over till the spring.
Hey, will you listen to this? It's the letter that was stuck in my door. It says, I will not bid 1 rupee for what is my own diamond. May the curse of my ancient house fall upon those under the big top. Sincerely yours, Z.M.
Zaffarullah Muhammad. Nice sentiment.
You mean the sincerely yours?
I'd say. Well, at least he's sincere. To say the least, it was a doggone good auction, and I'm glad I had a hand in getting word of it to all takers. Bids came from everywhere. In fact, one of the highest from as far away as Alaska. The next few weeks were busy and hectic. Julie got out of the hospital. I hardly saw her. The 6 new owners were notified and showed up to claim what each hoped was the richest ostrich. And for that hope, that dream, the 6 of them had paid a total of $26,000. More than all 6 ostriches and all the animals in the sideshow were worth. On my day off, I took a ride out to the winter quarters, perhaps to have a look-in on Julie.
Well, if it isn't our friendly reporter, Jack Simon. Long time no see.
Hi, Big Bill. How's it going?
Fine, just fine. You're getting to be quite a circus fan.
Oh, I always was. Inherited from my dad, who loves them. How's Daisy?
You see? She hears you calling her name and she speaks out. Daisy likes you, Jack. I was thinking of getting me another elephant to keep her company.
Anything happening I could write a follow-up story on? Did you ever get any flack from Sir Zaffarullah?
Not a peep. Funny thing. You know, after the highest bidders were selected, I promised him their names so he could get in touch and maybe make a deal with them. He was supposed to show up last Monday, and when I called that big hotel on the beach he stayed at, well, they said he checked out that morning.
I guess he gave up and went back to Washington. Well, I don't think him leaving town is worth more than a line in the story. What else? Now you've got a little bankroll. You going to make any improvements?
Yeah, I got a new boa constrictor on order. I was thinking Julie might train it to wrap around her neck. That's a sure audience getter.
Yes, well, maybe I'll interview her about that. Is she around?
Nope. She's left town, too.
What do you mean?
I don't know. I expect I'll hear from her one of these days. Last Monday, I looked around. She wasn't there. Packed a suitcase and left. Disappeared.
Well, isn't that kind of strange?
That is for her. I'd never known her to up and go anywhere without telling me first. Jack! Hey, Jack, where you going? I haven't told you about a new camo I got my eye on.
I walked away from Big Bill Hendricks with the kind of sinking feeling you get when the bad news is only going to get worse. Julie and Zaffarula checking out at the same time. That was no coincidence. How come I didn't get wise to them? It took me a long time to get over it. I never did go back to Big Bill's winter quarters. A couple of months later, at Easter time, I went north to visit my folks in Schenectady.
Jack, look at you. Brown all over. I never get a tan like that.
Oh, you could, Pa. Why don't you and Mom come on down to Florida?
We've been talking about it.
Besides good weather, we've got something in Florida that'll warm you even more than the sun.
You have? So what's that?
Circuses.
Circuses? Mm-hmm. Yes, I remember that clipping you sent us about that crazy ostrich auction. Hey, wait a minute. I just read there's a circus that came into town and going to open Saturday. How about you and me making a day of it, eh?
Well, sure, Pa. Why not?
Where's that thing I saw about it in the Herald? Oh, here it is. Hendricks Brothers Circus and Sideshow. Greatest little show under the big top. Say, that name has a familiar ring to it.
Talk about coincidence. I had to travel 1,500 miles to run into the very circus I didn't want to see. I'd never really gotten over Julie. Suddenly, the hurt began to hurt all over again. I promised myself, no matter how important it was to Pa, I just I wouldn't see any of those people ever again. Famous last words. About midnight, 2 blocks from the lot where they were putting up Bill Hendricks' Big Top, I found a late-night diner, open. I thought I was the only customer until I heard voices from the next booth. They couldn't see me. I couldn't see them. But I knew who they were, all right.
Getting set up for these 2-day stands are always the hardest.
What about the 1-day stands, Julie?
We don't have to do those anymore, thank goodness.
Where's Big Bill?
Oh, he'll be along for coffee and sinkers. Well, partner, any new ideas?
No, I was thinking about something we might pull off with trained dogs or pigeons, you know. Pigeons are better.
Pigeons are dirty.
No. The beautiful part about pigeons, Julie, is that they can be trained to come in, out of the sky, fly into a window, pick up what you want, and then fly out and no one's the wiser.
I don't like it. Dad won't either. A con is a con. It's legitimate. Anything else is outright stealing.
Now, will you guys keep your voices down?
Sit down, Dad. What's the matter? Here, come on, next to me in the booth.
I could hear you talking about stealing and conning practically out in the street. What are you trying to do? Give Hendricks Brothers Circus and Sideshow a bad name?
Hard to believe. I wanted to get up and run out, but how could I, supposing they saw me? I crunched down in my seat, wishing I was anywhere in the world but that all-night diner in Schenectady.
Yeah, I didn't know how hungry I was.
Dad, you never told me you and Zaff go way back.
Are you still calling him Zaff? His name's Paul.
I know. But after that magnificent performance as Sir Zaffarula, you will always be Zaff to me.
Yeah, we go way back.
And me thinking the first time we all worked together was in Florida.
In this business, it's easy to lose track of old friends.
Zaff sure showed up at the right moment.
Well, $26,000. Not bad.
And to think she was in on it. My Julie. There was no diamond. No ostrich with kleptomania. Nobody had swallowed anything but those poor 6 suckers who'd swallowed the story, hook, line, and sinker, and paid $26,000 for 6 moth-eaten birds worth maybe $500. I went back to my father's, my tail between my legs, and the next day I put in a long-distance call to my friend Charlie in Washington. I just had to be sure. Hello, Charlie? Oh, thanks for calling me back. You actually saw him? Does he have a diamond in his turban? He didn't go to Florida? I see. No, I was just checking. And you're sure he's the real knighted Sir Zafrullah Mehmed? Okay. He was upset, eh? Sure. Somebody else impersonating him. Well, there's an inside story, sure, but I don't know what to do about it yet. But I'll call you back, Charlie, if I decide to follow through. And thanks, pal. So long.
If you decide to follow through on what, Jack?
Pa, sometimes a story isn't a story. Especially if you happen to be personally involved.
A girl?
You guessed it. Some number. And she turned out to be a wrong number. Boy, they had one neat confidence game going. Just the three of them, and they'll do it again.
And you haven't the heart to expose them because of the girl, huh?
I was just as much conned by the other two. Her father and this guy who pretended to be an Indian diplomat. Was I ever.
Jack Simon, why don't you write it?
Yeah, I should. If only to warn others to watch their step. To point out what old P.T. Barnum always said.
There's a sucker born every minute.
Right, including me. Maybe I will write the story. I've got just the byline for it, too. The Richest Ostrich by Simple Simon.
But Jack Simon never did write that story. I guess nobody willingly likes to admit having been taken for a fool. Just the same, the cons go on. Even as I'm talking to you, somewhere in these great 50 states of ours, someone's been set up to believe he can beat the game. That he's pulling a fast one, making a fast buck. But he won't be. He, too, will find out he's been taken. Will folks never learn? I'll be back with a happier postscript shortly. The next time someone sidles up to you and says, "Hey, buddy, want to buy a hot watch? Or a hot fur coat, genuine mink, or a hot television set?" try to remember hot means they're stolen. And these characters will steal from you, too. As you may discover when you get your hot bargain home and the genuine mink is squirrel. The watch won't run, and the brand new TV set is a piece of junk in a brand new sealed carton. Remember, nobody gets something for nothing. You get what you pay for. Our cast included Don Scardino, Patricia Elliott, Leon Janney, and Earl Hammond. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now, a preview of our next tale.
Should have left the light on.
Who needed it? With the moon.
It's just gone behind a cloud.
Can't you find the door to our stateroom?
Well, if I can't, I know my wife has cat's eyes. Oh, here we are.
Ladies first.
Uh-huh. First, I'll find a light. There we are. Now, I carry you across the threshold.
Oh, my darling. It's all such heaven, such rapture. Here we go. Watch the bulkhead.
The last thing I'd ever do is drop you. Are you out of your mind? Who are you?
Jim! Jim! He acted like he wanted to kill us. Who was that? Jim! Oh, good Lord, you're bleeding. What happened, darling?
Mrs. E.G. Marshall inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. There have been theories advanced as to whether, how, if, and if so, why, Lizzie Borden took that axe and, as the verse goes, gave her mother 40 whacks, and then, when she saw what she had done, gave her father 41. Lizzie was acquitted, but the suspicion of her guilt remains. Until today, when we probe that classic mystery and take a second look at the murder of her parents.
Abby, I tell you, you have got to stop that running after that Matthew fella. You're a married woman. Think of our daughters, Lizzie and Emma, if you won't think of me. Stop that. Abby, stop it, I say. Stop laughing at me. I'll make you stop. You like it, don't you, me being laughed at? Andrew Borden, his marriage is a joke. He can't keep his wife at home. I've done it now.
Our mystery drama, Second Look at Murder, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by James Agate Jr. and stars Roberta Maxwell. I shall return shortly with Act One. Listeners are always asking, where do you find your mystery dramas? To which we invariably reply, everywhere. From the forgotten past to the distant future. Today's tale, however, comes from a different source. A young reporter from a newspaper we'll call the Boston Courier promised that if we gave him 1 hour on Mystery Theater, he could solve that historical crime enigma, the case of Lizzie Borden. And so we took him up on it. Friends, here is Mr. John Howard.
Thank you. I grew up in Fall River, Massachusetts, so the Lizzie Borden murder case was pretty familiar. Lizzie was tried and acquitted of the murder of her stepmother and father right in our New Bedford County courthouse back in the 1890s. Now, last fall, my girlfriend Louisa and I were hiking up by the Profile Rock in the woods outside of Fall River. Louisa, duck. Get down on the ground, flat.
John, it's only someone hunting.
I don't feel like becoming a target.
You don't think we could get shot by some hunter?
Well, I sure do. We're neither of us wearing red, so if we move, that jerk with a rifle could mistake us for a deer. And we'll crawl back the way we came.
On all fours?
We're not standing up with that maniac around. Yes, on all fours with our tails between our legs. Louisa, are you hit?
No. Something very hard and sharp cut through my trouser leg. Look at that mark on my knee. It's going to be some bruise.
Louisa, down there by your foot. Do you see what I see? That's what you scraped your knee on. This old hatchet.
Wouldn't you know it? Hundreds of square miles of virgin forest, and I have to walk into the one sharp axe.
What'd you say? No, I know what you said. You didn't say hatchet. You said axe.
Look at that rust. That's been lying there a long time.
It's been here a long, long time. Why'd you say axe, honey?
Well, probably because Fall River is so close, and Fall River makes me think of Lizzie Borden, who lived there. And Lizzie Borden makes me think of that rhyme. Lizzie Borden took an axe and gave her mother 40 whacks. And then when she saw what she had done, she gave her father 41.
41. Louisa, whoever killed Lizzie's mother and father didn't use an axe. They used a hatchet. They never found the murder weapon back in 1892. This could be it.
How can you prove it?
Take it to the police here. Fall River has a very good crime lab, and the man in charge is an old friend of mine, Sergeant McCauley. Of course, that hatchet was a slim start, but it was a beginning. Did I mention that I write feature stories for the Courier and Louisa edits our women's page? That's how we met at work. Well, now, if by any chance this was the long-lost murder weapon used in Andrew and Abby Borden's death, and I could prove it, and prove who used it, See the way my mind was working? Me, John Howard, getting a Pulitzer. Local reporter cracks murder mystery after 90 years. Discovers identity of murderer of Lizzie Borden's mother and father. Quote, "What I'm most grateful about," said John Howard today, "is that I have vindicated the reputation of my great-grandfather, Justice Earl Howard, who declared Miss Borden innocent." Mac, I'd like you to meet Louisa Cahill. She's on the Courier, too. This is Sergeant McCauley, whom I told you about. He runs this lab.
Welcome, Miss Cahill. John, I'm not sure we've come up with the results you were hoping for. Now, let me show you why. Follow me.
Anything at all would be helpful, Mac. We're starting from scratch.
You're starting from rust. Now, over here is where we examined that rusty old hatchet of yours. We put it through this spectrograph, and on the handle, we found minute traces of what may be type O human blood, and another type not yet identified.
Oh, Mac, I'm a fool. Even if you came up with both blood IDs, how could it be matched up with those of the victims?
Why not?
They're both long dead and buried.
Who are they?
Lizzie Borden's mother and father. I'm afraid we struck out, Louisa. I don't know what I was thinking of.
Macaulay was sweet and tried to be helpful, but he had no idea what you were trying to prove. And you know something, John? Neither do I.
Yeah? Even after Lizzie Borden was acquitted, still everyone thought she was guilty.
Why was that? Was she or wasn't she?
Well, she lived in a small house in this town, and presumably if her stepmother and father were bludgeoned to death, she would have heard something. But she said she heard nothing. There was only herself and an Irish maid in that house. The mother was killed first at 9 or 9:30, then the father an hour later. No clues, no murder weapon, no blood on any of Lizzie's clothes. Now do you see why I want to know more?
No, I don't. How does it concern you, and why?
I have to prove that Lizzie Borden was innocent.
But why? After all these years, why?
I'd rather not say. Trust me, Louisa, I'll tell you soon. But now you can help. Get me all the background so I can really have the facts.
I suppose I could shoot into Boston and check our morgue. The university library has a great collection of old newspapers. I've used them for fashions of the past. That's my best bet for the news coverage of those days. John, how long can you take on this story?
Yeah, I called the old man, told him I had a good feature idea, and I wouldn't be in the office till I nailed it down.
Did he give you the green light?
But no green paper. I can remain here in Fall River so long as I foot my own hotel and meal bills.
How chintzy. Did you tell him what he could do with his proposal?
Hey, I accepted it. So I'm booked into the Hamilton house.
Well, okay, I'll go now and get you the info you want.
If I wasn't crazy about you as a girl, I'd admire you as a reporter's leg man. So long.
John. Was that a compliment?
Hello?
John?
Louisa. Hey, you got back to me awful fast. Where are you?
Boston. I found something you might want to investigate right away, so I thought I'd call. In the trial, 3 witnesses testified that Lizzie Borden bought some prussic acid on August 3rd, the day before the murders.
Or does it say where?
Right in Fall River.
Which drugstore?
Parsons, corner of Main and Maple.
Hey, I know that place. I used to get sodas there when I was a kid.
Good afternoon.
Hi. My name's John Howard. I used to live here in town. I'm a feature writer with the Boston Courier. I guess yours is the oldest drugstore in town.
The oldest in Massachusetts.
Are you one of the Parsons family?
Ed Parsons. Ed was also my father's name and my grandfather's. He had this drugstore right in the same spot, corner of Main and Maple.
Well, I'm doing a story on the Lizzie Borden case, and...
I thought people had forgotten all about that by now.
Some of us can, some of us can't.
So?
In the Commonwealth's case against Lizzie, 3 witnesses swore that your great-grandfather sold her prussic acid the day before the murders.
If he did, there must have been good reason.
Is there any way of finding out?
Could be. What time is it?
I make it 5 o'clock.
I tell you, I'll lock up and take you down to the cellar. I think we got some old records going back pretty far. 1870, 80, 90, and who knows? They may tell us something. Well, what do you make of that, Mr. Howard?
It's pretty conclusive.
Can't get more conclusive than that, I'd say.
I don't think anybody's ever been through these old ledgers. Here it is in black and white, August 3rd, 1892, sold to Miss L. Borden, digitalis. No mention of prussic acid. Not anywhere in this 1892 ledger did your great-grandfather sell anybody prussic acid. He sold her digitalis.
Well, of course, that's poison, too.
Oh, I thought it was a drug to regulate the heart. It still is.
No, I mean, taken in quantity, it could cause death. But as you say, probably it was a prescription from some person in a family who had a heart condition, I would imagine.
Ed Parsons, we have hit on something.
Is this place really called the Pen and Ink?
Yeah, it's Fall River's tribute to the newspaper guild. Well, the food is good, the beer is cold. It's my favorite hangout. Now that we've ordered, what have you got for me?
This envelope is full of goodies for you, John. Copies of news stories during and after the trial. There were 3 judges, but the main one, you may not believe this, was Justice Earl Howard. Howard? Any relation?
It's a common name around here. What do these newspaper stories say?
Oh, there was a lot of Monday morning quarterbacking. Judges, lawyers, after Lizzie was acquitted, saying that the trial was a mockery, that the evidence offered by the Commonwealth of Massachusetts should have been enough to convict her, but that the misrulings by the court and an improper charge to the jury was the main reason Lizzie Borden got off.
The heat's not off the main judge yet.
Also, another violent death in this town a month after Lizzie's parents were murdered. I've got it in that envelope.
Well, how's that death connected with our case?
A man called Matthew Turner, an itinerant painter who used to go from house to house doing portraits and miniatures. He was found with his face down in the pond. Some said he was drunk and fell in. Others said there was more to it.
Meaning?
He'd done a miniature of Lizzie's stepmother. And the scuttlebutt was, after the trial, it was Lizzie who somehow found him drunk, hit him, and pushed him into the pond.
Any motive?
Jealousy, I guess.
Oh, that poor lady. She's accused of almost every murder in Massachusetts. How was his death connected with Lizzie?
He had a woman's handkerchief tied round his neck with the initials A.B. Abby Borden, the murdered stepmother.
I'll be darned. Louisa, I love you. That is great investigative reporting.
John, just now you said the heat is not off that judge yet. What did you mean?
I did promise to tell you, didn't I? The main judge, Earl Howard, he was my great-grandfather. After Lizzie was acquitted, he was hounded to an early grave by countless people who believed her guilty. He had to move from town. No matter where he went, he suffered disgrace and ostracism. That's why when you found that hatchet, I decided I had to prove he was right, that Lizzie Borden was innocent.
Many knowledgeable, prejudiced, and even impartial souls have argued Lizzie Borden's guilt or innocence. Except for an Irish maid whose complicity was never questioned, Lizzie was alone in the house when the killings took place. Her only defense was denials. Someone else must have entered and murdered. Now we may have still another theory given us by a guest of the Mystery Theater, one John Howard, who will tell us more when we return with Act Two. We of the Mystery Theater are not adding more fuel to the burning suspicion that the famed Lizzie Borden was truly guilty of chopping up her parents, nor are we throwing cold water on past pros and cons. Rather, with the help of reporter John Howard, we are taking a second look at a murder so that a judge's reputation will not also die. John Howard continues his investigation.
I sat down in my hotel room the following day and began to write the story as I saw it and as I thought it made sense to me. I began with life in the Borden household one morning in the cellar where Lizzie's father, Andrew, was sharpening an axe.
I was wondering where you were, Father. You couldn't be down here in this damp cellar.
Lizzie, I'll quit just as soon as I've got a good edge on this blade. And a hatchet lying over there.
Father, will you look at you? You're perspiring all over, and it's cold down here. That's not taking care of yourself, as you promised Dr. Sands.
Yeah, that's done. Now, Lizzie, I'm fine. There's nothing wrong with me. Would you go upstairs and ask Abby to fix me a cup of tea?
She's not at home.
She's not at home. Hand me that hatchet.
Father, you have a bad heart. Now, you're supposed to stay quiet and not exert yourself.
Daughter, my body gives me no trouble. It's my mind that's in pain.
Oh, Father.
There's nothing you can do, little girl. Nothing. There's nothing I can do either. What a strange world it is. Here I sit in the cellar of my own house, weeping to my own daughter. It's my own fault. I never should have remarried.
Never married Abby?
Oh, never. I hardly knew her. But you and Emma, you were such little things, your mother being dead. How could I take care of you? So when I met Abby, I thought, here's a lady who'll be a mother to my two girls.
She was never really a mother. I'm not saying it's her fault.
No. Motherhood never interested Abby. The things that do interest her, the way Abby carries on with any man who happens to be... I mean that painter who came to do a miniature of her, that Matthew Turner.
Well, I don't believe that. Him? Why, he's disgusting.
I shouldn't have said anything. I think I'd better get myself upstairs. I'm not feeling too well.
I'll bring you your medicine, and you lie down.
You're a good girl, Liz. You're going to make some lucky man a happy husband.
I'll never marry, Father. I'll take care of you for the rest of my life.
That's the way I began my version of what life must have been like in the Borden home.
Who is it?
It's me, Louisa.
Well, come in.
May I sit?
You bet. Sit, stay, help me.
Is it moving, the story?
Gathering speed with every page.
You remember Matthew Turner, the miniaturist?
Oh, yeah, I'm just using him as a key to this. I think he was.
I've got more on him than his mysterious death. I'll read it to you. The Boston Record, September 10th, 1892. Quote, the deceased called himself Matthew Turner. It was an alias disguising the fact he was related to a prominent Massachusetts family living in Fall River. Is it the fault of parents the children come to no good end? Unquote.
That means somebody in this town knew who Turner really was and was kept quiet. Hey, that'll fit into what I'm writing. Darn good stuff, Louisa. Hey, did it ever occur to you to marry a newspaper man?
I wouldn't dream of it. It'd be work, work, work all the time.
It was almost as though there were two families in the Fall River home living under the same roof. A father and his daughters, and a stepmother, who by today's standards wouldn't have raised an eyebrow. But in 1892...
Abby?
Abby, it's me, Andrew.
She's locked herself in her room, Father. Sometimes I hear her crying. It's been 2 days.
She'll get over it. She always does. Then there'll be someone else.
All of this isn't doing your heart any good. I worry so about you.
Worry does no good. You keep getting Dr. Sand's prescription filled, and I'll keep taking it as he says.
Sometimes I wake up in the middle of the night, and I'm all overcome with anger at how you're being treated by her.
Ah, now, my little Elizabeth, you just remember what was engraved on the king's ring when he asked the wise men for a message to be looked at in good times and bad. And they came up with one short sentence.
What was it?
And this, too, shall pass. So, take comfort from that, Liz. Life will be better for us both soon. I'm sure of it.
But life in the Borden household did not improve. One day, Lizzie took an excursion to Boston to see a play. She loved the theater. It was the 2nd of August. She arrived home at about 7 o'clock. The house was dark.
Father? Abby? Bridget, is there anyone home? Oh, Father. Oh, what is it? You've got to get up from there.
Liz?
Can you stand up, Father? What were you doing lying on the floor? Come on now. Slowly. We'll get you over to the sofa.
All right, Liz.
Let me light the lamp.
What time is it?
Where's Abby? Where's the maid?
Bridget, it's a day off. How was the play in Boston?
I'm not answering any questions until you tell me what this is all about. How long have you been lying there?
I don't know exactly.
You had an attack, didn't you? Why didn't you take your digitalis?
Oh, I've run out.
Oh, it's my fault. I should have looked at the bottle to make sure there was enough. There's none left?
A few drops. Maybe it could last me till tomorrow.
I suppose Abby hasn't been anywhere near you all day.
Yes, she has. Oh, my, yes. That Matthew Turner had the nerve to show up. I ran out and stopped him at the gate, and I told him if he ever showed his face around here anymore, I'd kill him.
There'll be no more of this. You are going up to bed. I'll help you. Tomorrow I'll go to talk to Dr. Sands. You aren't getting any better.
No, I wish you wouldn't fuss so.
Father, you're the only person who means anything to me at all. Don't you worry. I'll have Mr. Parsons make up your new medicine in double quick time.
Well, good morning, Miss Lisbeth.
Mr. Parsons, I always like coming to your store. You're the only one who calls me by my rightful name instead of that hateful Lizzie, which I loathe so.
Oops, I almost forgot my other customers. Excuse me. I've got 3 of the town's worst tattlers back there, and they can't make up their minds what kind of complexion powder or cold cream to buy.
You go right ahead. I have a few minutes.
Well, ladies, have you made up your minds? No? Well, look, I have a prescription to make up for Miss Borden, if you don't mind. You just take your time. Still debating the merits of various creams and powders, so we'll take care of you first. Oh, I see Dr. Sands' familiar illegible hand.
He gave me this prescription because Father seems to be getting more dizzy spells and pains in the chest.
I'm sure we can take care of it.
May I watch?
Oh, of course you can. Come back here with me. Now, this is the marble table where I fill the prescriptions. Now, to work. Are those biddies watching us?
Yes, they are.
I'll give them an earful.
I wouldn't. They don't look like they have a sense of humor.
Yes, ladies, by all means, you may watch. But I advise you to keep your distance. I am about to concoct a virulent poison. And I wouldn't want any of you to become contaminated. I'll give them some to mull over.
Mr. Parsons, they'll take you seriously.
Anything I cannot abide is a nosy, gossipy female. And 3 of them is just 3 too many. Now, let's see what Dr. Sands has ordered. Yes. It's considerably stronger than the last one. You'll have to be careful with it.
Is it dangerous?
Digitalis can be a poison, yes. Now I place these leaves into the mortar and grind them up. Yes. An excess of digitalis could cause certain changes in heart rhythm, and we wouldn't want that. But in the right amount, it's exactly the stimulant your father needs. Now, when this is a fine powder, I steep the digitalis in alcohol and make up a tincture. Can you come back tomorrow morning?
Oh, I was hoping to take it with me right now.
Well, I could give you enough for 3 doses, say in powder form, that do you until tomorrow. Give him 1/3 of a teaspoon each time in his tea or broth. Is he worse?
I think he is.
Has he been under a strain lately?
Very much so. A great deal of strain.
Well, that ought to do it. Fine as talc. I'll give you enough for 3 light doses now, and you stop by in the morning. I'll have it all made up. Here you are, Miss Elizabeth. There's enough prussic acid in this little bottle to kill every rat within 50 miles. I'll place it on your account. See you tomorrow.
Thank you, Mr. Parsons. Good day.
Now, ladies, is there anything else in the cosmetic line that perhaps I can show you?
I'm not saying that is exactly the way it happened, but it certainly could have been. Those 3 witnesses who swore Lizzie Borden bought prussic acid the day before her father and stepmother were struck down, those 3 could have been victims of a druggist's prank. The following day, there was no more laughter. At 9 o'clock, Lizzie Borden was in her own house when the first of 2 murders was committed.
It was the state's contention that only Lizzie Borden could have killed her parents. Our reporter friend, John Howard, contends differently. You may remember he began this investigation to clear the reputation of his great-grandfather, the presiding judge at the trial. When I return with Act 3, we may learn whether John was glad or sorry he had reopened the case. Was the Lizzie Borden murder a classic case of justice or its miscarriage? New evidence intrigues John Howard. A hatchet with the initials A.B. carved into the age-encrusted handle, possibly belonging to Andrew Borden, and possibly the actual murder weapon. A drowned man who traveled New England, and a father with a heart ailment. All of which brings us to the murder morning.
August the 4th, 1892. A hot August day that promised to be a scorcher. At about 9 o'clock, Andrew Borden was upstairs with his wife. We don't know to this day how much Lizzie overheard.
Abby, I tell you, you've got to stop it. This running after that man, Matthew. Now, you're a married woman. Think of our daughters, Lizzie and Emma, if you won't think of me. Stop that. Stop it, I say. Stop that laughter. I'll make you stop. You'd like me to be laughed at. A public disgrace. Andrew Borden and his marriage is a joke. Can't keep his wife at home. Laugh now, Abby!
And so it was that Andrew Borden, who with his own hatchet gave his second wife, Abby, the 40 whacks. Not his daughter, Lizzie. For her part, downstairs, Lizzie was not certain what she'd heard. And it wasn't until her father, white-faced, gasping for breath, slowly came into the living room that she began to suspect.
Father, what is it?
Nothing. Nothing. I'm so dizzy. It feels like there's an elephant on my chest.
Now, lie down. Let me undo your jacket.
No. Don't touch anything.
Why are you holding it together like that? Have you got something underneath it?
No, it feels better with my arms close like this. Liz, the prescription.
We used the last of it last night, but Mr. Parsons said he'd have the rest of it ready today. I'll go over to the drugstore right now. It'll be all ready. He said so. Now, don't move. Please, Father, lie right there on the sofa. I won't be long.
Who is it? That's you, Liz? I've got to sit up. See who hatchet fell out of my coat. I've got to hide it. Who is that? Who ran upstairs just now? Liz? Is that you? They've seen Abby. Someone up there. You. What are you looking at me like that for? Say something. It's your fault, too. Give me that hatchet. Give it back to me. No! Don't!
Elizabeth, I can't begin to tell you what anguish I feel that you should suffer this double tragedy.
It was so kind of you, Mr. Parsons, to come over to the house tonight. I must talk to someone. My sister wrote and said she'd never come back to Fall River. Bridget, the maid, went back to Ireland. Everyone acts as though I was the one who killed my stepmother and father. I didn't kill him. How could they think of such a thing?
People say anything. Mustn't pay any attention.
It's the police. They found some burnt cloth in the furnace, and they're saying it's the dress I was wearing.
There's going to be a trial soon, you know that.
Yes, I'm prepared for it.
Questions going to be asked, evidence presented, accusations made. And what will you say?
What will I say to what?
Those bits of cloth in the furnace, for instance. The police also found a hatchet with a broken handle in the basement, covered with ashes, as though someone had tried to rub the blood away.
How do they know that was what killed them both? All I can say, and I will say it, is that I didn't do it.
Elizabeth, it was no secret. The whole town knows about your stepmother and her carryings on, and that neither you nor Emma liked her very much.
I told you, Mr. Parsons, I loathed her. But I didn't kill her.
Now, it's also rumored you were afraid you'd be disinherited in favor of your stepmother. And that could be a motive.
Oh, if only they knew how pathetically untrue all that is. I was very close to my father. He told me things in confidence which I shall never reveal. As for disinheriting his daughters in favor of that woman, it's ridiculous.
Could you prove that to a jury?
I will do nothing to soil my father's memory.
Even if your own life is in jeopardy?
Mr. Parsons, I don't care what the judge or the jury will believe. You and I will never talk about this again.
I'll pray for you, Elizabeth, because I know you're completely innocent. I would say you're the unfortunate victim of circumstances. I hope the Lord will know that and watch over you.
Well, that's my story, Louisa. Now that you've read it, what do you think?
You make a very good case for Lizzie.
As it turns out, she was acquitted anyway, but I think for the wrong reasons. My great-grandfather, Judge Earl Howard, believed she couldn't have committed those brutal, ugly crimes because she was too much of a lady. My theory is, if he'd known that Andrew, in a fit of frustration and uncontrolled anger, had killed his wife, Abby, the suspicion that hangs over Lizzie Borden to this day would never have started.
Probably not.
I would have liked to have written something from inside Lizzie's mind. What she might have thought just before the verdict, when she didn't know what it would be, innocent or guilty.
Can I try?
Would you?
What can I do? I have no choice. I burned the dress that was stained with Father's blood because I couldn't bear to remember those minutes when I found him. And this was held up as proof of my guilt. I hated Abby, and this too was offered as proof of my guilt. 3 witnesses swore upon the Bible I had bought prussic acid to kill my parents, in spite of Mr. Parsons' denial. Mr. Parsons admitted he was very fond of me, so his denial was deemed worthless. Father, I heard you accusing Abby of being faithless. I heard the muffled, strange sounds, and your threats, and your cries. But I never knew until I saw your white face, and its look told me. I could see the hatchet you were hiding under your jacket. I ran to the drugstore for your medicine. Dearest Father, I never even kissed you goodbye.
Louisa, I don't know what to say, but I'm going to use it word for word at the end of my story.
It's got no ending.
That's as far as I go. Maybe one day I'll do a more in-depth story, but complete or incomplete, this is what I'm taking to the courier.
Today?
Right now. Hey, why don't you plan to stay here at the Hamilton house over the weekend? I'll be back in the morning, and we can backpack. You know, that hike we started but never finished.
That would be great. Hello?
Is this Miss Cahill? Louisa Cahill?
Yes, it is. Who's this?
Sergeant McCauley down at the crime lab. I've been trying to reach John Howard, but I get no answer from his room. The operator suggested I ring you.
Oh, John drove to Boston to deliver a feature story he's been working on. The Lizzie Borden thing.
Oh, I see. Maybe, well, I was just thinking, you're a very good friend of his, aren't you?
Yes, very good.
I think it might be better if I spoke to you instead of to him. But I'd rather not say anything on the phone. Do you think you could come down to the crime lab? I won't keep you but half an hour. Miss Cahill, why was John so interested in the case?
His great-grandfather was the presiding judge. When he voted acquittal and Lizzie got off, his life became a misery. At best, people thought the judge a fool. At worst, a criminal.
So he wanted to clear the judge's name by proving Lizzie Borden was really innocent.
Exactly.
Mm-hmm. Well, that makes what I'm going to tell you even tougher. We kept running that hatchet through the spectroscope, analyzing and reanalyzing every inch. And then on a hunch, I had the blade taken off the handle. And there, in the tiniest miniature handwriting you ever saw, was a signature.
Matthew Turner.
How did you know? Have you known all along?
I suspected it. He must have been very peculiar. to sign a murder weapon as if it had been a work of art. But of course, that's it.
What is?
He regarded the death of Andrew Borden as his work of art.
Miss Cahill, there's one thing I haven't told you. You know, when you start investigating, you don't know where it'll lead you. Matthew Turner was the son of Judge Earl Howard, which could mean he was John's great-uncle. Now, how can I tell that to him? I've known him since he was a boy in this town.
If that isn't ironic. As you say, when you start investigating, here's John trying to bring credit to a maligned and abused great-grandfather, and the relative, even more recent, is a murderer.
Of course, it all happened so long ago, I don't know how John's going to take it.
Can we not tell him right away, Sergeant? If someone's got to tell him, I'd like it to be me.
What about the hatchet?
I sure don't want it. And I don't think John does either.
Well, could you get him to donate it to our crime museum? Maybe there'll be somebody who wants to write a really long, detailed story about Lizzie Borden and her times. New England in the 1890s. And the hatchet would be an important part of it. Writers like to see those things for themselves.
Who knows? Perhaps that writer will be John himself. He's made an awfully good start.
Do bear in mind John Howard's version of what took place in Fall River, Massachusetts, the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th of August, 1892, is his personal theory. He never claimed it to be fact, nor do we. But his views were interesting enough for us to call them to the attention of you specialists in felony and transgressions, you listeners to the Mystery Theater. I shall return shortly. So, in his search to clear his family name, our writer has rattled an unsuspected skeleton in his family's closet. We can't help observing. This often is the fate of man's actions. In uncovering one truth, one comes upon another truth that was best left hidden. For what the Lord giveth, the Lord taketh away. Our cast included Roberta Maxwell, Jada Rowland, Robert Dryden, and Russell Horton. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
Thursday night CBS Radio Mystery Theater airs at 8:06, right here on 1160 KSL.
The CBS Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm E.G. Marshall. When he was almost 30, Colonel George Washington reconciled himself to the quiet life of a country squire. He had no way of knowing that in 15 years he would become father of his country. When he was in his 30s, Ulysses S. Grant was a failed merchant in upstate New York. He didn't know that a few years later he would become the general who saved the Union. When he was 40, Giuseppe Garibaldi, who would one day liberate and unify Italy, worked as a laborer in a candle factory on Staten Island, New York.
Listen, it is a patrol. We have been discovered, General. We would have to run for it.
But Anita, she cannot walk.
We have to leave her.
Oh, please, Giuseppe, don't leave me.
If you stay, you will be taken prisoner, General. Think of the cause. Think of your country.
This is the woman I love. I think of her first.
Our mystery drama, Death and the Dreamer, was written especially for the Mystery Theater by Sam Dan and stars Mandel Kramer. I'll be back shortly with Act One.
Weekdays on CBS television. Don't miss your favorite daytime dramas.
Follow the continuing stories of families in conflict, their lives changing every day, full of turmoil, triumph, and treachery, on The Young and the Restless. Then, it's searing stories of romantic intrigue and hidden desires on As the World Turns. Be sure to watch The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns, weekdays on CBS television.
If you can't hire a professional gardener to keep your yard in shape, depend on professional quality True Temper tools from True Value hardware stores. Hi, Pat Summerall suggests you keep grass neatly trimmed with True Temper grass shears, featuring floating blade designed for super slicing action. And to keep shrubs and evergreens well groomed, use the True Temper hedge shears with a serrated notched lower blade. You'll find them both at participating True Value hardware stores and home centers, where you'll find values in every department.
Spice up your life with Jay's barbecue-flavored potato chips. They're terrific. If you're going to the Wisconsin Dells this summer, Magicist has the best money-saving deal in town. Now when you place any order with Magicist, Chicagoland's quality carpet, rug, furniture, and drapery cleaners since 1929, you'll get free tickets to the Dells. That's right, take the whole family to the Dells with free tickets from Magicist. And if you place your order now, you'll get 2 additional bonus tickets to Tommy Bartlett's Water Show, a bonus value of $12. Magicist uses the most modern methods and equipment to get your carpet, rugs, furniture, and draperies deep down clean. So hurry and place your order now. Call Magicist North at 378-8600 or Magicist South at 468-4800 for free tickets to the Dells. And for you stay-at-homers, ask Magicist about free tickets with your order to Chicago Fire Football, Santa Fe Speedway, and Volo Antique Auto Museum.
He had fought a good fight, but the time was not yet. The foreign powers who owned and dominated most of Italy, the French and the Austrians, had beaten him finally. They had decimated his army, destroyed his health, and forced him into exile. He was in his 40s. His hair was gray, his body was racked by the hardships of a soldier's life, and now he was living in a strange land, America. Generous, freedom-loving America extended its hospitality. But in 1850, America couldn't really become too excited about a civil war in Italy. We were getting ready to have one of our own, and so the hero was beginning to face some practical problems.
General Garibaldi. Of course. You're exactly like your picture.
It all depends on how old the picture is.
May I come in? I, too, am an Italian. That is, an American Italian. My name is Antonio Meucci. I am an inventor.
And what do you invent?
Oh, candles. Now, you may say, what's to invent as far as a candle is concerned? Isn't a candle just a wick surrounded by some tallow?
Well, isn't it?
But there are types of tallow and types of wicks, and materials to be selected, and ways of working them into a more efficient product.
I see.
When I heard you were coming to America... Oh, what an honor. Giuseppe Garibaldi, Italy's greatest patriot.
You are much too kind.
I must do something for this man, I said to myself, and to my wife. But what could I do? Everybody else is giving you medals and honors and citations, so what can I offer you that's different, unique?
I could not guess.
I can offer you a job.
A job?
Has anyone else offered you a job?
No, there has been nothing definite.
Well, then, I happen to know you came away from Italy without a penny. That's true, isn't it?
True.
Then, putting it bluntly, what's to become of you? How shall you live? A man must eat, and if he won't accept the bread of charity, he must earn it by the sweat of his brow.
You have a plain way of speaking, my friend.
No one has thought to offer you a job, so I must do it.
What sort of job is it? Am I qualified?
Oh, not really, but I'm willing to overlook that. I need a man to work in my candle factory.
I see.
I wish I had something better, more worthy of your magnificent talents, but
I understand.
You know, now that I've actually put it into words, I'm sure it sounds ridiculous. The great Giuseppe Garibaldi, a worker in a candle factory.
I will take the job.
You will?
Do I have an alternative?
That same day, we took the ferryboat from the island of Manhattan to Staten Island, where my factory and home were located. I insisted that he live with us. My wife was very much taken by him.
Oh, poor man. What life has done to him. Isn't there anything we can do?
We're giving him room, board, a job. In the whole world right now, is anyone else doing more?
But he is the hero of 100 battles. How can he just settle down to a quiet, ordinary life?
Well, my dear Leonora, we must accept the world as it is.
What does he do all day? He threads wicks and softens tallow.
And pours the molds. What else is there to do in a candle factory?
It doesn't seem fair. Antonio, do you think he could ever go back?
Where?
Italy.
No, not unless he wants to be hanged or shot.
I mean, as the head of an army.
Oh, what sort of army? A few hundred, perhaps a few thousand ragged red shirts against all the military might of Austria and France? No, the odds against him are too great.
No greater than the odds against George Washington.
That was different.
Why?
Well, that was a miracle, if you ask me.
If George Washington could create a miracle, why can't Giuseppe Garibaldi?
Well, I suppose we tend to believe that miracles could only take place in the past. You know what they say, the age of miracles is over.
The age of miracles began with the creation of the world and will only end when the world is no more.
She's a very good woman, my wife. Bit of a mystic, though. That's why she got along with him so well. He was quite a mystic himself. I would hear them talking of an evening.
Shall you have a cup of tea, General?
General. No, I am no longer a general, but plain Giuseppe Garibaldi.
You will always be a general.
No. One can only be a general if he has troops behind him and a battle in front.
That day will come again.
No.
But you said it would. When you landed in New York, you declared that one day you would return and fight on to victory.
That was something that had to be said.
Even if you didn't believe it?
I had failed to achieve the reality of freedom. Should I also destroy the dream?
A dream can never be destroyed if you believe it.
I have
modern methods and equipment to get your carpet, rugs, furniture, and draperies deep down clean. So hurry and place your order now. Call Magicus North at 378-8600 or Magicus South at 468-4800 for free tickets to the Dells. And for you stay-at-homers, ask Magicist about free tickets with your order to Chicago Fire Football, Santa Fe Speedway, and Volo Antique Auto Museum.
And you would think so. But it wasn't true. Because one Sunday I happened to go down to the docks to see about some merchandise. And there he was. Some sailors were unloading their ship. He went up to an officer, and I could hear him say...
Scusi, I do not speak more English. I am seaman, able seaman. I am looking to Stein on.
The officer paid absolutely no attention to him. It was as if he didn't exist. And I could see him go from ship to ship. It was the same everywhere.
Sir, the captain, patron, I am a sailor. I am looking for... I need... Please listen, I will work. I will labor for no money. Do not pay me, just take me aboard. Let me work, let me sail.
Antonio said he saw you at the docks this morning.
The docks? Oh, yes.
What were you doing there?
Just looking at the water.
Oh. You like the sea?
I was raised on it.
Have you ever thought of sailing again? That is, as a seaman?
No,
When Antonio said he had seen you at the dock, I thought perhaps you were thinking of going to sea.
Going to sea?
Signing on as a sailor on a merchant ship.
Oh, no, never. That idea would never enter my mind.
Well, then you wouldn't care to be a sailor again.
Oh, what sort of life is it? The work is hard, the food is bad, and the pay is small.
And yet how many follow the sea?
When a man is young, the sea is an alluring mistress. But, Signora, there is nothing more pathetic than an elderly sailor. He owns nothing in the world except a few tattered rags on his back.
Then the sailor's life is not for you.
Never. Never again.
Leonora, am I late for my dinner?
No, you are early.
Good. Where's the general, not home yet?
No.
I wonder where he can be.
I am sure he is down at the docks. He doesn't want us to know about it.
You know, if he's unhappy here, I wish he'd say so. Perhaps we could find something else.
There is nothing else he can do. He knows 3 things in his life. How to lead a revolution, how to sail a ship, and now how to mold candles. There are no opportunities for revolutionists at the moment. No jobs for sailors, and so I'm afraid he must stay in the factory.
But what makes you think he's down at the docks?
Come with me. I'll prove it. There he is.
Where?
He's looking at that Portuguese fishing boat.
Fishing boat? I must say he's lowering his sights.
Look, he's trying to talk to that man. I think it's the captain.
Let's move up a bit closer.
But don't let him see us. He doesn't want us to know.
Captain, listen. I need a berth. I'm an excellent navigator. See how well I speak Portuguese? That is because I spent many years in South America.
The captain isn't even listening to him.
He doesn't seem to be impressed.
I am a good man, and you can have me cheap. You can have me for nothing. Do you understand? I will work for nothing.
Let's go home, Antonio. General Garibaldi, may I speak frankly?
Is there another way, my good signora?
I know life here must be dull and boring for you.
Oh, say rather it is restful.
I can understand your desire to go to sea.
What makes you think I want such a thing?
Oh, please. Evidently, you consider this a rather delicate matter. I certainly have no wish to pry, but...
Signora Meucci.
I have an uncle who is associated with a merchant in New York. This man has a small fleet of ships. We could put in a word. It is a much better way to get what you want.
Signora, when have I gone to the docks to look for a berth?
When?
And why would I go? I have told you. There is nothing more pathetic than a gray-haired sailor. To seek a berth on a ship at my time of life? No, I may have lost many things in this world, but I'm sure I have still kept my sanity.
But then you weren't down at the docks looking for work.
I already have work, Signora, in your husband's factory.
Why, then, I suppose it wasn't you that I saw down at the docks.
Of course not. I am afraid you confuse me with somebody else.
Perhaps. I probably did.
That's what she says to him now. But you know as well as I do that she's sure she was not mistaken, that he was there on the docks, that he was looking for a job on a sailing ship. On the other hand, the man's honor is beyond question. He would not tell a lie unless, of course, it is necessary for the success of some grand design. But what could possibly be at stake here? That will be the proper business of Act Two, shortly. This is E.G. Marshall with a question.
Of all medications for acid indigestion or heartburn relief, which one is right for you? For years, Malox has been recommended most by doctors. Now, the antacid ingredients in Malox, plus an extra ingredient, are in Malox Plus tablets. Smooth, good tasting, and Malox Plus tablets work fast to relieve acid indigestion or heartburn. But don't just take my word for it. Try Malox Plus tablets. You'll find you can't do better.
Use only as directed.
The South. The end of the Civil War and the beginning of a new life for those who survived its bloodshed. From this turbulent era of our great American heritage emerges the proud, passionate saga of one family, their plantations, and their dreams. Windhaven's Crisis by Marie Desjardins, the 8th book in the best-selling Windhaven saga, Windhaven's Crisis, new from Pinnacle Books, wherever paperbacks are sold.
A railroad car clatters through Pennsylvania's coal fields almost a century ago. Its only passenger, a doctor named Matthew Shields, beginning a 16-year special assignment for the American Red Cross. In railroad yards, on sidings, and in the great terminals, Dr. Shields would convert his home on wheels into a classroom and teach first aid and occupational safety to industrial America. And all along the way, local physicians were enlisted as Red Cross volunteers to continue the teaching effort. When the car rolled to a stop for the last time, 2 million people had learned first aid. The effort was called A Good Beginning, but only a beginning. Today, as the Red Cross begins its second century, we're proud that America still looks to us for first aid training. Now we teach over 3 million people every year, and we still say it's only a beginning. Red Cross, ready for a new century.
Exile is a condition of life that most great men have undergone at one time or another. For the brief moments of victory and glory, there have been long hours of loneliness and defeat. Sometimes one can be in exile in the heart of one's country. Sometimes one can be in exile far from her shores, but it's still exile. And it's a time when a man must summon all of his inner resources, or else he may remain in exile forever.
But why does he feel he must lie about it?
I don't know, Antonio.
It's such a transparent thing, too. I really don't understand. Well, surely he knew you wouldn't have said anything about it unless you'd been there and seen him.
I am sure he has his reasons.
Perhaps this is the end of him.
Oh, don't say that.
Well, he's an old man.
Old? He can't be more than 41 or 2.
That's old for a fighting man, my dear. Years of sleeping on the cold ground in the rain and the snow, lack of food, constant hardship. They all leave their mark.
But his work isn't finished.
Perhaps not. But he is. Other men will take up the challenge. The struggle to liberate Italy will go on without him. Good morning, Gerald.
Oh, good morning.
Won't you have breakfast?
Oh, there is no time. I'm late for work.
Well, as your employer, I give you leave.
No. That would be taking advantage of your good nature.
Take a little bit of advantage, at least, and have a cup of coffee.
You are very kind.
Let us say no more about it.
Oh, while you're at it, some fresh rolls.
Is there any news from the other side?
No, perhaps I am not important enough any longer to be kept informed.
Please don't even think that.
I shall soon be forgotten, and I shall never see Italy again. And who ever loved her more than I do? And remember, my friends, most of us must accept the land of our birth. But I chose Italy.
How? Weren't you born an Italian?
I could also have been born a Frenchman. Remember, I was born near Nice.
Why did you choose Italy?
Why? Was it the glory of Rome? Or perhaps the merry folk songs the Italian sailors sang in the harbor? My first birth was on an Italian coastal trader. If I could only be born again and live it again. I must go, Senor Antonio. You pay me for a full day's work.
Finish your roll.
I can eat it on the way.
Oh, poor man.
But he doesn't have to be a poor man.
He doesn't.
There are Italian communities all over the world that would gladly honor him, offer him hospitality. He could travel, he could make speeches, he could live the life of a famous and popular man.
That isn't what he wants.
What does he want? Why does he bury himself in this isolated island off New York, Leonora? He works long, hard hours in the factory. He eats and sleeps.
And visits the docks.
Where he tries in vain to get a berth on some sailing ship. And why does he lie about it?
Antonio, listen to me. Maybe he isn't lying.
But he's saying what we know to be untrue. That's a lie.
No, not if...
Not if what?
Well, I am not sure.
What are you thinking of?
Oh, you will say it's one of my crazy ideas.
Well, I might as well hear it.
Did you hear what he said just before? If only I could be born again, to live it again.
Well?
That is what he wants to do. Start again. And this time he will succeed. The first job he ever had, his career began on board a ship.
You're saying that he wants to go back to the time when he was a boy?
Yes.
Well, that isn't strange. Many people dream of that.
But he is actually doing it.
Well, how is he doing it?
The young Giuseppe Garibaldi, that's inside him, wants to get a berth on a ship. The older one has no use for it. Therefore, the older Garibaldi isn't aware of the fact that the younger one has taken him to the docks in search of a job.
Oh, come on now, Leonora.
That is why he denies what we saw him doing.
But how is such a thing possible?
I don't know. But I am sure he doesn't know what he is doing.
He's a great man. Or he was. He deserves a better end than this.
Why do you say end? For all we know, he hasn't even begun.
She certainly has unique ideas, my wife, Leonora. If I believed in such things, I would suspect that she's in league, or at least in communion, with various spiritual phenomena. She had long conversations with Garibaldi in an effort to cheer him up.
You will raise another army, General?
No.
Have you lost hope?
Hope? I've lost something more important. My bond with infinity. Do you understand what that is?
No.
Signore, no ordinary man can free a nation. The battle is long. Life is short. Experience is treacherous. One must survive. One must be attuned to the hidden signs and signals of fate. One must dream dreams and see visions. And I can do these things no longer.
But surely...
No. The gift, whatever it was, has left me. It left me suddenly at the Battle of Rome. Let me tell you what a battle is, my dear. It is the Inferno of Dante. There is a deafening cannonade. There is the sharp, angry rattle of the rifles. And there is the terrible entanglement of thousands of men locked in mortal combat. Hand to hand, bayonets, pistol butts, fists, teeth, everything that can be used.
Exile is a condition of life that most great men have undergone at one time or another. For the brief moments of victory and glory, there have been long hours of loneliness and defeat. Sometimes one can be in exile in the heart of one's country. Sometimes one can be in exile far from her shores. But it's still exile. And it's a time when a man must...
Go to Colonel Messina. His lancers must support Leggero's brigade. Messenger, here. Tell Major Dondolo to take command of Bonne's battalion. Runner, here, runner. Tell Major Massara his Bassalieri are to support Severio's company.
Yes, the general must be the cool, calculating, impersonal intelligence.
But there are times when he must also be the fiery inspiration and descend into the seething cauldron himself. Who is that? Stop! All of you, stop! Where are you running? Why are you running away?
Generale, the battle is lost.
Lost? How can it be lost? You still have your horses. You still have your swords. Follow me back.
No, you must not go back there alone.
I will not be alone if you follow me. Red shirts, young Italy, soldiers of the Legion, draw your swords and follow me.
General.
Oh, yes. I was lost for a moment. But you see, my dear Signore Meucci, mortal man cannot achieve his destiny unaided. How can he achieve the clarity of vision? And how can he be sure the bullets will miss him? After all, he must live long enough to perform his mission. But how?
I don't know, General.
In every battle, there were bullet holes in my shirt. Why was I spared? And when I was hit, the wounds were superficial.
A miracle?
More than a miracle. It is the decision of fate.
General, I believe it is your fate to liberate Italy.
I had my opportunity. I let it fall from my fingers. I no longer have the strength. The energy.
You will have as much of those as you will need.
I feel empty, Signora. I'm dead. There is no fire in my heart, no visions in my soul. I have given up.
No, you haven't. You are going about it the wrong way. You are trying to recapture your youth.
No, I am not trying to do anything at all.
You refuse to admit it. The end of youth is not the end of the world. You call the revolutionary movement Young Italy. Why just Young Italy?
Because only Young Italy has the strength to prevail in the field.
But in order to prevail, you will need all Italy. Young, old, men, women. You must no longer be just a commander of soldiers. You must become a leader of the people.
I must go to work now.
To the candle factory.
It is honest labor.
Yes. General, tell me, please, what has happened to you?
I have been betrayed, Senor. I have been victimized by other men's stupidity, cowardice, ambition.
Others have faced these same misfortunes and were able to rise above them?
Yes, I know. But, Senor, they were able to do something that is denied to me. They were able to dream. This is the loss that has destroyed me. I am able to dream no longer.
It is said that men in exile feed on dreams. But when dreams are denied them, how can they be sustained? The flame burns low for Giuseppe Garibaldi, alone, helpless, and devoid of hope in a foreign land. At least until the third act.
Here at Fire Station number 3, between fighting fires, we play a lot of checkers and drink a lot of coffee. So our coffee's Kava Instant.
Your move, Hogan.
Full-flavored Kava's the only 90% acid-neutralized coffee. And with less acidity, no matter how much we drink, we still feel good.
Oh, nice move, Hogan.
In fact, we drink enough Kava to put out a fire.
Uh-oh, I think I'm in trouble. Saved by the bell.
Kava, all the taste you want in coffee without all the acidity.
We all love bargains, and here's your chance to get a bargain on a bargain. For this month only, Walden Books is offering fantastic bargains on hundreds of hardcover books by famous authors and outstanding publishers. We've got books by Stephen King, Rona Jaffe, Irwin Shaw, and many others, all at reduced prices. What's more, if you buy at least $10 worth from our wide selection, you'll get additional savings. So if you're looking for some good summer reading, stop by your local Walden Books this month and pick up your bargain on a bargain.
Ready when you are, ready to take you on high. Ready, Delta is ready. Delta is ready to fly.
There's no ready like Delta Ready. Take New Orleans, Houston, and St. Louis.
Delta has more non-stops to New Orleans than any other airline. Delta's good and ready to St. Louis, too, with 8 timely non-stops, including 2 from close-in Midway. You can also choose from 3 Delta non-stops to Houston, or from a dozen other departures. Delta has thrifty night coach and Supreme Super Saver fares that'll save you money to all these places. See your travel agent or call Delta for details. And next trip to New Orleans, Houston, or St. Louis, call Delta. Ready? Go.
Delta is ready when you are. Delta is ready when
This is WBBM News Radio 78 in Chicago.
The deed itself is usually done with quickly. It is the dream that produced it that may have lasted for almost a lifetime. Most of the great happenings of history, what were they in reality? Only someone's dream that came true. But when the dream dies, what becomes of the dreamer?
You say you can dream no longer, General.
Yes.
Have you ever wondered why?
Does it matter?
Is it possible you're afraid to dream?
Is it possible? Yes.
Ah, then it exists only in your mind.
No, Senor, it exists in my heart, in my soul. I'm sick of it. I can say this now. I am sick of it, sick of the slaughter, of the agony. Does it surprise you?
No.
My dream was a free, united Italy. Very good. But what has it brought to those who followed me? Misery and death. And what has it done to me? I gave the cause everything. My youth, my strength, and finally, my wife.
Your wife?
Yes.
What happened?
Oh, please, Senora, I would rather not speak of it.
As you wish.
Why does everyone feel they have the right to ask me the most intimate personal questions?
I'm sorry. I didn't intend to...
How much more am I expected to give up?
Oh, please, General.
And do not call me General. I am plain Mr. Giuseppe Garibaldi. I work as a laborer in a factory because I am not fit to do anything else.
May I make you a cup of hot tea?
And do not try to humor me either. Oh, Senora, please forgive me. I do not know what has come over me lately. I'm not myself.
No, it is all right.
No, it is not. What right do I have to abuse good people who are kind to me?
I understand. Believe me, I understand.
It is that I am homesick. And I know I will never see my Italy again.
Oh, but you will. I am sure of it.
Yes. Well, I must go to work. Good evening, Carissima. Mm-hmm. Well, isn't the General dining with us?
No, I don't think so. He came home, went to his room, fell fast asleep.
You know, I'm worried about him. He doesn't look well. What do you think?
I agree.
I think he's ill. He's nervous and excitable, and his hands are shaking.
Perhaps we should call a doctor.
Oh, you won't hear of it.
But why? Surely he needs a doctor.
He was quite definite about it. He thinks if word gets out that Garibaldi has called for a doctor, people throughout the world will believe he's dying.
Mother.
Who's that?
Mother.
It's the General.
What's he saying?
Mother.
He's calling for his mother.
For a moment, we sat there frozen with apprehension. The voice of Garibaldi was calling for his mother. Then we ran into his room. We didn't know what to do. We just stood there and listened.
Mother, don't. Oh, please, Mother, do not leave me. I will do anything you say. Do not leave me.
You must wake him.
General.
Yes, Mother. Yes.
General, wake up. You're having a nightmare.
Don't go, Mother. Don't. Oh, Senora, she is dead. My mother is dead.
You're dreaming, General. It's only a dream.
No, she died in my arms. My dearest mother. Poor Donna Rosa. I remember when I was a child. She was still a young girl, so pretty. Now she is dead.
That it is only a dream.
A dream?
Yes, my dear friend. A dream. But this is reality. Here, now, Staten Island, New York, the USA. It's March 19th at exactly 8 o'clock in the evening.
And you must forget it. Yes. Yes, of course.
Now, you join us for supper.
No, thank you.
Oh, at least let me bring you something hot to drink.
This is very kind of you, Senora.
No, you are looking so much better. May I say something? You said that the terrible thing was you could dream no longer. You remember?
Yes.
That just before, you did have a dream.
It was no dream. It was a nightmare. I have no shortage of those. Indeed, it is what all of my dreams have become.
Oh, I am sorry.
Senora, they say that fortune favors the brave. But I am brave no longer.
I can't believe that.
It is true.
I refuse to believe that Giuseppe Garibaldi is a coward.
There are two types of men who choose not to be brave. The first is the coward. He is afraid. The second is the wise man. He is prudent. He adds up the cost of bravery, and he decides the price is too high to pay.
And you have arrived at that decision?
Yes. Both of us have accepted it.
Both of you?
Both Garibaldis, the young one and the old one.
Oh.
He no longer torments me, the young one. I have convinced him the struggle is no longer worth it.
But Italy must be liberated.
Men like me, Senora, we were born to be dreamers. When we can dream no longer, we die. And I am already dead.
No. You're alive. You're strong, vital.
No, Senora. It has all been drained out of me. I told you I had given everything to the revolution, even my wife. You asked me how she died.
Oh, I'm sorry. I shouldn't have pried into your personal life.
No. Let me tell you. We could no longer hold the city of Rome. I had gathered the tattered remains of the army around me. The enemy artillery was coming closer and closer. I made a speech to the troops.
Men, fortune which has abandoned us today will smile on us tomorrow. I am leaving Rome. Whoever wishes to carry on the struggle, let him come with me. I can offer him neither food nor lodging nor money. I can only offer him hunger and thirst and battles and death. All who have the name of Italy not only on their lips, but in their hearts. Let them follow me.
You must hurry, Generale. This way your horse is ready.
Thank you, Medici. I must not turn around to look. But do any follow?
They all follow, Generale. Here. Now, we must turn down this street. It is the surest way out of the city.
Who is this? Anita, what are you doing here? Medici, how did she get here?
You mustn't blame our good friend, my dearest. I made him bring me.
But the children?
They are safe with your mother.
No, Medici, get her out of here.
I won't leave.
My darling, we can be killed at any moment.
And we shall die together.
I will not permit it.
My place is with you.
Anita!
Hurry, Generale. We'll be taken prisoner.
I should never have permitted it. But what could I do? I was lonely. But she was ill. And she told me she was carrying a child. And by then it was too late. There was no way she could be brought to safety. By then the brave legion had melted away. There were just a few of us. We were hunted fugitives in the hills. And every day my beloved Anita grew worse. She could no longer walk.
Mi Generale, we must...
Here. It is that I am homesick. And I know I will never see my Italy again.
Oh, but you will. I am sure of it.
Yes. Well,
I know it sounds hard, cruel, but do we have a choice?
Giuseppe, come to me, please.
What is it, my darling?
Please, don't leave me.
Dear baby, you must be brave.
Be quiet, Medici. How can you know what this woman has meant to me? How deeply, how truly we love each other. No, my dearest. You will remain with me. We will live together or die together.
Listen, that is the signal. We must leave. Now an Austrian patrol is approaching. Hurry, we will have to run. Do not worry, my darling. I will carry you. Listen, Gino and Pietro are trying to hold them up. We don't have a moment to lose.
Are we safe here, Medici?
For now. If you look straight down from this hill, there is the sea. We will try to get a boat and make our way towards Venice.
Anita, my darling, are you better? Anita, speak to me. Medici, why does not she say something?
She is still breathing.
Giuseppe?
Yes, my dear.
Giuseppe, I shall do to you what you never did to me.
Yes, my darling.
You wouldn't leave me, that I shall leave you.
Oh, no, Anita.
I can't help it. I don't want to go, darling. Giuseppe, please, take care of the children.
No, I will take care. Anita. Anita.
You must run for her.
I cannot leave.
You heard what she said. She's left you. Generale not to be captured.
She is dead, Medici. She is dead.
Run quickly before they get here. I promise you, my friend, on my word of honor, she will receive a decent Christian burial.
Medici, how can...
That's all anyone can do for her now. Run!
Yes, my dear signore. I escaped with just a few tattered rags on my back. I had lost everything.
Oh, I am sorry.
Now I shall go make more candles.
General.
You still call me General. I have no troops, no supporters.
That isn't true. I have letters for you.
I see.
From Italy, from all over the world. People call to you. Let the movement rise again.
But fate has not called to me. Fate has not sent me the sign.
You truly believe that, don't you?
Yes, and so must you.
Just a moment. Yes?
Excuse me, per piacere. I was told a certain Giuseppe Garibaldi lives here.
I know that voice. It is Medici.
Generale. Generale, it is you.
Signor Meucci, may I present Captain Medici, my close friend and comrade in arms?
Your servant, signor.
What news from Italy, my friend?
Ah, from Italy. There is all kind of news. Some good, some bad.
Oh, when was it ever different?
The people are waiting.
I know, but I no longer feel able. Medici, you have known me long enough to understand what is in my heart. To be a general, one must feel as if he has been chosen. And I no longer... Enough of that. What else? My children.
They are thriving.
I can trust my mother to take excellent care of them.
Generale...
My mother. She's well?
Generale, I have come here to tell you myself.
To tell me what, Medici? What?
I could not write it in a letter, my dear friend.
My mother. She is dead.
Yes.
Oh, General.
I shall weep for her later. Tell me, Medici, how did she die?
Of a fever. You know how these things strike?
Yes.
She was delirious. She thought that I was her son, you. She said, I am glad that you have decided to return to lead the fight once again. That's what she was trying to say to you.
Yes. That is what she was trying to tell me. Now I understand. Medici, when did she die?
It was almost... yes, it is exactly a month ago. March 19th.
March 19th?
See, March 19th. I remember. I heard the clock chime in the tower. It was exactly at 8 o'clock.
8 o'clock? March 19th.
Yes, I was with her. General? Yes, General. Once again, I am a general. Once again, I can dream dreams, see visions. Once again, destiny has decided to show me the future.
And it was quite a future. He returned to Italy and finally freed his beloved country from all foreign usurpers. Giuseppe Garibaldi. His name will live forever as Italy's greatest hero, and perhaps also as a part-time candle maker on Staten Island, New York. An addition to our tale shortly.
I could have had rye toast, 61 calories. I could have had 11 carrots and a glass of water.
You could have had a V8, naturally low in calories and tastes great, too.
I could have had a V8?
V8 cocktail vegetable juice with only 35 calories per 6-ounce serving. V8, the great-tasting, healthful blend of 8 country vegetables.
Wow, I could have had a V8.
It's never too late.
I'll have a V8.
Getting ready to paint your house? Get ready for this. Olympic Overcoat, the house paint that's tested tough to take on the weather, is on sale. Save $4 on every gallon. Overcoat was tested tough on homes like yours to take on the weather, the freezing rain, the driving snow, the scorching heat. Tested tough to help keep your home looking beautiful for years. And now it's on sale. So save $4 a gallon on Olympic Overcoat at participating Olympic dealers. But hurry, sale ends July 12th.
The South. The end of the Civil War and the beginning of a new life for those who survived its bloodshed. From this turbulent era of our great American heritage emerges the proud, passionate saga of one family, their plantation, and their dreams. Windhaven's Crisis by Marie Desjardins. The 8th book in the best-selling Windhaven saga, Windhaven's Crisis. New from Pinnacle Books, wherever paperbacks are sold.
Mr. Bob Hope.
Hey, America, you're beautiful. The problem is you can look and feel beautiful and still have high blood pressure, a disease that usually has no symptoms. Yes, it could damage your heart, brain, or kidney. And unfortunately, 3 out of every 10 people with high blood pressure don't know they have it. The only way to tell is to get a physical checkup regularly. And if you have it, it's usually treatable, but you got to follow your doctor's advice if you want to stay healthy longer.
A public service message from the Citizens Committee for the Treatment of High Blood Pressure and the Ad Council.
We speak of a man of destiny. But what do we mean? Is he one of destiny's men? Does destiny actually select its favorites, invest them with special qualities that are denied to the rest of us? Are some of us fated to succeed, while others must fail? Why is it so easy for some, so difficult for others? On what basis does destiny choose its favorites? Is the whole thing fair? Don't get me wrong. I'm not knocking it. I just want to find out how I can take advantage of it. If I ever do, I'll let you know. Our cast included Mandel Kramer, E.V. Juster, and Ian Martin. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. This is E.G. Marshall, inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.
It was the 6th straight night of rage in a British city, 1,000 youths rampaging through streets even as the Prime Minister called for peace. I'm David Jackson reporting on the CBS radio network. The scene was Manchester, near Liverpool, and a neighboring town, Salford. A police station was attacked,
Stores looted, buildings and cars set afire. Police say the violence lasted into the early morning. Now it's quiet, but whether it's over, they say, is another question. The Manchester police chief said the attacks around town were simultaneous and apparently well coordinated. As they were being carried out, the Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher appealed for calm on nationwide radio and television. And Dan Raviv has the story from London.
Prime Minister Thatcher said a free society can survive only when its citizens uphold the law and teach their children to do so. She said the 3 nights of rioting in Liverpool had, quote, horrified us all. The Prime Minister did not comment on theories that high unemployment has made young people so frustrated that they're attacking the police. But unemployment was the main topic of Mrs. Thatcher's political address, broadcast from 10 Downing Street on behalf of her Conservative Party. The Prime Minister said that workers should not demand high pay raises and that the British people should buy British products.
There is no easy way. This government cares too much about the future of Britain to pretend. That's why we won't turn back. And that's why we believe you want us to succeed. And why together we're going to.
In effect, Prime Minister Thatcher delivered a pep talk to a nation that seems to need one. Dan Raviv, CBS News, London.
More news coming up.
When you get the Hearts 2-in-1 Plus collar for your dog or cat, you know it will work, and you know it will last. The Hearts 2-in-1 Plus collar is the first collar to kill fleas and ticks for 5 months. A full 5 months of effective protection, and the Hearts collar's fast-acting odorless ingredients won't vaporize. Stays on your pet to work even if the collar gets wet. Get your pet the collar that really works and really lasts. Helps protect your home and family, too. The Hearts 2-in-1 Plus collar kills fleas and ticks for 5 months.
Weekdays on CBS television. Don't miss your favorite daytime dramas. Follow the continuing stories of families in conflict. Their lives changing every day. Full of turmoil, triumph, and treachery. On The Young and the Restless. Then, it's searing stories of romantic intrigue and hidden desires on As the World Turns. Be sure to watch The Young and the Restless and As the World Turns. Weekdays on CBS television.
There's more labor trouble in Poland. Dock workers staged a 1-hour warning strike at Polish ports on Wednesday, and Thursday, workers at the national airline lot are scheduled to walk for 4 hours. Northwest Airlines is faced with the possibility of a strike by flight attendants in about 24 hours. A spokesman for the attendants, Willie Onkola in Minneapolis, says the union's played by the rules so far, and no new contract Thursday night means no coffee or tea or anything else.
Deadline still stands. We've gone through a 30-day cooling-off period as required by law. This is at the end of 7 months now without a contract. Ours expired the end of December of 1980. We'll be legally able to withdraw our services from the airline at midnight tomorrow night, and if we haven't reached a settlement, a complete package that'll be distributed to the membership by then, we will go on strike.
State workers in Massachusetts are threatening to strike on Friday unless they get paid. Lack of a state budget has kept them payless for 2 weeks. Officials are trying to put together some sort of package that will at least keep the workers on the job. Voter-mandated property tax cuts are behind many of the budget problems, and the Moody Investment Service cites those cuts as one of the main reasons it has now dropped its rating of Boston municipal bonds to below investment grade. The White House has announced formation of a high-level military manpower task force. It'll work on ways to keep up with increased manpower needs in the 1980s, increased needs brought on by a Reagan-backed budget buildup. More news after this.
A recent article in the Wall Street Journal explained why consumers may finally get a break after 2 years of double-digit inflation. If information like this is important to you, you should be reading the Wall Street Journal every business day. So have a pencil ready.
You want to stay healthy longer.
That can help keep you informed of anything happening in every phase of business that can affect your future or your company's future. Other recent stories in the Wall Street Journal report on a movement to aid family-owned businesses through a cut in estate taxes. You would have read about the Justice Department's expanding war on white-collar crime and a new plan to get savings and loans back on their feet. The Wall Street Journal. It's all the business news you need when you need it. Right now, you can get 26 weeks of the Journal, one for every business day of the week, for less than $1.60 per week. That's just $41 for 26 weeks. So if you're serious about business in the continental U.S., call toll-free 800-228-6600. That's 800-228-6600. Except in Nebraska. You'll be billed later.
The Nuclear Regulatory Commission says there are 14 reactors around the country with brittle metal in reactor vessels. Metal that could crack and cause serious accidents if not corrected. Some metal becomes brittle when exposed to radiation. The NRC says it knew that would happen, but didn't think the brittling would take place so soon. There are plans to fix the reactors in question. David Jackson, CBS News.
This is your White Sox station, Sports Radio 78, WBBM Chicago.
It's 11:29 now in Chicago on News Radio 78, WBBM. Good evening, I'm Regine Schlesinger, sitting in for Alan Bickley, who's under the weather tonight. Weather Command says another warm one, increasing cloudiness, warm and humid tonight, with the overnight low getting down into the mid-70s. Tomorrow, decreasing cloudiness and good news, turning a bit cooler. The high will be up near 85 degrees and even lower along the lake shore. The wind southwesterly, 8 to 18 miles an hour tonight, becoming northeast, 8 to 18 by tomorrow afternoon. And the outlook for Friday calls for partly cloudy skies and warm conditions with a 40% chance of rain showers. Over the next 5 days, our temperatures will be averaging 2 to 4 degrees above the normals. The normal high for this time of year is 83. The normal low is 61. The high temperature for the day was recorded at O'Hare this afternoon at 4:30. It was 94 degrees. But that doesn't make it the warmest day of the year. We reached 96 on June 29th, and the record for this date is 99, set back in 1955.
Radio Mystery Theater presents... Come in. Welcome. I'm Tammy Grimes. We live by, swear by, and die in a technological world. Yet more and more people find that science does not explain life. With one hand it has blessed us. With the other it has polluted our planet. And so many have turned for their peace of mind to psychic phenomena. Our tale today concerns one man's desperate attempt to make real the world of the occult before it destroys his life forever.
Gwen, what's that sign on the floor of the tool shed?
It's called the Devil's Mark. It's as old as the Druids.
I can see it's old and faded, but what does it mean?
When a witch is initiated into the Devil's service, Satan puts that mark upon her as a token of his authority over her.
What do you suppose it's doing on the floor of the tool shed?
Robbie, that is something I hope never to find out. Our mystery drama, The Tool Shed, was adapted from a story by Henry James, especially for the Mystery Theater by G. Frederick Lewis, and stars John Vickery. I shall return shortly with Act One. Turn back the clock 100 years. Even then, the secret art of the metaphysical was already centuries old. The leading exponent of that esoteric science is the British author Martin Haseltine, who has just published a book that has raised Victorian hackles, eyebrows, and fears, which is why our curtain rises on the sanctum sanctorum of the London Times, the office of its distinguished editor, T.R. Purcell.
Robinson, have you completed your feature story on Epping Forest? Yes, I have, T.R. Queen Victoria gave a nice speech, said that from now on Epping Forest was the preserve of all the English people, a gift from the Crown, etc., etc. Ah, how did the old girl look? Considering she's 71, she's in fine health and great spirits. Said something interesting, that the world should go back to nature, to the natural, that we're too preoccupied with the strange and secret arts. I think she was talking about Haseltine's mumbo-jumbo. Mumbo-jumbo? Yes, all that mumbo-jumbo in that book he wrote that's spreading like wildfire.
Ah, that's why I called you into my office. I went to school with Haseltine. Actually, I was just graduating as he was entering, but I know him. I have arranged for you to go down to Dover to get an exclusive interview. The first he has ever given to anyone.
T.R., that's a fabulous assignment. I've always wanted to meet him.
I think he'll take to you, Robinson. Start with his current novel, Gods of Egypt. There's no question it is influencing the growing cult of adherence to black magic in England and through the continent.
Black magic exists in America, too, I understand.
I hear that certain passages in Hazeltine's book are being used by worshippers of the occult, and more have begun to practice the Black Mass.
Is that evil?
Check the files, Robinson, for unexplained suicides. That will tell you. Practitioners who have jumped to their death from bell towers, even from the Dover cliffs where Hazeltine lives.
There's no explanation.
The ones who have survived claim they believed they had wings and would fly.
Opium?
Possibly.
When do I go?
Hazeltine expects you down in Dover tomorrow, so catch the earliest train you can. And, Robinson...
Yes, T.R.?
Disabuse yourself of the notion that all this is mumbo-jumbo, as you call it. It is very real.
Train! Robinson Train, is that you?
Mr. Hazeltine, sir. I didn't expect you to meet me at the station.
Why not? The morning trains are always on time. Good trip?
I was reading Gods of Egypt. Time went very quickly.
Ah, good man. Doing your homework?
No, for pleasure. It's the third time.
You don't say so. How's Purcell? Oh, T.R.
Just fine, and he sends you his regards, and he's grateful you're giving the Times this interview.
I can't think why he didn't ask me before this. I've been in print for 20 years. Come along, we'll walk it. Can you manage that bag?
Oh, yes, sir.
And you'll have to stop calling me sir. Call me Martin. I gather quite a tornado has blown over Gods of Egypt. It's all history. I set the novel against what happened, what people used to believe in. Don't know why they make such a fuss over it today.
Actually, what I'd like to do is a kind of short biography, a profile of you.
Not full face. The author at work. I know that kind of thing. Now, my door is open to you. You will meet my wife, my secretary. I have a little boy, marvelous child. He's 7 and... Well, write whatever you wish to write.
You said too much attention was being paid to the Gods of Egypt.
Misdirected attention. That's why I agreed to have you come by. I want to set the record straight. I don't believe in witchcraft. Once scrap, never did, never will. But there is a purely historical background to my novels.
I'll certainly be glad to help you, as you say, set the record straight.
Oh, no. This is our house. One thing more, Robinson. You may find my little family have some peculiar beliefs, habits, quirks, things that appear different to you. Take them at the face value. Don't interpret their actions. Well, here's the gate.
What a view. The channel's very calm today, isn't it?
Uncommonly so. Gwendolyn, come and meet a top-notch feature writer from the Times. That beautiful girl walking toward us, believe it or not, is from America. She's my secretary. Very good, too. Helps my wife with the housekeeping, taking care of the little boy. Gwen, I'd like you to meet Robinson Crane. He's going to write about us.
How do you do, Miss...
You can call her Gwen. Everyone does.
Yes.
How do you do? You mind if I call you Robbie?
Not at all. I suppose you Americans give everyone nicknames.
Martin, may I see you alone a moment?
No, you may not. You may talk to me here and now.
No, but...
There are no buts.
It's about Dorothy. If you'll excuse us, Robbie.
He will not, and I will not. I told this young man he is to write about us as he sees us, warts and all. No secrets, nothing held back. Dorothy is my wife, and Gwen here acts as a kind of mother hen. Dorothy is a very nervous person.
Your boy, Hermes, has run off somewhere, and Dorothy can't find him.
Come along, Robinson. I'll introduce you to Mrs. Hazeltine, and we'll have a go at finding Hermes. Gwen, my dear, lead the way.
I'm beside myself with worry, Martin. Hermes has disappeared.
Well, Gwen will find him.
I can't find him. She can't.
We'll see. Remember, Dorothy, my telling you about T.R. Purcell? We shared Cambridge briefly. He left as I entered. The editor of the London Times. Well, he has sent this young man to observe us in our native habitat and write a feature. His name is Robinson Crane.
How do you do, Mr. Crane?
As you can see, Robinson, Dorothy is the most formal member of our little tribe. Now, Gwen, where should we look for our little truant?
Dorothy, what about the tool shed? The tool shed? I looked in there. Besides, Hermes has been warned not to go in. He wouldn't. It's worth another try. Let me go. I'll do it. I'm the boy's mother, thank you. If I find him in there, I'll give him what for.
Of course, she won't do anything like that. She won't even scold him. She'll kiss him and make a great fuss. My wife is devoted to our son, and I don't take that lightly. You see, our boy was born mute.
Mute? That is sad.
Yes. We've taken him to every specialist in England and Europe. They can't find anything wrong, organically. It's a puzzle. But they don't even hold out any hope for Hermes.
His name is Hermes. Hermes.
Actually, the name was Gwen's idea.
It's the Greek for the Egyptian god Thoth. You might say Hermes was the very first god of the occult. It's a very pretty name.
Let us get into the house. And I'll show you your room where you can unpack, and I will open a bottle. What's your preference? The grain or the grape?
The Scotch will be fine. But I wasn't planning on staying. I thought we'd talk all day, and then I'd take the evening train back to London.
Oh, don't be ridiculous. What kind of a profile do you think you could do on Martin Hazeltine in a few hours?
Matter of fact, I did come prepared for the weekend.
Come in and join us, Dorothy. Bring your little friend. Gwen, Robinson and I are enjoying a taste of the Highland pot still. So you found the little runaway, did you? Gwen, be a good girl. Pour Dorothy a tumblerful.
No, thank you. Nothing at all. Oh, Hermes, darling, sit still on Mummy's lap.
You're right. He's a handsome little boy.
We think so.
And he's 7 years old.
Just. Aren't you, Hermes, darling?
Hermes, this is Robinson Crane. He's from the London Times, a very big, influential newspaper. He's going to do a story about us. Where were you, son?
In the tool shed, just as Gwen said. Sitting on the floor. I can't understand it. He wasn't there when I looked before.
It's his magic carpet. Wish I had a place I could disappear from sometimes.
Is there something about the tool shed that's dangerous? Oh, how stupid of me, of course. Sharp garden tools.
He's right. We should keep it locked up.
What garden tools? Nothing is stored in there.
Oh, Dorothy, you know it's completely empty. Always has been. Hermes just likes to go there and sit on the floor.
Hermes, come to your father. Dorothy, let him go.
Well, if you won't put a padlock on the door, I will.
Dorothy, did you hear what I said? Let the boy go so that he can come to me.
I'm taking him upstairs to bed. Up we go.
To bed? It's not his bedtime.
Time for his nap. Mr. Crane, I hope you enjoy your stay with us. Martin will have a lot to tell you about his books, I'm sure.
Mrs. Hazeltine, I think the Times readers would like very much to know the feelings of the wife of a great writer, especially what you think of his books.
I'm sorry I shan't be able to accommodate you. I have not read any of them, and I don't intend to. Well, Robbie, what do you think? You've been here most of the day, had dinner with us, and observed the Hazeltine family at home.
I don't know what to think, Gwen. Martin said you'd been working for him for 7 years.
Mm-hmm. Since I was 18. I came as a replacement typist and stayed on.
Gwen, while it's still light, I'm fascinated by the tool shed. Could you take me to see it?
Certainly. We better take a lantern. There are no windows and it's dark in there. Interesting you should want to see it. Do you know why you do?
Curiosity, I guess. It's as though something inside me tells me this story on Martin Hazeltine begins in the tool shed. Don't ask me why. I couldn't tell you.
I'll get the lantern. We'll go see for ourselves.
Has this tool shed shed been here for a long time? I mean, is it old?
A few hundred years. In the 1500s, it was built by a widow. She lived in this tiny room. She was accused of being a witch and was stoned to death. And then, a few hundred years later, it was repaired and became a dairy for the people who owned the house.
A dairy?
Mm-hmm. Where the milk was separated. They made butter. The local farmers will tell you every time the milk was brought here, a cow died. And finally, the family who lived here gave up and, well, it became a tool shed.
Smells musty in here.
I shouldn't wonder.
No, not musty. More like incense. Something was burned here.
Who knows? There are those in the village who won't visit Martin because of this little building.
It's still associated with cows dying.
Well, you know how country people are. They say the vicar should come and exorcise the devil here. It's haunted. Cast a spell.
Does Mrs. Hazeltine believe that?
I don't know what she believes.
Gwen, would you shine your lantern on the floor over there? I thought I saw... Gwen, what's that? That design on the floor.
It has some Kabbalistic meaning, but there's not a book I can find written about it.
I can barely make out an 8-pointed red star in 3 circles of black. Quite faded. It must have been here a long time. And you haven't any idea what that sign represents.
Oh, I didn't say that. I said there's no book on it. I do know it's as old as the Druids. It's called the Devil's Mark.
Never heard of it.
The Devil's Mark was acquired by a witch at her initiation into the Devil's service. It's the mark that Satan places on a witch as a token of his authority over her.
And what do you suppose it's doing in this tool shed?
To coin a bad pun, I'd say, mystery loves company. A young English newspaper writer has stumbled upon what may be the heart of a mystery. A tool shed containing a satanic sign. Does it dominate an author, his wife, their mute child? The only way to find out is to stay with us until the curtain rises again on Act 2. It's a good question to ask oneself. How much should one dabble in the unknown? Dig at the mystery of the supernatural. Probe into the paranormal. Back 100 years in the England of Queen Victoria, avant-garde author Martin Hazeltine did just that. Was it worth it?
Ah, Robinson. Mind if I poke my head into your room?
Not at all, Martin.
I'm glad you're still up. Would you like to come to my study and have a start at the formal interview?
I certainly would.
Not too late for you.
I'm used to late nights. By the way, I hope you don't mind. After dinner, I asked Gwen to show me the tool shed. I hope you won't regard it as snooping.
I promised T.R. you would have a free rein. So she probably showed you that primitive drawing on the floor.
The Devil's Mark.
Gwen is quite a bright girl, but about that, she is mistaken. Let us go to my study.
So it's not the Devil's Mark, as Gwen said.
Similar, yes. A star and circles. But the real Devil's Mark was always found on a person's body. In the old days, in these parts, actually, any birthmark was considered a sign of Satan.
Does Mrs. Hazeltine believe the tool shed has some mystic powers?
I doubt it. The only fetish she subscribes to, and you've observed that, is her complete, how can I put it? Her complete subjugation of our son. No one else can come near him. It's been that way since he was a baby. It's as if Hermes was Dorothy's captive.
Is it true she's never read any of your books?
So she says. I've no way of proving it. They're all over the house.
Where did you meet Mrs. Hazeltine?
In Egypt. Her parents were missionaries who turned to archaeology.
But your wife didn't follow in their footsteps?
Oh, yes, she did. But just 1 week after I arrived, she suffered the terrible shock of seeing both her parents fall from the top of an Egyptian tomb to the edge of the Nile below.
They died?
A terrible tragedy. The fall broke their necks. I hoped Dorothy would recover when she returned to England. I saw something of her, started writing, and then lost track of her. Then one day I went to the British Museum where she was working, and I asked her to marry me. Now you can understand her reluctance to dip into the pool of the unknown. Excuse me. Gwen, what on earth are you doing up at this hour?
Martin, I think you should go to the boys' room. There's something wrong.
Thank you. Thank you for telling me. I will be back as soon as I can, Robinson.
Would you like to continue the interview in the morning?
Not at all. I do my best thinking at night. I hope I won't have the same trouble with Dorothy I always have.
What did he mean, Gwen? The same trouble he always has.
The same trouble. It's a constant battle between those two. Has been ever since Hermes was born. Oh, Dorothy's always been afraid the boy will fall under his father's influence, particularly his writings.
But he's not nearly old enough to read those complicated books yet.
She's never explicit about her fear. Oh, all I can say is Dorothy believes the boy's mind will be damaged by any association with his father.
Such a beautiful child. Hard to believe nothing can be done about his affliction.
Oh, but Hermes can hear and understand everything you say. It's just that he's unable to talk.
Gwen, pour me a drink.
Is the boy all right?
I am not to know.
Not to know?
Dorothy has locked herself into his room and will not let me in.
Oh, not again.
I think this has gone about as far as it can.
Martin, what are you going to do? What can you do?
Tonight, instead of sleeping, I shall try to come up with a plan of action. Children, I bid you good night. Oh, before I forget, Robinson, here is the first chapter of the new book. I thought of calling it Demons of the Mind. I'd like you to look at it. Now, my chickens, off you go to roost. Martin Hazeltine needs to be alone, and action is what is called for. Good night, good night. And close the door after you, will you?
Good night.
Oh, he's being bitter, resentful, sardonic. He's deeply unhappy about all this. He loves Hermes. He adores the child.
Why does his wife do that?
Do you know that she's never asked for one page he's written?
Yes, she mentioned it. It's hard to understand.
I hope your visit will help.
Me? Being here?
Well, for one thing, Robbie, you are the very first person he's ever let see any work in progress. There's a sympathy between you. I can tell.
He certainly has my sympathy. I'm honored to read this.
Perhaps it's not too much to hope that Dorothy will also come to like you. Maybe you can be the catalyst that brings the two of them together.
What's that? I smell smoke. Smoke? Where's my other slipper?
Robbie, what are you doing up at 3 a.m?
I could ask you the same question. I was reading and suddenly I smelled smoke.
So did I.
Where's it coming from?
Outside.
You mean there's a fire out there?
Well, I checked the kitchen. It's not in the house. There's a double lock on this front door. Here, let me. Oh, it's coming from down there, where the tool shed is.
Let me open the tool shed door. Could be dangerous. I don't understand this. I smelled smoke. I know I did.
But as soon as you opened the tool shed door, it went. No smell of it. Wait till I tell Martin about this. If you weren't with me, he wouldn't believe it.
Why wouldn't he?
I don't know how much you know of Martin's books.
I've read every one of them.
Well, then you know with what reality he portrays the alchemy of time and sorcery. It was Martin who discovered that sign on the floor. But he disowned it. Said a devil's mark was only found on a person's body. Something was happening here just now. I wonder if we ever shall know what.
Who knows? 3:30. Might as well get back to the house and use what's left of the night to sleep.
Good morning, Mr. Crane. You're up earlier than I am.
I'm always the first to come down to breakfast.
Good morning, Mrs. Hazeltine. I just made myself some tea.
Did you sleep well?
Oh, yes. Right through the night. Like a top.
What is that you're reading?
Mr. Hazeltine gave me the great privilege of the first chapter of Demons of the Mind, his new book. It's the most beautifully written introduction to life after death I've ever read. He introduces his characters from two worlds. He believes there's another world existing at the same time as ours, and we don't die. It's to that world that we depart. The same with birth.
Mr. Crane, I want you to stop. I don't wish to hear. I don't wish to know.
You told me that yesterday, and I told you I'd like to ask whether the wife of a great author accepts or rejects his work, and why.
I can tell you categorically, this wife does not accept.
But you've never read one word he's written.
Never. Nor shall I.
What is it you're afraid of?
Penetrating question. My parents were greatly interested in the occult of Egypt. They died strangely, unaccountably, fell to their death as if they were pushed by an invisible hand. And since that time, yes, I have feared the unknown. I don't think Martin should write what he does, and he knows how I feel. It contaminates anyone it touches.
But if you were to read these few pages, only 20, it's so clearly and poetically written, it proves that there's nothing to fear. It would help you, Mrs. Hazeltine.
Would it?
I swear to you. I may be very young in your eyes, but there's an unhappiness in this house. And if you'll forgive my saying so, it could be put to rights if you'd let it.
Robinson Crane, you are quite convincing.
Please read it.
Good morning, Dorothy. How is the boy?
Not very well.
What does that mean? How unwell? Does he have a fever?
He seemed a little flushed and warm when I was in there.
Dorothy, how long are you going to continue this drama? Locking yourself in his room, locking the door when you leave. I couldn't get in there just now. Now, why are you making a prisoner of him? I'm going out now to fetch Dr. Cook.
We don't need him. I am perfectly competent to take care of my own son.
I'm sorry you think so. I'm sorry about a lot of other things, too. We're going to talk about them when I come back with the doctor.
Yes? Who is it?
Gwen, it's me, Robinson Crane. I'm sorry to disturb you.
Oh, what is it, Robbie? I was just coming down for a late breakfast. Our trip to the tool shed last night must have made me oversleep.
It's been a morning of terrible scenes downstairs, and I don't know what to do. Hermes isn't well, feverish. Martin went for a doctor. The doctor wasn't there. He left word for him and came storming back. Now he's in his study. I tried to go in to talk to him about an hour ago. He called out to leave him alone.
The child is worse? Oh, Robbie, look at you. Where have you been? Your feet are covered in mud. Oh, Dorothy isn't going to like that one bit.
I know it wasn't my place, but I became alarmed. After Martin went to his study, I went out thinking I'd get to the nearest house. Perhaps they'd know of a doctor. I walked round and round. I was lucky to get back here at all. I was lost.
Oh, Robbie, the nearest building is the railroad station. Today being Sunday, it's closed down. Whatever made you suddenly go chasing for a neighbor?
After Martin wouldn't talk to me, I listened at the door of the boy's room. I could hear Mrs. Hazeltine speaking to him in a kind of strange sing-song voice. It was all very peculiar. I tried the doorknob. It was locked. Then something came over me.
One of your premonitions.
I knew I had to talk to you, so I came straight down to your door.
With your muddy feet. Oh, don't panic, Robbie. There have been these set-tos before where Dorothy wouldn't let anyone come near the boy and nursed him herself. He's not a well child. I'll go see. She'll let me in.
If there's something really wrong, you'll come right out and tell me, won't you?
Dorothy? Dorothy, it's Gwen. How was Hermes this morning? Dorothy, are you in there? Oh, it's open. It's not locked. Dorothy?
She's not in there.
Oh, the room's empty. Oh, she's taken Hermes into her room. She sleeps in a separate room from Martin, 2 doors down the hall. Dorothy? Dorothy, are you in here?
There's no one in this room either. She's gone.
Oh, she's gone with the boy.
Could they be somewhere else in the house?
There is nowhere else. You came in downstairs. You would have seen them. She's taken Hermes with her. She's never done that before. On the windswept-over coast stands a house, inside of which lives a novelist, his wife, their 7-year-old son, and a young secretary. There is no other house for miles. This house, with its vacant tool shed, adorned with cabalistic signs, is like a world unto itself, alone. What is the key to the mysterious actions of those we have met? I am not revealing too much when I tell you it lies in a boy who cannot speak. Perhaps a reincarnation of the god after whom he was named. I shall return shortly with Act 3. The mystery of the boy and his mother who disappeared from the house on the coast of Devon has not been solved. The police are called in, Scotland Yard is asked to help, and finally, Robinson Crane, feature writer for the London Times, unable to complete his assignment, returned to the city. Weeks pass.
Robinson.
Yes, T.R.
I called you in this morning because there's been a development in the Hazeltine affair. I just got word the boy was found, but the mother is still missing.
Fantastic. How is he?
That's one of the things I want you to find out. Take the first train out of Victoria. Get yourself over there.
Have you read what I wrote on him and his family? I did the best I could to give it an ending.
Yes, I went over it last night. The only trouble is it ends with a question mark.
After I get down there, maybe I can change that question mark.
I'm hopeful. It needs an exclamation point at the end. Why did she keep her son from his father?
I touched on that.
Well, barely. You never explain what's behind her fear. And finally, now that the boy has been returned or found or whatever, where was he? And who kidnapped him?
T.R., the child is mute. He can't talk.
Tragedy. But he can hear.
Oh, yes. Nothing's wrong with his hearing.
Is he old enough to write out answers to questions?
I don't know. Maybe. Simple answers. I only saw him once.
You will be seeing him again in a matter of hours. I wish you well.
It's a strange house filled with strange people in a very superstitious part of England. Just wish me safety.
Robbie, it's me.
Gwen.
Robbie, I never expected to see you again. What are you doing in Devon?
What are you doing at the station? You didn't know I was coming down here, did you?
This is unbelievable. Martin sent me.
Martin said, go to the noon train. Someone's arriving, and I want you to meet him. It doesn't make sense.
Oh, yes, it does. He's psychic. He knew.
Is it true Hermes was found? How is he?
I'm not going to tell you. You'll see for yourself when you get to the house. Come on, let's walk.
Gwen, you can at least tell me, is the boy in good health? He was sick when he disappeared with Mrs. Hazeltine.
It's as if nothing happened to him. He's bright and cheerful. It makes such a difference.
What does?
You did know they haven't found Dorothy. She's still missing.
How did they find Hermes?
They didn't. The police were amazed. I'll show you where it happened.
And Martin, how's he?
A changed man. His son is with him all the time.
And you, Gwen? How are you?
I'm not sure, Robbie. It's a little like living on a tightrope.
Why do you do it? You're a sensible girl. Could get any kind of work anywhere.
Nice of you, Robbie, to care about my future. But I couldn't leave here.
You're going to spend a lifetime being Martin's right-hand man? I mean woman.
If he'll let me.
But he's married. You'll never mean that much to him.
I know that.
Are you hoping she'll never come back?
For now, I can take very good care of both the men in the Hazeltine family. The little one and the big one. Robbie, before we go into the gate, I want you to know that I love Martin. Well, maybe he's much older than I am, but that doesn't matter to me. So long as I can be near him, that's all I want.
I respect that, Gwen. Sorry if I talked out of turn. This isn't the way to the house. Why are we turning off?
You asked me where Hermes was found. That's where I'm taking you.
He was found right here, on your property.
Down there.
He wasn't. No, he wasn't.
Yes.
In the tool shed?
sitting in the middle of the floor as if nothing had ever happened, as if weeks hadn't passed, as if the tool shed hadn't been combed through a dozen times, as if the whole countryside hadn't been searched. And there he was.
Incredible. When did you say the police looked there last?
Exactly what Martin wanted to know. You know what the constable told him?
Haven't a clue.
The day before, the very day before we found him, they even placed a tape across the door, which we pulled off.
Unbelievable. But I do believe you.
That beautiful little boy was sitting right in the center of that star and the circles. Oh, I needn't tell you, Martin still won't acknowledge it's a devil's mark.
I'm anxious to talk to him. Let's go into the house.
Yes, Robinson. I am a changed man. That is, to some degree. I still worry about Dorothy. Did she leave of her own accord? Did someone take them both?
Can't you get an answer from Hermes in some way?
It's hopeless. He actually knows nothing. It's as if that little boy's mind went blank for all those weeks he was missing.
By the way, where is Hermes? I was hoping he'd be right here in your study, sitting on your lap, Martin.
That's where he generally is, on the lap of his papa.
I put him to bed for his new nap. But I think he'd like to wake up and greet his Uncle Robinson.
I told Uncle Robinson where we found him.
In the tool shed, as if by miracle.
You're right. It was definitely a miracle. That must be the workman. I'll go. If Robbie's staying and hasn't eaten, will you do something about that, Gwen?
Yes, I will. Go along.
I have eaten, and as for staying, I plan to until I can wind up this story. I know that between the two of you, there are a dozen things left unsaid.
Oh, don't fret, Robbie. You know enough about the great Hazeltine to write 3 stories.
But not what my editor wants to know.
By the way, that manuscript chapter you read of Demons of the Mind, he tore it up and started all over again. It's much less fearful and more hopeful.
Do you mean he now feels that one can make contact with that other world?
Yes. And all those people in the darker ages of man who were persecuted for being sorcerers and witches actually did step into our world from another.
Gwen, is that the secret? Are you saying that that's where Dorothy and Hermes disappeared to? They stepped into another world?
It would explain a lot, wouldn't it?
Why, the boy's mind is a total blank. Does Martin believe it?
That's what he's been comforting himself with all these weeks. Oh, Martin, what is it? You look white.
They found Dorothy. She's dead.
Oh. Where? Well, not in the tool shed.
At the foot of the cliff. Straight down from the rock facing the water. Her neck broken as if she'd fallen from a great height. Gwen, it's the irony of it.
You mean because that's the way her mother and father died in Egypt?
Maybe it's not a joke of fate at all, Martin. Maybe it was preordained.
I knew there was a reason we hit it off so well, Robinson. He sounds like one of us, doesn't he, Gwen? He's got that intuitive reasoning.
May I see Hermes?
Gwen, our roving reporter is in for a surprise, isn't he? Give me 2 minutes to wake him and wash his face.
Didn't I tell you he was a magnificent father?
And I want to tell the boy he's about to be interviewed by the London Times. 2 minutes, and then you two come in. All right?
My notebook and pencil will be ready.
You can come closer, Robinson. You've met my son Hermes before.
I certainly have. I heard you were away, Hermes. I'm glad you're back.
Thank you.
Did he speak? I mean, did he actually say thank you?
I have an exceedingly polite son.
Oh, yes. Hermes can speak, and speak he does very well. Don't you, my angel? Hello? Wayne? He knows my name.
This is fantastic.
Papa? Papa?
Yes, my boy. Papa is here. He will always be here.
Martin and I were the ones who found him. Suddenly we were sitting here, and we had this feeling, right here in this room. It came over us so strongly. Without saying a word, we found ourselves heading for the tool shed. There he was, sitting on the floor.
And when you saw me, Hermes, what did you say?
Papa.
That's what he said. His first words. Of course, he'd been hearing them for years, but he never said them.
Have you told any doctors about this miraculous...
Not yet. Gwen and I have been too busy enjoying his new ability to speak. Now I shall dress our little friend, and we shall meet you outside in, say, 10 minutes. And the four of us will take a walk.
Hermes, it was a great pleasure for me to see you so well. I'm going to have to go back to London now, but I look forward to my next visit.
You're really going, Robbie?
Yes, back to write that happy ending and try to give T.R. the answers he wants.
I'll walk you to the gate.
I'll have to guess. I realize I'll never know where the child appeared from and why he speaks now, any more than why he could never speak before.
It's the kind of miracle one prays for. And when it happens, you shouldn't look too closely. I could, I suppose, give you Martin's explanation.
I'd like to hear it.
He's always said that what was on the floor of the tool shed was not the devil's mark. Hermes had such a mark when he was born. Martin found it, a tiny star inside a tiny circle in the crook of the infant's elbow. Was it placed there by an evil power in some other world? And that's why the boy remained mute? Possibly. Who can be sure?
It doesn't explain why suddenly he can talk now.
Oh, but it does. You see, the mark on Hermes is gone now. It's disappeared.
So it'll be a new chapter, T.R.
For Martin Hazeltine.
In fact, a whole new book. That's the way I'm going to finish off the profile. You know that manuscript at the beginning of the book he was writing? The one he gave me to read, called Demons of the Mind. It was a personal statement.
Huh? Who was he writing about?
My guess is it was his wife, Dorothy. She must have exercised some kind of dark magic on Hazeltine, and when they shared the making of a son, she tried to keep the boy away from Martin's healthy mind. If indeed Dorothy was controlled from the wrong side of the mirror, she failed. Martin's torn up the old chapters and the old life and is starting over.
Any idea what the new book will be about?
About a man beginning again. No spooks, no cults, no strings with the past. A man who found his voice and learned to speak. A book about Martin and his own son.
A strange story, and yet one full of directional signs to follow. You wonder, at least I do, how many of these marks of the devil are meaningful, or how many are just plain superstition. After all, in Russia, in Turgenev's day, a little mole on the left cheek was regarded as an evil omen, and we know man has been persecuted for less than that. In other words, conclusions are something which even today we shouldn't jump to. I shall return shortly. Henry James, whose story we have paraphrased on today's Mystery Theater, once advised the Martin Hazeltines of this world to, quote, live all you can. It's a mistake not to. It doesn't so much matter what you do in particular, so long as you have your life. If you haven't that, what have you had? I agree. Our cast included John Vickery, Bernard Grant, and Evie Juster. The entire production was under the direction of Hyman Brown. And now a preview of our next tale.
He wouldn't take me into his confidence. I knew he had another life, but he kept denying it.
What made you so sure?
Well, he couldn't account for hours and days of his time. He'd pack up and not tell me where he was going or when he'd be back.
Couldn't it have simply been some project for the War Office?
The last time he was away, I called the War Office and I spoke to Sir Robert. He said Bill had asked for leave, and he was surprised that I didn't know where he was. So you see, Bill could have had dealings with half a dozen red-faced men, and I'd know nothing about it.
Of course, the two of them meeting on the train could have been a coincidence and nothing to do with Bill's death.
Why do you say that?
That's what I hope. If that red-faced man had a hand in it, then he knows I saw him and I would give evidence he was on the train. So he might not hesitate to do away with me as he had Bill. It wouldn't be safe for him to let me live.
Oh, no, Everett.
This is Tammy Grimes inviting you to return to our Mystery Theater for another adventure in the macabre. Until next time, pleasant dreams.